Alright, hopefully this works. Hello everyone. I'm back. Today is the day.
Hannibal Chopsticks cheered 100 bits. The man is back.
Alright, we good? We're good? We're live? We slightly wet? How's everyone going?
Welcome back.
It is a beautiful day somewhere in the world, but not here. Which leads to the question, where is here? We have a tradition. When I start a new trip, I don't tell anyone I'm starting a new trip. I don't tell anyone where I'm starting a new trip. Where the heck in the world am I?
Just said heck with it and got a job Hitch thumbs up.
Where the heck am I? It's notably wet. So, if you think it's where you are and it's not raining, it's not there. Where the heck am I? And why the heck am I here? And why aren't I somewhere that isn't like this? Somewhere notably less wet and maybe warmer. I initially had the camera set up somewhere else, but there's a building right next to me that says exactly where I am. No, okay, wait. I saw people got this phone. Okay, I really need to figure out something here. Oh my god. Why is it so... It's frozen. Okay. I think I saw 2 people get it. Is it everything like that or just this app? What the heck? No, it's just Stream Buddy. Why is Stream Buddy freezing on this phone? Anyway, I saw some people get it. We're in Norway. I saw the country first, and then I saw like 2 or 3 people guess the town city. This is Tromsø. This is the Arctic Circle of Norway. We're way up north. Notably, I checked before I got here, this time of the year, it just crossed on the 19th to where the sun does not set here. So it is 24 hours of daylight, and I have to get to, which will be the title soon enough, to Rotterdam for TwitchCon in like 10 days. So I got to get from the Arctic Circle to the Netherlands in 10 days. But I figure we can use that daylight, at least for the first while. Further south we get, the days will get, I was going to say shorter, but if it's 100% day, okay, yeah, sure, yeah, just less than 100% daylight. But this is, I think, an interesting trip because, okay, yeah, here I am with my backpack and stuff like that. But does anyone remember what else is in Tromsø? What else have we got here in Tromsø? It's a skill testing question. See if you've been paying attention for the past several years. I'm trying to read. Solar panel? Yeah, solar baby. I have my cycling trailer here with a 225 watt solar panel. It's been parked in Armand Hannibal's friend's garage for like 2 years or something like that. Big thanks to him for just storing that for me. I flew here with my bicycle to attach said solar panel trailer too, and a Starlink satellite dish. And so there's 2 parts. Part 1 is we use Thumb and go to TwitchCon, 3,000 kilometers south here. And then part 2 is we come back up here, probably just fly back up here, get on my bike, attach it to said trailer, and then we ride south through Finland. I've never been to Finland. I've tried to go to Finland many times, okay, at least a couple times. And then for whatever reason, those trips got all messed up, and then I didn't go to Finland. So anyway, Finland time. But notably, my route south to the Netherlands will actually take me into right at the edge of Finland. So we're actually going to go through Finland hitchhiking as well. So notably, it's raining, but the forecast says snow. So as we go inland, it most likely will snow today, which I think will be an interesting, or kind of like a fun starting point. Like, I went to, well, if I can get there. By the time I get to TwitchCon, I'll be like, where I started in the Arctic Circle, it was snowing, and now I'm here. Yeah, so that's the rundown of the idea of, like, you know, the trip kind of hitchhiking and biking. Start with hitchhiking, head to biking. Outside of that, I've taken like 7 months off. A long amount of time off. So that's been a thing. I think it's my like longest break since like I took about the same amount of time during COVID because I didn't know how to travel when I'm not supposed to travel. But
Leanne 175 just subscribed with Twitch
I
Prime.
have people to thank as well. What's going on with this? It's just completely frozen. Can't interact with my chat app. Okay. Alright. So, sorry. Interlude here while I'm dealing with inevitable tech issues. Oh, one more thing before we get to that. I wasn't sure, because this trip is mostly going to be cycling, but I'm starting hitchhiking. I didn't feel like bringing my big hitchhiking boots. I thrifted some boots, and I'm just hitchhiking in these thrifted boots I got for $20. So if I have to I just can't carry them. They take up too much space or whatever. I can not get rid of my nice, expensive hitchhiking boots and just get rid of these. So yeah, but I've been enjoying these. Downside of these is, if you can see the bottom, these are still just leather-soled shoes. They're high quality. They're like Goodyear welted, like proper boots. But like, if it's going to be raining and snowing, notably, leather isn't like water impermeable. Like water will get through that, and I want to have wet feet. So, but my thought was like, it's 10 days of hitchhiking. What's the worst that could happen? Apparently, snow. Okay. Was there anything else I wanted to run through? I do want to talk about my time off. And then we'll actually start hitchhiking. And see when it will start to snow, because that is apparently supposed to happen. What are hitchhiking boots? I always hitchhike in boots. For my very first hitchhiking trip, I don't know, because my first local hitchhiking trip, I didn't have any boots. And then I hitchhiked to Vancouver Island. I visited a friend on Gabriola Island, just off of Nanaimo, off of Vancouver Island. And there was a thrift store called the Gabriola Island Recycling Operation, and I bought some boots for $2, and I think it was like 45 cents. It's hyper specific because that's all the change I had in my pocket, and they were supposed to be $3. But I had like $2 in change, and they let me have them. So I had a brown pair of leather boots, and those were my first hitchhiking boots, and I've always hitchhiked in boots ever since then. And I've gone through several because I just destroy them. But, yeah, that's what the hitchhiking boots are. Okay. I have to thank some people after this, too.
Just resubscribed for 7 months.
I'll have to change the title.
Trevor, have a fun-filled
So, yeah, the title will be like Hitchhiking to TwitchCon location, and then wherever I'm at, I'm guessing. TwitchCon Rotterdam, TwitchCon EU, I don't know, one of those two. And yeah, if you didn't see the reveal, we're in Tromsø, Norway, which is the Arctic Circle of Norway. I got 3,000 kilometers to hitchhike south, which would take me from Norway actually into Finland, just the edge of Finland, and then to Sweden, a good chunk of Sweden, a lot of Sweden, Denmark, Germany, Netherlands, and then, well, hopefully we get there. I got average about 300 kilometers a day, which I think out here should be manageable. Norway's pretty good for hitchhiking. Like, people seem to stop, at least, you know, in the times I've done it here. Who knows, maybe 2025 it's changed. What I think is the worst thing about hitchhiking is all the roads are all just, like, fairly narrow, and then, like, they don't have shoulders, and they don't have many, like, laybys, like, places where cars can, like, pull over and not just stop in the middle of the lane of traffic. And, like, on-ramps have, like, metal railings on the side of them. So, like, space is limited from a roadway perspective. So we'll likely see that a lot on this trip. Is just, like, kind of questionable hitchhiking spots purely for space. Well, the other nice thing in Norway and stuff like that is like everyone speaks English really well, and that is, you know, as far as communicating, extremely convenient. Rain has slowed down a little bit. Yeah, I can take the hood off. Okay. Norway second pick out hitchhikers. Finished stream is hitchhiking Norway, only foreigners picking up. Like, that hasn't been my experience. I've hitchhiked in Norway how many times? Like 3 times, something like that. It's been fine. Update stream, buddy, babe. Okay. Oh, maybe I'll do that quickly. It keeps like freezing, but then like it's running on like 1 frame every like 5 seconds. Which is weird. No, not books. Okay, look at what I'm dealing with here. Oh, this is gonna advertise some random games. This phone got screwed up actually in Rotterdam last year, and this is now my like backup phone. I was gonna do everything off of here, but it's kind of nice to have another phone. I have an iPhone with me too, but iPhones don't have Stream Buddy, so that sucks. But now I don't have the bottom, so like a lot of stuff on phones is notably at the bottom. Stream Buddy update. Okay, won't have alerts running during that. Okay, also they right. I saw one person in my Twitch chat actually did say today's the day. I think their username was like, I need to get some sleep or something like that, or I should go to sleep or something like that. If you're here, congratulations, you're right. I didn't. Maybe someone in Discord did, but I think most recent was like yesterday, talking about today's the day. If you're unaware what we're talking about, it's been a tradition because of my streaming cycle of, ooh, that's a good gust of wind. Could get blown over. You guys have a hat on. That's what that purple is on the top of the frame. My stream schedule of like streaming a lot, like usually 7 days a week and very long days. And then when I finish my trip and I go home, I don't do anything online. I don't stream. I don't write. I don't chat. I am missing in action. But it's become a tradition where pretty much every day people be in Discord and everything just saying today's the day. Hoping that today is the day that the stream starts, and usually today isn't the day until today is the day, and that is today. Wow. That was an interesting way to describe that. Send the spam hat back to the museum. I feel like my version of the spam hat deserves to be in the museum, but no, I got it right here. I gave it a little wash. It was real dirty. So we can rock the spam hat again. We probably will. It's like, you know, it's bright. Actually, it's a little cold out. Maybe I want to wear my hat. Okay, Stream Buddy open. The thing is, okay, I have this actually U.S. military surplus Navy wool toque that I've always hitchhiked with, and I can't find it. So I don't have a toque, so that's annoying. I also couldn't find my red merino wool quarter zip, which I'm really sad about because that's like my cold weather base layer always for hitchhiking, for cycling, especially for cycling. I like it. And now I don't have a quarter zip, and I'm sad. Okay, I got alerts back.
Highflyer_22 just resubscribed for 4 months. Hitch excited, let's go hitch banana.
Every time I try to scroll with this, it just freezes. Or maybe I have that like locking thing on. What's the locking thing, Ivor? Do I have that on so that the water doesn't move the screen? Because I can't do anything. But my other apps work, I think. Yeah, these are working. Yeah, it says Stream Buddy isn't responding. What is going on? You broke it. I probably broke it. Somehow. Okay. Or the old boots. I didn't decide to not bring them because this is going to be, as far as time is concerned, I'll be doing a lot more biking than I'll be doing hitchhiking. But I still wanted to wear boots for my 11 days of hitchhiking to TwitchCon. So I brought these thrifted boots. I bought these a few months ago from Value Village. And we'll just see how they get on for 11 days of hitchhiking. And then if I have to get rid of them or something like that because I just can't store them, then they won't be as bad. Ooh, that's a lot of weight. You're gonna get blown over. I'll move you guys anyway. Okay. Okay. So, Tromsø, Norway, forecast today is snow, so that's fun. Bring sandals back out for biking trip? Yes. So, actually, our mod Hannibal, who's probably here somewhere right now, friend is the one that stored my solar panel bike trailer here in Tromsø, or outside Tromsø, for like 2 years. And we coordinated with him, and he came, and I flew here with my bicycle and all my biking gear, including my bike sandals. And he picked me up from the airport, took the bike and the bike gear, and is storing that as well for another few weeks while I do the whole TwitchCon thing. Then I'm flying back to Tromsø, picking up all my bike gear, trailer, all that stuff. And then we were riding south through Finland. So, yeah. You have bug net for head? I do, because I don't know when the bugs start to come out. Like, it's going to depend where you're at, of course, but like, as we head south, we'll probably get pretty buggy. And bugs are one thing on the bike. If you ride fast enough, the more you ride ahead of them, so they can't bite you as much. When you're climbing, that's when that gets bad on the bike. But with hitchhiking, I've had some times where I'm standing there trying to catch a ride, and like, you're just getting assaulted by all the bugs, and you just can't escape them because you're just standing there. And the only way you're going to get out of there is by continuing to stand there and hopefully get a ride eventually, which is fairly unpleasant. GPS be enabled. I usually don't enable GPS for hitchhiking. I do for... Do I? Yeah, I do for biking though, right? I don't even remember how I stream. I was like, as I'm getting ready for this trip, I was like trying to remember like the process of live streaming. And a lot of it was not coming back to me. Forgot how this works. It's been a while. Okay, now my alert stream buddy's up, but I don't think it's showing new alerts. My chat's showing a bunch of stuff coming up, but my events list is not. It's like something. Okay. How's the corn tattoo looking? I got like base layers underneath these pants on and a bunch of stuff. And that seems like a lot of work to do, so I'll show you anyway. Okay. There it is. There's the cornge in all its glory. Reconnect stream elements. Got it. Okay, but the whole app's frozen. I can't. Oh god. See, look at the frame rate. Oh, okay. Watch me click something. This thing. Oh. See how slow it responds? I don't know. And I can't like scroll through chat and buy a new phone. My only other phone is an iPhone. Well, and the streaming phone. Anyway, I'm gonna figure that out because I usually run. It was a broadcast phone and then a phone to run everything from. Sure, blame me. Other apps are working. To people in Discord saving the VODs. Okay, yeah, it brings up a good thing because I think actually today is when Twitch is starting to delete all previous VODs and highlights. What do they keep now? What's their policy? They don't really save much. My brain is in like 13 different places right now. I forgot what I was talking about. What do 200,000 channel points? Okay, channel points are their official use in this channel is to flex on other people. They don't have any like very usable purpose. Some channels have cool ways to like redeem channel points. We don't. Someone in chat will inevitably just say how many channel points they have, and then in response, someone's always got a bigger number, so then everyone just starts saying what their number is until we find the some person that actually has the biggest number, which I think is like 2 million something right now. Talking about VODs. Oh yeah, VODs. Yeah, Twitch decided to stop saving VODs and highlights, which sucks. But like, okay, so I have like 11,000 hours of broadcasted content. The vast majority of that has been saved on Twitch over the past 7 years. To be honest, I was always surprised that Twitch they did do that in the first place. They just like let you keep it as long as you highlight it, because they auto delete VODs, but they'll keep highlights forever. Or they used to keep highlights forever as long as you asked them to, and that was convenient for just that was my one and only method of storing like my past content. I didn't download anything. And then yeah, come like January or whatever, they're just like, okay, we're not going to do that anymore. And I'm like, okay, kind of fair enough. And then it got delayed a few times because Twitch's download stuff is really slow, and I have like 30 terabytes of VODs or something like that. The thing is, so okay, the past 7-8 months, however long I've had off, the last thing on my mind, and this isn't to say like I don't like doing this, like the last thing on my mind has been streaming. I've been doing other stuff, which has been sometimes good and sometimes really not good. I have to thank a lot of people. I do try to get everything, although like I don't know how to go back and look at my notifications when my thingy is broken. Anyway, I digress. Brain.
Cycling hitchhiker guy.
Okay, I'm going to monologue for a second. I've already been monologue. We're going to monologue about a different topic. I have to turn this down.
Claire Minster shared 100
but they keep playing.
bits. I will be so on Friday when I
Okay. Wow, that chat is very old. We're talking about channel point stuff. The phone I'm using, S22 Ultra. Like this phone, the screen is mostly broken, but I haven't had any issues with it, like freezing and frame rate issues on any other apps. And it's still most likely a phone issue, but I just, I don't know. It's the only thing that's doing that on. Okay. Oh my god, the wind. It's like 3 degrees out. Okay. So when they had all this stuff out about like deleting VODs, to be honest, at that moment, I didn't care. I'm just like, okay. If you get rid of all my VODs, those will be kept to history, and the only people that will have access to them are people that were there live, and that's one of the nice things about a live stream is you're actually there when something's actively happening. It's kind of the cool part and the interactivity of it, rather than watching it afterwards. The VODs have never actually been that popular because it's not live anymore. So I looked up how much effort it would be to like try to download and save all that stuff like that, and then in that state of mind, which I'll get into in a sec, I just didn't care. So I just I'm like, okay, you delete my stuff, and that has continued to today. I haven't saved anything, so they're about to start deleting stuff, and I have access to none of it. I have heard rumblings that some people are taking it upon themselves to like save all my past broadcasts and stuff like that, which I appreciate. Like none of my trips I want to have like be gone. Like it's cool that people have access to them, and like potentially in the future there is stuff that be fun to edit them into and stuff like that. So it's nice to have that option. So I do think, from what I've heard, like a lot, if not all of my odds have been saved. But yeah, back to the reason why I didn't care. So one of the reasons I've taken a big chunk of time off here is after my last trip, which was the last actual trip was the Corning trip, which is a pretty cool trip. Anyway, I get home, and this like streaming and then home cycle that I've created is a very big contrast, and I didn't really understand why, but the trend for the past while is, like, I enjoy my trips. I get really exhausted on my trips, but I enjoy them. I like hitchhiking, I like biking, I enjoy the day-to-day process, I like the movement, I feel comfortable moving somewhere new every day. And then I get home, and it's nice to relax for a day or two, but then after a day or two relaxing and just sleeping and catching up on all that, I'm just unhappy, like, very uncomfortably so. And that's been the trend for a long time. And then I get in a rut of just not really doing much at home because I'm just pretty much just depressed. Anyway, so the past 7-8 months, whatever, has been, again, we're on the vulnerability thing. It's kind of personal, but I feel like, I don't know, sharing, I guess. I've just spent, like, that whole time just going to therapy, figuring things out, which has been great, and also, like, some of the worst shit of my life. I'm sure there's some stuff we'll get into, but, like, it's been a time. It's been a time. Yeah. I'm sure we'll talk about some stuff later, but in the meantime, I'd like to start walking towards where I'm going to hitchhike. I'm seeing the hearts. I appreciate it, guys. Okay. But I still really want to figure out why this is not working. Maybe I'll restart this phone entirely, because I want my alerts to be working. This shit brings you some peace. Like, and I still don't have everything figured out and stuff like that. But
your device is disconnected. Pairing.
Pair. I need to, like, approach how I live my life a little bit differently, because how I was doing it before, like, wasn't serving me very well. And I don't know the right answers to that. But I have this overwhelming sense that, like, I very much treat these trips like me just, I say fucking around. And I enjoy just the fucking around, but it doesn't give me great, like, purpose to my life. And then when I'm home, I don't have anything
Your device is
that
connected.
feels like me. And I haven't for a long time. And there's some deeper ways to look into that, and I have, and I still don't know how to exactly verbalize that, but I have created a life where I am much more comfortable moving than I am being stationary. When I'm moving, you're always in a new place with new people, with new everything, and it's once I stop moving that, like, with that said, like, with that stationary thing, it allows these feelings of discomfort to, like, start permeating into me, and which is the opposite for most people. Like the things they know, the things they're comfortable with, are comforting to people, because they're familiar. Like, I am, for some reason, it's the opposite. It's the things I'm unfamiliar with, or at least, like, the new places, new people, new experiences kind of thing, that I'm way more comfortable with. The thing I'm uncomfortable with is the things that I'm supposed to be comfortable with. Let's see if this works. Could not connect to Twitch, and it's freaking out. What's going on? Something with the case pushing it weird. Okay, and it's still doing it. But like every other app is working, right? It seems to be. I'm just confused at why StreamBuddy's doing this. Wow, this chat's super old too. I really don't know what to do about that. I'm sure we'll get into some stuff at one point, but I just want to tell you this like brief little anecdote story thing. So on like the therapy topic, this is not connected to my normal therapist and stuff like that, but like I was offered through a connection that someone knows that does like psychedelic therapy, like retreats. So I just like went to like a 5-day psychedelic therapy retreat. And I didn't know what I was getting into exactly. But like, there's one anecdote from that is just like, it's funny to me to look at now. But just like one of these longer ones is like 8 hours long. And yeah, it's weird in hindsight now. But like, I have a very like rigid way of like looking at myself. I have high expectations, and I've never really like liked myself that much. In just like I never really thought about it, but it isn't really a thought that I have. It just is quite rigid, and I have high expectations, and I've never thought of myself like in a kind way, usually not in a negative way either, just like a neutral, not really, I don't know, kind of way. But in this state of this psychedelic therapy thing, I spent like, time is complicated in that state, so I don't know how much time, but a long time, like whispering sweet affirmations to myself. And in that state, in that moment, I felt for the very first time in my life, again, it still feels weird to like say that now, but like for the first time in my life, I actually felt like I loved myself. And that was the most like, of all the therapeutic things I've done, that was like the nicest thing I've experienced in my life. It was very interesting. Because I didn't know you could do that. And that sounds really weird to say, but I didn't know you could actually think of yourself in that kind of way. So, not that I'm going to promote that, but it's very enlightening, I guess. I don't know what to do about my alerts on this phone. I can't get my alert thing to work. I don't know what to do. Because yeah, it wasn't even a thing like I actively disliked myself. It's just like I never knew that you could think of yourself in that way. And it's not in like an ego kind of way. It's just like an unconditional, like, I am me. Yeah. I don't know what to do with my alerts, because it's kind of a big part of streaming, is the alerts and the interaction from that. Because I can run my alerts through here. Maybe I can just have them up a split screen down here, and then attach this to that. Okay. Oh, it's fucking cold. Okay. Stream buddy. Okay, but I think I want them reversed. Can I do that? Maybe that. Cold. Okay. Now I need to get this Bluetooth thing switched out.
Your device is disconnected. Pairing.
Pair. Oh, no, I don't want that. Cold. I want to get walking so I create some heat. There's my Bluetooth.
Your device is connected.
Okay, that's that. Got here. Let me turn this up a little bit. Ooh, that's probably enough a bit. Okay, I think we've got all alerts on one device.
Stetson just resubscribed for 18 months. Welcome back.
It's like, should you just up to you to embody it though? That's been the other interesting thing to me, is in that state I can feel things so clearly. I feel so, I don't know, it feels like a life-changing experience. And then it's with a lot of things. It's like integration is super important, because like those feelings fade. Those things that were so clear as time progresses slowly fade. And it's like you have to like put an active effort into making those positive things stick. Okay, I'm gonna pack up my stuff and go. I'm like full shivering. Just not ideal. I know my body well enough to know like what's safe as far as like when I get too cold. This is the start of what would be too cold. But we're about to change situations here, so it'll get better. The other thing is, if the weather gets really bad, I've got good camping gear. Like my sleeping system should be comfortable down to well into the negatives. So if I get like snowed out or something like that, or like it just becomes uncomfortable, I might not hitchhike all day today. Tomorrow's supposed to be better, not much warmer, but it's not supposed to snow, it's not supposed to be wet. Oh, I need a water bottle, and I don't have any cardboard either. There's a grocery store close to here. So I guess we gotta go shopping first. But yeah, I could always stop a bit early and get warm in my tent if I need to. Poor Sarah accidentally gave away her wall charger. Like, she charges all her batteries with. Gave away. What do you mean? That's not ideal. Okay. Wow. We're in business. I think I'm gonna... This might disconnect. I'm gonna go with the bat for a little bit here for walking. Hopefully that didn't change the mic over. Let me know if the mic changed. Sometimes when the power changes, it cuts itself off. She left in a public trade place. That sucks. Like, if it's her actual like main charger, it's like 200-watt charger. They're not very cheap. I'm sure if you get Amazon or something like that, that would be ideal.
TJX113 just resubscribed
Mic
for
swapped.
11 months.
Yeah, I think it's back on the mic. 220 bucks in new chat for a new charger. Nice. Biking this trip or hitching? Is hitchhiking set. Well, they don't have cardboard hanging out the back yet, but we'll get there. Okay. But I'll be biking later. My bike is here in Tromsø, and my solar panel trailer, so we'll be doing that in a little bit. Well, after TwitchCon. So I'm hitchhiking to TwitchCon. It's 3,000 kilometers south here. And then I'll be back here in a few weeks. Okay. Groceries. Taking which route? Fastest route is mostly through well, we actually cross into Finland. Actually not, like, probably in like a 2-hour drive from here, something like that. And then we go like right on the Norwegian, Finnish, Swedish kind of border area, and then we cross into Sweden, go through a lot of Sweden, go through Stockholm, I think, and then just kind of right across and into Denmark and down that way. Well, just fly to TwitchCon. I know your name, you've been here long enough. This is what I do. I would like to claim that before I started doing these, I don't think anyone was doing like journey to TwitchCon things. And now that as like a content thing on Twitch is fairly popular. I wonder where Sarah got the idea from. Sarah joined me on a TwitchCon trip before she even started streaming. So. Where am I? I saw a co-op somewhere. I'm trying to see if I can get there without looking at a map. Also walking to TwitchCon from your hotel, yeah. Okay, which Jake's Streezy. I feel like ever since I've known him, okay, not like 2018, I don't think 2019, but since then, this dude, every single time, is just like, I'm not gonna go to TwitchCon. It's not worth it. There's no point. And every single time, the dude shows up to TwitchCon. Like, without fail. Comes at cardboard. Let's go. Okay, I got pens. I got Magnum Sharpie. Maybe I should get a toque. I don't have a toque. Should we get a toque? Like, it gets down to like around 0 at night.
Solitude stripping just
Let's go groceries first.
for 11 months. Let's rocking go. Good luck, brother.
I say rocking. It is. So legit. Okay. My alert system is still not that great right now. Thanks for the 11 months. Anyway, I can like spin this around probably. Again, I forget how to stream. Ooh, that my hat is not ideal. It's just a little wet out. It's supposed to snow, all that fun stuff. Any Oilers? See, I know that has a meaning on Twitch, but I live in Edmonton in Canada now. So now Oilers means the Edmonton Oilers, who are currently in the playoffs, going into the third round. I think it's the other way. I think it's this way. Let's go this way. Actually, I have to walk quite a bit to get anywhere that would make like logical sense to start hitchhiking. I gotta walk across this big bridge and stuff.
Gifted a tier 1 sub to my crew. They have given 2 gift subs in the channel.
Canada's the cup this time? Yeah, when was the last time Canada's won the Stanley Cup, or a Canadian team? I think it's like 93 or something like that. I was born in 94. Means I'm 30 and in my entire life Canada has not won a Stanley Cup. And that's like our sport. Something I don't miss about traveling. Freaking seagulls. Birds. I got this going. Oh, the weather's really not nice. Okay, go. I don't know what happened. I was switching cameras and it said there's some weird error, and I restarted the app and it still wouldn't restart the stream.
Salami Plate just subscribed with Twitch Prime.
Hey.
Xandertil just resubscribed for 17 months. Such a coincidence to see you start a trip a day before I go on a trip to Europe myself.
Hey. Where are you going? There you go. Thanks for the sub. I got McDonald's. Should get McDonald's. Maybe. So, Norway's one of my favorite countries in the world, actually. When I did my bike tour here 2 years ago, I fell in love with it. I already liked it because I've been here a couple times before that, but that was freaking amazing. One thing that Norway's not really known for,
Gifted a tier 1 sub to Hando.
that I've learned to love while traveling, the food. Like, it's kind of cozy, especially in like cooler weather. Like, it's a lot of like, I don't know, like fish and stewy stuff, you know? But I can't even think of that many things that feel like very Norwegian. Starting a new Europe trip in Norway. It is like, if you're trying to go like a long distance in Europe, Norway's a fairly logical kind of like northern starter end point. Price is something not to like here. Yeah, that's true. It's also very expensive. Oh, Intersport. Look at a toucan there. Okay. Sorry, I also don't know how to like stream very good anymore. So like, if my camera work sucks and stuff like that, it's just, I need to get back into it. How many days do you think I'll take? I have like 10 full days to hitchhike to TwitchCon, and then I want to get there on the 11th day. So I think in 11 days is registration day. I swear there's a co-op or something. I should get a toque. Intersport here. Place my stream girlfriend how to run a stream. Sarah's developed a lot as a streamer. She's doing really good.
For 71 months. Thanks, Trevor, for sharing your thoughts with us. Remember, whatever you choose to do, we will support it.
Well,
You already gave us so much. You are a true hero for us, and we can't wait to spend more time with you. Much love, Hitch, love, Hitch, love, Hitch, love.
Thank you very much. I feel bad because, like, with my, usually I have a second chat phone not working for my chat app. I can't really go back through alerts, so all the subs and stuff like that. I've just kind of missed most of them. Hat. Okay.
McGuffey just subscribed with Twitch Prime.
Thanks for the prime. I need a toque. I don't really right now, but at night and in the mornings is what we like. I'll be camping tonight, most likely. Oh, there. Hey. Let's both have toques. Just a thin one, I think. Whoa. Oh yeah, I forgot it's a Norwegian brand, Devold. I haven't actually bought their stuff, but they're carrying it more in Canada now. Socks. So they have a Devold toque. So what color do I want? 20 bucks. Oh, they have Devold, but only in black, it looks like. I love me some wool.
Hello, hi. My two brakes are dead, and I think I need to change
They don't.
I don't know to say the English brakes, like the two pieces.
These are all the toques.
I don't know if you want the right one.
But I think I want like a thinner-ish one. It'll be warm enough without taking up too much bag space, because my bag's actually quite loaded right now. But a color like this is going to stain. And it's going to look dirty real fast. What goes with a red jacket? Does it really matter? No.
Autumn Rain 58 just resubscribed for 34 months. Nice to see you back traveling.
Autumn Rain, thanks for the 34 months. Wait, it was 34? Yeah.
Remain Nick just subscribed with Twitch Prime.
None of them excite me that much. Is this like polyester? What are you? I think you're polyester. I don't like polyester very much. Reading tag. Acrylic. Another issue, when I switch from front to rear camera, sometimes it just throws an error and breaks the whole app. It says EIS failure, which is electronic image stabilization failure, and I've never seen that before, so that's a new one. Anyway, just the Merino toque is like $100. Well, it's 600 kroner, so like $90 Canadian. We're gonna get this in hipster blue for $20. Stream from your iPhone? I guess I could. We can try and set that up. I use this one to pay. So I use this one to pay. Yes, please. Thank you. I should get my iPhone out. On Moblin? And I guess I could use this phone for like my alerts and stuff like that. Yeah, I could do that. still work with like the USB hubs for mics and stuff like that? 600. Oh, it's 81 dollars Canadian. Okay, that's $10 off. Still, $80 is a lot for a toque. I should try it. Right now, my streaming setup is not doing a great job. I'm really making it kind of work, but like I need to get into this flow where it works a bit better. Put the hat on too. Bars, because I think I'm gonna sit inside of them. I'm gonna figure out like a new streaming camera. Okay, because the other thing I need is a water bottle. The other thing I need is cardboard. I don't think I'll need cardboard much for the first little bit. Cardboard for my hitchhiking signs becomes important when where I'm hitchhiking, the road can go in multiple different ways shortly after where I'm standing. Because, like, if you're just standing there with your thumb up, people don't necessarily know where you're trying to go. If there's only one road, and that one road goes all the ways to the same location, that's not that bad. It's raining quite a bit now. The rest of the cupboard from produce. Oh, there's the co-op. Okay, well, that's good. Trying to put hat back on. Don't know. I definitely need a sign time. It's more like if I'm have to hitchhike before some kind of junction. Like that's the only spot with a good hitchhiking location. And then, okay, this is annoying me. I need 2 hands for this. There we go. Hat on. Toque. Put this in the pocket. So it should be enough for a couple days, I guess. And, well, to start with, we're not going straight south. We're going like east first, and then southeast, then south, and then a lot of south. Because I want, I want a liter water bottle.
Wants to be if you just resubscribe to tier 3 for 47 months. I just woke up and here is Hitch. The orb is delivered.
So Cashew, thanks for 47 months. Oh, it's weird, like reading out alerts too. Because I also haven't practiced because I haven't been reading out many alerts because my alerts haven't been working correctly because my phone is broken. Apparently.
Just resubscribed for 77 months. Welcome back.
Julesy, thanks for the 77 month resub. That's a big number. You have been resubscribing. Well, I haven't been streaming, haven't you? Dedication. Ghost to Bobby, thanks for the 6 months. From Norway to Rotterdam? Yeah, from what? But we're really up in Norway. You could, how is it gonna do the thing? Okay, so, it's snow. We're far north. Whenever I switch from like rear to front camera, front to rear camera, it just can't do that right now. I've never had that issue with IL Pro, so I don't know what's up with that. That's weird. But that's annoying. That's actually one of the things I like most about cell phone streaming. Is like quick camera switches. the purple thing? It's a plastic sheet from a binder that I cut out, and then I glued an old wireless mic to it that has a cold shoe mount on it that I can thread onto the top of my camera setup as a waterproof hat. Water. I don't like buying bottled water. I just buy one and then reuse the bottle for ever. Water somewhere. Those are small. I want a size up from that one. These are like 500 mils. Why are they all the same size? I believe. That's too big. 1.5 liters. I want like a liter? It's quite cold. I don't drink that much water when it's really cold out. Just do that. I don't like those sport caps though. Those suck. Whatever. 0.5 or 1.5. What's wrong with a liter? This is 0.7. It's okay. Come on. That's like pink. Do I got to scan? That was here. I'm like, why is it that one? Yeah, I need cardboard too. Is there a spot to sit in here? Oh, there is one over there. Or here. Oh, that's kind of cool. Like seating area. I might try to switch to my iPhone because I'm having issues with my Android here. Yearly Hitch adventure? Yeah, kind of. Took a long time. Okay, up. Like that tight pants. They're okay. Other thing I've been doing since January, so not that long. I'm going to the gym a lot. Initially with Sarah, but now Sarah's in the World Gym. That is a bike tour. I put on a lot of weight and like a good amount of muscle mass. I'm up to 180 pounds. I think in the past like week and a half or so now, I haven't really been great because I've been focusing more on getting ready for this and stuff. But my usual like travel weight is like 150, 160 pounds. I went up to 180 of like fairly lean mass. So my pants are actually tighter, but I also have base layer pants on underneath this, which takes up a little space. Guessing Moblin needs like an update or something. Where's my thing? Where's TwitchCon? Rotterdam. Was there last year, be there this year, and at least next year. Oh, that's annoying, because I'm going to want to grab the SIM card from here as well.
Oscar's just subscribed with Twitch Prime. Welcome back.
Oscar, thanks for the 11 months. Sorry, I was hoping to like immediately start getting some distance down. Because of the bad weather today, I was actually considering just staying in Tromsø today and starting tomorrow, but yeah, I just decided to go for it. Why is this not showing up in my Wi-Fi?
Imwibi just subscribed with Twitch Prime. Hey guys.
I'm Weeb. Thanks for the 17 months. Streaming YouTube too? Historically, yeah, I got into that, but I'm not live on YouTube right now, because I didn't feel like dealing with it. Other? That's not right. Why is my Wi-Fi hotspot not showing up on my iPhone? That is strange. I'm confused. I feel sit stream today.
Magali just subscribed.
Like, to be honest, I've been stressed about getting back to streaming. And like, part of that's just, it's been a long time, so it's just like, I'm not used to it anymore. I get very used to it when I'm on a trip, and then you take a long time off not doing it, and like jumping back in is like stressful. But like, I also do actually legitimately enjoy doing this, so it was like,
Just Fat Panda just subscribed with Twitch Prime.
I was excited to start again too. And again, I was kind of talking about this. It's just like, I don't have much going on at home in Canada. I haven't really established a home life that feels like fulfilling. So the thing in my life that brings me the most like sense of me actually doing something with my life is this. There it is. Okay, disconnected that. How do I want to do this? Does Moblin need an update? Maybe. App Store. No, it says it's fine. I assume this is to the correct server. I guess, let me just try to swap over to this and see if this works. And then I can swap the SIM cards over after that. Yeah? Be in lost connection screen for a second here. Am I on the mic? So this is an iPhone now. But you need to put internet in this thing. No mic. Audio. I like having the audio bars on my low bit rate too. What's going on with that? Speed test. Yeah, now it's back up to 5 megabits per second. I don't know what it's doing. Am I on the mic? It shows it's connected. Disconnect the mic from the Android phone. It's cabled. It's plugged in. There's a receiver that's currently plugged into the iPhone now. This guy's still connected to the Android phone though. No audio. I don't know how to force. Did I run? I don't know if I attached a mic to this before. I assume Moblin works with USB audio. DJI devices. Oh, is that for a wireless connection? That's cool. I'm gonna work with USB audio. Okay, well, why is it currently not working? Do I have to tell it which one? Which audio source to select? Switch to iPhone? Yeah, I was having issues with my Android. The receiver and the cable FC in case it only works one way or the other. I have it plugged in the same way the Android did, but I can try to flip it. Maybe because I plugged it in once I was already broadcasting, it like had already chosen which way to go. I'm gonna restart it. Are you not working with my guide now? I don't think it is. The heck? Why is my USB audio not working on anything? Before but I have audio bars on this stuff. Is the mic working? I don't think it is. I moved back to Android because I couldn't figure out how to get it to work. It's not working. The heck? It's getting power. Well, now it is. Okay. So finicky. Okay, the issue I have with my Android phone right now is, one, I was going to be running like chat and stuff like that off of this phone, but this phone is not working correctly for like this app. Just like I can't. It just is permanently frozen, and I can restart it, and then it'll just do it again. And then second issue with it, when I switch from like front-facing camera to rear-facing camera, it just breaks the app. I'll work with USB. Oh, this is old chat because this thing is like super broken right now. Stream Buddy update. Yeah, I just updated it. Yeah, it's up to date. Because what I'd actually would be a good idea is to run off of my iPhone, and then have this phone run all my like chat backup stuff. Because this one is struggling, but it also is broken. If you can see that bottom bar, that's not supposed to be there. Using Moblin. This is a S24 Ultra on IRL Pro currently, and I switched to Moblin and it was working, except I couldn't get USB audio to work. So now I switched back to Android. I guess I can try again. Because currently, yeah, I just can't like scroll back through and look at alerts. Or really see much alerts at all, which is an issue for live streaming. Okay. Okay, now we're back on the iPhone, and it did say connected to microphone RX, something like that, so. Are we on the mic? Maybe? Muted? We're on the mic, but the level is low. Because we have really low audio issues with the Bella box, and we have to go into my server and crank it up. And I find that quite annoying. That's like some broadcasting devices just output at a much lower level, and then we have to like go on the server and adjust it. I think it's phone mic again. If this sounds like I'm whispering in your ear, then it isn't. Am I whispering in your ear right now? Sticking with this streaming phone, I'm gonna adjust the volume. The issue is I don't know how reliable it's gonna be, so I might very spontaneously be like, screw this phone, I'm switching back. But Hannibal's here, he can change the audio levels. The issue is if I switch back to my Android phone midstream, it's gonna be really loud. Okay, but like then I'll have a good-looking phone to actually read my chat and stuff off of. Like, let's see. Oh, it's beautiful.
DC Kia just subscribed with Twitch Prime.
Yeah. Okay. Oh, but then the hat's not really gonna fit on this because this phone's a lot smaller, so there's a thing in the way. Let's go Android. Well, I'm having issue with my Android stuff. Do that while you're not paying attention. We'll blow some eardrums. Yeah, that's the issue. Streambuddy still Android only? As far as I know, yes. In Canada now. We're in Tromsø, Norway. The Arctic Circle. 24 hours of daylight currently. But I guess I'm gonna never be iOS chat, no chance. It's clearly a market for some iOS thing. Like Moblin's doing good, right? Sorry, I haven't streamed in a long time, and now I'm trying to figure out how I want to run my stream with things that are not working 100%. How do I want to do this? Because I also have to switch SIM card into this phone. I'm running for one network, but I want two. The big issue is I just can't really do much for alerts if I'm running my Android phone, because this phone is not working for alerts, like, at all. Yeah, it's fucked. It's weird, it's the only app that's doing that. But now I just don't know how to put the hat on. Which I'm referring to this. Jankiest waterproof creation. It works really good though, except for like how this is integrated. This phone's smaller, so there's a thing poking up higher. But anyway, this is a plastic like binder cover thing. I cut it off, and then I glued on my old Rode wireless mic Go or whatever they're called onto this guy. Well, I glued it and then I actually like strapped it on because it wasn't working. And mounted onto the cold shoe mount on top of this phone mount thing. Okay. Could be an SB issue on an old phone. The reason why the alerts aren't working really well. Uninstall the app, restart the phone, reinstall it again, see if that helps. I could. This one's really annoying because the screen is partially broken. So if I could switch to a non-relying on this phone setup, that would be ideal. OMG, you're hitchhiking in Norway. Good luck, heck W. People never pick up someone here. How many times have you hitchhiked in Norway, though? Because I've hitchhiked here like 3 or 4 times. It's fine. We do statistical analysis on what it's like to hitchhike in different countries. Norway's fine. Okay. I want to put my toque away so it doesn't get wet. I got this for sleeping because it doesn't get dark. Three or 4 trips, not times. Oh, what I've done? Yeah, no, it hasn't been like 3 or 4 rides. It's been like full trips, yeah. Sorry, I'm really just thinking about the tech side of things right now. Where's Spam Hat? Right here. Don't worry. It's with us. See, the hat's definitely not going to go on right now, and today we definitely need it. Just prop it up with something. Day 0 hitch when it's clean shaven. Yeah, I always start the trip rather clean shaven, and then when I'm biking, I just let it go. I just grow out the beard. Hitchhiking, I do try to shave because, yeah, it's an image thing with hitchhiking. You want to look like you've showered recently, and like if you're shaven, you've probably showered recently. Turn up the audio. Yeah, our mod can turn up the audio. I don't know how to make this work. Where is the USB? Not the USB, the freaking, what do you call it? Massachusetts plates. Let's see. What do you mean? Why am I just randomly losing network? Norway's like the fastest. I did a speed test. I was getting like 700 megabits per second download. Like 40, 50 upload, but like still. I still don't have much trust for Moblin. Or maybe Hannibal switched off while he was switching stuff around. Oh, I don't know what to do, as I need to put this hat on. And that's just not gonna go. Well, maybe it will. It's probably gonna break it though. It's gonna put too much pressure in it. Okay, it's on. It's just now getting pushed way lower. The waiting times for Norway. Oh, we haven't logged any rides times in Norway? Although I guess I've never done... Well, we did Namsos South for TwitchCon 2 years ago. It's more in frame because I had to like squish it down, and it's getting pushed up on the other side, so now this cover is a bit in the way. Might just be something I have to deal with. Okay, 300 kilometers a day to make an attempt. That's correct, yeah. What's this at? 69, nice. Okay, we're gonna try this. I should get cardboard either now or soon. I don't think I'll need it for the first couple hitchhikes, but I could end up in an awkward spot in a small town and struggle to find cardboard. Total time spent waiting is 343 hours for 747 rides. Okay, so I've only logged 747 rides out of, I think I'm at like 2,600, 2,700 rides hitchhiking in my life, and I think when I started I was like 600 or 700 rides in my life. So I have like close to 2,000 rides on stream. We're gonna have to figure out a way to like have this propped up a bit, because like that's just gonna bother me. How am I gonna be able to do that? No. How to get from Norway to Rotterdam in 10 days? Hitchhiking. Have we changed the title yet? I know I haven't, but maybe a mod did. It's really easy. It's not that far. It's 3,000 kilometers, which for Europe is a big distance. I don't know how I want to do this, or the best way to do this. Is this like the right size? If this would actually stay, like if I have that there. Oh, maybe that. It's here.
If I came from Mexico, so there is like no one have cars. Like,
Okay.
Concreted Nut just resubscribed for 10 months. We back.
Fall out. No, I don't want Siri. Okay. Maybe something shoved in there would be good. Sorry. I'm trying to figure out how to get the hat not blocking the majority of the screen. Tape. When in doubt, add tape. I ran out of my tape, and I knew Sarah had some other ones, so I didn't buy any more. Sarah's gaffer tape is inferior. So you can all tell her that she's got inferior tape. But maybe she bought some different tape, because she found out this tape wasn't that great. I did a little bit. Any Magnum Sharpie luck? I ordered a 2-pack off of Amazon. I find them really hard to find in stores nowadays, but you can still find them online. That's better. It's still like pretty substantial, but better. Okay. Alright, it's probably good enough for now. If I switch to the back, like, okay, it's not great, but like, this is only when it's like properly raining out, so this isn't an all-time thing. Okay, all right. All right. I got water. Can I finish this so I can get rid of this? Okay. And then we should be able to go. The only thing left is kind of cardboard. We'll see. I swore I heard like the Harry Potter jingle, like the dun 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 dun. Maybe it sounds like ringtone or something like that. It's a lot of layers for summer. The forecast today in Tromsø, Norway is snow. What does it say it is right now? 4 degrees, mostly cloudy. Severe weather alerts. Moderate warning for snow or ice from Tuesday 2 p.m. until Wednesday 9 a.m. But if you can see this. And you might be like, okay, well, it's supposed to be 4 degrees or 3 degrees later. How, like, that's above zero. How is it supposed to snow? I don't know. It works like that sometimes. Near Oslo, it's like 21. Yeah, I flew in here last night. I connected through Oslo, and it was beautiful. It was really nice. I flew from Edmonton to Amsterdam to Oslo to Tromsø.
Welcome back, Hitch.
eShop, our electronic sheep. Thank you for the 17 months. Oh, and it's now sold next for the 2 months as well. Oh, the gulp is back. Yeah, it's close enough to my throat. You might get a little gulp. Is the audio still low? I know Hannibal's trying. I think that's when we lose connection. He's disconnecting the stream, adjusting the audio levels, and then bringing it back. So the other thing, it's been a while since I've been in Norway. They do the pantsing here. They like pants, which is when you get money back for your returnable bottles.
Twitch Prime.
And like, isn't it actually like a good bit of money here? How much pants do I get for this? Two knock. What's it? It's like 7 is a dollar. No, 8 is a dollar. 7 is a dollar Canadian. But no, 8 E. 8. No. Yeah, 7. 2 knock. 27 cents Canadian. So like, reasonable amount. In Canada, this would be like 5 cents deposit.
Favorite fave just subscribed with Twitch Prime. How do you spend your breaks between your stream projects?
Good question. One sec. Clotra, thanks for the 7-month Prime, and favorite fave, thanks for the 2 years. To your Prime resub. I described a little bit of how I spent this last break between stream project thing. And I've been thinking of what to call this period in my life. And let me tell a story to like describe this. When I describe myself finding hitchhiking, I have described it as my early life crisis. I was in school for business, for accounting and finance, and I was terrified at the thought of finishing my accounting degree and getting a job in that industry, and then feeling like I've now established myself and I can't go and do anything, kind of thing. Just because you do that doesn't mean you have to like be stuck or something like that, but I had this overwhelming sense that I would, if I finished my degree and started that career path, I wouldn't get to live my life. So I took a semester off college and I hitchhiked across Canada. And I enjoyed that, and I just kept taking semesters off and working, saving money, and traveling. And I did that for 4 years, working, traveling, saying I'm going to go back to school and then never going. And I started filming it. Anyway, I call that my early life crisis. And I have called the last period of my life, in my own head, I've called it this, my midlife crisis. And I know that phrase would usually mean like 40s, 50 or something like that is what people usually, you know, like the middle-aged guy having midlife crisis and like buying a Corvette and stuff like that thing. I'm just speed running midlife crises and having it at 30 instead. Yeah. Past 7-8 months has been like me trying to figure out what the fuck I'm doing with my life. Because how I've been living it, although I've had a lot of cool experiences, at the end of the day, I just haven't been particularly happy. So that's been me trying to figure out how to structure my life so I can be. So yeah. Normal thing about 30, is it? I think it kind of makes sense, because like, I don't know, in your 20s, at least how I was looking at it, it felt like when I keep saying just fucking around, like with my traveling and stuff like that, it's like, it's your 20s, like you can't, like it's a good time to like explore and just fuck around. And then you hit that number that starts with a 3 for your age, and then it starts to feel like you should have things a bit more sorted out. Thought about having kids brings great joy. I think at some point in my life I would like kids, but the last thing I would want to do is to have kids specifically for the reason of bringing purpose into my life. I want to have a life with several things that make me feel happy and fulfilled, and then like a relationship and potentially kids is just like something added on top of that. It isn't like my entire purpose for being. Often the wrong choice. Yeah, I think like, and sometimes like people will like have kids to like, in theory that help, they think it'll help like save the relationship, and it just isn't the thing. Like, I want to feel solid in my life before I even think about bringing another kid into it. Having my 31 crisis at the moment. That's, oh, the snipe, okay. There we go, I'm not the only one. Okay. I might just quickly walk through this building, see if there's like a potential cardboard location. If not, I really like having signs with me, like cardboard ready to go in case I find a hitchhiking spot that feels like it needs it. We'll see. Okay.
Just leave your stuff in the back here.
Sure.
Yeah.
Like, this has been a feeling I've had for a while. It's just, it builds over time. And it wasn't really even just the numbers, just like, oh, never correct time to become a parent, but kids are never regretted. That is not something I think you can say universally. Some people do regret that, unfortunately, for them, and especially for the kids that come out of that. Okay. Let's turn this phone off. I need that still out because this will need to be charged at some point. Okay, put this here. Calling crying child make it easy to get picked up. I do think if you had kids, like, you get picked up by some people that usually wouldn't pick someone up. But I also think hitchhiking with kids recreationally, like for funsies, is probably not the vibe. Because the reason you get picked up quickly is probably because they think like you're a parent in a tight spot. Well, I feel very warm right now because I'm wearing a lot of layers for room temperature conditions in here. Maybe Canute can pick you up again? Oh wait, did he move to Texas yet? That was his plan, or has been for a long time, right? How's the tent? I do have my lightweight tent, my Z-Pax Plexamid tent on this trip. Before I came here, I took it out of its stuff set because I hadn't even considered what was going on for a while with it. Because last time I was in Norway, it split at the roof of it, the top of it. When I got to Nordkapp, like the northern tip, I camped there the first night and it got windy in the morning and it just ripped. So I taped that back together back then. But I took the tent out, opened it up, and there's like a split at one of the corners, so I taped that back together. Thing is, I really like this tent because it's light. It weighs 1 pound, 450 grams, and it packs down pretty small. So I like that aspect. So I'm trying to just drag it out, but this will probably be the last trip this tent can handle. It is being just is dying a slow death. And I just keep taping it back together, hoping that that'll work. Somehow not clear audio. So it's not quiet now, but now it's just not clear. Is Brompton fixed? Yeah, Brompton was fixed. It just couldn't switch gears, but it's fine now. Make other tents there 1 pound as well. Yeah, but I paid $700 for that tent or something like that. I mean, it's fine. Okay, I don't know. Anyway, let's start trying to figure this out. Sorry about the purple little hat thing. It's raining and snowing today, so this is just to stop things from breaking. Okay. One purchase for camping is great value for money. That's lasted. So this one's kind of up to your ability to not break it, but like a really high quality sleeping pad is really nice. So I use a Thermarest Neo Air X Lite, and like they're really comfortable. When I was like younger, hitchhiking, like my first hitchhiking trip in Europe, I had a cheap mountain equipment co-op inflatable bag. I punctured it in Ireland because everything's prickly there, I learned. And then someone gave me like a closed cell foam roll up, and I used that for the rest of the trip, like months and months of hitchhiking. And like, it's not the vibe. So you lay on, like I'm always just in the bushes in the woods somewhere, and like it just has to be semi-flat, but I can be on rocks and roots and stuff like that. And with the 3.5 inches of loft or whatever the Thermarest has, I don't feel any of that. It's fine. On the closed cell foam, it's like half an inch thick, and you're like contorted over tops of rocks and roots and stuff like that. When I was in Russia on that trip, winter began as I crossed through October. And once I crossed the Ural Mountains into like central Russia to like Siberia, like the snow started, and I was sleeping on the snow with like half-inch thick foam roll-up. So I had all this cardboard, and I used cardboard underneath my foam to like insulate me from the snow. My sleep system on that trip was like, left a lot to be desired. Anyways, a good sleeping pad is like a huge part of like a comfortable night's sleep, and it makes sense. It's what separates you from the ground. What's the saying? You should like invest in the things that keep you separated from the ground. So like your tires, your shoes, your bed, your sleeping pad. Well, okay, in this case, it's your mobile bed. That was not where it is. Like, there's still a lot of people that swear by it for like through hiking and stuff like that, because the closed cell foam isn't compressible. Like you can't squish it down small, but it is really light still. So even though it looks big and bulky, it doesn't weigh very much. And the other nice thing about foam is you can't puncture it. So if you'd like poke it on a rock or something like that, or a prickle bush, it works just fine. Okay. So I'm just gonna walk through this building real quick. So I'm on like this, I don't know, I feel like I'm on a stage right now. And I'm gonna see if I can find some cardboard. Little trailer at someone's house in Norway. That was actually the inspiration for this trip. This trip is 2 parts. First part, hitchhike to TwitchCon. Second part, come back to Tromsø. I brought my bike here with me, so I flew here with my bike and stuff like that. It is now stored with my solar panel bike trailer and stuff. And then I'm gonna get on my bike and I'm gonna ride south through Finland, because I actually want to do a proper trip through Finland. I've wanted to go for several years and I've never been, so. Okay. There's a pants thing. There's the pants. Oh, she's pantsing. I can pants behind her. That sounds weird. Oh, okay, we got the pants. I guess while she's pantsing, I can just scout if there's like some boxes laying around. getting rid of that, sorry. Rain guard, yeah, it's rainy and snowy today. Sorry, I'm just figuring out. Okay. Anyway, I'll do my pants. Pants. English. That's nice. You let me do English.
Pravi_1 just
Maybe not.
resubscribed for 20 months. Welcome back, Hitch. We missed you.
Pants. I don't know if I actually pointed the camera at that. I might have not. Let's focus on the pantsing. I donated it to charity, I think, and then you enter a lottery instead. That's not free cardboard. I'll ask. Because I saw they were like putting out this, and I'm like, oh, just that bottom one would probably be one good sign. But no.
Cravensworth just resubscribed for 13 months. I'm looking forward to this journey. Welcome back.
Who's that? Cravensworth? Thank you. I kind of want cardboard, so I'm just loitering to ask about cardboard. Sorry. Do you have any like broken down cardboard boxes I could have just like a piece out of?
Oh, like big
Yeah.
one?
Well, medium. Yeah.
Okay. If you wait until my colleagues comes back,
Because you're the only one here.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Right now
Okay.
I am,
Busy.
She
Busy.
will be back in 2 minutes. Or
Okay.
something.
I appreciate it. Thank
So
you.
if you just wait, we have.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Alright, cardboard. Because sometimes they bring out these like huge boxes, and I'm like, I just need to like cut off like 3 pieces of cardboard that's like, I don't know. I don't know how to describe like the right size. But yeah, I was just talking about this. Cardboard can be very multi-purpose. So it can be a great thing to make a hitchhiking sign out of. But if it's cold out and you don't have a good sleep system, like your sleeping pad isn't the best insulated, corrugated cardboard, like the cardboard that has like the gap in the middle, that air gap is a really good insulator. So
Clevy just subscribed with Twitch Prime. Welcome back. Hitch love.
Klebby, thanks for the 10 months. I guess now I'm just waiting, which, like, I'm waiting for her colleague to get back. I'm good at waiting. Like, hitchhiking is all about the wait. Like, okay, you gotta find your spot, but then you get there and like, all there is to do is wait. Get a knife again. So I had 2 checked bags. One was a bicycle, one was my bike gear. And this is my knife. That's not a knife. This is a knife. It's real big and intimidating. I won't open it here because that might scare someone. It's like 2 inches long, which I've heard Not the size of the knife that matters. It's how you use it. Oh, that's perfect. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Nice. I'll show you in a second. Get a folding utility knife. It is a folding knife. I love that knife. I'm gonna go back to my little stage spot and process this cardboard into how many signs? Probably like 6 good signs or something like that. Okay. Well, it's pretty thin. It's gonna like fold really easily. But yeah, while I'm out here, I should plug in. Okay. Plug in a battery. Come here. Perfect cardboard. Like, it's huge, but I'm just gonna process it down and get like, I feel like I can get like 6 good signs out of that, which is honestly more than I need, but especially when it's wet, I'm likely to, hopefully the mic's still working. I think so. When cardboard gets wet, it starts to disintegrate. Okay. Goodbye. Okay. So, like 1, 2, like 3 sections here. Because I'm just writing town names, most likely. And, well, maybe one big south sign. So maybe one big south. But the thing is, it has to fit in here, which is only so wide. Maybe I'll do 2 thicker ones and then 3 thinner ones here. No, but that's not going to be that. I feel like cutting this in half this way means these are going to be like quite short. Oh, maybe I do 1 long one that way, and then 3 that way. Yeah, that'll work. Yeah. Okay. Like here, so. Nice. Okay. Okay. Nice. I think that's pretty ideal, actually. Those are good sized. I'm quite happy with that. Yeah, got 4 sheets ready to go. There you go. Now I look like a hitchhiker. Rip, the net slowly dies from that exact thing. Okay, I think we're ready to hitchhike. That was ripped. Yeah, it's already ripped. This mesh is kind of annoying for that because it's just big enough that it constantly catches on there. I had ones that are like still kind of mesh, but really, really fine mesh where the corners aren't even digging into it so much. If that makes sense, I don't know. So this one, ever since I first got it, kind of slowly just, like I've had this backpack since, it was my first trip. Oh, I got it for hitchhiking to TwitchCon Amsterdam that got canceled because of COVID. So I got this in 2020. Is it snowing outside? I don't think it's snowing right now. I think if it is anything, it's raining. It's supposed to snow later. Okay. That's a very slow door. It is raining though. But yeah, I almost took today off. And like I don't have many days, so it would have been, you know, making my timing even tighter. So back. So I don't know if you see that sign. Nordkostbanen on that sign, that's where we're trying to go, E8. And then after that, that's when we're trying to go, start heading south. Is it still E8 or is it switched to E6 or something like that? I forget. Real thing camera umbrella? Yeah, it is. My janky little custom camera umbrella. E8 Nordkostbanen and then E6 south, correct? Yeah. All right, so that's what we're doing. So that Nordkostbanen, it's like an hour. Kind of like that green on that Porsche. What's people's impressions of the 4-door? I think that was controversial when they released that. Because people think Porsches should be 2 doors. Where's TwitchCon? Rotterdam. 3,000 kilometers south of here. Okay. Some way, shape, or form I gotta get over a bridge. It's a big bridge that we go over. Rotterdam, San Diego next couple years. Yeah, Rotterdam at least 1 more year after this. Maybe another after that. I'm not sure. They signed some kind of contract or something. And then, did they do that for San Diego as well? They're both good venues. But this year might actually be the first year I voluntarily skip a TwitchCon. I've been to every TwitchCon since I've started streaming, but I probably won't go to San Diego this year. Because I'm Canadian. These were the days. That was one of my favorite trips. Miss the Florida humidity. I don't even know, like, last year was the first time I ever did, like, just across America to go to TwitchCon. I hitchhiked from Jacksonville, Florida to San Diego. Yeah, here's our bridge. If I did do it this year, like, historically I'd go from Newfoundland, Canada, the far east coast of Canada, and then hitchhike across the whole continent. I don't know why I'm effing, like, the internet's really fast here. I only have one network currently, I want to have two. Now I'm too warm. As soon as I start walking. I did a speed test from my hotel this morning. I had like 700 megabits per second download. Like 50 megabits up, but like still 700 down? Crazy. So I don't think that F is the network's problem. I think it's my tech doing some weird thing. So big bridge. Like volume suddenly increased, but probably switched off the mic. Rotating cover the camera. Yeah, it's been raining, so. I'm about to start sweating, which is actually really not good, so I might stop here and take a layer off, because it's a bad combination when it's cold and you start sweating. That's how you can kind of screw yourself over. Okay. I don't know what I want to wear for layers right this second. It has stopped raining as well. Still in Edmonton? Yeah, I live in Edmonton still, which is okay. I miss the island, but like, if I'm gonna continue doing this, it's just so much cheaper to live in Edmonton than it is anywhere on Vancouver Island. Can you hear me okay? Okay. Also, I couldn't find my really lightweight down jacket. I don't know where that is. I couldn't find two of my clothing pieces that I really wanted to bring on this trip. Actually, I'd probably take the hat off. It's not raining at all right now. Annoyingly, if it does start, I'm gonna have to take the everything off to put this back on, but okay. This backpack's slowly dying too. It's all delaminating on the inside. Phone mic at the moment, I believe, too much environmental sense. Like, the bridge is loud, but I believe you, it probably is the phone mic. Mic check. Okay, I'm gonna whisper. You guys tell me if it's on. Am I on the mic right now? Okay, tell me. Let's show the construction to the right. What are they doing? Doing something. Whoa. Okay, it's focusing on that. But anyway, you get the point. Oh, it's stuck on 5x. Alright. Oh, my fly is open. No way. I never trust Twitch chat anymore. I've been burned too many times, but night. cardio, but just general fitness. And my flexibility is really poor, so I was working on some of that. Imagine hitchhiking with a bike in 25. I miss my Brompton so much. I wish I had it. This would have been such a quick little ride to get to the hitchhiking spot, but instead it's like a full pilgrimage. Or it's a lot narrower than the US. Yeah, it's one of my biggest complaints with hitchhiking in Norway, and biking too at times, was how narrow they are. And then on Norwegian roads, it's very common for them to have permanent metal railings. Like right now, you'd want it on the bridge and stuff like that. But you'll just go on some lonely road, and there's still a metal barrier stopping you from driving off the road. But it's just people can't stop their car without blocking the entire lane of traffic. If someone breaks down, or if they say they want to pick up a hitchhiker, they just have to block all traffic. Should show the view. Did you get it? This kind of blocks it a little bit, but yeah, I should show the back at the city. Ooh, it's a little glitchy. Ride two bikes at the same time. What would you do with $1 million? Two bikes at the same time. Looks cold. It is 4 degrees, raining. Forecasted this afternoon for snow. I think pretty much as soon as I go inland, it'll snow. Which we are going inland today if we get a ride. One thing I'm really looking forward to do is camping. I love sleeping outside. Oh, they do the Lovelock Bridge thing here. Interesting. They used to have to get to Rotterdam. It's 10.5 days. The half day is the last day because it's registration day, and the goal is to actually get there in time for registration. Because in theory, I could come the next day and I'd still make it for TwitchCon, I guess. But that first day, stuff already starts. The partner party's that day. It's kind of really the first day of everything going on. Show content gloves. I have gloves with me. They are the folding finger gloves that I had on the Korea bike trip. I love those gloves. Unfortunately, they're black. My other hitchhiking gloves, if I'm hitchhiking on a colder trip, are bright orange. But they don't have the folders that flip back, which for streaming is super convenient because trying to use touch screens with gloves is annoying. When I landed, I in my head I just kind of assumed that the snow had melted because we're close to June now. Nope. Thumb calisthenics? Yeah, my thumb has not been used for hitchhiking in a while now. Capsaicin with the 2 months. My legs stopped showing up. 3,000 kilometers in 10 days is crazy. It's 300 kilometers a day. in hitchhiking terms, that's for spread out places. It's very manageable. Well, it really depends how things go. Every time I go back to hitchhiking, I'm like, well, maybe things have changed. Maybe things are harder now. Am my alert still working? Let me try and replay this. Event is replaying, but I don't hear it. Hello? Alerts break after media share. Forever? Have to restart the app. Oh, that's rude. Ever hitchhike on a motorcycle? One motorcycle and a bunch of scooters. Most of those scooters, like mopeds, were in Malaysia. Oh, that's why it does this. Why does it do it one by one? I have to ask why. When I restart the app, I have it set up to like load the past 50 or 100 messages or something like that, because it helps, like, if I've been disconnected for a while, give me context about what's being talked about. But when it did that before, it loaded them all in like a big chunk, but now it's doing them like one by one, kind of slowly. Install sound assist. Oh yeah, this is a new phone that I haven't used with. StreamBuddy before, so I haven't set that up. Was that the Samsung app, like not through the Google Play Store, but through the Samsung App Store thing? Correct, yeah, okay. I'll have to do that at some point. Okay, so how much further do I have to go? Just after there's a roundabout coming up, and not too long. That's where I will be hitchhiking from. There's a small, very, very small lay-by just after it, which will be a recurring theme for most of this trip. Really small roads. No problem. This trip, I wish, if it was just going to be a hitchhiking trip, I would have brought it, but I flew here with my full-size touring bike and gear for a bike tour that I'll be doing after TwitchCon. And bringing 2 bikes seems a little excessive. Okay, so I flew here. People ask frequently like how the whole like flying with your bike thing works. It's a fair question because it's kind of an awkward thing to fly with. But I found like a good one-way ticket with KLM out of Edmonton, where I live now. There's only one flight that flies direct to Europe from Edmonton. So I was expecting I'd have to connect through like Vancouver, Toronto, or something like that. But the cheapest ticket was actually on KLM, direct from Edmonton to Amsterdam and then north to Norway from there. It's like $520 Canadian or something like that, which is a good deal, I think, for fairly last-minute flight booking. And I looked beforehand, I'm like, okay, they do take bicycles, but they didn't advertise the price. I'm like, okay, it doesn't sound so good. But like every other airline, like Air Canada was like $1,300 or something like that. So I'm like, well, it can't be that much money that would make Air Canada cheaper, because Air Canada is just $50 to bring a bike, which is, I think, a good deal. Anyway, I didn't find out until checking in, because I tried calling about it and KLM's customer support was useless, so that wasn't helpful, because they said online that you're supposed to book it beforehand, and I tried and they couldn't do anything, so that was annoying. But anyway, when I paid at the airport to pay for my bike and one check bag, because for whatever reason my ticket didn't include a normal check bag, which they usually do, $265. Ouch. Can I play classic burglar mask? I'm playing cockpit windows because they run you money. Okay, but the thing is with bikes, they're actually like one of the most bike-friendly airlines. $50 for a bike, Canadian. It's like $40 US or whatever. It's fine. It is a big, awkward piece of luggage, so like, I expect a fee. But some airlines are nice. Like, I think it was American Airlines, surprisingly. They just charge it like any normal piece of luggage. Like if it's within your baggage allowance, it's free. If it's, you know, an extra bag, you pay as much as any other bag. I gotta cross the road here, I guess. See, but like, this is a classic Norwegian road, like up here. There would be a little bit of room to walk or bike or do anything.
61 just
But they put up
resubscribed for 10
these
months.
barriers. And like, it probably makes it safer for drivers. If they do go off the road, it keeps them from going off, say, this embankment on the right. Accolade, thanks for the 10 months. But like, for a little old hitchhiker me, like, sad. Yeah. Now I get to stare at traffic for a while, waiting for a clearing. That Tesla tried to stop for me, but I'm like, there's 2 lanes of traffic. You're not the only one here. I appreciate it, though. One day. Do 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 do. Ever seen a hitchhiker in Norway? First time I hitchhiked in Norway in 2015 was I hitchhiked. I flew from Shetland Islands, to Bergen, and then I hitchhiked north to Trondheim and east into Sweden. But like, I think they drove me to Trondheim. I got picked up by this guy, and it was a guy and a girl up front, and the girl was a hitchhiker as well. And apparently what they did was they're driving up, they saw me, and then the driver's like, "Hey, should I pick up that hitchhiker as well?" And she's like, "Of course, yeah." So then they picked me up too. So there was at least one other person that I met that hitchhiked in Norway. I had no rides, because I've been here a few times hitchhiking. I've never had any rides getting picked up. My wait times are usually not too long. The biggest annoyance is just like how narrow the roads are and how there isn't like room for cars to pull over. Would you hitchhike the mountains? I've hitchhiked like over many mountains on a roadway as a Canadian from the West Coast, which is notably mountainous. Story bike. Armand Hannibal, he's probably here, has a friend up here, and he stored my bike trailer here for like 2 years, and he came by and grabbed the bike and stuff that I flew here with, and is storing that as well until I come back after TwitchCon, and then he will be getting my bike and stuff back to me, and I'll be starting riding stuff. I'm actually quite looking forward to doing a bike tour. I feel like in relatively good shape. I'm heavy compared to usual because I put on a good bit of mass. Actually, 180 pounds when I crossed that line. I probably actually have lost like 5 pounds or something already because I haven't been eating that much the past week and a bit or something. But for my height, that puts me into a BMI category of overweight. So that was my first time being technically classified as overweight. I don't think I looked it because it was like some healthy mass. Put on some muscle. So actually I'm curious how my feet will respond, because like I've been going to the gym, I've been in spin class, yoga. Notably, all those don't really involve me like walking a lot. It's actually like putting a lot of load on my feet as I'm walking. Because a lot of times when I hitchhike, my feet get sore for the first week or something like that, until the soles of my feet just adapt to just weight of me and backpack walking. But backpack's fairly heavy, and then I'm fairly heavy. So I bet my feet are going to complain. No data for Norway. Did we cut out again? We really shouldn't be. And I do want to put a second connection on here because right now the SIM card, there is no SIM card in this phone, so I need to put one in here to get the internal connection. Oh, average wait times. Okay, because we've been having it cut out occasionally in a city with like kind of absurdly fast internet. It's one of the fastest speed tests for at least download speed that I've had.
just subscribed.
700 megabits per second. We'd be Leggy. Thanks for the 8-month reset. Okay, so up here's the roundabout. Did they put a little frickin' bollard on there? I think they did. There's a tiny little pull out just after the roundabout as you head out of town, and they put like it looks like a random pole there to stop people from parking their car there. Which is notably very annoying. I don't know why Norway is so much like against people stopping their cars. No, okay. So yeah, I'll show you what I'm looking at. I think it's just
Blind
stopping people
Zero by just subscribed
from
with
hitting
Twitch Prime.
When I was at a different angle, I thought it was in the middle of that thing. It's really small, I know, but like that's about as much as I can ask for in Norway. Blind Copper Copy, thanks for the 16-month reset. So should I just walk along here? I'll probably go to that parking lot over there and then just cross. Okay. It's pretty small WTF. Why is it even there? I don't know. So there's actually like a hitchhiking Wikipedia, and there's a website or a map website attached to that where people can put little pins on a map of the world and be like, I hitchhiked here and it was good, bad, medium, and write a little anecdote about that. Very useful for getting out of cities. And I haven't hitchhiked south of Tromsø before, well, kind of east. No, I've never hitchhiked at Tromsø at all. The furthest north I've hitchhiked is
Wicked
Trondheim.
1K is continuing the gift sub they got from Anonymous.
I've only been up here on my bike before. I forget how those continue gifted sub things work, but thank you. But anyway, since I hadn't hitchhiked here before, the most complicated part of hitchhiking is usually getting out of like bigger cities. This isn't that big of a city, but for Norway in the Arctic, it is about as big as it gets. So this city is just like lots of weird road infrastructure and stuff like that, and you want to find an appropriate spot to hitchhike. I don't know if I need a sign here. I got lots of cardboard, so I can rip out a sign real quick if I need to. I don't really want to walk over there just to cross. So I'll go across here.
Alaluna just resubscribed for 13 months. Hitch hey.
Alaluna. So is it? Yeah, thanks for the 13 months. The rain is picking up again. I'm probably going to put the hat back on. So if I go over here, what's this? Underneath this cover or something like that.
Woodworks 14 just resubscribed for 4 months. Ganjith Edel.
Woodworks, thanks for the 4 months. What's this? Looks under construction.
Wicked 1K just subscribed with Twitch Prime. Official pop-up now.
Wicked Mike, thanks for 30 months. Ooh. Okay, no, that is an automatic door. That's going to be annoying. Oh yeah, I'm triggering it again. Letting all their nice warm air out. Is this place open or closed? I think it's open. They got some benches out front, but I think they're for like customers. What place with that hat on here? Norwegians don't like spam? What's up with that? Is it still just constantly open? It is. I'm not even close. This door still opens. It'll start closing. Let's see what it does it again. I'm so far away. I think I broke it by using it as intended. Yeah, okay, that's all. Yeah, it's just kind of raining, and I got to decide if I want to sign. You won't close. And it's cold out. It's not good for. They're going to be paying to heat the outside right now. Great Road Public Access Camp any forest lines keep 150 minutes from a house. Yeah, when I rode my bike up the coast of Norway 2 years ago to Nordkapp, I use that a lot. I sleep in a tent most nights when I'm traveling, and that's one of my favorite things about a lot of Northern Europe. Norway's like that, Sweden's like that, I think. Scotland's like that. Denmark isn't like that, but they got these like free shelters you can sleep in everywhere. Those are pretty nice. Actually, really nice. They're in some cool spots. And then what's Finland like? I haven't been there. Can you do that in Finland? Just put you guys on here. Hopefully you don't fall. Yeah. Can walk in Denmark now too. There's a map for areas. Oh, you just have to go to like spots that are officially like allowed. Because yeah, Norway is just like, oh yeah, hat. It is raining quite a bit. I'll give it a second, see if it cools off. You can camp on public land, private land, most land, unless they've made a specific rule for that area. Like in, where's that famous, take a ferry there.
McPastor just subscribed with Twitch Prime.
Everyone like drives up north of Norway to go there. Anyway, you can't wild camp there. Lofoten, that's the one, or however you pronounce it. Can I not scroll that? That doesn't let me scroll up on that. But thank you for the 4-month reset. When you start this trip today. I landed at like 7 p.m. last night. Wait, what was I getting? I didn't need to, I just wanted this. This is all I wanted. But I am deciding if I want to make a sign or not. I want to look at a map real quick. Because I still feel quite in town here. An issue with in-town traffic is just a lot of local traffic. So having something that even says you're just like at least leaving the city, because some people don't see hitchhikers. They'll see a hitchhiker and be like, does he want to go like 300 meters down the road? I can take him 300 meters down the road till where I'm turning off to go home. Like it's, yeah, it kind of just continues as like neighborhoods for a while. The first place I'm trying to get through is like Nordkostbotn, which is notably a very long name, but I could rip out a sign really quick because I got lots of cardboard at the moment. This is an hour down the road. Let's just really quickly make a sign. I think I gotta put this on. Okay. Hat. Nice. So that's a good sign. I want to get past, once there you'll be on the path of no sign you. But like, because I'm going to Northcoast Botten, which is southeast.
Salis
But then we're going like
just
northeast to
resubscribed
Ski
for 27
Botten.
months. Welcome back, you sexy thing.
Then we're going south on E8, southeast, but like mostly south. Who's that? Salicylic. Thanks for the 27-month resub. You think just south would be fine enough? Yeah. But I might as well make it okay, because like, I'm going to be going south for like 90% of this trip. I guess I can use the big one and try to make it look okay. I haven't made a hitchhiking sign in a while. Let's make a sore sign. Yeah, like, everyone in Norway speaks English, and like, I've historically been a proponent of like loudly advertising that I'm a tourist. As long as like it's a country that fairly widely speaks English, I just announce that I'm an English speaking person by writing English signs. This cardboard's gonna disintegrate if it gets wet though. This is really thin cardboard too. It is nice. There's one big sheet that they gave me, but like it doesn't have good structural integrity. Source short and south. I know, but I'm only gonna be in Norway for so long. Well, honestly, if I get like a couple decent rides, I'll be in Finland today. Actually, what's south in Finnish? Finnish is a very unique language, right? Like it doesn't share much in common with much of anything, does it? So equals beer in Hungarian. Multi-use sign. In Norway I can say south. In Hungary it can be beer. Well, I'm hitchhiking going like this with a beer sign. Okay. South. Okay. I just use like a ballpoint pen to get like initial spacing, so I don't like screw things up too bad. This ballpoint pen is not currently writing much. Come on, start writing. There you go. Come on. Jesus. This pen is being annoying. Sure. To south? I'm just writing in English. Okay, you go there. Oh yeah. Magnum. Gotta rock the Magnum Sharpie. Okay, there we go. The cardboard's already wet. The Sharpie's going on like smudgy like. I'm probably gonna make not the best sign ever, and if I'm gonna reuse it, just like improve upon it later. See how it's like smudgy? What the heck? I feel like I don't remember writing on a wet sign before, so yeah. Can we find a big one? Are you saying my pen isn't big? I am highly offended by that.
Wasabi Cashew just gifted 5 subs to the community.
Wasabi Cashew with the 5 gifted subs. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. There's a car. This sign will probably just get disintegrated in the rain anyway, so this isn't the biggest deal in the world. Cardboard just melts when it gets wet. Very sad. Okay, whatever. Very quick scribble of, oh, it looks so bad with the smudginess. When the smudginess dries, I'm like, I have sign, like, I just like nice hitchhiking signs. Because if you have bad signs, then people are gonna, like, think less of you or something.
Collected One just resubscribed for 17 months. The day is today.
Collected One, thanks for the 17 months. Today is the day. I think there was one person that guessed in my Twitch chat, like they just posted in my Twitch chat, while I was getting stuff ready, today is the day. Unless it was like, I was talking to Hannibal for the past few weeks, telling him my plans, because he's helping me with a ton of stuff just on the stream, but then also like logistics with the bike and stuff like that, and picking up my trailer and stuff like that. So he's been my point man, helping me sort out how to get back into streaming after all these months. Whatever, fine. See, and it's really thin, so it folds on really easily. Your hat bill's gonna catch the rain, maybe. Okay. Yeah. Nope. You just go in there temporarily. Never believe that mods are mostly in the dark anymore. Like they still are.
Us just subscribed. Thank you.
Okay. Oast? Oast? I feel like there's a specific way you might want to pronounce that, but I don't know. Oast, thanks for the sub. Welcome to the Twitch Hackers. Biking or hitchhiking? Hitchhiking. I just made a hitchhiking sign. I'll put my clothes back on because I'm going to get cold pretty fast. So this is my old hitchhiking down jacket. I've had this one since I started hitchhiking. It's got holes in the back that I've taped over the years. Okay, nearly lost that. Which I think gives it character. Got no idea myself, I just like the name short. Yeah, no, it's hard to get a 4-letter name on any kind of social media anymore.
For 34 months. Yo, is this tuck to your tuck?
Tuck to tuck. It's not, but it is in the Arctic Circle, much like tuck. Okay, when people actually know how to pronounce it, they tell me I say it wrong. Tuck toyak tuck. There's a more accurate way of pronouncing it, apparently, but I don't know what that is. So yeah, just behind me. Just to the right, like pretty much here, like the hitchhiking on the other side there. Super small spot, but like this is Europe. Most cars are small, so you know what? It's fine. Also, this jacket's falling apart. This is like seam sealant tape stuff. That's all falling off. The bottom hem here is just like broken. I bought a lot of my outdoor gear when I used to get like pro deals from selling the gear, and it's really hard for me to convince myself to buy new gear at retail price. Because like I could usually get stuff like 75% off as someone selling this stuff. And I'm like, okay, that makes it much more manageable. I'm gonna have to get my mic out here.
Says 1M cheered 100 bits, so you are a hobo.
Heck yeah. You some kind of hobo or something? Oh yeah, this is the other thing channel points are for. It's for gambling how long it'll take for me to hitchhike.
Subscribed with Twitch Prime.
Southie, thanks for the 2 months. It's called a drifter nowadays, is it? I don't know. But like historically on the stream, people always ask like, pretty much like, are you a hobo? Are you this? Are you that? Like they want to attach a name to it, and then usually I'm not a big like name attachment person. I'm just like I just like hitchhiking.
Milk.
I'm just traveling via the means of hitchhiking. Is gear more affordable in Europe? Well, especially like here in Norway, everything's more expensive. So, for me as a Canadian, it's usually cheaper for me to buy stuff just in Canada. And then also if I'm home, like I can wait for there to be like some kind of sale or something like that. Okay. South side. I can just have it out. Don't fly away. If we get a gust, that is going to fly. That didn't take long. Now I should be able to hitchhike within 30 minutes to an hour. Well, then you can cast a vote for that. I don't know how hyper-specific Hannibal made the... Oh, up to 5 minutes, 5 to 15, 15 to 30, 30 to 45, 45 to an hour. Whew, that is, those are narrow. It's gonna be hard to win this one. Why not go from Tromsø to Kiruna? I don't know where that is. Yeah. We're inside your pocket. Oh yeah. Mike. Northern Sweden mining town, but like, what would that do for me? I'm just trying to get to, well, the Netherlands. The fastest way to get south is not to go on the coast. I don't know if it's like a coastal town south. The fastest way is to go inland. Okay. It's gonna take a minute to cross this. Time of the day is awesome. Busy piece of road here. Okay, I'll show off the spot. But yeah, so when I'm doing a TwitchCon trip, like what you're trying to do on the trip is very much like get somewhere quickly. So for Norway, this is actually good. It's wide, it's just not very long, and if they pass you by, then they're gone. Now, like, it's likely not that hard for them to, like, do a U-turn at another roundabout or something like that and come back. There's, like, a full-on, like, parking spot here, which is kind of unique. But anyway, I'm going to stand at the front of the spot, like, kind of where it's grass there, and then hopefully people will pull in just behind me. But yeah, hitchhiking. Let's get it done. Front. Okay. Alright. There you go. So gonna put my chat phone behind the sign so I can read chat easier between cars. Yeah. Sign is not upside down. I have done that before. Okay. Good to go.
Racing Cowboy just resubscribed for 28 months. Yay, Hitch heart.
First car had a big wave. That's a good sign. Ah. Nice sign. Usually I spend a long time making the letters really thick and neat and big. This time I was lazy. We actually have a nice waterfront view here. I don't know if you guys can see much over here, but we are like right on the water. It's been a while. I'm gonna put my backpack down at some point.
Dr. Better just resubscribed.
I didn't, and it's quite muddy.
Thumbs up, boys. Let's go.
Dr. Patter, thanks for 6 months. Get a sore thumb. Like, it's not the thumb that gets sore, it's actually like the shoulder muscle. Like, you'd think holding your arm straight out, like, arm isn't that heavy, it shouldn't take that much, but it just gets really fatigued from just being held there. Arm out of practice? Yeah. Well, the thing's like, I have been going to the gym, so my shoulder muscles are a bit shoulder than they've been, or a bit stronger than they've been, rather. But also, the strength I'm getting from like going to the gym is very much like higher max strength, not like endurance strength. I'm working on the wrong type of strength, technically, for this. Like, to get better at that, I just need to hitchhike, really. I just need to train my body how to like hold my arm up for a very long period of time. So this is my gym now. Yeah, I look more intimidating. Well, I probably look rather thick right now because I got
Iceberg
4 layers on.
2768 just resubscribed for 57 months. We are so back.
Iceberg, thanks for the 57 months. Appreciate it.
Montana Black Fanboy 97 just subscribed with Twitch Prime, epic streamer.
And Montana Black Fanboy, thanks for the 4-month primary sub. Where's Canute when you need him? He, like, dude was like 2,000 kilometers south of here. He was just outside Oslo, right? Hey, where are you heading to?
I'm going to Bardufoss. It's like a 3-hour drive.
Oh, is it really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Where are you going?
Well, the Netherlands, but anywhere south is helping me, so I'm going to like down to E6.
If it's south, I'm going.
Are you at least going through like Nordkostbotten? Yeah.
I'm
So at least through there, that would help me. Before I hop in, so this might sound weird, but I make a live video documentary about what it's like to hitchhike in different countries. I have a camera. I don't have to point at you. I can just point at the front.
Okay.
Is that okay to have in the van?
Yeah, it's okay.
Okay.
Do you mind that I smoke?
No, I don't mind at all. Do you want my stuff in the backpack or the back seat?
I think it's best in the back.
Yeah, I got it. Thank you. Thank you so much for stopping, though.
Do you want to sit in the front one or?
Sure, yeah. Yeah, unless there's too much stuff, it's not a big deal. that didn't take long. Sweet.
But it's a good spot you are standing. You have to stand in a place where the cars don't drive
Oh, yeah.
fast.
It's hard in Norway because the roads are really narrow. Like, I'm from Canada and we got like big wide roads, so
Yeah.
you can stand kind of anywhere and people can stop. But here, not so much. So, are you driving home? Is that where you live? 3 hours in?
Yeah, I live 3 hours away. I'm in the city here in the hospital check.
Okay.
So, and then I live on a small island.
Oh, really?
In Tromsø, yes.
Yeah.
So going home there now. And it's a 3 hours drive, so it's good to... I've been hitchhiking also.
You have?
Yeah,
Okay.
so,
Just in Norway or other places too?
through from Denmark up to Finland, all the Estonian countries.
Okay. Yeah.
Holland, Germany, so yes. And you really have difference. For example, I'm originally from Denmark.
Yeah.
And there were shit stuff. I was not very proud of my country. In other places, it was much more easy.
Yeah.
So.
Which is funny because I do a lot of hitchhiking now too, like all over Europe, Canada, US, Asia, some. And then I do it enough that we like log average wait times to compare countries to see how long it takes. And yeah, some countries are very different than others. But yeah, the longest countries are United States and Spain are kind of like, yeah. For Europe, Spain is the slowest for sure.
Yeah.
And then the fastest countries were like Ireland and Fiji.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, and it's also, you will expect the people who have a caravan that they will stop because they're like a little more... Like
They don't though.
They don't.
They don't.
So,
I think like decades ago, yeah, that might have been the case. But now when people have like caravans, like the mentality has changed. It's different. Let's see if I can change the autofocus. Do you see many people hitchhiking in Norway anymore, or no?
more in the summertime.
Almost summer.
More summer, yes.
Because like I think it just crossed now in Tromsø that the sun doesn't set now.
No.
I think we're just at that point, which to me sounds like summer.
You have a spring who is like a blink of an eye, and then it's summer. So
yeah.
So we just had the snow disappearing, and the grass start to grow, and then very shortly it will be summer. Where in Denmark you have like a month or longer, but it's very, very short.
Do you like the aggressive seasons here, like how it goes?
I do.
Yeah.
That's one of the reasons why I live here. I really like the nature, and every season here have its charm.
Yeah.
So even so, the winter is quite long, and after 7 months of white and darkness, you are hungry to see color.
I bet.
So
But do you like the winter too?
yeah, I do.
Yeah.
My husband and I, we have a small tourist company.
Oh yeah.
So he's from France, and our niche market is to have French people coming who want to explore like the Arctic.
Yeah.
So he's nature, he's what is it called in English? So he study a lot of, he have a lot of knowledge in fauna, in flowers and all this. And I've also been working as a wilderness guide in Finland for many years. So he know how to deal with cold. So people, they come to push it in their comfort zone with us and stay for 1 week. But we are very small. We only want to do like a family group or friends.
Okay, yeah.
Tours, So for winter, it's many activities to do, but it's all physical. You have to use your body.
Wacko_night just subscribe.
Sorry. So it's like hiking and exploring and
Yes.
And then a lot of people come up in the winter for, I guess, like Northern Lights and stuff like that. Yeah.
Yeah. But we had earlier we worked for like a big tourist company, and we have group, let's say 40 people in one group, and they sell Northern Lights events.
Yeah.
Very expensive, and with us it's like you don't pay for something to go see a rainbow. We take it as part of the week. We look, we see when it's a good time to see it. But in this big tourist company, they are selling every evening, even so that the activity is very low of the sun, and so and it's overclouded or something. So then you are there as a guide, and you're like, it's overclouded, but you see a little green in the clouds, you know. So it's very nice to sell it like that.
Okay.
So we want we don't want to take advantage like that.
So you said your partner is like the one experienced with tourism and the outdoor nature.
Yeah.
Did you also have a lot of experience with that, or was that newer for you?
I was my interest of nature was I studied dog and wolf behavior. So I've been also in America and France, been working with wolf here in Norway.
Yeah.
Then I had I also worked with sled dogs, but then I had an accident. I crushed my full hand.
Oh.
So then I had to change a little my point of view of I had difficult to be outside in the cold for very long. My hand the blood doesn't flow good, so I get very fast cold. So now I changed my direction. So I work as an accountant, office work.
Okay.
Yeah, but I still with my company, with my husband, I do all the taking care, making food, and
Yeah.
so it's a nice company.
But like, it complements each other. Like, what your husband does and what you do, that is everything in the company now. So.
Because me, I don't have the nerves to go take people on boat, on pike rafting, and all these adventures. And me, I work backstage. I make sure that everything is packed and ready to go. So it's a good combination.
Do you like advertise the types of adventures people can go on, or do you have people call you up and be like, I want to go fishing, can you take me fishing?
So it's people when we have not been so good to market ourselves, but we get people from other people who've been with us, so they say, you should contact these people. So they are a little already nature directed. And then we customize what people would like to experience. But we do explain that we don't want to use a snowmobile, or for that matter actually also sled dogging. We want people to do their effort themselves, use their body. So my husband, he took 3 young guys through the national park of Sarek, which is the biggest national park in Europe. It's placed
Is it really?
Yeah, it's placed in Sweden.
Oh.
And there it was like they have their backpack, it's maybe 20 kilo.
Yeah.
Crossing this for 6 days or something.
Is this winter or summer?
Yeah, this was in August.
Okay.
But it was a lot of rain, and it was a hard time for the boys.
Yeah.
They loved it afterwards. Maybe not in the moment, but this was really
I have a
big change.
I call that type 2 fun.
Yeah.
Type 1 fun is when it's fun as you're doing it, like something you just enjoy doing. Type 2 fun.
Yeah.
What, Brandon? No, fuck off. I'll call you back.
Very cold night. I think it was around minus 30.
Yeah.
And my husband, when he wake up, he didn't feel his feet, so he had to go in deep snow. And I collected things to make a fire.
Yeah.
And just the night was horrible because we put our sleeping bags together.
Yeah.
So it was okay warm, but if one was moving, you get all the cold
the draft comes in. Yeah.
It was super. You didn't sleep that well.
'Cause, yeah. Usually for cold night camping, like it's much easier to have your own like individual sleeping bag, like that you have 100% control over.
Yes.
Because I did a hitchhiking trip to the Canadian Arctic in February, March. Well, that's now how many years ago? 2017, like 8 years ago. And my coldest day was like about -40.
Oh, and it's painful in the lungs when it's.
Yeah, breathing doesn't feel so good anymore.
You don't want to run from a bear or something.
Yeah.
No, but that's. And did you do anything special for the placement of your tent? Because we put like a lot of branches on top of the snow.
I had at the time I was working at an outdoor gear store selling stuff, so
Okay.
I had access to either really cheap gear or when you're doing a trip, I could talk to my manager and he'd contact the brands and they'd just give you stuff to test out because then you could sell it better once you have used it in person.
Yeah.
So they gave me like a -40 sleeping bag and a 4-season tent, and one of my coworkers had a really well insulated sleeping pad.
Yeah.
So honestly, when it was like quite cold out and it wasn't windy, the few nights I stayed out, I just laid my sleeping pad directly on the snow and laid out. Because for me it was quite cool because like on a clear night, if it wasn't like cloudy or whatever, like I could just see the northern lights just as I'm sleeping outside in the snow. But if it was windy, then I'd set up the tent because then you become a snowdrift.
Yeah. No, and just sleeping bag for -40. That's very expensive.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then usually you have to give them back, but they didn't make me even give it back. So
Maybe after you travel for 3 weeks without a shower, they say you can keep it.
That's true. We can't sell this anymore. No one wants it anymore.
Because when we travel and hitchhike, we did take a train at some point. I think it was in Sweden.
Yeah.
And since I'm Danish, I do understand the language. And I hear some girls say that they smell like a moose. Because we've been making fires and not showering that often.
Well, no, I know that life. I remember I had a girl who picked me up hitchhiking in Wales, and the people that watched this, they asked her what I smelled like, and she's like, "Smells like a bear."
Yeah. So did you have any encounter with the bears?
In Canada, several times.
Yeah.
Pretty much, mostly when just camping, and then if I do a bad job of like isolating my food separately from my equipment, sometimes I'm lazy and I don't. So I've had them like trying to tear into my bags and stuff before.
Okay. Yeah, because they also advise if you are like brushing your teeth, the bears they like this mint smell, so it's good to go just a little away.
So it's only happened once where they were trying to get into my stuff, but there was only one thing in my bag. There was a cherry Danish strudel, like a little pastry.
Yeah.
And then I have my toiletry bag, so it stole my pastry, and then it dug into my toiletry bag, and I think it was the toothpaste it was smelling.
Yeah.
And then my toiletry bag was kind of scattered, but nothing was. They decided they didn't want to eat the toothpaste; it just smelled good.
Yeah. Wow.
And that was the extent of that. Because we got a lot of bears. You have some here, but there isn't many, right?
No, they're quite shy.
Yeah.
You have all this area up here. They have all the farm animals free in the nature. So if just one predator causes little problems, for example, a bear is quite violent. If they go kill sheep, they will take maybe just the titties. I don't know the right term for that. Yeah, they just take the milk part. This is what they love, and then they go to take the next one.
Oh, because there's so many, they don't have to like.
Yeah,
they
it's
just it's like a delicacy. They just get the good parts.
We actually called some of these sheep for the synthetic breed. So you have the more wild Norwegian sheep who are very much more alert, and they have like big horn. And then you have the other ones which if they tip in nature, they don't manage to get up again. And so these one are it's easier prey for a predator.
Yeah.
So definitely. So yes. So if a bear come and make a problem in an area, he will be eliminated.
Do the farmers out here? Do they have like rifles and stuff for?
Yeah, they are allowed to shoot to protect
for livestock.
But I've seen also where the Sami people, they protect their reindeers, but then to finish, they get into problem with the government.
Oh, okay.
Because maybe they can't prove or something, and then it's a big stress for the people who actually are there to take care of the animals.
Because the bear population's like quite low still, right? Like it's, is it classified as endangered or no? It's just small.
It's small, if I remember right. In Sweden, there's an area I went also attending outside, and there it was many evidence of a bear. I didn't see visually a bear, but I see we had walked, and then we decided to go back, and it was footprint on top of our footprint.
So like very recent,
and shit with the purple because they eat all the blueberries.
Yeah.
So there was many bears.
Is there? Yeah. So 2 years ago, I rode my bike from Belgium up to Noordkaap, and then part of this trip is, well, I just flew to Tromsø yesterday, and now I'm hitchhiking to Rotterdam for a convention.
Yeah.
But I flew here with my bicycle and all my gear, and it's just stored here for a couple weeks because I have a convention at the end of the month in Rotterdam. Then I'm going to fly back again and then ride south through Finland. But yeah. But 2 years ago.
I pick you up because it's very original. Yeah.
2 years I rode all the way up the west coast of Norway, and that was amazing. But like it was fun to like once I was up here with like the cloudberries and the blueberries to.
Yeah, that's like candy.
Yeah.
It's very very good, but it's a little risky on bike on these roads.
I like. So the west coast had like the Eurovelo 1. It's like a official bike route. And a lot of the roads are really slow, and they're narrow, but they don't have that much traffic on a lot of them.
No.
So it didn't feel. So I hate to be on roads like this because they get a bit faster and there is no room.
No.
But sometimes you have to be.
Yeah, and it's. Have you been in this area with the Lofoten?
Yes. Yeah.
There's
that was
also very very narrow roads.
Yes.
Beautiful area.
Yeah, it was really nice. And then one of the things I love most about Norway is. You'll have to correct my pronunciation, but it's like Almensraten, like all man's right, so you can camp kind of anywhere.
Yeah.
Except for Lofoten.
Yes. No, they slowly start to see that it's giving a too big
impact on the
impact
nature.
on them, yeah. So even because here you can drink the water from the rivers, but there it's like they test and it's full of things who come from the human body.
Yeah.
So because people they just shit 2 steps out from the little walking path.
Yeah.
So it's a little over visited.
So yeah, it makes sense. It's just to me kind of funny that you can camp anywhere in Norway except for this one spot because it's too popular.
Yes. No, and this is also to bring back for when we go with our tourists to go, for example, on a mountain hike.
Yeah.
We always choose to go places where you are not like in a line of other people who go to visit.
Yeah.
It's about being in the nature and feel like you are in the solitude and not a magnet of tourism. But it is Lofoten is a very special place also.
Because the whole time I was riding north through Norway, everyone was telling me how beautiful Lofoten would be, and I was hyping myself up so much for it. And then when I got there, it was beautiful. But like I'm like I've already seen so many places that are very much like this the whole way up the coast.
Yeah.
So like I don't think it needs to be like the one place everyone's like we got to go there because there's so much more, especially on the coast with the fjords and everything, that is to me equal to Lofoten as far as natural beauty is concerned.
So there where I live on this island, you have a bigger island next to it. It's called Senja.
Yeah.
And Senja, it's one mountain who's been on the front page of National Geographic.
Really?
It's called. So in English, it's called the horse, Hesten.
Yeah.
So it's a very dramatic. It's a very cool-looking mountain.
Okay.
So, so there we go very often with our tourists.
Yeah. And then, like, on your winter adventures and stuff, is that, like, on foot, snowshoe, skis,
Yeah.
all of them?
All of them, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, and we provide gear also, so when people come, they don't have to invest a lot of things.
Yeah,
We-
'cause
and we
proper
want,
winter gear is expensive,
Yeah, it's
yeah.
winter gear. It's super expensive. So, but we always want to we invest in like nice quality things,
Mm-hmm.
so that our group is not all dressed in the same blue suits.
Yeah.
You see this when people go Northern Light tours. They're all dressed in the same suit.
yeah.
No, so it's nice skis, winter gear that you can stay warm.
Yeah. And do you guys do any downhill skiing too, or just like cross country kind
It's
of?
more cross
for distance, yeah.
I'm from Denmark and I'm
They
avoiding
don't have much
yeah.
vertical
I
there.
avoid what I can do with the skis. I found out with the age that our body can actually break, so I'm a little more cautious than I was when I was younger.
Well, yeah, I'm noticing that now. I just crossed 30, and I started traveling like I do, like hitchhiking and stuff, when I was 19.
Yeah.
And especially like the camping and all that, just like, I don't know,
Yeah,
that
you're-
feels harder.
You start to
Yeah.
feel more pain in your shoulders and in your hips. And,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because when I was 19, I had like a 1.5 centimeter thick little foam pad, and I slept on that on top of rocks and roots, and I'm like all contorted all over it, and I'm like, this is fine.
Yeah.
I can't do that anymore.
No, that's the older you get, the more comfort
Yeah.
in life you lead.
So now I got like really nice thick sleeping pad that still packs down small and stuff, and I'm like, I couldn't go back to
No.
the old.
But we
hard
was
ground.
traveling in French Guyana in South America.
Oh, cool.
It's like
Yeah.
north of
North-
Brazil.
Yeah.
And there we were overnighting in hammock tents. So you had like a double hammock, so
Yeah.
you could lay together without
Oh,
interrupting.
that's
each
cool.
other. Yeah, it was super nice with a little roof
Yeah.
and closed so that you don't have
For
all
the bugs?
bugs coming
Yeah.
in. And you sleep so good in a hammock.
Everyone or a lot of people pitch like hammock camping to me, and
Yeah.
like I like the idea, but I've never taken one on a trip or tried.
No.
Partially because like most places I go have plenty of trees and stuff like that, but like some random camp spots I find, I'm like, I don't think I could find anywhere to like suspend a hammock.
No.
And then you can use it as like an emergency bivouac kind of thing, like just roll yourself in the hammock, I guess, if you really needed to, but that doesn't sound fun.
No, and if you are traveling on a bike and you have limited space to with your gears.
Yeah. But like a hammock can be pretty small
Yeah,
pack space because it doesn't have the poles, it doesn't have
Oh,
that
that's
much.
true. But I was thinking our tent is like you have to have like 3 trees who are in a. It have to be good placed.
For your tent, you have to?
Yeah, for this hammock tent.
Oh, for
because
the-
it's
the
like
big
a
one.
double-
Okay, yeah,
It's
yeah.
a double tent.
Yeah.
Floating, we call it floating tent. And then.
You guys have it, or this was in South
Yeah,
America?
we have
Okay.
it. So this was if you are traveling more north, maybe one time we were in the mountain, it was a little too narrow, the trees, so you were a little rocking in the night.
I was gonna say that. The
There
further
was-
north you get, the smaller the trees
More
get.
and more slim, and it was very cold here in the north, of course, to sleep.
Yeah.
Because you get the wind underneath.
Yeah.
So, but in South America, it was perfect. It was very, very good. And then I also would prefer to lay up than down because you have snakes who like the heat from your body if you're laying on the ground.
In
That's
Guyana.
it. Yeah, you could have.
Because here you don't have snakes, right?
No, we
yeah.
don't. Up here, no.
Those cold-blooded animals would be really cold.
Yeah, they have south the viper, but not up here.
Yeah. So, like, in general, would you prefer sleeping on the ground in a tent or suspended in a hammock as a preference?
Yeah, that's very good. It depends where in the world. Where
Okay,
I am
so-
in the world. So
Which
in a
makes
warm,
sense, yeah.
warm place up, cold
Yeah.
place down. I
Okay.
would say.
'Cause, yeah, at some point, I gotta try hammocks because I don't know. I like trying new things.
Yeah, it is nice. It's about how you position your legs.
Yeah.
So if you are just laying straight, you are laying like a bow. But if you are like putting your knee
Yeah.
It's almost like you are in a very comfy, large space.
I'll look into it.
But if you take a little room in the evening, it can be difficult to get in and out of a hammock.
True,
so
yeah,
that's just a
okay.
little tip.
Yeah.
Oh, so you travel really across the world. So did you travel? So it's been more cold places you went to Canada.
I've been to some warmer places. Like I did a hitchhiking trip through Malaysia, and what else would be like a warm? Like I've been places when they're warm, but like places that are always kind of warm. Because like I did a hitchhiking trip through all of the United States, like all 50 U.S. states, in the summer, and like in the southeast, it's like this miserable humidity, wetness that just like feels like you're drowning when you breathe it in.
Yeah.
That sucks.
You open a bag of chips and they're like.
Oh, they just get soggy just from the air. Because that's where I'm from in Canada, on the far west coast. I'm from Vancouver Island. It just doesn't get very humid, nor really hot, nor really cold. It's just, it's nice.
It's quite nice, yeah.
Because for Canada, everyone thinks like the winters are like proper Arctic, like cold. You need snowmobiles to get around and stuff like that. But on the west coast, it's like it barely gets below freezing. We rarely get snow.
Yeah.
The mountains
so
do,
but when you say Canada, that's exactly what you picture.
Yeah.
This you have to go by snowmobile. So here we are in an area where they're collecting reindeers. So now they're starting to have calf in this month.
Okay.
So we will pass a fence on this side where they have reindeers.
Does their behavior change when they're doing like the calves and stuff like that? Like, do they get more aggressive, like protective?
Yeah, so the females are stressing the males. So you will see a big group of male who are just hanging out together because the females are very protective. I think they come here. So they are literally hunting and
oh yeah, they're
Probably one of the reasons they are in fence now is because of the high predation from eagles.
For the calves.
Yeah, for the calves.
Yeah.
Eagles, lynx, that kind of bear.
Yeah.
And so they have a better control over them, and then they will mark them. The small reindeer calf will get ears marked, and then they will release this inside when you are like in the sea. So you have fish who come and bite your skin on your you don't really know what it is. And we went there to see a place where there was many birds.
Yeah.
And it was so much mud that you had to go. You couldn't walk. You will go into the mud, so you had to
crawl.
Yeah, crawl.
Yeah.
Oh. Full mud.
Yeah.
It was a very, very fun experience.
And that was to look at the birds?
That was to look at birds,
yeah. Does, because in Canada, the northern parts of Canada are quite famous for bird migrations. Like in the summer they all fly up, and that makes it a great spot for bird watching. Is it known for that here?
Also, yeah. Very many who are coming here to look.
Yeah. Also brings the mosquitoes.
Oh yes. This is the part who is not the most fun. So we have the mosquitoes. We also have
knots.
Knots. Yeah.
I experienced that 2 years ago. I've never had so many bugs on my body before.
No, you
like,
have just a certain time of the day where if you can, you should not go outside.
Yeah, right around sunset they were like horrible. But like I found them easier to manage than mosquitoes because they can't bite through your clothes.
No.
Like they don't have the pokey proboscis or whatever you call it.
But then you have this can also here. It's called click.
Yeah.
Click. Yeah, you see that you have like a
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Did I get bit by those? Maybe. Probably. I got bit by a lot of things. But I think I heard the year I was there 2 years ago was not too bad for, especially mosquitoes. The mosquitoes really weren't bad, but they're a different time of the year, I think.
Yeah, we went one time to look for Arctic fox. We knew a place in Sweden where they had like a certain place they like to have their little den. So we went to see if we could, we found and took photos, but it was horrible to sit because of the mosquito.
Oh yeah.
When you want to eat, you are like taking in mosquito in your mouth,
Yeah.
and but you just have to sit still because you don't want to scare the
Oh, no.
Yeah, now you just mentally just have to bring yourself down, because if you first start to get annoyed, then you just build more and more annoyance on top.
See, for me, one of the most annoying parts of bugs isn't even the bites or anything. It's like the sound,
Yeah,
the tss in your ear.
yeah.
I was in Australia hitchhiking across a few years ago, and in the outback, they don't even bite you, but there's these flies that there isn't much moisture, so they detect on you. So the eyes, your nose, your mouth, and your ears.
That's horrible.
And like I'm standing there hitchhiking, and there's like no traffic, and I'm just having these flies just try to go inside of me all day long.
Yeah, oh yeah, this time also.
But yeah, the worst was the ears, because they'd like try to go like in your ear canal kind of thing, and it's just is a horrible sound. So I wore ear like music, like I put my earbuds in because I couldn't.
No, and we have, I would not say the same, but it's a period of, I think maybe a few weeks, when you go to the mountain, you have like a cloud of flies also.
Yeah.
It's so annoying.
In 2020, I rode my bike across Canada as my COVID activity, and I brought like this little fold-up, like a really small camp chair, because I'm like, I'll want to like end my day, set up my tent, and like eat outside with my camp stove and stuff.
Yeah.
But I'd always end my day around sunset, because I'd use the whole day to ride the bike. But as soon as the sun sets, that's when the mosquitoes just like would come out like crazy,
Yeah.
and it's just like, no, all I do is straight in the tent, like.
Yeah.
So I sent my little chair home because I never used it, because it's just like,
Yeah.
as soon as I stop riding, it's straight in the tent. You don't want to be anywhere else.
No, and it's when you are traveling like that, you are kind of getting up with the sun and go down when the sun go down.
It gets complicated
exhausted
here in the
after,
summer.
Yeah,
though.
yeah, here is not the same. But I remember many years ago I was socializing wolf puppies. It was a project to have when you have them in captive.
Yep.
They are quite. It's a quite stressed animal. They are not function very good. You will see the behavior that they are walking back and forth, stereotype behavior. So if you are doing a socialization on them and you make them used to humans, and you work in the whole process from they are born to, let's say, 3, 4, 5 months, you introduce many weird things in the environment to make them more comfortable.
Yeah.
In an animal park. But this time, because they're born here in North, they're born in May, so the sun was up, and you had to feed them every 3 hours with milk. So for me, it was, I loved the fact that it was light in the nighttime, because it was quite demanding, and you could be outside. It was like you collect the bush and make the environment nice. And, so it was like ongoing for 3 months.
For 3 months, they need to feed every 3 hours.
Yes.
So you could never sleep more than
No.
3 hours.
We were very few on this, what we call wolf parents. So yeah, it was. But because of your great interest and passion about it, you could go for very long like that.
Yeah.
Because you see the development are very much faster than dog develop. Their language, their first howl also. So everything, you suck up everything because it's so interesting. But yes, you get quite worn out.
So you don't work with that anymore, right? Like now that you have your business.
Now I have the business, but
Yeah.
we do at our home we have a reindeer. It's called
Yep.
So my friend who is a reindeer herder, Sammy, one of his female have given birth to him, and because of complication, she didn't handle it good. She died after a few hours,
Mm-hmm.
and then it's very very difficult decision because a reindeer female who have already a calf
Yep.
will reject if a calf is searching milk, and it's very brutal to see because the female are very tough. They're kicking them. And,
Really?
so if you are in a place where if your luck is with you with the calf, you will maybe have a female who have given birth to a dead calf. Then she will accept to adopt.
Oh.
The baby. But this friend of mine, he didn't find a female who will accept. So he called me, and it was in this time I had my my hand in the healing process.
Mm-hmm.
So I was home. So he said, "Do you want to give milk and take care of him?"
Mm-hmm.
So now he's 5 years, no, 6 years old now. Big male.
Oh, yeah?
He's very friendly, but he's too friendly that he can be free.
So he has to be captive?
He has
Yeah.
to be captive.
Were they trying to nurse it back into health to release it in the wild, but it became like domesticated?
Yeah, it's like how you say domesticated means zero distance to humans.
Yeah.
So there's a reindeer there also.
Oh, yeah.
So with any animals, if you take them when they are small, when they're cubs or babies, you will disturb their natural fear of humans. And even if you take like a bird,
Yeah.
you will have a raven who can go and attack people and pick their hair. And this.
Yeah.
So you break completely their natural fear, which they have to have.
Which is
to be in
it's a big thing in Canada with bears is once they get used to people, they're no longer scared of them.
Yeah,
So-
they're dangerous.
Yeah, because they'll be attracted to towns because they smell all the food and the garbage and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But once they're just around people and now assume they're not a threat because people don't want to do anything to the bears, yeah, they get too comfortable. And
Yeah, then they get habituated.
as I think
Yeah.
their first choice is they tranquilize them and try to relocate them like way out in nature, like far enough away from people that they can't be around people.
Yeah.
But I think plan B is they euthanize the bear.
Yeah, and sadly it's the economical part where it's very fast evaluated. Because we also, was it 2 years ago, we had a big, was it a walrus?
Mhm.
Who was chilling on people's boats. And
Yeah.
you know, this animal is huge. So he was, no, it was a female, I think, because they named her Freya. Yeah, it was destroying boats from people. So they were also talking about they had to move her back much further north.
Yeah.
So, yeah. But yes, it's a very big problem if you start to take animals, especially bigger animals, and get them too used to people.
Mhm.
And, yeah, it's a dangerous mix. With the reindeer, he's castrated also because if you would keep his natural testosterone, he will be dangerous to
Yeah.
a human.
Okay, yeah.
But now it's more people who are the problem because he literally search humans. So we had people when Christmas, December, they were going through our lands because they wanted to collect the Christmas tree.
Mhm.
And we had so much snow that he jumped over and he followed them on the whole trip. They were out skiing and they found it so magical because it was Christmas, it was a reindeer.
Yeah.
And they even had a dog with them and everything. So we had to go and pick him up in his, we have a collar, so we can walk him. So the fence is more to keep people out and not him in.
Like on the people note, in general, people ask me a lot like what I'm scared of when I travel like this, and it's especially with camping, they think it's going to be like wildlife, like bears and other predators and stuff like that.
Yeah.
but like it's just generally people, like
Cities and
yeah, cities and people, and like because I don't know, and I hitchhike all the time, so I like people, but like at nighttime when you're sleeping and stuff like that, then I don't want people around.
No.
So
No, I remember when, I shouldn't say, but it was, we were out in the wild, and my husband, he went to get some water, and I hear a sound like, and he see me from a distance. I didn't see that he could see me, but he said that I took the smallest little knife, to see what, and it was, for finish, it was a moose who was itching his
oh yeah,
on a tree or something. But he said, "Hi, what is it?
What's the knife gonna do?" Yeah. It's nice. You got those for wildlife, right? The bridges, yeah. We have those in Canada near Banff. I'd only ever seen them in that part of Canada before, so because it's a lot of infrastructure, like something to build just for animals to walk across.
But if I think also since we have many accidents with moose, that it actually because it's also it's dangerous for the animal, for the car. The car is completely crushed, and people's life is in danger.
Yeah.
So now it's good.
Yeah, there's a province in Canada called Newfoundland and Labrador, and the island of Newfoundland has, I think it's the highest population density of moose in the world. So there's a lot of them on an island, and as soon as you get off the ferry, it tells you how many people have been killed in moose car accidents that year, because it's a big deal. Because they're so high, all their mass is right at windshield level.
I had one. I was driving very early in the morning, and in front of me it was a trailer full of light, and with a lot of. He was making noise, and he scared a moose. And it was dark. It was rainy, and it was no snow. But I first see the moose coming from my angle here, and I brake, and he braked also the moose when he came to the road, like that, and we just did.
Just the tap.
Just that, and he fall completely in front of the car, but it was just really a little.
And he fell from that?
Yeah, and then he
got up and ran. Yeah.
But my heart.
Yeah, I bet.
My mouth.
I was in northern British Columbia, hitchhiking. That was when I was going up to the Arctic to, in the winter, that one time I told you about. And I got a ride in a commercial truck. And it's nighttime, we're on like a windy highway, and we come around a corner, and there's a moose like kneeling on its front legs, like so its head's down, and he's licking the road, because they salt the roads there, so they like the salt.
Yeah.
So you're in a fully loaded truck, and you just have to like slam on the brakes, because
you don't want to.
Like the truck, it's less dangerous for you in a commercial truck because you're much higher.
Yeah.
But it's still gonna total the truck, like, and those are like $200,000. So.
Yeah. Just to change a tire. It's very expensive. Oh yeah, that's why exactly why they don't use salt here on the roads.
It's for the wildlife?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because it also attracts the reindeers.
Yeah.
They also like the salt. And also some birds. Yeah.
I hadn't thought about that until that point. I didn't realize it would attract wildlife. It just it's such a large animal. It looked so weird with it like kneeling down on its front legs, licking the road. Yeah.
Back in your country, and then you go up here, and then you go.
It's a weird trip, yeah. So there's a convention for the videos that I do.
Yeah.
It's on a platform called Twitch TV, and in Rotterdam is TwitchCon, so convention for this platform. So I'm going there, then flying back to Tromsø, and then I'm riding south through Finland on my bike. And then I think I'll continue, like I'll take a ferry from Helsinki to Estonia, and then go through Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, Poland that way.
Yeah, so actually the route we took, I tell you, it was the most crazy hitchhiker. The first warning was we were there standing, and the car just came and,
Yeah.
and parking. And so we say, okay, we go. And he had like a walkie-talkie that he could talk with other people in the traffic, and he drive like it was a video game. I thought we were scared. But somehow,
Which country?
This was either Estonia. I think it was Estonia.
Yeah.
So you felt, okay, this is very dangerous, but somehow he's also really good at driving. So you were both, it was very conflicted,
Yeah.
but also very cool. And then he managed over this walkie-talkie set to arrange the next
Oh, did he?
person to drive us.
Okay.
Yeah.
I've only had that happen, one time in Russia of all places, where they
Have you been in Russia?
they're like on the, we call it a CB radio in Canada,
Yeah.
but they're just in Russia more or less. Like, hey, I have a Canadian that's trying to hitchhike to Vladivostok.
Yeah.
Can anyone give him a ride? And they found these guys that gave me like a 3,000 kilometer ride. Yeah, it's one of my longest rides ever.
That's a good one.
Yeah.
So we are getting to
Is-
Norskesport.
Okay.
I'm also not saying it correct. It's always Norwegian people who correct me when I try to say this.
I'm so embarrassed trying to say Norwegian names and words here because I'm like, I don't know how to like sound it out.
But how do you feel Norwegian people with their English?
Oh, they're so good, like amazing. Everyone speaks English quite often better than I do.
Because you speak French normally, or?
Je ne parle pas français. I don't speak French very well.
But in Quebec?
Yeah, it is the French-speaking province, and then Canada is officially bilingual. I'm just from a very English part, so I grew up fairly lazy, I guess. Okay, so you're turning right here, and I'm probably going left.
So have you met Finnish people before?
I have met Finnish people. I just have never been to
But
Finland.
it's gonna be interesting for you because Lavish, Finland people from the north, they're quite special. They can be seem very unfriendly with very few words. Like they almost pretend they don't speak English, and then suddenly they can be very open.
Oh, okay.
So this is the road who go up to Kilbis, but I can.
I guess one of the shops here, and then I'll figure out hitchhiking wise.
So it was here in Finland, Munio. I was working with sled dogs, and I had one guy who was like, "Don't speak English, don't speak." And then in the end of the season, he see that I was a good worker and all that, and then suddenly he could speak.
Interesting. And it's like that in a lot of places. It's like people are shy about their English because they think they don't speak it very well. Like they're embarrassed.
Yeah.
Um,
Do you
but
actually want to go to a normal food store, or do you want to just?
no, anywhere in town here is okay.
Yeah, because I will take a I'm halfway now.
Sorry, where are you going?
I go to the Shell. There's
Okay,
a food store here also.
Yeah.
Do you have some sort of business card or something? If I can,
So usually I would, but I've been bad and I didn't print any new ones. But I could, if I give you 2 words to remember right down, you can find everything.
I will put it on my phone.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's interesting. I have to look into this. Yeah. Yeah, and I guess it's also mostly men who pick up.
Yes, that's like, again, statistics. We do enough of it. So it's like 15% women, 85% men. So definitely mostly men, rather. Okay, so.
So if I Google.
Yeah, if you just type in Twitch, Twitch. Oh yeah, that works. Twitch. Hitch. Okay, so this is me, and it's a live broadcast, so people just hang out with me as I go the whole way.
Yeah, that's cool.
So I'm just pulling it up.
Yeah, but okay. So
You don't have to get the app, but
no,
yeah.
It goes directly. Okay, but then now it's safe. No, but it's been a pleasure. Very interesting.
Sorry, what's your name?
Dorte.
Dorte?
In Danish, you say Dorte.
Yeah.
In Norway, you say Dorte.
Okay.
But it's, yeah.
And would you want to share what the businesses that you and your partner run?
Yeah, it would be a very cool. It's called Tundra Camp.
Do you want to type it on my phone?
Not Campshell. Maybe .no. No, it's .com. Yes.
Alright, this is you guys?
Yeah.
Alright, I'll have to check it out. And it's okay to share that with...
Yeah,
okay.
it would be very
No, I'm just like, I figured, but I usually don't share anything unless people agree to
No,
it.
of course.
Alright, well, thank you so much for the ride.
Yes.
It was nice talking to you. I wish I was going more in that direction, because...
It was nice to didn't come back. I go take a coffee, so I don't...
Okay. Oh yeah, you got a long drive still.
Yeah, it's to Poland.
Okay. I feel like I've been here before. Did I eat here on my bike tour? I might have. Okay. Thank you. See ya. Sit at this picnic table. Okay. 1 second. I'll be able to talk to you guys more. No, I still cold. Yeah, notably not feeling quite like summer yet. I know it's not summer, but it's almost June. It's like, I thought it'd be warmer. It is not. Okay. Ride 1 on the board? Yeah. Honestly, when I start a new trip after a good break, like that first ride, you're like, I feel like weird about hitchhiking again. Like, will this still work? Have things changed since I last hitchhiked to make it ineffective? And then you get the first ride and you're right back into it. Yeah. Since she's still here, let me make sure I didn't leave anything behind. Got a phone. Oh yeah, so if you want to check out their like guiding company, I'll just type it in chat here real quick.
12 months. Hitch beer.
First ride under 5 minutes? Was it under 5? I didn't realize that fast. It felt fast. I just didn't think it was that fast. I could actually just like adjust this so I don't have to like squat down to be in frame, but... Okay, where's my Twitch? There it is. Wait, I can do this on Stream Buddy. Let's do that, since Stream Buddy's already running. Apparently my Twitch was last open to Sarah's stream.
Or nothing, just subscribe. Twitch Prime. Glad to see you back.
Dindonovan, thanks for the 53-month Prime resub. Good to be back. Rat Devil with the 12 months, the year. Thank you very much. Darkest with the 3 months. Joda Poe with the 28 months. Kaiden Eric with the raid. We're going back a little bit now. Oh, we had a local, or close to local, Rikios with 100 bits giving me knowledge about if I went through Bardufoss, which she is going through, but that's off my route. So I am actually going northeast from here, so I won't be using the south sign to get to... Oh yeah, link her site, that was what I was doing. Okay. Pay attention. Okay, she was just heading out. TundraCamp.com. There you go. That's the business they own, doing guiding and stuff like that. I feel like I should do something like that at some point. That'd be nice. Maybe I can connect with them and I can come up and we could stream something. Because in general, the cell network in Norway is really good. You can be in some really out there places and somehow it still just kind of works. I know it cut out a few times there, but most of those cutouts, like the longer cutout, was me being like, I don't know why. It has audio bars on this app, but when I unplugged the battery, I just saw the audio bars go to like pinned like over just like ear. I can tell you guys were hearing something very loud, and I'm like, why did that happen? And I restarted the app, like force closed it, and it was still like that. So I don't really know what happened there. It's cold. The heck? It's almost June. Okay. So at this junction, it's classic Norwegian roads with zero shoulder and a metal barrier stopping people from pulling over. But I did pre-scout out like the first couple in most likely spots that I'd have to hitchhike, and this is one of them. If I walk down the road a few hundred meters, there's someone's driveway that's kind of big enough that people can kind of pull into there, so I'm going to walk and hitchhike at the edge of someone's driveway. Get a coffee. Maybe I should get a snack at least, or like a Snickers bar or something. Had a good breakfast. I went to a place and got an omelet, but it's been a few hours. It's going to be really hard for me to tell what time it is the first few days here, because we are in, oh, there goes the internet. I think it's probably just like my hardware screwing up. It went down to nothing. But anyway, it's going to be hard to tell what time of the day it is because the sun never sets right now. Not using real-time IRL while hitchhiking? What do you mean, real-time IRL? Hot dogs wrapped in bacon? I had one. The first thing I did when I landed in Tromsø, I got dropped off at a gas station, and I had a bacon-wrapped hot dog. No, 100 kilo, thanks for the 1,000 bits for snacks. This is Norway, so that is approximately one small snack. No, I can get a hot dog for, what are they, like anywhere from like 40 to 70 kroner or something like that. Oh, GPS the GPS. Yeah, I don't run the GPS when I'm hitchhiking. Only when I'm biking. Is the current situation. But yeah, maybe I'll get a hot dog. Actually, that sounds nice. Yeah. Okay. Choose what route you're planning. You can say you're not going through Bardufoss. It's much faster to go inland than to stay on the coast of Norway, because the coastal highway is very slow and the inland highway, I guess, is fast. So we go to Skibotn, then we go on to E8, which goes south, right on the Finnish border. Yeah. We actually, in theory, if I get a ride to Skibotn and then south, we get a ride to Finland today. So yeah, my Google Maps says that's a lot faster. Because, yeah, they're going to Bardufoss and then I think out to like Rostadbotn or something like that. I think it's that one. Then there's an island there. Yeah. And that's right on the coast. And albeit beautiful, probably pretty slow. And like one of the downsides, like being inland, is like things are going to be really spread out. But I actually have to go really far. And the thing is, when you get into spread out places, there's less cars, but everyone driving past you is going somewhere pretty far, because if they're driving somewhere, it has to be far away because there's nothing close, you know? Go to Finland then? Yes, but just like we nip at the edge of Finland, like the highway kind of just falls like right on the border, and then well, I could follow that highway all the way to, we get to, what is this body of water called? What is that? What is this? What is it? Called something. Gulf of Bothnia? It just sounds like you're trying to say Bosnia with a lisp. Or I could go back into Sweden on E45, I think, and go that way. Okay, I'm gonna get a hot dog and then we can eat the hot dog and talk more about this.
Tyrion cheered 100 bits. Hashtag North.
We are actually from here. We're taking a ride northeast, but it's only like, well, not that far before we have to. Well, we switch to E6 and head south. Have your eyebrows been threaded? I pluck them because I'd have one eyebrow if I didn't do that. And I am a big fan of having my eyebrows separated, notably having two of them. One time I was hitchhiking in the US somewhere. I think it was my first trip, like way back in 2018. The fact that I remember this is weird. But someone asked me something similar, and I said I like pluck my eyebrows. So I had two of them. And they got all like bro manly and be like, men don't pluck their eyebrows. Like, and was like quite upset about that. And I think that's a very strange thing to hold so deep in your heart. If you're a man, you don't do any personal grooming. Anyway, that's beside the point of getting a hot dog. Let's go get a hot dog. Okay. Oh.
Brand 990 just resubscribed for 25 months. Happy to see you, bro.
Okay. Hold up. My notification. 150 knock hot dog. If there is like some big boy hot dog that's 150 knock. Do you say knock? I usually just say kroner. But like when I'm reading it out, I want to kind of sound it out rather. Randy, thanks for the 25 months.
Catalan just resubscribed for 32 months. The fourth one is back.
F Catalan. Spain. Thanks for the 32 months. You've grown up? Have I? In what way? Because now I have a silly hat on? Is that my maturity showing? Oh. Osterpost.
Hello.
Hey. Can I get the bacon hot dog?
Which one? The large or small?
Oh, large.
Yeah. White or brown bread?
White, please. Can I get a coffee too?
Yeah, large or small? The left one is
Left.
large.
Okay. Large, please.
Yep. 138.
It's $20. Okay, no, it's not. So, no, it is. It is $20 Canadian. Sorry, this is Canadian. And it's not quite $20, but it's close.
Here you go.
Thank you.
Oh, today's done.
38 knots? 138.
Oh no.
Just put some toppings. I like it when they have like some like dried onion. That's tasty. Okay, large coffee. Cafe latte. We didn't ask for a size. Or maybe I was supposed to just get like normal coffee. I might have just cheated. Oh well. There's plenty for hot dog coffee. Yeah, it is. Latte? Calories, baby. There's seating inside, so I'm going to do that instead. Warm up a bit, and then we'll go into the wet world. Did I put... Okay. Yeah, I did. Okay. Got the spam hat still? Yeah. I like it. I think being a little silly while hitchhiking is actually to your benefit. Got it. There's a light here, but it's off. Anyway. Yeah. Sorry, I'm just doing a check of everything, make sure I didn't lose it. Although at this point, if I left it in the car, like, it's long gone. Australia starting trip soon? I'd like to. So I actually did bring a Starlink Mini satellite dish on this trip, not for the hitchhiking part, but for the biking part after, when I come back up, because I had my solar panel bike trailer stored in Tromsø for 2 years. I've been meaning to like build a trip out of retrieving that for a while, and I thought this now would be a good time to do that. So actually, I could probably use your guys' help. Oh yeah, I'll show you the hot dog in a second, but I'm gonna post it on Discord, and I'll show it on here. Just in the general. I brought some kind of clampy mounty things, but I don't think it's gonna be enough. I know there's gonna be a way to do this well, but essentially, so I have this big solar panel trailer with a 225 watt solar panel on it, and I want to mount the Starlink just behind that. The further away from me it gets, is the better, because it'll have a better like line of sight of the sky. So I want it off the back. But I don't know the best way to mount that. And like while I'm going to TwitchCon, I could probably get some stuff shipped up to Norway to do that. And I have some stuff to try, but yeah, I need more, I think. So I'm just gonna post on Discord real quick a picture of me like riding the bike with the solar panel, because I don't have it with me, so it's really hard for me to like suss it out and measure things and stuff. So that's there, and then this is the trailer here. So like there just isn't many good mounting points, so like I thought off the main pole that goes at the, like where that red thing is a pretty thick aluminum rail that goes the length of the trailer. I'm like, there's probably like some like ways to do that. Like ideally I want it to be fairly easily removable, like for if I go in like a hotel or something like that, which is rare, and I'm trying to bring it inside. It's already really long and cumbersome, and that would make it even more long and cumbersome. But it is the Starlink Mini, so it actually isn't that big. It is in the name, it's pretty mini. Anyway, here's my hot dog. This is the large hot dog. It's reasonably large, I suppose. Costco dog. I wish it was $1.50 with a drink. Definitely isn't. Squirted. Jeez. There's the mic. Okay, it's not close to me. So the trip down south be the same route as cycling north last time? I kind of want to, but no. We're going inland and we're going through Finland. If anyone would like to look that up. There's like one main route to start with when we're like in the proper north. But there's actually 3 Eurovelo routes that go through Finland north-south after a certain point. So I might leave it up to you guys to decide which route. There's one like far eastern route which follows close to Russia. There's one kind of central one, and then one kind of west coast one because there's a coast. Immediately my thought was just coastal. If I was reading up some stuff about the different Eurovelo routes, and the infrastructure isn't that well implemented yet. So the west coast route puts you on like some E-class highways with like lots of commercial trucks and stuff like that for a good chunk of it. I think I read, which doesn't sound very fun.
It's Mick just resubscribed for 13 months. Oh my god, is today the day?
Today's the day. It's me QC. Thanks for the 13-month resub. You need Twitch plays again? I would like to implement it in some way, shape, or form, but for a bike tour, having you choose which direction I bike every time probably isn't 100% ideal, because I'll be building my bike route out of like routes that make sense to ride down, and like you guys could put me down big highways and stuff like that. So like I want to find interesting trips to implement that, because I honestly had a lot of fun with that. And I kind of like the abuse that you guys give me. Like, where I'll hitchhike, you'll send me like forwards, and then you'll like chunk me backwards, and I finish the day exactly where I started with. That might not sound like a lot of fun for me as a person. A lot of people got upset when something like that happened. But like, I don't know. I'm a masochist. I just don't know how to implement that onto a bike tour. But we talked earlier about how I'm trying to, like, I need to, like, change how I live my life a little bit to find more fulfillment in what I do. And one of the things I kind of would like to do... Okay, how do I want to explain this? So, through hitchhiking, I feel like I've spent my entire adult life when I'm going on these trips, like experiencing kind of like the best of humanity. Like I'm seeing random strangers like do acts of kindness for someone they don't even know to me every single day. Like I've always had this really good impression of people as a whole because I get to see them at their best. And these aren't like huge, big moments of charity or like giving that these people are doing, but like it's just such a small, spontaneous thing of just like seeing a stranger and being like, oh, I'm going that way, I'll give them a ride. It's really nice. It's like quite wholesome to me. And I do have this like overall feeling that a lot of the world is trending towards much more of a just kind of like a cruel place. Like fuck you if you're not in my little specific group that I'm in kind of situation. And like still just then I go back hitchhiking and then I see like these small kindness. Like I am convinced that humans as a whole are inherently kind. It's when there's fear involved. As soon as you're scared of something, even if you're not aware that you're scared of it, like once the fear component comes in, something you don't understand, which is inherently kind of scary, once that comes in, that turns to anger, and that supersedes the kindness that is inherent in people. Is it out of focus? I feel like or are my eyes just out of focus? Am I just getting old? Anyway, that's a bit of a spiel that is just like, I feel like the world could use more kindness, and I feel like showing hitchhiking has actually been just like this daily glimpse at like just small kindnesses that are inside people somewhere that you just don't get to see on a day-to-day basis if you're just like walking around, driving around, living your life, not meeting people like that. Anyway, so I'm quite, I don't know, proud that I've just been able to show the kindness that I think is inherently inside people. But I've been on the receiving end of that for a decade, over a decade, 11 years, 12 years soon, something like that. And I'd really start to like to start rather doing something kind for people myself. Like, I am on the receiving end of kindness perpetually. That's how I travel. I don't get anywhere if I'm not being helped by complete strangers. I'd really like to, and I'll need a ton of help with this, but I'd really like to do like a really big trip with the whole idea of it raising money for a charity. I don't know what charity. Charities scare me because some charities are really poorly run and are like pretty much just scams. Like, people think they're doing something altruistic by giving, and they are, but then the charity themselves is not altruistic, and they're just pretty much using all their money for financing the charity and marketing the charity. So what I've wanted to do for a long time, and I think with Starlink you could stretch this a lot better, is I really would like to do a whole around the world bike trip. That's complicated. East of Europe is very complicated. With visas and instability and stuff like that, like, it's Russia or the Middle East, pretty much. You can't go to Russia right now. So the route I've seen people take is they'll like cross from Greece into Turkey, go through Turkey into Georgia, Azerbaijan. We'll take the ferry across. What's that body of water called? Anyway, to Kazakhstan, through Kazakhstan, to China. Or sometimes they go into Kyrgyzstan? Caspian Sea, thank you. And then into China. And then China's freaking huge. You can't use Starlink in China, though, I know that. But Western China might be really difficult with cameras, because that is notably a... yeah. Anyway, I've read trip reports. Western China is a little bit questionable. Oh yeah, I would really like to go into Mongolia. And Starlink is approved in Mongolia as well, so... to the fish route, you could hitchhike by the Russian border. Yeah, one of the Euroville routes is like, I forget what it's called. The eastern route, and it goes very close to the Russian border. Try firewalls makes streaming difficult. Things people get by it, but like, I don't think you're allowed to do that. And in my head, it's just asking for problems. But like, Jake streamed in China a ton. I see lots of people stream in China. Dog cold. I know, I got on a tangent. I started monologuing. Urban Central Asia recommend infrastructure likely use hitchhikers is inadequate. What kind of infrastructure? Like just roads? I wouldn't say it's like super popular as in busy, but riding a bike Europe to Eastern Asia is a fairly commonly attempted thing. Well, the thing is, I got into bike touring because of my stream. Like, if I didn't have the stream as something that would be trying to make happen, I feel like if I had the time and the money and stuff like that, I would have already tried to do it with how I am as a human being. But streaming it is logistically complicated. And then, yeah, borders and visas are also logistically complicated. I've been to Wales? Yeah, a few times. Also, with this styling thing, this is completely separate from that because this is not in the right direction, especially if it was this trip. I would like to do like Land's End to John O'Groats, like UK cycling, but which a lot of time would be narrow, I think, and I'd be really wide with my solar panel. But up north in Scotland and stuff like that, it's not super forested. We'll have good line of sight to the sky. And then I want to do like the North Coast 500 or whatever, like the west coast of Scotland where it's really out there. I think that'd be a really cool place. But I've heard the network's horrible out there, so like, if it works well, and without like tree canopy cover like overhanging the road, I think you could do some really cool streams out there. Are the streamers done a world bike tour? I don't think so. Someone DM'd me that they were going to try, but I haven't heard anything, so I assume they haven't done that yet, at least. But yeah. Like on that topic of conversation, the reason like I'm bringing up like trying to do some kind of kindness myself or do something good is just like, we had talked about this earlier, but it's just like, although I like what I do, like I like the type of travel I'm doing, I like being able to share it. There's just something that feels empty. I don't feel particularly motivated. I don't feel particularly inspired. Traveling for the sake of traveling, now I've done it for over a decade, has like lost its shine. And I'm searching for ways, because I still enjoy the act of traveling and stuff like that, that would make it feel like I am doing more than just going for the hell of it. Tried out Norwegian fish? Yeah, 2 years ago when I was here. Then they read a Dutch guy on YouTube did around the world cycle. Can maybe contact him for advice. And lots of people, like, there's lots of trip reports. There's, like, if you're just looking at riding a bike around the world, or even YouTube, because YouTube, from a technical perspective of creating the content in out there places, is much simpler, because it doesn't matter where you are. Recording something locally to a device, you can do anywhere. What's complicated about wanting to do it as a stream is we take said content and it is immediately live broadcasted, and there has to be a way to do that. No condiments. I have like ketchup and mustard on here, but yeah.
All 237 gifted a tier 1 sub to Erebus 0005. They have given 139 gift subs in the channel.
Paul, thank you for the gifted sub. Sure thought about route and visas and practical stuff. Okay, yeah, no, I do need help with that. A lot of that stuff is researchable as well. But of course, being able to have a conversation with someone would be very useful. When you stop hitchhiking since it doesn't get dark? It's a great question. I don't know. Because yeah, I've been here before. You probably know my rule. Sun up to sundown, That's my territory. That's hitchhiking. As soon as the sun goes down, I don't hitchhike. We are far enough north that the sun does not set here. So my classic rule of sun up to sundown it's not at play. The thing is, like, in the middle of the night, traffic will probably get really sparse. Like, I'm about to go in some pretty rural, out there places. So, yeah, I've already read some stuff, and apparently it's pretty sparse on traffic there. Is that chocolate milk? Probably. Gotta get my Cool Milk. Feel something similar to burnout, offwork, and losing motivation in sports? Probably. It frustrates me because I feel very lucky getting to do what I do. And with that, I'm just like, well, I should just feel content with being able to do something like this for a living. And like the ability, like, I literally was unhappy after my last trip. I came home and I'm just like, I don't feel happy in general as a human being. And I'm like, but I don't like that, so I'm going to spend time trying to figure that out. And I took like 7 months or something off work and paid a fuck ton of money to go see a therapist a bunch. And then also did retail therapy of trying to like capture happy moments, like spent way too many thousands of dollars to go see Taylor Swift. Again, I'm telling you, I know people make fun, like, it's not masculine to like Taylor Swift. She puts on a great show. A lot of YouTubers get burnt out? I guess so.
All 237 gifted a tier 1 sub to Bumpy Bear. They have given 140 gift subs in the channel.
Got into rock though, Sarah said. Okay. So, I hadn't been to many concerts in my life until like last year with me and Sarah after TwitchCon going to see Taylor Swift again. But it's like since then, that was a really cool experience. We started 2 nights in a row because we ended up going one night for free because the tickets got some weird thing. And the first night we went, and our floor seats, it was really hard to get close enough so we could barely see, and Sarah was like sick and almost passed out. And we were sober, so it was just like weird. But honestly, it wasn't the best. But then we had tickets for the next night on front standing right floor seats. But since we already went, we like didn't wait in line, and we're just like, oh, just go in and like once the line already goes through, we'll just go up and watch it from the back. And also these things called truffles are legal in the Netherlands. It's psilocybin, it's like mushrooms. And we're like, we'd done it before, not a concert, but we're like, well, we've already seen the concert yesterday, or yeah, the day before. So let's just try it in a different state of mind and just see how that is. And we did that, and I swear it was like one of my favorite nights of my life. It was so amazing. Anyway, what I learned is like in that state of mind, everything is so like I feel like a child, like that childlike wonder of like experiencing something new and how exciting that is to like experience a new sensation or a new just a new experience is like cranked up to 1,000. And I did that, and then when I came back to Canada, quite spontaneously found tickets to Sum 41, but I wanted to recreate that childlike wonder. So anyway, am I allowed to talk about this? My agent probably hates me. My thing when concerts pop up that are around me, I take LSD and then I go see a different genre of music that I haven't seen live before. It's probably not. And so far, music is so amazing in that state. But yeah, I went to see Sum 41, and we were in the upper bowl, and like I was looking down at the floor, and I'm like, all I wanted to do is like go in the mosh pit. I'm like, I like the energy. I feel like I feel the energy of everything that much more in that state, and I just wanted that. So after that, I was talking to, but like Sarah would not enjoy that at all. I was there with Sarah. So I talked to some guy friends I have from high school that both live out in Alberta now. And I'm like, I kind of want to go to a metal concert, like something with a mosh pit. I want to try mosh pitting. So my friend lives in Calgary, and he's like, there's a Killswitch Engage concert in like a month when he told me that. And like, do you want to go? I'm like, yeah, let's do it. So I went to that, and like, I don't like metal. I've listened to it before, mostly through hitchhiking, and I don't like it. Like, I've been trying to talk to someone that picked me up hitchhiking, and they're playing metal in the background, and I just feel like someone's quietly yelling at me in the background, and it just doesn't fit the vibe. And even still, like, most of the time, like, listening to metal, like, I feel like I need to be in the right setting. There needs to be, like, the energy of, like, the live music playing and, like, the energy of everyone around you. But, like, I had never experienced anything like that in my life, going to, like, the metal concert in that state of mind, and going into, like, the mosh pit. I crowd surfed 3 times. I thought that was, like, a rare thing, like, it's hard to do. It's so easy in that kind of crowd to crowd surf if you want to. Just look for some big dude next to, like, where the crowd starts packing up tighter, and then just, like, can you lift me? And, like, big guys like doing strong guy things, so they're just like, okay. But, like, I never experienced anything like that. Like, metal's, like, it's very angry, it's very, like, aggressive and stuff like that, but, like, I don't know if it's just that type of metal or that kind of crowd or something like that, but, like, when you're in there, like, the point is, like, you are pushing people. Like, you're doing something that is, like, and the music's really angry, but you're pushing people, but not to hurt someone. It's like an expression of anger in, like, a healthy, wanted way. And I feel like there isn't many healthy ways to express anger that isn't, like, hurtful. It's dancing. No, it is. It's so cool. And, like, it can get a bit more scary when the pit opens up and there's room for people to, like, run and give you a good shove and stuff like that. But when it's tighter, it's just like, I don't know. I've never experienced anything like it before, but I liked it a lot. And I also went to a rock concert. Oh, a smaller local Canadian rock band called Deer Rouge. I liked them a lot. They were good. Then they had an opening band. It's also Canadian, I think from Calgary. And they were really good too. The Shambhala or Bass Coast, less violent dancing. Well, yeah, what's it called? Like hardcore dancing when people are like punching the air and stuff like that? That doesn't seem very pleasant. But like, I don't know. I just didn't. A lot of the stuff that I'm doing here is just like, I'm experiencing things that I didn't know you could experience. I didn't know what that would be like. And I go there and I'm like, that is completely new. I've never experienced anything like that. And I like it. So, a lot of what I've been trying to do when the opportunity presents itself is just like trying to experience something that is new to me, that I don't understand but want to understand. I like ska shows? Maybe. Like, so far I've yet to encounter a genre of music live that I don't enjoy. Like, if it's live, I'm gonna like it. The Eagles, Bars Club lately? No. But I just got my renewal notice in the mail before I left. So I have to pay my annual dues. Says Mother Randomly watching his stream. He said he did what? Like, I'm not personally ashamed of that, and I don't think that is something I need to be embarrassed about. But it is something that is like
Fitzsimmons just subscribed with Twitch Prime.
risque.
Trevor.
A lot of people would not approve of that, and it's not something I'm trying to promote or say anyone should do. I just have kind of learned the state of mind that puts me in. And I don't think it's to my own detriment, and it's not an addictive thing. So, I don't know. It just kind of opened my mind in certain ways that, again, like kind of what I said before, just I didn't know you could do that. I didn't know you could feel that. I didn't know you could think like that. Like to the extreme. I know it took me forever. I got talking, and I haven't streamed in such a long time. I feel like I am even more than usual. And I do when we get talking, like when we go down tangents, I just start talking and I forget what I'm trying to do. Notably, right now, eating, and then I do things really slowly. But I was actually potentially going to take today off because it's supposed to snow today, and it's been kind of cold and windy and rainy. Notably, not snowy yet, but I'm happy I started today. I'm not that stressed if I don't get that much further than this today. I'm still going to be trying for probably a couple more rides, but I don't feel in that much of a rush yet. Teach chat patience. I think you have to have a certain amount of patience to watch this stream in the first place. In general, I'm gonna have to plug a battery in this at 30%. In general, you see like a lot of content creation and stuff like that is focused on being very aggressive and very fast and very like, there always needs to be something that's considered entertaining, like actively engaging entertaining at any given moment, otherwise you lose people's attention. And I think between like TikTok and like the most popular form of content in a lot of platforms being like short form content, like at as long up to a minute if not less, and it needs to be like very fast, get to the point, present what it's trying to present, and then it's over, and then you go to the next one. This is the complete opposite of that. This is about as slow form content as can be. The biggest part of hitchhiking that I feel like hitchhiking didn't present, like people have written about hitchhiking and filmed it and like done YouTube stuff about it and stuff like that, and it shows you the exciting moments, like when you get picked up and the interesting, like unique people that you're meeting along the way, but it doesn't show you the monotony, and that is an actual big part of this. Like there is a lot of waiting and a lot of like crap you go through to just get down the road, but the stream shows that there's a lot of patience required. Here for the realness, not the entertainment. Yeah, and like I don't think there's inherently anything wrong with manufacturing something for entertainment. Like entertainment is like a lot of it is something that is very intentional. Like you're creating something that isn't real, but is intended to engage. And I feel like through streaming this, I've shown something quite real. Like there is only so much like I can change about myself on a 16-hour day of streaming and stuff like that. So like it has to be fairly real. It's live. You can't edit it. You can't take out the bits that aren't interesting. It just is what it is. I do think like a lot of travel streams are that, right? Like you can't change what is happening live. If things are miserable and uncomfortable, they're miserable and uncomfortable, and you guys get to see that. How far do we actually hitch today? Just an hour down the road, southeast of Tromsø so far. Is it 45? It might be 45. Patience is unlimited as I don't experience your content as waiting for the goal, but for fun and experience. Okay, I like it. Good way to be. Okay, I don't have too much coffee left and I'll go outside. Notably, my clothes are a lot tighter now. I'm like sitting here and just like, I don't know, pushing my shoulders back, which puffs my chest out a little bit. I'm like, I feel constricted. 45, 50 kilometers. Yeah, the roads are pretty slow here, so, you know, an hour, well, I can tell you. Oh, 50? Did you look it up? From here to Tromsø, directions, 1 hour, 5 minutes, 72 kilometers. Probably a little bit less because that takes me into the city, across the bridge, wait, is there 2 bridges? Yeah, okay. And I didn't hitchhike. I did walk from there, so we've gone 70 kilometers or whatever today. Which is a lot less than I need to. I have 11 days, 10 and a half days. Anyway, when I started, I'm saying about 10 days. I have 10 days to get to TwitchCon, and then the last day is registration day, so I want to get there on the 11th day. But anyway, if you do the math on that, it's like 3,000 kilometers where I started, divided by 10 days, 300 kilometers a day. We're not even close to that, but I'm not too stressed about today because I was actually going to write off today because of the weather. I kind of wanted the first day to be like, because tomorrow looks not wet. I just didn't want to get wet my first day. So, I'm really excited to camp, sleep outside. It's going to be cold, like close to around 0 at night, but that's fine. Ooh, I should plug this in before I forget again, because yeah, 30%. Unfortunately, this is probably going to screw up the mic again, so I need to, I'm sure there's a way that I can like troubleshoot this and it not freak out at me, but let's charge it a little bit. Let's see if RTR, I'll have to go back with yours. We just don't for hitchhiking for like having people coming out when I'm hitchhiking reasons. I'm always happy to have people come by, but like I actually have to like hitchhike with strangers that randomly drive past me. Let's see. Ooh, this mic's gonna die too. I think it's still on. Okay. I'm gonna swap my mics right now because this is low. But I'm almost done my coffee and then we can head out. Some things just still beat Sarah though. Like I very much could. Biking is a lot easier to plan around, if that makes sense. I know how far I can ride a bike each day, or like approximately. So, like, if I got 1,000 kilometers to ride to get to my destination, like, estimating it'll take about 2 weeks. So, like, whatever that is, 80 kilometers, something a day. It's about right. And if you're falling behind schedule, well, you just need to try harder and like do a couple days that with a higher average distance, and then you make up time and you make that up. But it's very like consistent what you can do. You learn your capabilities. Hitchhiking is random. You can be doing everything right and hitchhike all day and not like be lazy like what I am right now, just sitting here in a temperature controlled environment drinking a warm coffee because that's enjoyable. You can stand on the road all day and either just not get picked up, like you probably still get picked up because it's hard to spend a whole day hitchhiking and not get a ride, but maybe you just get like some local rides to the next town, to the next town, to the next town, and each of those rides is like 20 kilometers or something like that. So you spend all day hitchhiking, get picked up 3 times, you go 60 kilometers. When you need to average 300, that is not very good. But also, you can get picked up by one person that takes you 1,000 kilometers in a day. And you just can't plan that. It's consistent and random? No. biking is consistent. Hitchhiking is random. Yep. Oops. You think it's a good trucker coming off bait? Yeah. When was the last time I caught? Did I catch any commercial trucks last year hitchhiking from Denmark for TwitchCon? I feel like I haven't had an EU style truck ride in a while. The flat front trucks are like cheat codes. Like, to be fair, my longest rides hitchhiking have not been in commercial trucks. They've been in personal vehicles. Should hitchhiking be on a time schedule, though? Well, most of my trips, like, historically, my trips during non-TwitchCon time are completely free. They're open. I start and finish when I want to. I might have a destination, but there is no deadline. You just go when you want, or when you can get there without rushing, without feeling rushed. And that is generally the hitchhiking I like the most, because you're not stressed about anything. You don't have to get somewhere, otherwise you fail, kind of thing. Or by a certain time, otherwise you fail. But it does make it more exciting. I know for you guys, but also for me. Like, it's satisfying when something is, like, stressful and kind of difficult, and then you do it. The things I've been most, like, proud of in my life have been when things are more difficult, and then you do it anyway, and then you feel good after, because you had to try really hard and you gave it your all, and then it worked out. Where just like leisurely hitchhiking is always enjoyable, but like now that I've done it so much, I don't feel like I've accomplished that much. When I first started hitchhiking, like when I hitchhiked across Canada for the first time, like my first big trip in 2014, like making it to St. John's, Newfoundland was super satisfying. I'd never done anything like that. It's fresh, it's new, it's difficult. It's difficult partially because it's fresh and new and different, and I've never done it before. I don't know what I'm doing, and I'm just winging it. But then you get to where you're trying to get to. I made it as far east as I could literally go in Canada. The road ends. And, yeah, it was very satisfying. I missed a few things. Did I get Orchid Eater with the 12-month resub? I think I missed that. Fitzilla's with the 6-month resub. Lackney with the 6-month prime, and Empower with the 11-month prime. 2014 mean 2019? No, because I hitchhiked for 5 years before I started streaming it. I'm talking about, yeah, trips pre-hitchhike, or pre-streaming hitchhiking. Doing a TwitchCon US trip? I'm pretty sure for the first time in my life, I'm going to voluntarily, like, decide not to go to TwitchCon. And without getting too much into it, I'm from Canada, and I don't feel like this is the year to go to the United States.
Just resubscribed for 27 months.
The Under Effect, thank you for the 27-month prime.
Balinese Sandwich just subscribed with Twitch Prime.
So, if I'm not going to TwitchCon NA, like in San Diego, I'd really like to be on some big adventure, like during that time. So, because if I was at home and TwitchCon was going on, even though I'm making a conscious decision to not go, I'd feel a little down if I'm just like not doing anything. I want to be doing something kind of bigger. What do you mostly like, hitchhiking or just cycling? I guess it's a very bad question. It's not a bad question. Sorry, I don't know how to best formulate Cheer Love Sea Live. And the answer is, like, they're just so different. Like, there's a lot of similarities, but the core of them, like how you're getting there, is so different. It's hard for me to compare them as just like a better or worse kind of thing. I compare them as just like they're different, and sometimes I want different things. In the same way, like, I really struggle to pick like a favorite type of music, because like I've learned I love metal music in the right context, when I'm feeling it, when I'm absorbing the energy of it, and I'm just ready for it. It was, again, one of my favorite experiences of my life. I've never experienced anything like that, and it was really, really cool. But I don't want that all the time. And I think the types of traveling would be something like that too. It's just like, when I want it, it is amazing. And if I don't want it, I really don't want it. When I finish a bike tour, usually I am so done with biking. Like, I finish a bike tour, I fly home with my bike to Canada. Usually at the end of the bike tour, my bike is in sad shape. Like, it is, multiple things are broken on it, and I kind of like limp it into its final destination. Like, the bike is on its last limbs. And I go home, and I don't even want to look at it. I just like chuck it up in storage. Just in my garage at home now, but yeah. I don't touch it, I don't look at it, I don't ride it. I don't do anything with it. Until like months down the road, the creeping feeling comes back up. And I'm like, I kind of want to get back onto that. I kind of want to be on the road again. I do like the physicality of it. And I like how slow it is. Like, you see the country so much more from a bike. Like topological, like geographical. The land. So the biggest comparison I have for hitchhiking and biking is like, hitchhiking is about the people, biking is about like the geography, like the actual landscape of the place you're going through. And they're very different things. Do you fix it in between? Yeah, I guess I didn't finish that point. When I decide to go on a bike tour, I'm like, I pull my bike out and I'm like, dude, what have I done to you? You just like take it for a little spin, and then you're just like, oh no, I can't take you on a trip like this. And I'm not mechanically inclined, and it's something you could learn, I know. But like, so I take it to the bike shop, and I'm just like, I'm taking this on a bike tour in like this amount of time. She's a little sad right now. Can you just like do a full thing through the bike and just find everything that needs to be like replaced, repaired, tweaked, all that stuff? And then they do, and then I get the bike back, and it's in good shape. But my money is much smaller, because sometimes it's a lot. I spent $650 fixing my bike before this trip, Canadian. Oof. Yeah, but I also needed to replace my front tire. That's like, I think with tax, it was also $100 just for a tire. They're really long-wearing tires. Like, I'll get thousands of kilometers out of it, but like on a trip, I go thousands of kilometers, so I burn through them. Crazy thing, you did it yourself, probably $200. Yeah, like they pretty much replaced every consumable part. So like the cassette, the chain. They had to do some bottom bracket work because it was squeaking or something like that. Like they redo the brake cables, of course. They change out the grip, the bar tape or whatever. All your usual suspects of things that just need to be replaced over time because they wear out. They're meant to be worn out. Like, that is just how they work. Your Brompton service too? I did. So Brompton wouldn't change gears or anything like that, and I don't know how Bromptons work it, so they're strange. Beautiful, but strange. Anyway, they fixed that. What they didn't have is they didn't have the wheels on the rear rack, so when it's in shopping cart mode, I can push it around. Those were completely shredded from when I was on the Corning trip. The frame, how it folds in, got really stiff, and in order for me to like fold and unfold it, I had to like step on the rear rack and like use all my strength to like fold and unfold it because I don't know, like something got in there. Anyway, in the process of doing that, because like the rear rack was folded down with the little rolly wheels down, the bike would kind of like move, even though I was like putting pressure on it to stop it from moving, and it would drag the wheels sideways along like concrete and stuff like that, and it just shredded them completely because they're just little plastic wheels. Those are just completely ripped. But they didn't have any of those in stock. There's a bike shop that carries Brompton and does Brompton service in Edmonton. I like them a lot. But what's the name? I should like promote them because they're nice. They just didn't have the part, so they fixed everything except for that because they didn't have it. Bike is a 2019 Kona Sutra. Yeah, my main touring bike. That's exactly it. Yeah, I love that bike. When I got it back from my service, like, I didn't ride it too much, but I took it for a spin, and like, compared to the Brompton, just like how it feels to ride, she feels nice. It's also been the vast majority of my riding, so like, it's what I'm used to, but like, man, love that bike. I'm also getting that shop to rebuild a rear wheel for the tandem bike, because we've been riding on it with a bent rear wheel since our day one of touring on that thing. When we flew to Bordeaux, France, for me and Sarah, when we did the tandem bike tour, on the flight there, they bent the wheel. And once it was bent, we took it to a shop, and they, to the best of their ability, like straightened it as much as they could, but it was bent too much for you to just like adjust the spoke tension and like pull it back in and stuff like that. It's bent. They're like, it will forever be bent, but like it's safe to ride on. But now we've ridden it like, well, several thousand kilometers on a bent wheel. So I'm getting a shop to build a new wheel. Because it's like, it's kind of specific. It's a 26 inch wheel, which used to be the size, but now it's quite small. Like, they don't really make many bikes with that wheel, so it's hard for them to, like, there isn't many like really beefy wheels that are 26 inch anymore. And then it's a roll-off hub, so like it's built into having your internal gear drive. No, what's the word I'm thinking of? Anyway, it doesn't really matter. Anyway, you build the drive chain into the wheel. I'm procrastinating going outside because it's cold, and
Just resubscribed for
I guess I'm not
13
acclimated to the
months.
cold anymore. But yeah, it is 3 degrees cloudy, and it's supposed to be snowing, so that's well within my sleep system's capabilities, like down to 1 overnight or 0 overnight is fine. It's easier for me to sleep out when it's cold than to just stand out in the cold, if that makes sense. Camping in the snow? But yeah, like, it might be snowing here, but like just above this line here, if you were here when we were hitchhiking, like there's just, we're in a fjord right now kind of thing, and we're just flanked by like snowy mountains, and the snow comes very close to the sea level. Sleeping cold is comfy for some reason. Yeah, as long as you have a good sleep setup, I agree with you. Like, I'm warm and cozy in here, and the outside is cold, and like just a little nip of my face is like getting a little bit cold. Just a little bit of that, but I have like a toucan, so just this is getting like crisp cold. And then if you get too warm, it's really easy to cool down. You just like let a little bit of air in, and then you cool down. Like, I find it really easy to regulate my temperature and be cozy and nice. I hate when it's hot out and I'm trying to sleep. Ring and pinion drive bicycle, neat, super old concept, no chain. Well, yeah. Like, I would like to get a, what is it? A cable, you can convert a roll-off hub-driven bike to this.
I just resubscribed for 13 months.
What is it? It's like a rubber. Belt drive. Yeah, belt. Thank you. Why can't I remember that? Brain. I think belt drive would be cool because they last like tens of thousands of kilometers. So it's less of a consumable part than a chain, and it requires less maintenance throughout that time. You don't have to like oil it and clean it. Well, you probably still clean it a bit, but will Trevor be staying outside and catching vehicles irrespective of weather? Well, it depends. I am old Trevor because I'm getting old. First day bike brain already cooked. Oh, I just haven't talked verbally out loud about bike stuff to this extent, or hitchhiking stuff. Like when I'm home, I don't spend that much time talking about specific bike stuff or specific travel stuff so much because honestly, I spend a lot of time by myself or with Sarah and stuff like that, and these aren't topics that get discussed in depth. Like, we don't deep dive into this stuff. But you guys get curious, and then, like, I think it's a fun conversation to have. Less maintenance, but a belt does break. Maybe hard to find a new one. Yeah, and then you can't, like, fold them that well, right? So you can carry spare with you, but it would be, like, an awkward thing to bring with you. She got CT in the mosh pit, maybe. Like, okay, back to mosh pit thing. One of the just coolest things to me about that is just like how everyone is like looking out for everyone. Because again, violent place, you're in there pushing people, they're pushing you. That is the name of the game kind of thing. But like when someone starts falling, it's usually tightly packed enough in there that you have like 5 people that like you're going down, you just feel like a bunch of hands just like come on you and then just push you back up. Like, and if someone actually falls, like everyone clears out of space and like pulls you back up kind of thing. But I had one where like someone's foot was behind me, not intentionally, but like I just got pushed and there's a foot behind me and like both my feet are now just like I can't step back to catch myself. So I'm just like going down like Titanic. Like I'm just gonna fall flat on my back. And then like I make it pretty far down, but then you just feel a bunch of hands just underneath you and then they're like whoop. It's cool. Lost my glasses mosh pit a couple months back. They were returned to me within 30 seconds. Yeah, no, like, it's really good. I didn't think it would be like that, but it's really good vibes in a mosh pit. Fall down in a mosh pit, chances are not high you can survive. If you fell down in a mosh pit and people didn't care about that, but the fact that, and I'm sure it's different for different crowds and different shows and different types of metal and stuff like that, but like, if someone, and like, you feel that energy too. Like I had plenty of people that were going down around me, and then it's just like, it's an automatic thing. It's just like, no, you don't. Back up. You good? Yeah. And then back to. But like, it's fun. Like, I don't know. Like, you just go up to someone and you just like give them a good shove, and then they like shove you back, and like. I just like, someone like pushed me, and I've never like had someone do something that's considered like aggressive like that to you in a positive way, but they do it and I just like have a little giggle. You're like, yeah. So, yeah, I'd like to experience that some. Like Norwegians and stuff, they love metal. Maybe I'll find a random metal concert to go to. But I was talking about something before that, and then someone just brought up the metal thing, and it's just like, as far as my recent memories are concerned, it's one of my key memories. It was fun. I have to pee before we go, but I should get back out there. I've finished my coffee. I'm just procrastinating now. I think you guys won't get stolen here, so I'll probably leave you guys on the table, and the bathroom's just around the corner there. I think someone just went in there, so I'll wait. I think they're individual here. But when we got here, was anyone watching my my Norwegian cycling tour 2 years ago much? I'm pretty sure I rode, like I stopped at this gas station. I think no. Was it? No. Was it Tromsø or Tromsø? I don't think you did. Maybe I didn't. There's probably a lot that look very similar to this, like a kind of northern Norwegian Shell gas station. There's just something that looks very familiar, but maybe it isn't. I don't know. On the way to Nordkapp, yeah. But no, I would have been more coastal, because there is more coastal, or it is, How did we get to Tromsø? Was this the way to Tromsø? Because I know I went through Tromsø. But then from Tromsø you'd go back down that way. I don't know. Or did we take that road on the other side of the fjord? I don't know. Took us 2 ferries from Tromsø. Where do those go? I'm going to spend a long time just looking at maps trying to remember this, but yeah. Hitchhiking back to get your bike after TwitchCon. I'll probably be flying back because, well, I'll have to think about it. I could hitchhike back up the west coast because it is fucking beautiful. And this time we're hitchhiking south, a lot of through central, like Sweden. We're going to spend a lot of time in there. Which is like just in the woods. I like the woods. But man, like that West Coast Norwegian bike tour 2 years ago. Because I've seen lots of beautiful places in my life, and it's just like, in a lot of places, or in Canada even, and stuff like that, like, you spend a long time traveling to find that beautiful location. Like, it's like the destination. You're going there because there's this cool mountain or something like that, and you're like, yeah, I want to go see that. But the thing about the coast of Norway is that's the whole fucking thing. You don't have to try to find that really cool place. I was talking about in the car, I don't know if the stream was working at that point. We were talking about Lofoten. I always forget how to pronounce it. And how everyone was hyping it up as like the most beautiful place in the world, and like it's the place to go in like northern Norway. But like, when I got to Lofoten, I'm just like, I've seen landscapes like this, the whole coast. Like, it wasn't as concentrated as the Lofoten, I guess, but like, I've already experienced this. And that's not to say I'm not enjoying this, I am. But what I wasn't enjoying is how much busier it was because of how famously beautiful it is. Like, there was so many absolutely spectacular coastal locations in Norway where I was the only frickin' person there. And it was amazing to me. First day was cloudy too, which didn't help. First day of which? This trip? Definitely cloudy. I'm guessing you're talking about another trip. Made a sketch how to attach starting to your bike. Can I post the imagery link here? Could you post it like how I post it on Discord? Are you in my Discord? And you can probably post the link. I don't know if we have automatic like link deletion on Discord. I don't know if you need. I don't know how my Discord's set up because I don't go on there when I'm not traveling. You know, okay. Going on another tangent. Talked earlier about how like when I go home and I don't have anything going on, how like that discomfort seeps in. How do I describe this? I've trained myself to be very, very comfortable with first interactions. Like I've hitchhiked 2,700 times. It makes sense. Me meeting a stranger for the first time is something I am absurdly comfortable. Like I've just done it so many times. But I don't know. It's like what came first, the chicken or the egg situation in this. Either like I'm naturally predisposed for that, or like I've just trained that into me. But what I'm not very comfortable with is the longer I get to know someone, once you get past all those like initial learning who they are things, that's where the discomfort starts to creep in. So like, I've lived my life as the most social isolationist ever. I meet tons of people, but like, for whatever reason, the concept of becoming closer to those people, amazing people that I meet, is the thing that makes me uncomfortable. It's not the initial, it's the latter part. Anyway, I've spent the past 7 months trying to like figure out who the fuck I am. So I've been doing a lot of thinking about just like how I work as a human being and why I work the way I do as a human being. And I'm famously bad at being in contact. I see Hannibal in there being like, that's why you're bad at DMs. Like, it's cutting into it. And it's something that I don't particularly like about myself, because I really like people. But like, the thing is, like, I think a lot of the emptiness I feel is how all the social interactions I have are like these fleeting, non-committal things. And I love doing that, but it's just like, I feel like the most meaningful connections you have are the ones with like length and depth. Like, you go beyond the surface level and into what makes you you as a human being, like much deeper kind of thing. And that's something I've been uncomfortable with for, I think, ever. Drove taxi for 6 years, just made me realize I trained myself like you did to be good at first interactions. These days I'm the opposite though, as an old man. No, that makes sense. Like, I feel like as a profession, that is about as an exact comparison to like hitchhiking as far as those like fast. It really is just paid hitchhiking, or hitchhiking is free taxi, whatever way you want to describe it. But yeah, I do think a lot of that, and I'm being very vulnerable because I've made that decision to be open, because I've been rather not, like, I don't think I've been acting or anything like that, but it's just like, I don't talk about how I actually feel about things. Anyway, if people are just like, why are you saying this? This is not, you're supposed to be like, everything is good, everything is happy. So, that disclaimer. I had something I want to say, but now I'm reading chat, and now I got distracted. Will you do this with someone close except Sarah? And that's where it gets hard, is like one of the things I'm most passionate about in my life is the type of traveling I do, both hitchhiking and biking. But one of the things I like most about that is the complete freedom of it. Like, I get to do whatever I want to do at any given moment perpetually on the road. And I make weird travel decisions, and the only people that can complain are you guys. But like, you're not actually traveling. Like, you're not like an actual person standing next to me that has to like be out in some uncomfortable environment situation thing there in person. You just watch it. So if chat doesn't like what I'm doing, that's one thing. If like I'm traveling with someone, I want them to be an equal partner. So my decisions have more repercussions if I make bad ones. Oz for Hawks with the 35-month resub. Oh, I gotta replay this. We got daily poetry. Oz for Hawks for years. Pretty much every single day I stream, we'll come in and drop some poetry. So we'll play that in a second. For what sort of self-discovery is one hell of a twist on the usual hitchhiking content? It really is, but that's what I've been doing for like a long time. So my mind's on that, because and usually when people ask me, they're like, what have you done for the X number of weeks or months since you've last been streaming? And usually it's really just like, I've been swearing quite a bit on stream, but I'm just like fucking about. Like, I don't really have that much going on. But this time, I did have a lot of just fucking about, but like, the core of that whole past 7 months or whatever was like, Yeah, self-discovery, as you said. We'll leave it at that. Let's play some poetry. Okay, a little too loud.
Os4HWKS just resubscribed for 35 months. Yesterday was my mother's birthday. Lots of years may cause a little dismay. She has always been there for her kids. Never tried to sell us, took no bids. So just some pros to celebrate her day. 94 trips around the sun is a long way.
94 trips around the sun is a long way. Thank you for the 35-month resub. The daily poetry, I do appreciate it. Speaking of birthdays, yeah, I just did a trip like a week before I left to Vancouver Island for my grandpa's 90th, which is nice because a lot of family came out for that. So it was like a mini family reunion that I got to go to. Wait, I didn't even say, like, I immediately... See, I'm doing everything much more introspectively here. I read that and I immediately was, like, a thing popped into my head of how I can relate to that. But you know what I didn't do? Like, in that interaction? I read that, processed it, and I'm like, here's my relation to it. I didn't say happy birthday. Happy birthday, Oscar mom. Anyway. I'm just, like, thinking about how my brain processes things more now, I guess. Okay, so every time I think, because I'm reminded that I need to go to the washroom every time someone goes into the washroom, but then they're in the washroom, so now I have to wait for them to leave. And for some reason, I'm not noticing them leave, I'm only noticing them coming, so I'm missing out on this. 94 revolutions around the sun is just a short 55 billion miles travel. That is a distance. That is a good distance. Wait. But we're getting to, like, astrological distance and stuff like that. But the fact that there's people with more dollars than there are miles traveled around the sun in 94 years of life, when we're talking astrological terms, is kind of crazy to me. You bring your notebook? I don't have my viewer book, and I think I should try to find one along the way. If that's what you're talking about for notebook. Oh, my sister's here. Good to see you, Megan. Love you too. But speaking of connections, I feel like this is a fine thing to say on stream. With all the stuff I've talked about and just, like, I don't know, describing fulfillment as far as my life is concerned things, one of the nicest things that has happened over the past, like, 7 months of existential self-discovery has been reconnecting with my sister. Like, I've spent a lot of time visiting my sister, and it's been really nice. So. It's been good. Bathroom? I swear there's someone in there right now. I didn't see... Did someone leave? They keep saying it's going to snow, but it hasn't. I'm just slightly emotional right now because my sister's here. So I'm trying to distract myself. Go potty and hitchhike, lazy man? Well, I want to. Like, I am a guy. I could just pee in a bush somewhere. But since I'm inside, I feel like I might as well use, like, facilities. Oh, there we go. Okay, someone's leaving. I can go pee. You guys will stare at this bench for careful, not very long, because guys that are fishing. I'll bring this. It should be within range, so you can like alert to me if someone's stealing all the gear. I should bring my phone though, because that's an easy thing to steal. But the mic is here. Okay. Now I'm up and moving. We should get up and moving, actually. Hopefully it's not raining too much right now. Road looks wet, but I can't tell from here if it's actively raining. I just might have to put your hat on and stuff like that. I made a little hat for you guys. For water. Rocks, thanks for, or no, that was your thing. Alex, thanks for the 100 bits.
Zakli just resubscribed for 78 months. Incredible. The boy has returned. Cat Jam.
My man Joel. Zoc, thanks for the 78 months. That's the biggest one I've seen come through as far as number of months. I had 77 earlier. You surpassed it. I don't know. Maybe that's the longest resub I have on the whole channel. You know, it might be now. Because like some of the people that had the top one had stopped resubscribing. Like legitimately, I take over half a year off sometimes. Some people just leave the subs running that entire time, which I appreciate and is completely unnecessary. You should not feel pressured into do that. It just is on auto recur. Trev's biggest simp. Mutual simping. Colts McCush, thanks for the 65 months. That's getting up there too. Okay. What was it? I was reading something and then I got distracted. Hitch by the Tromsø today? Yesterday. I got in at like 7 p.m. yesterday. Okay. Let's throw this stuff out and then head out. This and this garbage. Welcome back. Good to be back. It's been so long. That was a long break. 7 years, that's why I still think of Trevor in his early 20s, not 30. Yeah, I was 24, I think, when I started streaming. 23, 24? Well, 7 years ago, April 10th, 2018. So, whatever that is.
Hobbies 37 just resubscribed at tier
What you've been up to?
34 months.
Existential self-discovery.
Theony and Lee Mauler just resubscribed for 29 months.
And I feel like for a lot of that stuff, I really had to start from, like, the ground floor. 'Cause the thing is, I just don't historically think that deeply into
Subscribed with Twitch Prime. Sub with Prime.
the more philosophical parts of being a human being. But then discovering that I'm unhappy with my life in general as someone that hasn't delved much deeper into who I am, well, was an opportunity to figure out a little bit more. And yeah, past 7 months have been some of the best times of my life and some of the absolute 100% worst times of my life. And that's honestly good, I think. Okay, quick one thing, like, and I think this is what partially what makes me like good at what I do. I discovered pretty early on that I don't like negative emotions. I don't like being sad. I don't like being mad. I really don't like being mad. I don't trust anger. Because anger is like irrational. People do irrational things when they're angry. And those irrational things you do when you're angry can be like very hurtful to yourself and other people around you. So I learned like a way to emotionally regulate, to put myself right here. Here's the range. This is 100% up. This is as 100% down. Right here. This is my zone. This is, we go like this in this zone. We don't go up here. We don't go down here. We go here. Also, not very satisfying. Yeah, I do everything I can to avoid being down here. But like that emotional range is a very human thing, and I've learned that no. Should probably actually feel them. Okay. It's a little bit of an awkward walk out there. I gotta walk a few hundred meters down this like slow highway with no shoulder to get to a little lay-by, very little lay-by, to find a spot to hitchhike. Next location I'll likely be getting a ride to isn't that far down the road. It's Skiboten, 40 minutes away. Because likely someone will be staying on E6 at that town heading north, and I'll want to start heading south on E8. Any particular trigger this period of introspection? I was unhappy and I didn't understand why. My brain works in a very rational way. Like, things should make sense.
This is their first gift sub in the channel.
And from my perspective, I have it really good. Like I'm very lucky. Like, I'm very, very lucky. I get to like travel the world for a living and then make enough from that. And I'm usually pretty frugal. So like I'm not spending much money usually when I'm home or anything like that, but like I could, without going deeply into debt, take over half a year off of work and spend money on figuring out why I was unhappy. You know, lucky I am. Like, most people cannot do that. It's really, really lucky that I'm in a position to just be able to do that. Like, I don't like how my brain is right now, so I'm going to spend, like, a long time trying to figure that out, and a lot of money, because therapy isn't cheap. I don't get benefits from Twitch, which is fine. Like, I'm not their employee. They don't have to offer me benefits, nor do I expect that. But it's just like, that's the reality. You don't get that shit for free in Canada. If you show extraordinary need, you can, but like, that's hard to do. Weird benefits, yeah. Yeah, and I went a lot. I should look at how many sessions I've had. Okay, let's go hitchhike. Hopefully it's not raining. Like, if it is, we can manage it, most likely. Unless it's really windy at the same time, and then it gets hard to manage. We're not on YouTube. I just didn't feel like setting it up for this trip. Like, I can very easily, in like a couple button pushes, like at the start of the stream, start a YouTube stream. I just didn't feel like doing it today because I didn't want to. I haven't streamed in so long, and already we're having tech issues that I just wanted to simplify it a little bit and not try to run on multiple platforms at the same time. Okay, a little bit lower. Yeah, there you go. What's this battery at? 80%. One thing I do like, these iPhones, for whatever reason, when I plug in a battery on my Android when I'm streaming, I always thought it was like thermal throttling because it's warm. Like, streaming creates a lot of heat on your phone because you're doing a lot of things on your phone at the same time. But when I plug in a battery, it doesn't really recharge. It kind of just stops it from discharging, if that makes sense. Looks windy. Is it also wet? I think so. I see a puddle. Puddle is puddling. So I just like pretty much leave it on a battery the whole day. But with the iPhone, it at least actually goes up. So I can like then unplug the battery and spend some time streaming without a battery on. Yeah, that is definitely hat weather. So we're gonna go back to that bench and put a hat on. About 80% will spare the battery. I never use my devices long enough to really consider that I destroy them. Tech to me is, from a live stream perspective, is disposable or consumable. I think that's better. It's not disposable. It is still really expensive. But I just use tech in a way that it will die. This is the hat. It's like, ooh, I could put my backpack cover on too, because yeah, then the cardboard won't get completely soaked. The backpack itself is pretty water proof, but the cardboard sure ain't, and it disintegrates once it gets wet. Downside about the hat is it is a reasonably sized surface area for wind to grab. So it can cause issues of streaming phone falling over. Top. Is that the middle? Yeah. Go. Nice. This will soak through eventually, but it's good for a little bit. This guy, I can always chuck it underneath there too if I need to. That wind is cold. Okay, I'm zipping back up, so I retain my heat. Have a hat we can milady people now. Oh. What do you... I washed it. It might have like ruined the flippability of the spam hat. So this is a cycling cap. It's designed to be like when you have a helmet on and you flip this out when you want it out of the way, and if the sun's in your eyes, then you can fold it down like that. No, like it really needed a wash. It was so dirty, and like the yellow really shows the dirt. Where is? Oh, it's cut on. Okay, yeah. Jeez, that wind is ripping. Big boy Mojo Man with the 8-month reset. Oh. Yeah, okay. No, that's right. That's good. Okay, I think we're good. I think, what's that? 80% still. That's been through a lot. Like, just part of one trip. Just part of one trip. But one trip, how I do a trip, well, it's biking or hitchhiking, like, I just, my stuff just disintegrates. Okay. Sorry, the hat, I know, is a little bit in the frame, but honestly, the more it folds down, the less water, because it's windy, so the things are going to be coming in from behind. Or, like, rain comes sideways. So that's what I mean when, like, wind and rain is the hardest thing to manage for the stream, because when you have water coming horizontally, all your umbrellas and shit don't really work. Okay, yeah, I do want my hood on. Yeah. Come here. Yeah. Yeah. Nice. Either a new spam hat or another cool one. It'd be fun to have a few fun hats. Next time, connect to YouTube so we can watch on our TV. Okay. What is it? Like, Twitch is an app on a lot of TV stuff now, right? Isn't it? I don't know. Oh, did I go the wrong way? Can I get out this way? Is this ditch too big? Oh, it's not nice. I'm gonna have to put my gloves on. Oh, it's a deep ditch. I think I have to walk around. Or can I go that way? I think I can go that way. Okay. Let me check my phone. Where are you? Are you in camera? Am I in the camera? No. Not yet. Oh, it is. Nice. Very enjoyable. Can I go that way? Yeah, let's go that way. I don't have to walk on the highway, we walk on a local road. That's better. Get stuck in a ditch on Twitch. I've been blown into a ditch on my bike. Where was I? I think I was on my Portugal, Spain trip. I don't remember if I was in Portugal or Spain. I just had this horribly windy day. And I was riding so slow, trying to just, like, stay upright. And it's impossible to stay on, like, your line. Because riding on a road, you want to be predictable. You don't want to be swerving left and right. But, like, when it's, like, gusty wind, it's really hard to. But I was barely moving. And then just a huge gust blows me, like, in a ditch. And I rode it out. I didn't crash. But I was lucky. All the way to north of Norway, really think you can make that distance? About 300 kilometers a day is what I have to average. I've only done 70 today, but it's technically 300 a day if I started tomorrow and I count registration day, like the day I want to arrive at TwitchCon, as a whole day, which realistically it's kind of like half a day because I want to get there by midday. Are we there yet? Rotterdam? Not quite. How long form can we do, like, channel point gambling? Could people, like, bet channel points on if I'll get there in time hitchhiking? Or is that too, like, is it like 10 days? Is it out of focus? Is it focusing on the hat? I think so. Because, like, I've made it to every TwitchCon on time. What is he doing? Stop. But I have failed a trip with a deadline. I got nominated for a streamer award. Stop. Stop. That is... Okay, also, does anyone know how to, like, change the autofocus settings on Moblin? In the car, with the rain, it wants to autofocus on the windshield rather than outside, and I have not figured out a way to get to stop doing that very well. Why? Is it just my eyes, or... No, it's totally going out of focus. The heck? Okay, we're gonna spin around for now. But I have to figure that out at some point. Old man yelling at phone. Yeah. Switch to mana focus, I found. Where do I find that in the settings? Because I was trying to find, like, I went into settings, I went to video, and the only thing it let me chose was, like, I can have it so, like, when I press the stream, it, like, manually focuses on whatever you press on. But I found that didn't work at all with, like, windshields. Because, like, wherever you press on the stream is where raindrops will fall. So sometimes that spot is focusing on the outside, sometimes that spot is focusing on the windshield. What device are you on? Well, I am on an iPhone something or other. I don't know what they're up to now. I don't even know it's the current generation iPhone Pro. So I can go like, this, yeah. Okay. Circle K is crazy. Circle K is like everywhere. Wherever you go, there's Circle K. Oof, gas prices. Yeah, it was like $3 a liter. Stomach. It's a silky zoom. Yeah, on it's one thing I do like. I love the zoom on the Samsung phones, but through the streaming apps, it is it doesn't like smoothly do that. It just switches cameras, like it flashes from one to the other. Wait, it's only $2? I was doing Canadian. Okay, in my head, 7 kroner is 1 Canadian dollar. It's a little bit different than that, but that's what my conversion. What's our hat made of? Spam. I don't know. It's synthetic, whatever it is. One thing I don't have, so I was trying to save pack space because my bag is very, very full. I didn't bring my waterproof pants. Now, I do have a spare pair of pants. Usually I only have one pair of pants, so like I can swap between them as they get soaked, but if we're gonna have a lot of rain like this, I'm gonna get a little wet. Also, I'm rocking these thrifted boots, which notably only have a leather sole. So, spending all day in this, my boots will be wet by the end of the day. If they are wet, they're just like the first twinges of being wet. But I didn't want to bring my proper hitchhiking boots because this is only 10 days of hitchhiking and then probably a few months of riding a bicycle. So, I was prioritizing not bringing giant heavy boots. And these are still boots, but I thrifted them, so if I lose them or decide I can't carry them, I'm only at $20. Street boots or anything? Well, the uppers I reconditioned them, but the soles of them are just leather, right? So, and I wasn't sure. I didn't want to condition the bottoms of them because these already being like just leather. I'm like, if I condition them, are they gonna get really like slippery? Like, where do you start today? Tromsø. 70 kilometers that way. And now we're going this way. Where else second gear in the bike trip starting at Tromsø? Like, for the most part, all this hiking stuff carries over. Like, I kind of need most of the same gear. Outside of, like, technically the backpack and the boots. But everything else, I think, transfer is okay. But I use the backpack as extra storage on the bike trailer because I'm hauling a trailer with me with a 225-watt solar panel on it. Which is, man, I wish the weather was better. This would be beautiful. And which I'm thankful for. Like, when I have the solar power setup, I need a lot more stuff on my bike for all the solar setup stuff, which is fairly complicated. Damn, it's cold. Sorry, just getting a good gust of wind. I'm gonna have to wear gloves at some point here. I might wait till I get to my spot though. So this I'll show you here in a sec is like classic Norwegian, like small highways, roads. Maybe not. I don't know. I'm gonna walk facing traffic, but the fact they have these railings on them is really annoying because I just can't step out of the road really well. It also means, like, for hitchhiking, the cars can't really pull over. I know this would be narrow even if this shoulder wasn't, or the railing wasn't there, but so much of Norway is just this. It makes it hard for hitchhiking, for just like hitchhiking spot, like finding a space that's safe to hitchhike from. Both to like stand there hitchhiking and on top of that, safe for someone to pull over. Because like when a car just stops right in the middle of lane traffic, that means every car has to avoid them. Which I feel like Norway plans for that, because the fact that they never have anywhere to pull over means if you break down, like, you just have to block the whole lane. That's just how it works. Interesting wrap they put on that Tesla. Yeah. Nice. This is Northern Lights route. Notably, worst few months of the year to see the Northern Lights right now, because the sun doesn't set. It will look like this 24 hours a day if it's overcast. It will just be perpetually gray. Helmut Schneider with the tenner. Thank you very much for the $10. There was a message there, but I didn't hear it because there's a car passing or something. I can check. See, I wish this was on my side of the road. This is a perfect spot to hitchhike. On the wrong side. Although it isn't the perfect spot to hitchhike because it's right at a junction. I'd want to hitchhike on the other side of the junction. But anyway. Glad back to Reba. Enjoy the trip. Thanks for the tenner, man. Was there media with that? I think media share is active. It does currently break my alerts, but like the media does play. What kind of socks for the walking? Merino wool, 100%. Huge step up from synthetic or cotton. No Brompton this time. I wish. I wish. I can love that thing. No, I brought a bike with me, but it's my full-size touring bike. Plan is hitchhike to Rotterdam, fly back, pick up my bike and bike trailer, and ride south through Finland, because I've never done a big trip through Finland. We might actually get to Finland today, but the furthest we'll get into Finland is right at like the Finnish border, pretty much. Like, we follow a highway that just stays on, I think it stays on the Finnish side for like the whole way south to the Bothnia Sea or whatever it is. Stream bike trips? Oh, yeah. Yeah, I got some fun things. I'm adding Starlink to my setup for fun. I know like Norway has really good cell network in general. I think I heard Finland is as well. I'm curious if I get much off the main roads, if it'll be bad. But yeah, I've wanted to implement satellite. Anyway, this driveway is where I'm going to hitchhike. It's actually quite a long stretch for a driveway. I feel a little weird, just like I'm occupying your driveway for hitchhiking terms, or hitchhiking purposes, but it's fine. Clear. I'll stand at the front because people need time to like see you and pull over, and they pull over behind you. Yeah, it's actually a pretty good spot. I didn't check. I don't know what the speed limit is here, but it shouldn't be that fast yet. Cars are probably at most going like 60 through here at this point, which is pretty much in-town speed limit, so that's fine. Ooh, there's a taxi. All right, so I'm gonna set up here and we're gonna hitchhike. Well, yeah, we're gonna hitchhike. Just whether we get picked up or not will be yet to be determined. 50 or 60 we are. Yeah, the roads here, even when you're like out of town, like they usually aren't that fast, all things considered. Would hate seeing a hitchhiker outside my window. Yeah, probably, that's fine. Someone else has hitchhiked here before. I went on this hitchhiking map website, and people can like user submit places they hitchhiked and what they thought of them. And someone did the same thing as me, so this is, sorry, I'm mucking about with my pocket. What's that purple thing? It's raining, and this keeps the rain from getting off of this sensitive electronics. Phones are usually pretty water resistant these days. What isn't is like all the things I've strapped to it, like wireless mic receivers and USB hubs and stuff like that. Okay. Submit places you've hitchhiked from? Usually not. Probably should, shouldn't I? If I use it as a valuable resource for myself, but not really contributing to it. That battery's gonna get too wet. It's hard to stop the batteries. I can put them in a plastic bag or something like that, but it's not ideal. Whew, my hand is like hurting from being sore from holding that thing. I have like mitts, but I didn't feel like putting them on. Also, I guess even though they've got a windproof lining on them, which is pretty water resistant, they're gonna get wet if I just wear them out like this. Which means when I want to wear them to actually get warm, like when I'm camping or something like that, they will have lost a lot of their actual thermal insulation properties. Hey, looks cold, yeah, like 3-4 degrees, rainy. Where I'm at here, it's actually blocked a good chunk of the wind, it seems. So not as windy. Oh, fingers are in pain. When they're cold and then you like shove them in somewhere warm, notably my pocket right now, and they warm up real quick, that pain hurts so good. Okay. Cy Borgren, rather. Thanks for the 32 months. Okay. Waterproofing your own gear, 3D printing case, rubber gasket. Sounds pretty simple for a battery. Oh, hey, it's a good idea. Yeah. Well, I just have to learn like the actual design part of the 3D printing and materials design. I don't know. It sounds cool. There's a lot of people in the IRL kind of world that are very like inventive. They do really creative stuff to make their IRL streaming setups better. And I'm like a shrug my shoulders, like I just need it to work kind of guy. So usually my solutions to like integrate stuff is like the most janky thing ever. It's just like random things taped to other things. How has there been no cars yet? There's so many cars when I was walking along this road. Okay, I think I see a vehicle now. Wow, it took a while. But since cars have been sparse, I'm gonna de-hood for every car that comes past, I think, maybe, possibly. Yeah. More people can see your face, the better, in my opinion. Turn this up a bit.
What you been doing in your free time? Working in construction?
I've been working out. Thanks for the 100 bits. I put on like, actually I didn't weigh myself before, so I don't know what my weight was before, but I wasn't eating very well, and I feel I was really light. But I worked my way up to 180 pounds, which is the heaviest I've ever been. And it was like pretty lean weight. Maybe I should post a picture. My sister was also doing like, was getting back in shape. And it wasn't like planned together, but we just happened to be like trying to get healthy at the same time. And we were showing like progress pictures. So, let's see. Because I've never really had much muscle mass on my upper body. But for the first time ever, I have a bit. Okay. I'm not wearing a shirt, so like... One sec, there's a car coming. Wait, we got poetry? I'm gonna have to look back at that. Okay, but I'm gonna show you this shirt. Trigger warning. Shirtless man. And I'm not like super jacked. I just have never had any. Like, I've always been like really skin and bones up there. But like, I have like a little bit of arm muscle now. And shoulders and stuff like that. I'm pretty proud of that progress. That pose, I'm trying to figure out poses that like show your muscles in exposed way. Okay, he's just a straight up, just normal chest gun show. I just have more arms. I think the least developed part is my chest. Well, that's not the position for showing that off, but I'm pretty proud of that. Just want to make sure my mic isn't getting too wet. It's getting a couple drops on it because it's when a breeze comes through, the rain comes in sideways, hat doesn't work so well. No timer? Oh, Hannibal, I think said he wasn't going to be here for a little bit. And usually one of our mods runs a lot of stuff like that, so he's just... Oh, wait, so whenever, like, we usually do, like... Can trucks pull in here? That's a double trailer, not this guy. Maybe it's single. Timer is on? Oh, okay. Then we're good. Hey. Hood back on. One guide, classic. I think I want to redo like my screen background stuff to just be like more minimalistic, because I think we still have that like big bar on the bottom in the middle there that like shows whether I'm hitchhiking and like some stats. I'd like a cleaner one that just like takes up less screen real estate, and maybe like a chat or two over in this corner or that corner, one of the corners, for the TV watchers. And I think it's fun for like clips when you can see chat's reaction to things. Like the part's not that big. I guess it's not that big. I just like, I don't know. I just want it to not stand out so much. Like, there's information there if you want it, but it isn't always so obviously there. Well, is this one? No, is it? No, it's not. That was one of the new Volkswagen vans for a second. They have like electric ones. I saw it at the West Edmonton Mall. Measured distance traveled per day. like for the purpose of this trip, kind of, because I know how many days I have to get to Rotterdam from here. I know how many kilometers it is at the most efficient route. And you divide the two, and that tells you how many kilometers you should average per day. So on a trip like this, we're more actually like stats focused a little bit. Is this getting really wet? A little bit. Here. Commercial truck. I'm not gonna do commercial trucks. Oh, it's a double trailer again, so. Is this, no, it must be like, it's not hazmat, so it's probably like milk or something? No. Well, yeah, they'd haul milk up here. I'm like, they don't have much for dairy farms here, but they gotta supply the milk. Well, it would already be processed into its final, like, thing at this point, wouldn't it? Oh yeah, that is a milk brand. I thought, like, when they process the milk into, like, jugs and whatever you need milk for, and then put it in a truck and put it up here, having it just, like, raw on a tanker truck, do they process milk up here? There's so many dairy farms in the Arctic Circle of Norway? I know in the entirety of Norway they have dairy farms. In fact, they've got some really good dairy. They got, like, some of my favorite chocolate milk here. Kuh milk is the best chocolate milk. Hey!
Where are you going?
Is town like in 40 minutes down there, like where the E8 and E6 divide? Because I'm trying to go to Finland. Wait. One sec. Okay. Like ski boaten?
Skiboten, yeah.
Yeah. Are you going through there?
I'm not going there, but I can drop you there, no problem.
You can? Oh, thank you. Before I hop in, this might sound weird. I make a film about hitchhiking, a live video documentary. I have a camera. I don't have to point it at you, but I have a camera with me. Is that okay?
Fine, no problem.
Okay, sweet.
Come on.
Do you want my stuff in the back there?
You can.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. Okay. Also, just a statistical anomaly. That's 2 girls in a row. So usually only 15% of rides are with women. It's just okay on top here?
Yeah. It's fine. It's a dog car, so it's,
all good. Sweet. They're so fluffy.
they are. And they love people.
Do they? Perfect.
Just check that out over here. It's pretty bored, so when I saw you running down, I was like, might turn around and hop.
Oh, you came back?
Yeah.
Oh, no, thank you.
So, Skiboten. Where are you from?
Canada.
Canada. Wow, that's super nice.
Yeah, I like it there, but I like it here. 2 years ago, I did a bike trip up the west coast of Norway to Nordkapp.
Amazing.
And,
Where did that
well, I think
go?
it's here. It just is like, yeah, teamwork. Oh, yeah.
I never have anyone in this car.
Nice. But yeah, no, so after that trip, I just love this country. It's like, I'm from a naturally beautiful place like Canada. I'm from the west coast. It's pretty, and I like pretty places, and it's hard to beat Norway, really.
I totally agree. I'm not from here. I moved here 3
Where are
years
you from?
Well, I'm from France.
Oh, okay.
City center.
Okay, yeah, so the city life too.
Yeah.
And then you move to the Arctic Circle. That's a big change.
For these fluffy guys in the back.
You moved all the way here for those guys?
Mm-hmm.
Well, they are pretty cute, so I kind of get it.
Yeah.
But you're okay with camera and stuff like that?
Absolutely.
Okay.
No problem.
Alright. So, what are their names?
So we have Thumbelina.
Thumbelina?
Yeah. Which is the mother of the other two, and then Tinkerbell and Totoro.
Tinkerbell and Totoro.
Got a meeting? So yeah, city life dogs to Arctic wilderness sled dogs.
Do those work as that?
Yes.
Do you sled dog? Or you
Yes.
really?
Yeah.
Wow, that's such a change from city life. I love it.
Really, really nice.
Well, you know what we didn't do? I'm like, what's your dog's name? What's your name?
Yeah, that's true. We didn't actually introduce ourselves. I'm Ariana.
Ariana?
Yeah.
I'm Trevor.
Nice to meet
Nice to meet you. But I think that's pretty common. People are just like, oh my god, those dogs are so, like, what are their names?
That's why I have dogs. It's like icebreaker. People just.
So, like, you must have come up here before you moved here and you're like, dipped your toes? No, you just dove in head first?
Yeah. Actually, I got my first dog, Thumbelina, 6 years ago.
Yeah.
And I was living I was living on the road at that moment, but then
Yeah.
I went back to city life in Paris because of COVID, unfortunately.
Yeah.
And after staying for a year and a half in the city center, I realized that this is not the life I want to give my dog.
Yeah.
So I started thinking more and more about moving to the north. Maybe not that up north.
Yeah. Yeah, you went really far.
Yeah. So first I moved to Swedish Lapland, really on the border of the Arctic Circle 3 years ago, and then I moved to Finland, and then Norway. Norway was my goal always, but it is quite expensive to move here and like buy a house and just settle down.
Yeah.
Whereas Sweden is much more affordable, so that's why we started with.
Okay, you worked your way up. Like, that'll probably insult some, like, Swedish people that watch. They're just like, oh.
No,
Sweden was, like, your introduction to the Nordics, and then you're like, Norway's the goal.
Norway was my goal.
Okay.
Because I love the sea.
Yeah.
And I love the mountains.
Okay, yeah.
And it's like the perfect mix of both.
Yeah.
Sweden, unfortunately, doesn't really have it.
They got a coast, it's just not, like, the Norwegian coast.
The Norwegian fjords are, like,
oh my god, yeah.
special. Like, nothing can come close to it.
I've been in a lot of countries, but yeah, spending like I think a few months hitchhiking or riding my bike all up the west coast of the fjords. One, I got really good at climbing hills on the bike because like I've never been in such good shape in my life. But then two, it's just visually spectacular. Like I loved it so much, and I got lucky on the weather. I think like the whole coast, the whole way up, I got like 5 days of rain or something like that.
Wow.
And even in the summer, I've heard that's rare. So
you're lucky.
yeah. Because like it gets kind of sad when you're like you see all this beautiful mountains and stuff like that, but you can't really see them.
Like I've been living now in this valley here for 6 months.
Yeah.
And we've had a shitty winter, but I mean I've been in this valley in the mountains every single day since I moved here.
Yeah.
And then the day we have sunny weather and clear skies, it's like I'm rediscovering the valley because it looks so much different, so much nicer.
And yeah, the last person who picked me up had said they like how drastically different it is here depending on the season, right? Like you have winter, you're just coming out of the winter now, and it's just like, well, what's the thing, night and day, and like here, that's literally night and day. The sun does not rise for however many days a year.
Like, days.
Yeah.
I think that was my first winter up here in like close to Tromsø.
Yeah.
I think the last time I saw the sun was around 15th of November here in the valley.
Until February sometime?
And the first time I saw the sun again was I think on the 20th of February, and I had to drive to Tromsø city center to see it by the sea, because here you don't see it until mid-March because of the mountains.
Oh, so you drove to go see the sun?
Just to see the sun. Yeah,
just to get some photosynthesis, like, I am a plant now?
It gets very long waiting for the sun to come back.
And then, like, I think, I don't know, there's something about... So I grew up on the west coast of Canada on Vancouver Island, and it's very, very wet. So the sun comes up, but it's just like this. It's gray and rainy, like from October through April. And I just moved recently to Edmonton in the prairies in the flat part of Canada, just because it's cheaper and I travel a lot. And it gets really cold in the winter, like minus 40 kind of cold. But it gets sunny. It's so sunny. And like, even though it's minus 30 and it's like sunny outside, I stand outside and I'm like, I feel like a plant. I feel like I am drawing energy from the sun, and I am going to wither away and die without it.
So I totally feel you. When I tell my family back in upfront that my favorite days of the winter here are when it's like minus 30 or 40 degrees and sun outside. They're like minus 40, and that's your favorite days. Like, what the actual fuck?
It actually is nice. It's like, and it's fairly easy to dress for because it's like the wet kind of soaks into everything that you have. I don't mind the real cold. Like, just wear layers, wear clothes, and you'll be fine.
Dry cold is the best cold.
When it gets really cold and you're like trying to breathe, like trying to do exercise or something like that, that's tough because like the air isn't supposed to hurt you. Yeah, and then you learn like kind of have to go through my nose because it like filters it a little bit before it goes into your lungs.
But then it hurts less to breathe through your mouth.
It's like a decision you have to make.
Yeah. You have to weigh the pros and cons and
pick
what's the less
which
bad.
poison. So like, and then moving here is what I know from traveling, and I haven't done it myself, but talking to people I know is being a tourist somewhere is very different than moving there and like living there and joining their culture there.
Yeah.
For you, how was the experience of like, I know you've lived in several places, so you've jumped around quite a bit, but like...
Well, I can actually compare all three Scandinavia...
You can?
Sorry, Finland is not Scandinavia, but all three Nordic countries I've lived in. And I would say that Norway is like not the easiest one to move to, because people have this shell that you need to break into before they get comfortable with you and like trust you and like include you in their life.
And you have a whole answer here, but I've heard it's like that for all of like Nordic countries. Like the further north you go, the more people are like, I like my space.
Yes.
I like my space.
If you offer them to do something, they will never say no to your face because they feel really bad saying no, but they will always find an excuse to just have their own time, their own space, and it's nothing against you. It's just that they're so used to having their own space and time that,
And then someone from the Netherlands would just say no.
Yeah.
Blunt.
Yeah, well, yeah.
And I appreciate the bluntness. It's just...
Sometimes it hurts.
I know, because like in North America, we're very much like happy face outside, like no matter what we feel. Like if someone says like, how are you doing? You never say not good.
Amazing.
You are always good.
You're breaking into pieces. You're like, great. Amazing. Couldn't be any better.
Yeah, because someone that's Dutch will just be like, how you doing? And they're like, not good.
Yeah.
And I'm like, I didn't expect that. Now I don't know where to go with this because this isn't a situation where I thought we'd be talking about not good.
But, like from my experience, in Norway, a little bit, but not so much.
Yeah.
But especially in Finland, if you ask someone how they're doing, you should expect to have like a full lecture on like their mental health, physical health, everything. Like, do not ask people how they're doing if you do not care about how they're actually
That's true. But if you do care about how they're doing, that's super healthy. That's
of
good.
Course. Of course, but like some random people,
but
like they will go on a full lecture about how they're doing.
Yeah.
And it can be, if you're not mentally ready to take it in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because like, okay, as someone, like I've been hitchhiking now for 11 years.
Wow.
And like, I started doing it just for fun as an escape. But as I've done it more and more, I really like it for like the people and the conversations and the culture and like learning what makes someone tick.
Okay.
In like it, people are very different. They're very varied. So I think I'd like Finnish people because like if I'm just like, what's going on? How are you doing? And then they like, whether it's good or bad, like I'm here for it.
Yeah. I like it. I prefer that to you asking people how they're doing and like it's just a question that doesn't mean anything. You're not getting an answer.
No, it's absolutely
small talk,
correct.
Like, I hate it. Just to fill in, the space and time.
Yeah. Because like, again with hitchhiking, like I've done a lot of the small talk conversation, so it's just like it almost feels like you're just like filling in the prerequisite requirements to get into like the meat of a conversation, which goes beyond the initial introductions and into like what makes someone their own individual, which is what is the most interesting part about humans. But
11 years of hitchhiking, that's amazing.
It was I call it my early life crisis. I was going to school for accounting and finance.
Okay.
Yeah. And then I had a moment.
Mental breakdown.
Well, it wasn't full of just like, it was more like, if I get my degree and get my first job in this profession, it'll be really hard for me to like feel like I've lived and done something outside of just like work and go home and maybe get a girlfriend, which becomes a wife, and then you have kids and a car and a mortgage, and then your life is kind of.
feel
I
100%.
do you? Okay.
That's the reason I stopped my studies and just left and
Yeah.
never went back.
Oh, we're on the same page. What were you taking?
I was studying philosophy and letters, literature.
Yeah.
And psychology.
Okay. Well, I feel like studying philosophy would also, or could instill that, like, I need to live my life how I want to live my life kind of mentality, where I just had like this existential drag of like, do I want to do people's taxes my whole life kind of thing.
Yeah, if I don't do it now, when will I have the time to actually do what I really want to do?
Because like, that's the thing, is just like, a lot of people when they're young, they're trying to like grind and establish themselves and stuff like that, and they want to do that right away kind of thing. But then they get into the swing of life and they don't really have the time, and then once you retire, quite often you don't have the health or maybe not the finances to like, go and do this, or like a lot of the stuff I would want to do, I need to be in good shape for. Like, I like doing active things. Like, if I see a mountain, I want to be like, I'm gonna hike up that mountain. That looks like fun. Like, I want to be able to do that. And that's like much easier when you're not that you can't do it when you're older, but if you don't live an active lifestyle, it's hard to go like retire at 65 and then get in shape and yeah.
Absolutely.
And do you think Norway's like your forever home now, or is this still like exploring the world and experiencing new things? And
that's quite a difficult question to answer. Because like until now, for the past 7 years, I've never lived in one place for more than 6 months to a year.
Yeah.
I'm unable to settle down somewhere, but at the same time now I'm like in my dream country. I do picture myself building a life here.
Yeah.
But I don't know what tomorrow is made of. So I just live by the day and I do not make plans for the future.
Yeah.
I just go wherever the wind takes me, and we will see.
It's like, I've kind of done the same thing. I've never, when people are like, what do you plan to do in a year, 3 years, 5 years, 10 years? Like, usually I'm like, maybe a few days. And if like there's a trip ahead, like I know where I have to be in a month, like that's about as far as I'm looking. And in a way, that's super freeing, because it's just like you don't feel tied down by things. But it can also make me late. I don't know about you, but like lazy, because it's just like, well, I don't technically have to be doing anything, because I'm not like failing a goal because I don't have a goal.
Yeah, exactly. That's how I feel.
Yeah. So what do you what do you do to like live up here? Like, it's expensive.
Expensive it was.
Yeah.
And after like I think a week or two, I'm like, how have I spent so much money in the past 2 weeks? How? Like, I haven't done anything except eating hot dogs.
Yeah.
And then I'm like, oh fuck, a hot dog is like 9 euros.
Yeah.
9 fucking euros.
And it's like the cheapest meat too. Like, like usually it's just like processed stuff. I don't know what it is. It's just stuff, which like you think should be cheap, but no, no, it is not.
No, but it is very expensive to live up here.
So, did you find work here? Or you moved here and then found a job?
I found a job first and then moved here.
Okay.
So in the winter, I am a wilderness guide, snowmobiling guide, and usher.
Oh, that's cool.
It is super cool. And then in the summer, I just like to explore other fields and like a lot of different jobs. At the moment, I'm working on a sheep farm, and we are in full lambing season.
Yeah.
So I'm just helping sheep give birth to lambs all day long. That's fucking amazing.
That's cool.
Yeah. I never thought I would end up doing that, but oh well, you never know what tomorrow is made of. And it is pretty cool, actually.
Did you have like a lot of outdoor experience or guiding experience before you came up here?
Not at all.
Really?
Not at all.
Was it hard to get the first job? Because in a lot of industries, it's hard to like be like, you should hire me because I'm good at something if you haven't done said thing.
It's actually pretty easy.
Is it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Maybe not in Norway, but I arrived in Sweden in a company where they accepted to hire me without any previous experience. They were okay with me arriving a little bit earlier in the season and teaching me a lot of like all the basic stuff.
Yeah.
They also taught me how to like drive the snowmobile. They helped me pass the snowmobile license because you need a license to drive the snowmobile.
That's really cool.
Yeah, and I guess I got lucky with the team I got into that was very willing to help someone very new to
Yeah.
start in the business.
Mm-hmm.
And then I had this first experience that I could use to find a job in Norway, which made it, of course, much easier.
Yes, because for so many things, it's hard to get that first job to like prove that you're capable of doing it. Because a lot of places don't want to teach you and like commit to employing you. Because what if you don't pick it up quickly? Like they're just.
From my own experience, from living and working in France and in a couple different countries, and then living here in Scandinavia, they are way more open to give people without experience a chance and train them and teach them.
Cool.
So it's much easier to find a job without experience up here in the north than it would be further south in Europe, I would say.
Interesting. Do you think that's like there's like a labor shortage here, so they're like needing of people, so anyone that wants to live up, or is it just like they're just more willing to take a chance? Because I feel like in Canada, a lot of like desirable jobs, they have so many people applying, they're gonna pick the person that's best, and that's someone with experience.
Yeah, no, it's not. I wouldn't say there's a shortage of people like wanting to work. It's just that I think most of the young people nowadays that probably were born and raised here are looking to move like further south to somewhere where it's like more life and.
Yeah. Well, that makes sense. Yeah.
So younger people are not so that interested into working up here in the north, and also like let's be honest, they pay us a little bit less than they would pay locals.
Oh, do they?
Yeah, but I mean that's fine because like I know I'm paid less than someone like than a Norwegian would get paid for the same job here.
Yeah.
But I'm fine with it because it's already much more than what I would get paid in my country. So I'm
Fair.
like, well, I'm fine with it.
But then the cost of living's higher too, so it's just like you can't always just compare base salary because you have to be like, how much does it cost to live here?
But I mean, I also compare with what I need to live, and that's like
true.
Definitely not for me to live off what I'm getting. So that's why I'm fine with it. And also, it was my first year here. Like for sure, for a second year or third year, I would be way more like demanding in what I'm getting back for my work. But I thought maybe it's like a little bit easier if I'm not so hard on my. I cannot remember how to speak. Like if my expectations are not too high to get a good job in a good company that will give me a good that would look good on my CV for like further experiences in the future here in Norway.
Yeah.
And then we will see next year. Or why not ask the same a Norwegian would ask?
Yeah. And like working these kind of guiding jobs, is it kind of just like just enough to get by kind of thing?
You can make really good money.
Can you? Is it in a lot of countries like guiding and stuff like that is like quite tip based, but I know Europe is quite often less tip based.
Actually, I think I got 1 tip last winter.
1 tip?
Yeah.
Okay, so it's not a thing here.
That was like I think one of the very few American guests I had. But otherwise, like, it's just not in the culture to.
I know it's different everywhere because like I was looking like hiking up Kilimanjaro, and like they price that into like when they're pricing it out and like expect to pay this much per person per day that is on your team kind of thing. Like it's not in the price, but they walk you through exactly how much you should be tipping kind of thing.
Here, like no one expects a tip. It's if you get a tip, like you're happy, it's a plus, but you don't need it. You're paid a really decent wage. So.
Yeah. And that's what I thought it was. Just I know that industry in particular, where like I had a friend that worked off the coast of Vancouver Island on a fishing barge.
Oh, so nice.
And they'd like fly in on float planes, like very wealthy people to go fish in a beautiful, isolated place kind of thing.
Okay, nice.
But like, they made more money from tips than they did their salary. Like when people left, they'd be like tipping out the whole staff like thousands and thousands of dollars. Like,
oh wow. That's crazy.
Yeah, no, it's such a weird industry. And tipping confuses me because I don't know what's appropriate. I'm fine with it, but like,
I'm the same.
It everywhere you go, and even within a country, depending on the industry and stuff like that, it changes. So I'm like, I just don't want to like insult you, but I also don't want to just like throw away money I don't need to be throwing away. So it just kind of confuses me. I like being in places where it isn't a thing, just for that peace of mind.
Yes.
like I don't have to think about it.
Yeah, I really feel you.
Oh, bike. was me 2 years ago. Not on this road, but I really like it. I got a ton of satisfaction out of... Was that a trailer? Oh, I got a trailer.
No.
Yeah, they do.
Oh yeah.
I've seen that trailer. Yeah, that's a good... Oh, nice. I had a trailer when I drove up here, but it had a big solar panel on it.
Ooh, nice.
My goal for the trip was to ride like all the way up to the North Cap and never plug into a wall and run all my broadcasting stuff off of just solar.
Nice. Did you manage?
Oh yeah, because I had the really sunny weather. I got lucky.
Oh yeah, that's true. Yeah.
Because yeah, when we had like, I think the longest day of just straight rain was like just 3 days or something like that. And I could kind of keep it going. And I had like a decent sized battery bank of stuff stored, but like I had to like cut down, because I had 2 cameras, one forward, one backwards, and it's all live broadcast. And I had to go to the most minimal setup I could.
Yeah.
Because like midday, I'd be like, it was a 225 watt solar panel. I'd be getting like 5 or 10 watts, which is like how much your phone uses at that time. It's not enough.
No.
Yeah.
Right.
And then you feel really useless when you've got like an entire trailer and a ton of weight and space and everything for a purpose that you can't use because the sun is hiding.
Yeah. Yeah, that's bad.
But yeah, like riding 100 kilometers in a day, like when you get to your destination, it feels really satisfying because like you had to physically do that on your own.
Imagine.
Like it's, and like,
That's
well, you do a lot of stuff outdoors. Like if you're, I feel like you get satisfaction out of like the trips you do, like on a dog sled, or if you get into like ski touring or anything like that, where you have to like physically put a lot of work in to make it happen. Yeah.
Like I did it.
Yeah. Did you immediately fall in love with all like the guiding and the snowmobiling and stuff like that?
Yeah, like absolutely. I don't think I could do a normal job anymore, at least in the winter season. It's so nice.
That's how I feel, because now I've been filming this for work for 7 years.
Oh wow.
And I feel like I've ruined like a 9-to-5 job. Because at some point I want a bit more stability in my life to establish like friends and be closer to family, so I'm not gone all the time and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But then I think about the lifestyle that if I just like stayed put, that I'd have as far as what I do, and I'm like, I feel like that'd be soul draining now. Because I have to leave a lot, but I have so much freedom when I'm on these trips. Like anything I want to do anytime.
It would be really hard to go back to a regular 9-to-5 job after doing that.
Yeah.
People that manage to do that, they have all of my respect, because I know I could not go back to a regular life after living this way.
No, like, I don't know. I feel like what I know of your life philosophy so far is inspiring. It's like you're living a life that fits how you want to live your life. And like a lot of people don't do that.
No.
They do what they feel like they're supposed to do.
Yeah.
So.
Or they're like working 5 days a week for 2 days of like being able to enjoy their life.
Yeah, everybody's working for the weekend.
Yeah.
But like your life should be more than a weekend.
Yeah. Life's too short. Like that's my mindset. Like life is too short. I could die tomorrow. Like I could.
Yeah.
I was already thinking that way when I was living in Paris city center. I had the bakery just in front of my apartment, so I just had to go down, cross the road, and I was at the bakery. And I was like, I could go out tomorrow morning to buy bread and get hit by a car, and it's done. Like life's over. What did I do? Well, no. So that's why I'm just like live every day, like to its fullest, enjoy, and then, well, if you want to settle down somewhere one day, you can, but enjoy first.
At least you'll have all these experiences while you're living in the moment and
I don't want to regret not doing things.
Because a lot of people, and it is a way to live, and they can do that, but it's just like they work so hard saving for a good retirement, but it's not guaranteed.
No.
You're not guaranteed your retirement.
You have no guarantee that you will still be there to retire and have time to enjoy.
Well, I'm glad you picked me up. This is very enjoyable. Also, like, I feel so bad because I'm Canadian and I only speak English pretty much, so like Norway's pretty easy for language, but still it's just like I go around the world being like, hey, English. But like I feel like you pretty much speak English better than I do, and you clearly speak French. And have you picked up any Norwegian?
I'm slowly learning Norwegian, but I have a lot of languages in my brain.
Yeah.
So I'm mixing all of the languages. So it's
but like I would expect that. Like, okay, how many languages? Give me the rundown. I feel like that's also great for getting jobs like this, dealing with tourists, because like
I think that was also one of the reasons I got the job with like zero experience.
Yeah.
They speak a lot of languages.
Yeah, they wouldn't hire me, Jesus. What do you speak,
But
English?
You speak English, that's the most important in this
I guess,
industry,
but
so-
still, like, but if they're gonna take a chance on someone with no experience, something like that, if the fact that they're gonna have tourists from France, from Germany, from like different places, and you just have a big.
But I mean, it's mostly just French people that do not speak a word of English. All the rest are fine. So.
But I feel like French, like older French people, that would be like paying a lot for guiding. Younger people, in most countries, younger people speak a lot of English.
Not in France.
Even the young people? I guess no. Honestly, you're right. Yeah.
Really bad.
Thinking of my hitchhiking times, there's a lot of young people that don't speak English.
It's like they can speak, they can be understood, like understand and be understood.
Yeah.
But the level of English in France is so bad. So bad.
To an extent, like they're holding on to their like cultural heritage of their language. Because in Canada, that's a big deal.
Yeah.
In Quebec, the
Okay.
French-speaking province, is like they pushed so hard for so long to not just like lose their language. So like everything has to be English and French. All their road signs will be in French and stuff like that. Because everywhere else is English and stuff like that. And I kind of get it because like it's part of their identity. And English has the tendency just to like permeate into everything.
Yeah, that's true.
It's just like this is the international language. Learn our language. And like, yeah, part of culture is language.
Like, on one hand, I understand that point of view, but on the other hand, learning new languages should never be something negative.
You're right.
It just
Yeah.
brings you something more.
Yeah.
Like, and all these other languages I speak, it's not because I don't care about French. It's just that I'm traveling a lot, and when I go to a different country, I really like to be able to communicate, like even just the slightest bit in the language of the people, like to show them that I care and I'm interested in like learning their culture and everything about them. So I don't think you should see learning another language as, oh, I'm fearing to lose my like the heritage and like the language and
that's not how I see it.
No,
I'm
no,
just
no,
like I
but
can
I
kind of
know.
see
Yeah, I
like
got it.
part of where they're coming
that's how
from.
people
Yeah.
could be
Yeah.
thinking.
But yeah, but I still just feel bad because like the way I rationalize my monolinguistic life is I'm from Vancouver Island. The closest non-English speaking places to me are like one, Quebec, which is like 5,000 kilometers east of me,
True, wow.
and Mexico, which is like 4,000 kilometers south of me. And then I have the Pacific Ocean on the other side, so no one speaks anything there. They speak whale or dolphin or something like that. Probably Hawaii, which is probably another 5,000 kilometers. And they speak English there. But like, so then growing up, I was like, we get taught French, but like the last thing I cared about when I was a kid, I'm different now, but like, was like, why do I need to learn another language? There is no other languages around me. Like, and I didn't have this like traveling mentality that I do now.
Yeah, but I mean that makes the whole difference because now you're traveling, so you see the point in like being able to learn other like or know other languages.
Yeah.
But as you just mentioned that like when you were living in Vancouver, you had just English around. So it's not the same when you're here in Europe. Like every single country has a different language. So it's like you might just cross into Italy. Like for example, as a French person, you might just cross into Italy tomorrow. Just because you have to go pick up something or drive to somewhere, like it's next door.
That's true. But yeah, you're from France, and like you said, language isolationist a little bit. Like when I go to like say the Netherlands, I'm so impressed. Everyone speaks at minimum like 4 languages.
Yes.
Like okay.
Yeah, I lived.
It makes me feel so like dumb. I feel like such a classic like American tourist. Be like.
I felt the same way moving to the
English.
Netherlands a couple years back.
Yeah.
I moved to a small island in the Netherlands.
Yeah.
And one morning I was walking my dogs on the beach, and then there is this like small, maybe 4 or 5-year-old kid that runs up to me and talks to me in perfect English. So I didn't even question that he was Dutch.
Yeah.
So I just answered in English, and then he turned around and asked to his mother in Italian, like perfect Italian, if it was fine that he asked me if he could pet the dogs.
Yeah.
And I was like, okay, Italian, English. Then he turns to his dad and perfect Dutch, and I was like, that
so
kid
crazy.
is 5 years old.
Yeah.
What do you mean he's fluent in like 3 languages already?
But like kids are very impressive for the ability to like absorb information. Like that's the best time to learn multiple languages is when your brain is just like ready for it.
Yes.
It wants all of it.
Yeah.
That's crazy to me though.
Yeah.
But yeah. And it's again a very lazy statement. I'm just like I wish I put more effort into learning when I was younger. I can still put effort into learning now.
But it's much.
It's
more
harder.
difficult, yeah.
It's not the best excuse to be like it's hard and I'm busy, so I'm not gonna put the effort in. But like, yeah.
Oh, it's so nice. that way a lot at all. Maybe once
Out
in
to
the nighttime. Yeah.
yeah. Because how far were you actually supposed to be driving? Because you said you're not going to.
5 minutes.
Really? Oh, I'm so sorry.
No, it's okay. It's okay.
Oh.
Not even, maybe 3 minutes.
Oh no.
From where I picked you up. Yeah. But I mean, I was having not the best day mentally, so I was like, you know what? That's something I want to do today.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like,
That's nice. And
when
you,
I'm not
you just made my day.
No, I think the feeling's mutual on that one. This is nice. I haven't been on a trip since last fall.
Right?
I spent like 7-8 months just on quote unquote vacation, and I feel like I was going stir crazy, like, because I go home and I travel so much that I don't have like an established home life, so I don't have like an established group of friends and stuff around me that you like see all the time that makes your life feel whole.
Yeah.
So like my socialization is like through broadcasting, and it's through hitchhiking and traveling and meeting people on the road.
That's so nice.
And I've missed it. So I've missed
I
moments
can't
like this.
imagine.
My first day traveling, in 8 months. So I'm happy to be back.
I can imagine. That's so nice. I'm happy for you.
But yeah, again, thank you for going out of your way.
No problem.
No, it's in Norway. It's expensive gas. Like,
Yeah, it's Norway. It's okay. It's okay. It's for my mental health. And
Yeah.
it was really nice meeting you, so I do not regret a single second.
Okay. That's good.
Driving is my therapy, so.
Yeah.
It's like I'm having a therapy session right now.
Honestly, yeah, I do really like driving. And then for the longest time, I didn't have a car, and I kind of missed driving. I'm always on the passenger seat, and I like being in the passenger seat. But there's something soothing about driving.
Yeah.
It's like it takes enough of your attention that you
Just stop
can't have like really wandering thoughts too much.
Yeah.
But it's not so intensive that you're like stressed or something like that. So especially on roads like this.
Yes.
Yeah.
Imagine just here, like when it's not cloudy and.
Yeah.
gray
No, that's
and-
even better. Yeah. So I'm guessing you're happy for like the changing seasons to get like actual
Yes
sun.
and no. I'm probably the only person in the region that is very happy that we still, like, not here obviously, but up in the mountain where I live, we still have a lot of snow, maybe 1.50 meters.
Yeah.
And everyone in the village is like, I cannot wait for the snow to be gone. We are end of May, should be sunny and warm, and we should have grass, not snow. And I mean, I'm into dog sledding, and I can still go dog sledding end of May, so I'm not going to complain about
That's
it.
cool.
Yeah, but on the other hand, I'm very much looking forward to the beautiful days, sunny,
Yeah.
warm days.
Like, so do you have enough dogs to just go dog sledding when you want to?
I can go. I have these 3 which are my dogs, and I go. If it's just me on the sled, I can go with 3. That's not a problem.
Yeah.
And then I have dogs from friends that I borrow for the full winter season.
Yeah.
And that's like 25-30 dogs that I take care of and go on tours with.
You go on
during the winter.
tours with?
Yeah, I take tourists.
Oh, yeah, okay, like the tours, yeah. How long? Like, are they usually like just out and back, like a few hours kind of thing, or is there ever overnights?
Unfortunately, not in the company where I'm working. But that's my goal. Like, I would like to start my own company by next winter, and I would like to do only overnight trips or like 3 days trip or week trip. Because for me, that's when you really get the full experience and not just like 1 hour.
You really settle into a trip once you're like multi-day, like you're sleeping outside and then waking up the next day and you're like involved, like is everything.
You get the full people then can get full experience of what dog sledding really is, because right now they don't really get, like, sure, they're driving their own sled, but they don't know like what it is to take care of the dogs, to feed them, to harness them, to talk to them, and like, because it's their whole will to go and to please depends on how you are feeling and how you are behaving with them. So when you go on multi-days tours, or overnight trips or like week trips, you give the people the chance to really experience what being a musher is, and like getting to know their own team, and like getting them ready, harnessing them, feeding them, making their beds ready for the night, and everything. So it's I think it's a much nicer, genuine experience than just tourist.
Because the tourist thing is just like you hop on, you stand there, like you're going for a ride.
The dogs are just following the musher that is in the front anyway, so you can talk to them or not, it will be the same.
Yeah.
You can talk to them, they will not give a shit, they're following their musher in front. And yeah, it's really not the same.
Can we like exchange contact info when you do that? Could I?
Of course.
Like,
Of course.
like of course it's a pain thing, but like I've never done that. And like when I hitchhiked up to the Canadian Arctic, like that was a popular tourist thing, and like it was still there, but it's time. Yeah, I just worked selling outdoor clothes. I didn't have the funds to like pay for guided sled dog, but like it is something I've been curious about for a long time. Like that would be a unique experience, and like you said, I want to feel it. Like I don't want to just go for like a little sleigh ride.
Yeah.
I want to like
Have the full
get in
experience.
it. Yeah.
Do you know where in Shibboleth?
Oh, there's I'm pretty much just hitchhiking onto E8, which is right before town. There's a junction. Oh, it's right around this corner in a bit. So
Yeah, it's actually my second time driving. That's why I had to put the GPS when you asked.
okay. So I think there's like a fork in the road, and the left fork goes into town, the right fork goes the way I'm going. It might be easier for you to take the left fork and just pull over at there's another little junction pull-out thing.
But you need to go towards Finland, right? So maybe I can drive you a little bit closer, like further away that on the right, so that you get closer to Kilpisjärvi.
Because I know at the junction is no spot to hitchhike, and then like if you get to Finland, there's shopping and stuff like that, but that's much further. Yes.
Actually, we're already 40 minutes. Let's just see where I can stop and I can check. Exactly, I don't even mind driving further.
So yeah, my initial plan was just to hitchhike pretty much where these roads meet, but if you like, I'm enjoying the conversation. The thing is, like, you have to, all this distance you're going forward, you got to go backwards.
That's true. I will just stop here and check.
Sure. The dog content.
Petit, tiens. T'aimes bien? Tiens. Tiens. T'aimes déjà?
Do they ever struggle in the summer, or do they shed their coat pretty good?
They shed a shit lot.
Yeah, okay. Which is good for them, because they
Yes.
get rid of that insulation when they don't need it.
Exactly.
Behave dogs. They have been really well behaved. You said they love people, but they're not like hyper.
No,
like,
they're very used to
with the
driving.
sled dog. Yeah.
I could actually drive you to, where is that? The town just before the Finnish border. It's Hitchhiking.
Oh yeah, there's just like a campground there, right?
Yeah, there is I mean, it's only one road to
Yeah,
go to Finland anyways.
That is one of the nice things about this. Like, a lot of times I need to use a sign to hitchhike. Here I don't need to, because one road. Because one concern I have with this is I make a live broadcast out of it, and I have to have internet, and when you're out, like, and the only thing in that town is a campground, there might not be internet.
Yeah.
And then I have to wait to reconnect until I get the next ride, kind of thing.
If you want, I can drive you to this Hitchhiking.
Just because there's only a campground there, I feel like in case I don't get any ride, being next to town here gives me services. So I might just drop here, and then
do you want
see if I
to
can get a
be
ride too.
here, or do you prefer being maybe close to the gas station just in case?
I can walk back into town. This is where I was going to hitchhike anyway,
Okay.
just at a junction where you already have traffic going down this road somewhere. So I'll probably do that. 'Cause, yeah, I feel like the traffic's... We haven't even had a car drive past it since we've been here. This might take a while. Yeah, that's where hitchhiking gets like desolate. It's just like, say there's no cars driving past. If no one's driving
Especially
past,
in
you have
places
no
like that.
chance to get a ride until a car goes past.
But yeah, I can either drop you here or then where is this? Oh, I have no clue where the city is. Oh, it's there.
Is it we're like a kilometer out of town or something like that?
I can, yeah, drop you
Here
closer
or in
to
town?
the center if you prefer.
No, I'll just hitchhike here, and then I can walk into town if I get skunked and need to get some stuff going. But do you do like Instagram? Like how do you?
I do use Instagram quite a lot actually. So that's my.
Okay.
Firefly on the road.
Are you okay with people knowing that? Because people are going to.
Public.
Okay.
Bigoosh Basket just
I haven't posted
resubscribed
anything
for 2 months.
in like a year. It'll take a long time. Oops. This, right?
That's me.
Okay. Oh, you have a cool Instagram. I'm gonna be looking at this in a second. Oh, but yeah, like I don't know. I really enjoyed our conversation. You live a lifestyle that is like inspirational to me. Like,
Thank you.
You're living your life.
It was really nice meeting you,
And I hope I get to see you again. I would love to come back and do some dog sledding.
You don't post on Instagram anymore, you said, right?
But like, well, I should. It's technically my job. I just don't do a good job of it. But it is a good way to contact me since I follow you. I'll actually get the notifications.
Okay.
So I should. Okay, I'm gonna do this.
Very much looking forward to following the rest of your trip.
Yeah, sounds good. And if you want to see, well, it's on my Instagram. But yeah, this is broadcast on Twitch TV. And my channel's just called Hitch. If you can remember Twitch Hitch.
Perfect.
Grab my bag. Get out of here. Okay. I need this hat. There's probably not any proper turnaround spots in like.
There is no turnaround spot.
Yeah, that's what I don't like about Norway. Actually, is the roads are not really like hitchhiker friendly because they're narrow, and there usually isn't a spot to pull over. This is actually not that bad though. I'll probably hitchhike right there. I was gonna hitchhike at this junction thing, but here's fine.
All right,
Anyway.
well, it was super nice.
Yeah, it was nice to meet you.
Good luck with the rest of your trip.
Yeah, good luck with everything. You got a lot going on.
Yeah.
I respect that a lot. That's awesome.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Okay, see ya. Bye. Okay. Hitchhiking. Love it. Okay, I gotta put my stuff down and hopefully I don't forget anything in the car. Okay. Okay. You go away. She's got a good car for, like, I love Volvo wagons. I wish North America still did wagons. It's really hard, like, Volvo still makes them, but they're really expensive. And then, the only ones you can get are, like, Mercedes makes, like, a wagon and stuff like that. And a Subaru Outback. I like Subaru Outbacks, I guess. I just bought a car last year, so my mind's thinking about cars. And I still got a car with all-wheel drive because I live in a very snowy place. But, it's a wagon. It's a hatchback. What do you want anyone to do? Or her Instagram, it's a public one and stuff like that. And she probably wants to build a business, so like look at those dogs. Dogs like sledding. What's the plural of that? That's cool. I really want to do that at some point. Now I have a contact in the industry. Networking.
Gifted a tier 1 sub to Zinni gets 72. They have given 22 gift
Hold up.
subs in the channel.
Mr. Dono with the gifted sub. And anyway, Henry. Henry, thanks for the gifted sub. Big Josh Baskin with the 2-month resub. And I'm just getting back on a few things. What am I doing? You can go in here, I think. I hope. It's raining a bit. I'm going to put your hat back on. It's not too bad, but enough where electronics will get sad. Sign the book. I didn't bring the book. Also, the book is for viewers. She might become a viewer, but she wasn't a viewer when she met me. Also, I didn't bring the book. So, I do want to get the book. The one I had only had a couple people in there. I want to, like, take those pages out and put them in another one. It's, like, one of those really, like, has no, like, soul to it. It's, like, one of those memo books that look like it says that on the front. And it's very, like, I want to have a little character. The book itself, because I end up having it for multiple trips before, because I filled one out. And it was just this little black book, but it, like, I don't know. It had more character in it. It's a strange way. Romeo Nove with the 5 gifted subs. Hey, thank you very much. Thank you. Scoop and the Deuce with the 13-month prime. Thank you very much. Hunter Killer with the 25-month resub. Bacon is just Bacon with the 46-month prime. Bacon, good to see you. Okay. I'm just going to hitchhike here. Let me show you the spot really quick. This traffic is so sparse. I was, like, iffy about the shoulder, but there's, like, well, ever since I've been here, I think one car's driven past. We're going to be here a while. Well, I could get lucky. This is what we're looking at. We have beautiful mountains that you can't see behind us. Actually, that might actually be the top, the little bit you can see there. And then 2 roads come together here and come out here. I was initially going to go... Actually, it's funny how the world is. But anyway, low bit rate. Weird. Yeah, it says it's okay now. At this, like, little junction here, people have hitchhiked in the middle there, so they can get both directions when they're going slow. But I think here's fine. But yeah, where she was saying to drive me, it would be another, honestly, probably 20, 30, I actually don't know. A good clip down the road. But if she said town, it is literally just a campground. And, a campgrounds are nice. Maybe I could camp at a camp. No, I want to almonds raw. I want to sleep in the bush tonight. I'm in Norway. Wait, I might go to Finland. Because if we get any further than that, we will be in Finland. Anyway, I want to sleep outside, and I don't want to pay for it. I hate doing that. But anyway, I don't know. Like, maybe there's no network out there, and then I'm stuck in the middle of nowhere, near the border of Finland, with no internet, and I have to wait till I get a ride. And there's clearly no traffic on this road, or minimal traffic on this road. So then I would be, well, I'd be there a while before the stream comes back. Okay, Finland finally. We're riding right on the border, but we will go into Finland. When I come back here and grab my bike and ride south, I'm going through, like, a lot of Finland, like all of Finland from north to south, at least, like, not all, but, a full journey through Finland. Came on the river a bit before the border. Yeah, that's where she said she could take me. Oh, perfect timing. There's a car coming. Are you going to stand up? How are you feeling today, backpack? Oh, that's looking pretty good. Nice. Alright. First car, no bueno. They look nice. They gave me a wave. It's a good sign. Our eyebrows looking great. Someone else said that today. I did pluck my eyebrows before I started the trip, because I probably on a trip don't really do that, but I would literally have a single eyebrow if I didn't do that. A unibrow. And I like having 2 individual eyebrows. Get the hinge of the Brompton fixed? Yes. Brompton is doing good. The tires on the rear rack that becomes like how you roll the bike around when it's in shopping cart mode, those are still broken because the shop I went to could service Brompton's fine, but they didn't have that part. So they're still kind of shredded. They actually like tried to repair them. They're a bit better than they were.
Megamaniac just resubscribed for 7 months.
Megamaniac, thanks for the 7-month resub. So far, like, hitchhiking makes me feel so much better about the world. Like, first 2 rides have been amazing. Awesome people. Missed it. just what I need. Gotta try sauna someday. I would love to. Honestly, I want to on these trips. I like to more, like, and it would require some planning, but it's a bit easier when I'm biking because I know how far I can go each day kind of thing. But if we're looking ahead, like, if people can help me, like, look, a day or so ahead at places, we can find activities to do, and you guys could, like, maybe that could even be implemented. Like, people look up a few different things, we vote on which one you want to do, and then we actually do something when we go somewhere. And a lot of what I'd like to do is just, like, culturally, like things that place is known for. So in Finland, like, some kind of sauna thing, and then don't they, like, smack you with a bush or something like that? What is that? What is that thing? What's with the bush thing? What is that called? Vita or Vasa? But why is that a thing? But that's kind of the whole point. It's just like, I want to experience these things that are, like, culturally that are culturally a part of different places that I don't understand, and have someone that does understand it show me, and then see how much I can understand. Because I have a very open mind. Like, I think that shows. Oh, I got gifted 10 subs. Okay, I'll check. I did hear it going off. I was just mid-thought and conversation, so I'll go back. But what I have experienced in these past 7 months of taking time off is just, like, when I experience something that feels, like, new, like it's a new sensation, new feeling I haven't had before. Like, I love that feeling. And the more I travel, the way I rigidly travel, hitchhiking and biking, like, without going outside of the formula I've created, when it was new, when I started doing it, it met that criteria. But, like, you do anything for 10 years and, like, it's going to become pretty normalized, right? Like, you're going to lose that sense of, like, oh, I'm learning something. Okay, you missed important stuff. Let me see. What have I missed? Wait, Twitch? What does that mean? Twitch can gift subs? Twitch, thank you for... How many subs? They were in Twitch was in chat. All right, everyone acts cool. It's Jeff Bezos himself, maybe. Twitch, thank you very much. Like, how does that work? I didn't know. That's never happened before. Hey, it's a new experience. It's a new feeling. It's the thing I was talking about. It's new. See, now I feel so good because I've never had that happen. We got other stuff. Stubbornly TV with the 29-month resub. Eyes Alive with the 22-month prime. Citruno with the 19-month resub. Mega Maniac with the 7 months. Butzers with the 18 months. Hannibal Chopsticks with the 100 bits. My speaker was on loud enough that I heard it go boom, but I didn't hear what it was actually saying. I think it's underneath my jacket. That would be the reason. Oh, there's a big truck. But there's lots of room here. 1 sec. They're dabbled. He gave me some big hand signs. I couldn't even see what he was hand signaling, but...
Are you not going to visit the US anytime soon? Peepo sat.
Oh, my stream buddy's freezing on this phone too now. I can't scroll. Whoa! What is going on? Someone broke my stream's... My stream buddy's broken. I can't scroll. What? Oh, okay, I'm seeing chat come through. What is this? Oh, it's Slacky. Long time no see, man. Good to see you, Slacky. Thank you for the 50 gifted subs. If you're gifted a sub, welcome to the Twitch Hikers. It's been a while since I could say that. Slacky is the reason that I'm scarred for life. Oh god, balance. I've been doing yoga. I should be better at this. Thank you very much. Can I get some orange in chat? The 7TV emote. If all you see is people write orange rather than seeing an emote, that's yeah. Oh yeah, I love to see it. Okay, my phone is just really struggling. I've never had Stream Buddy struggle like where it's lagging.
Sarah to TwitchCon? Hope to snipe you in the Netherlands.
Yeah, I'm hard to snipe on these trips without like going way out of your way, because like I could get a ride like right from Germany to Rotterdam in one go, you know. Well, unless you're gonna meet up in Rotterdam or something like that. But it's bitches with the 30 months. Yeah, like I'm always down for people coming by. Slacky, good question. Was there a question associated with that? Oh, so. Would Slacky ask? Were we voting which direction it should go? Not on my hitchhiking to TwitchCon trip. Maybe we'll vote on random stuff. Is Hannibal here? Is the voting, like, can we just spontaneously be like, all right, you guys decide something. One of 4 things. You're here? Yes. Compass works? Oh, nice. The thing is, like, when I'm on this trip, I won't have that many, like trip critical decisions to make. I feel like on the TwitchCon trip, it's more like, should I go here or here for dinner? And that isn't really like, yeah. Well, honestly, food is one of my favorite parts of the day. So like going for like sushi versus like Chinese versus, I guess we're Norwegian. I don't even know what Norwegian food is still, and I've been here like 4 or 5 times. Versus whatever is actually kind of consequential to my day. Camping versus hotel, stuff like that. Yeah, I guess we could. But the thing is, like, to the best of my ability, I want to sleep outside. That is my preference. And I'm just thinking of the dynamic, just like donations for camping or sleeping in a hotel. And I guess the nice thing is the whole voting process would help me pay for said hotel. But it's just weird, like I'm out here in the rain being like, put me in the bush, sit me in the woods. I don't want to spend any of this money you're donating to me. We can try that sometime. Okay, I want to read this. Vita, I'm probably saying it wrong, is made of birch branches. Birch leaves contain saponins, which act as a mild soap and help with cleansing. In addition, rubbing removes dead skin cells, stimulates superficial blood circulation, and promotes metabolism, according to Wiki. Honestly, I didn't think you were copying and pasting from Wiki. I thought you were like finished, and you're just like telling me personally what this was to you. I was hoping it was that. But Wikipedia works too. Sarah's bike fell apart? What? And Vita smells good? Probably. So was it birch? Is that what they say? Yeah, birch. I don't know what birch smells like. I probably do, I just like can't visualize it. Simply put, birch branch smack activates neuron. Just the one neuron. I got one, and it's so stimulated right now. Vasta works too, you find that easier to say? Well, I don't know. Maybe Vita is easy to say. Vasta is better than Vita. Is there a difference, or they mean the same thing? You have a birch right behind you. Go smell that. Is that what? Oh, the white. Look, can you guys? Yeah, you can't see that. I could. If I'm here for a while, maybe I'll go smell a tree. There's no leaves up that north? Leaves? Well, not yet. Spring hasn't really sprung here, and it's almost June. Notably, it hasn't happened yet. But, like, the forecast all day today said it was going to start snowing rather than being rain. It's raining right now. I've seen some slush on the windshield when I've been in one of the two rides that I've had so far. But hasn't actually snowed. Like, there was a weather warning that said we'd get, like, snow accumulation. It said 2 centimeters, but still. Tism with the elite donation. Thank you very much for the 1337. Hope you like this one. Also, I forgot about media share. It's fun to, like, I might be here a while, so you want to set, like, a soundtrack to standing and waiting? You can do that. Yeah. Oh, this is underneath here. I need to move this. It's me in the corning. Didn't someone make a Korn remix of this last year? Losing my religion. I haven't heard this remix of the song before. Yeah. I'm digging it. Thank you, Tism. I think I missed Shy Wolf's 5-month resub. Thank you for that, Shy Wolf. Oh no, I said porn too much. Yeah, they totally did a remix of this. Oh yeah! The Korn laughing. I thought that I heard Korn sing. Oh, that was a good one. Consider that. Oh, I'm bringing back all these memories. Man, you. That was a brutal trip. It's bigger. Nice. Bigger. I've had 2 cars, 3 cars. You want to take a picture of this one? Everything's live. 672 people. What do you want to say? What? How did we lose internet? How did we lose internet? I do need to swap SIM cards around. I've been streaming and it'll take me a while to swap SIM cards and do APN crap. So this is just running off of one. When's this at? 27. We're gonna charge this. Consider this. Okay, but I do think I have to also do something on this phone to make it so media share makes it so other alerts stop playing or something. Eagles Club wine. I wish they were in Norway. Love Eagles Club. There's one in Edmonton. I haven't been to it. Well, it's in it's technically separate from Edmonton, in northwest of Edmonton. Can't hear the original anymore. All I hear is corn. Every time it comes on, I'm just like, that's corn in the corner. Sound assistant. Well, maybe I can do that now that there's no cars. I can like download stuff and muck about with my phone while chatting to you guys. Shanks with the 2 months Prime, but yeah, it's not saying it because it's broken. Okay, let's see. Sound assistant. Let's do it. Samsung Store. I think I've only been to Samsung Store specifically to download that one app in the world on my other phone. Where is it? What's it called? Samsung. It's gonna be here somewhere. It's not in the Samsung little tab of all the Samsung apps. Store. There it is. Okay. Agree. This phone's about to die too. Where is Mandy? Throw a lot of throwbacks. No, I don't. Okay. Sorry, just getting mad at apps advertising me things. Sound assistant. All right. Come to me, sound assistant. Continue. Allow. What do I do in here? What do I change? Tism with the 100 bits. I'll probably be able to replay it once I fix this, because right now it's not playing alerts once we get a media show thing. That was the Ian Storm version. I liked it. It's like, I do like music in that class, like when you just want stuff in the background that like feels nice, but it has like a bit of a beat to it. It's just like, it's comfortable. It's gonna be a long wait. See screenshot in DMs. Okay, thank you very much. Yes, got it. Okay. That looks better. Okay. Now I have an internal SIM card actually like in the device broadcasting that is running a network thing. Ranks to town, speed tests show great download and upload. For a reason I just wasn't broadcasting well off of it. Oh, but now I need to... now this doesn't have a SIM card in it, I have to run it off of a Wi-Fi. Something. Or I could just use it in this phone and then I could hotspot off of this phone to that. But usually this one's pretty good. We'll see. One moment, please. And I still haven't sorted out the sound assist thing because everything just broke. Yeah. There we go. I was checking back up on old chat. Oh, the jumping okay guy. Nice. In Japan, of all places. Jeez. It's just like culturally the last place you think someone would go all wild like that. Or I would. I guess I can't speak for anyone else. Coliseum's 10 out of 10 now. That's good. I like the sound of that. I need to charge... Oh, this phone is at 5%. Okay. This needs to charge. Okay. There's a battery in here. Get over here. There you go. Yeah. Analog USB devices aren't supported? What does that mean? Is this battery broken? Okay, so some of the batteries, I grabbed more batteries than I probably needed because I'm like, some of them are probably not working that great. I just lose track of which batteries are good and which batteries aren't. There's a brand new USB cable, so it should be fine. You're at 100%. I know it because I charged you and I used you. 5.0 volts? What? About 100? Right? Okay, let's try this battery. I got 2 batteries in here because I'm a king of batteries. Is it this brand new USB-C cable or is it the phone? Brand new Anchor, and I just had to spin it around and it charges. What the heck? Let's try this one. Oh, my phone turned off. That was great. How did it go from 5 to 0 in like 3 seconds? It is like 0 degrees out.
Your device is disconnected.
That's
Pairing.
great. I don't want any pairs right now. I can't believe you've done this to me. Okay, we're going to use that little battery in the meantime, because this one is not working. Decided to give up. Okay, I don't have alerts until the phone decides to charge enough to then restart. Ah! This all started when I'm just like, oh, when media share comes through, it breaks the other alerts. Let's try to sort that out. I was trying to solve one problem, and in the meantime, everything else broke, including my power supply. So is this still working? Battery not used for a long time. That's a great question. I don't know. So Armand Hannibal, his friend is who stored the trailer and battery and all that stuff for 2 years. And he picked me up when I got dropped off here as well yesterday evening. It was very nice of him. Like he's done a lot for me, and he didn't know me. he does now. He didn't back then, and now he's doing more for me. I feel quite bad because he has to drive like it's like an hour into town or something like that or more. Anyway, we briefly talked about that. He's like, "Do you think the battery's gonna work?" And I'm like, to be honest, I don't know. I left it at half charge, which I heard for long-term storage for lithium batteries, about 50% is the healthiest for it. But it's been in a garage, an unheated garage, for 2 years in the Arctic Circle of Norway. So that's harsh conditions for a lithium battery. Why are you still at 0%? I thought we could do better than this. I need to get this is not a fast charging battery. What's the purple thing? It's a hat. It's the plastic cover of a binder that I cut off and strapped a broken wireless Rode mic with a cold shoe mount on it, so I can attach it to the cold shoe mount, or what do you call it, on this phone clamp mount thing. Really slow traffic. They're trying their best. Yeah, so that whole time I was troubleshooting stuff, I didn't miss any cars, actually. Using the Trapper Mac thing again, strip for the bike trip aspect of this trip. Yeah, I always turn it off for hitchhiking, but for biking, I probably will. Breaks from the sun. Yeah, like there is a lot of sun where we are right now. The sun this time of the year does not set. It is 24 hours of sun up. Notably, the sun is hiding. Also, I don't even know, because we're flanked by mountains on all sides here, so like this time of the day the sun might be behind a mountain. I don't know. All right, I'm at 1%.
Power off.
Hey. You gonna turn on? In that whole time it only got up to 1%. That's really slow charging. Also, consider this. Consider this. Oh, it's just gonna take a while. Okay, what have I done? Going through the middle of nowhere in Norway. We'll make it work. I'm a little cold. I might have to start doing a jig. Okay. Phone is starting. Right, spam on the other side of chat hat. Oh, I shouldn't I? Yeah, it'd be funny. How would I write it for you to see right up? Yeah, like that. Oh. One sec. I'm gonna try to figure out this sound thing. Discord. Brr. It's cold out here. I said there must be some toros in the atmosphere. Have you seen Bring It On, the cheerleading movie? Grew up on that. Multi-sound all apps. Got it. Okay. Multi-sound. You need to select an app. Select. All apps. Got it. Is that it? I did that. We'll just have to see if that actually works. Phone is broken. A lot of stuff is just acting strangely. A lot of stuff isn't like full on broken, just acting weird. Oh, this is chat catching back up. Wait, why is... Oh, because the phone restarted. Yeah, of course. Okay. However, when it loads like the 50 last messages or whatever it is, why does it do it one at a time? Like it just... Why does it do it? It used to just do it as a big group. Did that change? Oh. A lot of cars going into town, but not going my way. Why is no one going to Finland? Battling Android 15 performance issues for the past 3 weeks. Okay. Yeah, no, I've had weird issues. Very weird issues. Like that freezing on the other phone. It was doing that on this phone just like 10 minutes ago. Not as bad, but when Slacky was doing Slacky things. If you're still here, thanks again, Slacky, for the 50 gifted subs. Streambody gave up. It's just like, I surrender. Finland's too expensive. Expansive, actually, is what you said. Can you go to Tromsø? That's way cooler. I started today in Tromsø. I was just there. You just missed it. You're too late. I'm not... Well, I am going back to Tromsø, actually. I'm like, you're too late. I'm not going there again. I am. After I hitchhike to TwitchCon, hopefully I get there. Although, maybe I'll be here for 10 more days and not a single car will drive past me in that amount of time. Who knows? After TwitchCon, I'm flying back to Tromsø, picking up my bicycle and a trailer with a solar panel on it and my Starlink thing, and then we're going to ride south through Finland. Okay. How's that tattoo doing? It's good. What's in the bag? Is this like some Pulp Fiction? What's in the box? Or the briefcase? Briefcase. Stuff. My stuff. I'll give you a quick rundown. Like tent, sleeping bag, sleeping pad. Oh, it's actually not a sleeping bag, it's a sleeping quilt. So it's like a sleeping bag, but it doesn't sleep together. Or sleep together? Risque. It doesn't zip together. It is like a blanket with a fitted foot. So you stick your feet in at the end, and the rest is like a blanket, and you just tuck it underneath you. Lots of batteries, lots of cables. I got a little eye mask so I can sleep in the Arctic in summer. Because it never gets dark here, and I don't sleep when it's light out very well. More batteries. Bag of clothes. I don't carry much clothes, but clothes nonetheless. Countries you're going through? For hitchhiking, I'm going through Norway, a little bit of Finland, good bit of Sweden, Denmark, Germany, Netherlands. That should be my route. Things could change, but I don't know how they'd change. That would change it that much. That is the logical kind of course. For biking, I want to do a bigger trip through Finland, so I'm going to go through, like, north to south through Finland. Like, I don't know how many kilometers, probably like 2,000 kilometers of Finland or something. And I'd like to take a ferry, Helsinki to Estonia, then Latvia, Lithuania, Poland, like Eastern Europe tour kind of thing. We'll see. I've heard the bike routes up there aren't quite as developed as some of the nice European ones, so there's some sketchy driving. Also, I don't trust Eastern European drivers, when I've been hitchhiking through there, like, those guys are freaking crazy. Like, Jesus. You don't have to drive like that. This isn't a rally. Oh no, phone's fine, but the mount broke. I'm quite confident I have a spare. I hope I do. Okay, well, I'll just like prop you guys up on the tripod now, and now we've got to fix another thing. Oh yeah, trucks toss a lot of air around, so yeah, that'll happen. But I didn't think that would break. That's an interesting thing to break. Okay. Dang it! Everything is not going that like this. So, what are you doing down there? Okay, just hang out there for a second. I really hope I have a spare of that in this bag. I know I do, but it might have been left with my bike stuff. And if I don't have a spare of that, what the heck am I gonna do? Oh, I don't think I have that many clampy mounty things. Shit. A lot of spares for some things, but not for that thing. I know I do in the other bag. Shit. That's a pretty critical... And that should be something I obviously have a replacement for, but... I know I do, but I was just quickly grabbing stuff that I know I'll need for the hitchhiking part. I did not factor in that. Batteries. Fuck. Okay. No, that's not gonna be in there either. This is not good. What an obscure thing to break. I've never broken one of those. Never. That's happened so many times with trucks going past, like, there just isn't a great solution for that. Anything you stand up, which obviously you're going to have things on a tripod, are going to be subject to getting blown around. And like, it's a pretty stable tripod, but you get a random giant wind gust from those flat fronted trucks. I don't think I have one yet. Of all the things I don't have. Okay, let me look at this. What else can I do here? Should I more thoroughly go through this bag? I really don't think this... I'll look. So that's not a tape level fix. This is beyond tape. Shit. That's just basic cables. I got my Bella box. I could wirelessly do the action camera, but I still don't have a thing to mount the action camera on because the freaking thing is broken. Wait, we can... No, because that's how everything attaches on this tripod. It's through a like an action camera mount like that. It doesn't have a 1/4-inch thread on there. There's too much weight on this to be taped at like 100%. I've never broken... See this? Like, I've never broken this part. If this just unscrewed and there's a 1/4-inch thread there that I could just like just screw it directly on with a 1/4-inch connection. But it's not, and it's notably glued on however it was attached. So that's fun. Plastic be plastic. And I have spares of these in my box in Tromsø. Gorilla Glue or tape? I don't have Gorilla Glue. I have tape. This is just like, there's too much stuff on here. Too much weight for tape to hold. Well, I can... The most I can do is I can unscrew this part, and I can put the stream directly onto this tripod, so it's on the ground 100% of the time. I guess that's what we got for now, until I get a very specific part, or just another tripod-y thing, but I like this tripod. This style. I like it because, okay, when you want to extend it, you give it a twist, and then it... Well, now it's not working because it's... Oh, because I'm unscrewing. Okay. No, stop. Okay, well, now I can't do it. I only have one hand. Okay, like this. It extends like this, and it usually goes really easily. But since it locks in like that, it actually stays. Anyway, I like it, and it's broken. Stream's going well. It's... Of all the things to break, I've never broken a piece like that specific piece. Okay, so this off. This... Wow, that's really hard to get off because now I have nothing to grip because this thing's broken. Oh, it is cold. Okay, unscrew. See, this. I need a replacement. This piece. And I packed it. I didn't bring it on this part. Okay, screwing it onto just this, you guys will be, I'll live 3 inches off the floor until I find a replacement. Okay. Get some super glue later. I won't trust this with super glue. It's not enough, like, honestly, I probably shouldn't trust that piece to hold up my stream 100% of the time anyway. Now you guys are going to be looking up forever. Yeah. I can't believe I broke that. Another truck. Let's see if you fall down again. Probably should have thrown my thumb out. Anytime a truck has like double trailers, I just have a much lower... I feel like I have a much lower chance of them actually being willing to pull over. I feel like pretty much in a lot of places, a lot of times you're riding a double trailer, like you work for a company, and it's usually a bigger company, and they're not supposed to be pulling over for people. If they do, then they might get in trouble, and I feel bad. So I don't want to get them in trouble. There, going there. Oh, hitchhiking signs. He gave me the down point. Means he's staying local, not going far. We're just a little rattled right now. There ain't gonna be an electronics store in this town. Where is the next big town? I'm really far away from everything. Shit. Like, technically I can stream with this. Oh, this is gonna suck. Because I have no height ability now. Like when we sit at a restaurant, you have to be able to sit like flat on a table. Well, there's shopping just on the finished board. There might be an electronics store there. I just have to stand really far away to be in frame now. Okay. Cold. Do you know the spare part? I do in my... So I flew here yesterday with a bicycle in a box and a separate box full of like a lot of broadcasting equipment and all my biking gear. And when I landed, I grabbed some stuff from my biking gear box. Like notably, there's some stuff I can't carry on. So I got my little utility knife thing. I got my tent stakes, and then a few other knickknacks and stuff like that. That I stored that I just didn't. They weren't mission critical because airlines keep losing my luggage. So I flew with enough stuff carry on that I could do my trip. I just have to pick up a knife and some tent stakes, but stuff I kind of wanted, like my gloves and stuff. But so I was digging through stuff and grabbing like some extra cables and stuff that I thought I might need, and I notably didn't think I'd need a spare like action camera threaded little mounty thingy. What I don't know what they're called. Electronic store in Finland is Rovaniemi, which is pretty far. Shit. 150 kilometers to the next small town. Big town? Don't it? Oh, we're so out here. If this happened in Tromsø, like Tromsø not out here. And like when I'm hitchhiking for a long ride, I have the thing there and I extend the length, so I just have to hold it vertical. I don't have to like hold it up. I just like hold it from going side to side. Now I have to hold it up for hours at a time. That's crazy. It's just some I've never broke. I break everything. I've never broken one of those before. Day one. We're having some day one issues. Like, it's typical. Actually, a lot of things. Like, everything has been fixable, like, with just some mucking about, until this one. I can't muck about and fix this. I'll just ask everyone that comes past if they have super glue. Like, that might just, like, hold me over, but I would never trust it. And, like, if I'm walking like this, and then it breaks there, and it comes loose, then I have an iPhone falling, you know, if I stand on my tippy toes 6 feet. Use pine sap. I'm like, it's just quite heavy. Like, I have the phone, but I have like this metal like phone clampy mount, which is like, I break a lot of those phone clamp mounts like that you attach a phone to for like use on tripod and stuff like that. And I have this pretty skookum one now that like is just rock solid. I'm like, I'm never worrying that my phone's gonna fall off or anything like that. But it's metal, so heavy. I got my like wireless mic receiver. Got a hat on. Food you're spending at restaurants. In Norway, like last time I was here, I ate out of grocery stores. I would just get meat, bread, and cheese and chocolate milk and eat that, like pretty much the whole time. I ate out a couple times, but like I was in Norway. I don't even know how long. A couple months. It took me a while to get through. Hear a car coming. Like there's the road splits here, and there's reasonable traffic, but almost all of it is on the other stretch of road. Check some gas stations that have weird stuff times. You know, honestly, that's true. I went where I got dropped off yesterday in Tromsø, the gas station there. Like, I was surprised. They had like a good selection of windshield wiper blades. And I just feel like this is not where I'm going if I have like a partially broken windshield wiper blade. But I feel like usually they don't catastrophically fail. You're not like, oh, I need one right this second. I can't make it to like a proper like automotive store. But I guess if you're like in there after getting gas and you just see them and you're like, oh, my wiper. But then, I don't know. It's just something I've never considered. Also, I don't know how late I'm going to hitchhike. Because it will never get dark. Usually my thing is like, I hitchhike until it gets dark. It will never get dark. The thing is, if I don't get a ride here, I will probably have to walk into town because I will want to eat something. And I don't know how late they're going to be open. See if this town has a rental store. You never know. Yeah, it might. Let me see what this town has. It's going to be a bit of a walk into the town proper. Phone's wet. There's a campground, there's a bistro, there's a something. I don't know how to read Norwegian. There's a church. What's this? It's like active VVS. I'm like, active? Could be like outdoorsy something. Maybe they got electronics. Google says it's a plumber. They got 4.5 stars though. Nice. There's a disc golf place. Bunker oil. Okay. They do have a gas station. Hearing a lot of dogs. They got dogs in town. Oh, that wind's cold. I'm gonna get cold pretty soon. And like, I got good camping gear. I'll be colder or warmer in my tent than I will be outside. I'm not concerned about that, but like just standing here right now, I am getting cold. Most of this trip should be warmer than this. It's always like a judgment call. Like, how much insulation do you bring for like those random days that are just exceptionally colder than they should be? Because then you're carrying around all this extra insulation for 99% of the time when you don't need it. This is Clevertron and Corning. Eagles. They're only in US and Canada, I believe. Time of sunset there. Sunsets sometime in September, I think. Maybe August, I don't know. They had their last sunrise for like the summer, I think just a couple days ago. Like, I think it was like May 18th, and it's the 20th today or something. 21st? I don't know, some kind of day. And yeah, it won't set again until late summer. There's so few cars. I haven't been in a spot with this little traffic in a while. Maybe I should have done the coastal route. I just like put in like, okay, if I'm in Tromsø and I want to get to Netherlands, which way do I go? This was the recommended route. And I'm like, you know, I haven't been down this way before. It's probably pretty cool. It's just mostly through the woods, but like, it's probably cool. There's notably, oh, my speaker's turned off. The Blue Elf, thanks for the 20-month resub.
Your device is connected.
Yeah, look at the part in Klippesjärvi. They have a shop with all sorts of stuff. That was next good bet is Karesuando. Swedish side corner locals. It broke before the last ride. You'd have a spare part now. Dang. Klippesjärvi. Is that the shopping on the Finnish side of the border? Yeah, it is. Okay. I did hear that, yeah, just on the other side of the border is a bunch of shopping, which is classic. Like, I haven't been to Finland before, but like, when I first hitchhiked from Norway into Sweden, I crossed, I went up to Trondheim and then east into Sweden, and like, east of there, there's like nothing at the border, it's just in the woods, and then right after the border is this big shopping center for Norwegians to go get slightly cheaper stuff in Sweden. And then when you cross the border from Sweden to Denmark, well, okay, it's kind of like a bridge, but like people go to Denmark to shop because it's cheaper than Sweden, and then Danish people go to Germany because it's cheaper to shop than Denmark, and then German people go to Poland because it's cheaper to shop. Oh, an ATV! You can catch a ride on an ATV. That'd be too fucking cold.
Kenzie_849 just subscribed. Thank you.
Are you allowed to do that? It doesn't have a license plate. I feel like Norway would be a place where it'd be like, nah, that isn't legal. Kenshi, thanks for the sub. But we're in the Arctic. Like, dude wants to take his four-wheeler around on the roads? Can. But thank you very much, Kenshi. Ugh. Some dog sleds will pick you up. Yeah, instead of normal sleds, they put some wheels on their little sled thing. It's the summer version. No police have come up this road in the century. Yeah. Freedom! Any services nearby to get stuck? There's a town next to here. It's probably like, I don't know, 1-2 kilometers into town proper. I might actually do that fairly soon, otherwise I'm not going to be able to get any food. Although the gas station's probably open pretty late. Well, a lot of gas stations have like hot food, hot dogs and sometimes hamburgers and stuff like that, so I can get my American fix. Can't believe I broke that. $2.5K? Okay, so like 40 minutes. It's a vibe in Norway countryside, Alaskan wilderness. Like, is it like Alaska? Like, I can see some of the landscape being comparable to kind of Alaska rugged wilderness kind of thing. Like, culturally, it's fairly... Well, honestly, no, like, the more out there you get here, the more you get, like, bush people. And I mean that in a good way. They're just, like, hardy people that live out in nature, and they're very, like, self-reliant. And, like, you get a similar vibe here, like, city versus very, very rural. When there isn't much around here, okay, so, like, right now, I broke something, and I'm like, well, crap. Now I broke something, and I need to buy a new one, and there's nothing around. What do I do? When you grow up here, you learn how to deal with that. You don't buy something new, you make something work. I grew up in suburbia. I don't have those skills. But it's still like a Norwegian version of that culture versus an American version of that culture is pretty different. Honestly, I met some and like, no, like they are kind of like similar to the Americans I meet out in the wilderness. Testing some stream buddy stuff. Can we get 50 gifted, please? That's a big ask. That's a big ask. Whatever goes all in on his request. He doesn't like say, can we get a gifted sub? Nah, 50. I don't know when I should. It's 8:30. I feel like I should just walk into town and sort out food and sort out. The one nice thing is, like, you know how, like, on a lot of trips, I'm like, before it gets dark, I should scout out where I want to camp tonight, because it's easier to find a place to camp when it's light out compared to when it's, like, pitch black out. Don't have that issue. When I want to camp, I'll be able to see. No issues. So I got that going for me. That's my silver lining. On the downside, it's, like, 2 degrees and raining. It's almost snowing. It's windy. I just broke my camera mount, so now I have like the camera pretty much on the floor because it's the only way I can have the camera up at all. I'm cold, I'm kind of jet lagged, I'm pretty tired, I'm very hungry. So I got, yeah, I think that's a good summary. And then my phone's wet, so the touch isn't working. Touchscreens suck when they're wet. Tuning late, did they hear that they're going to part 2 after you get to TwitchCon on a bike? After you get to TwitchCon on a bike? Or is that like after you get to TwitchCon, you're going on a bike? Yeah. So there's two parts to this. Just hitchhiking to TwitchCon, which will be 10-ish days if I get there on time. And then I go to TwitchCon, and then however many days after TwitchCon, because I might hang out with some streamy friends and stuff like that, I'll fly back to Tromsø. My bike is in Tromsø. We're just outside Tromsø. And my bike trailer with the solar panel and stuff like that. And then I'm riding my bike south through Finland. Because I want to do like a good trip of going through Finland. I love northern countries. And I've been to Norway several times. I've been to Sweden many times. I've been to Denmark. I've been to Scotland. I've been to Canada. I've been to the Arctic of Canada. I'm from Canada. I've been to Alaska. I've been to Russia. Kind of all those northern places I've been. I haven't been to Finland. So I'd like to. Can you? Fingerprint doesn't. I know that my fingerprint hasn't changed. You're just wet. How much sunlight are you expecting for solar panels? Well, the sun doesn't set here, so in theory, 24 hours of it. But like the sun up north is like a little bit lower. Doesn't it stay like fairly low on the horizon? And then kind of just does a 360 around you. Or no, it goes up, but then when it gets low, it just kind of gets low and then skims back up. Anyway, when the sun's quite low on the horizon, even on a sunny day, it's not the best. But it is a 225 watt solar panel, so it actually, and it's pretty efficient. Like it's a good panel, unless it's broken in 2 years of sitting in an unheated garage in the Arctic Circle of Norway. Hike the Earth, thanks for the 19-month resub. Which are you taking? Bike in Finland, coastal or inland? There's three. If someone's curious, if you like Google Eurovelo, there's a whole website for it. There's 3 separate routes that are like the recognized biking routes. They're not super developed, but like they'd give me an outline for kind of the routes I'd like to take. And there's an eastern one that goes very close to the Russian border. There's a central one, and there's a western one which goes closer to the coast of Finland. And all 3 are viable. I don't know which one I want to do yet, because I don't know. I just haven't decided. Figured you guys can help me decide. It's one of the nice things about streams is like how interactive it is. You can personally impact what happens on this trip. Or maybe we'll just let you guys use the compass. You can decide by voting. Get in my pocket. Okay, come on. Go in. Okay, I'm going to walk into town. Coastal route's the nicest one. Yeah, the thing I heard is it's the busiest one, and a lot of the route isn't like, there's no cycling infrastructure separate. So you kind of just ride on like an E-class highway on your bike with classic Scandinavian roads, no shoulder, those metal railings, which honestly, personal vehicles usually aren't so bad, but the trucks are super wide and like they can't stop that quickly. So if they're like committing to passing you, but then they see a vehicle coming that they weren't expecting, like if that could happen, they technically shouldn't have passed you, but they're going to do that anyway because we're living in reality, not a fantasy land where everyone acts responsibly. It just ends, you end up in bad situations, and because there's a metal railing, there is no run out. If I see that happening in Canada, I can just run myself out onto the shoulder, but there is no shoulder, and they put a fucking metal railing so you can't get out of the way. Okay. Yeah, I'm walking into town. Probably the walk is going to be annoying too, because there's going to be no shoulder the whole way in, because like I'm guessing this makes it safer for drivers. Like if something happens, you're not running off the road into trees and down ditches and stuff like that. But I feel like it's going to make it more likely that an accident does happen when something fairly normal happens, like a car breaks down, you get a flat tire. Because you just have to stop in the lane of traffic, like right in the middle of the lane of traffic, to like swap your tire over, like perpetually, except for right here, you can kind of pull over here. Have radar in your bike. What do you mean radar? Like, so if I'm getting attacked by like airplanes or boats, I can have a radar cross-section of them and know what's coming my way, like an early warning system for potential threats. We might be going really close to Russia. So maybe I should have that. Okay, I'm cold. I'm just procrastinating walking because it's going to take a while. Bit nippy out there. Slightly, and it's going to likely be so different as soon as I get a little bit south. Who could have possibly known that the Arctic Circle gets cold? Not me. Not me. It is, to be fair, pretty late May. I feel like this is like, it's pretty common weather, I'm guessing, for late May, but I wouldn't say it's like average. I see like the average day at this part of May is probably a bit better. Like in a couple days, it's like 10 to 14 degrees daytime highs and a little bit of sun. That would be nice. Okay. Pick up the backpack and walk into town. Let's do it. I'm on my way from misery to happiness today. Well, that's getting wet too. Let's zip you up. Do-do-do-do. I'll warm up really fast once I get walking.
Abijaculbana cheered 100 bits. Puppies.
Thanks for the 100 bits. Walk to Circle K south, not actual north. Circle K's 123. Everything food and okay. I do remember walking past that. Do you know how far that is? I can just walk and I'll get there, so it's not a big deal there. It's at 100%. I'm gonna not carry the battery because it's annoying to carry and I'm cold. So, this might ruin the mic for a sec. Am I still on the mic or did it change? West Ham car pass. It's been a while. Okay, it changed. Alright. Hey, last time if I pulled this out and put it back in, it worked. How about now? Turn around. Every now and then I get a little. Worked? Alright, perfect. I did something and it actually fixed itself. That's good. Turn around. 1.5 kilometer walk-ish. Okay. And then I'll probably try and camp somewhere near there. I think like there's a couple campgrounds around here, but a campground means you gotta pay to sleep outside. Who would do that? Scary the Russian border is? I crossed the Russian border. I could tell you about my experience crossing the Russian border. This was in 2015 though. It's been a few years. I'm just putting this in. One sec. Super fast charging, nice. Ugh. My camera setup now, it's all janky. Few years, 10. Time flies. I was so. Life feels so different from back then. Get in my pocket. Now that everything's slightly wet, it just kind of gets like tacky. Water is not great. Lubricant or whatever. Okay. When I crossed, so I was doing an around the world hitchhiking trip in 2015. This is pre-broadcasting. I hitchhiked across Canada, and then I hitchhiked around Europe for 4 months, just like all over. Yeah, it's slightly out of the way. Now my hand's cold, but I don't want to wear my gloves right now because they're gonna get wet, and I want them dry for camping. Like when I'm in my camp area. Decisions. We'll be okay. But yeah, I decided I was going to cross into Russia through Latvia. So I was hitchhiking Poland, Lithuania, Latvia. I got to ride at the Lithuanian-Latvian border in like, I don't know, late afternoon, probably like 6 or something like that. By a Russian guy, with a Russian police, going to Russia. And I'm like, that's great. But the issue was, like, Russian visa is very particular. I was trying to time it good because I wanted to hitch. The Nutsman. Oh, wait. Yeah, the Nutsman, thanks for the 4 months. I was trying to time my visa perfectly because I had a 30-day tourist visa and I had to hitchhike 10,000 kilometers across Russia. And I'm like, I don't know how long that's going to take, so I should, like, use all the 30 days because it has a start point and an end point. So, yeah. But the thing is, I was expecting to get to the border, like, get dropped off close by and then go across the border the next day. But I got picked up by this guy going to Russia, and he was going there that night, and it was the day before my visa. Anyway, he's nice. We can barely talk, because I only met 2 people in 10,000 kilometers of Russia that could speak English. And like, I'm in Russia, they speak Russian. And it's not a complaint, it's just the reality of the situation I put myself in. Communication was difficult. I had a translating thing, but like, it's slow and cumbersome. Anyway, we get to the border and it's like 8 or something like that. I don't know. Sun just set, it's not that late. And we get there and he's asking if I want to go to Russia, and I'm like showing him my visa and being like, I can't, like, there's the date. So the dude, like, there's like a little diner there. We went out for some dinner, and then he like explained that he's like, we'll just wait until midnight and then we'll cross, and then it's tomorrow and you can do that. So we did. So we crossed at midnight, like right at midnight. And like, I thought it was funny because I swear we went through like 6, 7, 8 checkpoints, and all but 2 of them were like, you go up, we have our passports in the driver's hand, and he hands them your passports. He like pretty much just like takes the documents, does a courtesy open of them, doesn't really look or read anything. He just like opens it. He's like, yeah, these are documents, and then hands it back and then opens the gate and sends you to the next one. The only 2 proper checkpoints were leaving Latvia, so like leaving Schengen Europe, and then entering Russia. But I saw there was like 4, 5, 6 ones that was literally like what is your purpose? They don't look at them. I think some didn't even open them. They just like verified that you do in fact have some kind of documents with you. But like for all of them but the first one, how would I have gotten here if I didn't have any documents in the first place? I don't understand it. But like, then the main one, like the leaving Latvia, entering, and separately entering Russia one, they had like, they opened up the trunk. Did they have dogs? I feel like I would have remembered that, but I feel like there's quite a like thorough inspection they kind of did. And those ones felt much more. They never asked me a single question. I did have a Russian guy with me doing all the speaking, but like I was expecting they like were gonna want to know a little bit from me, but I think they're like, this is gonna be too much effort. Like, it's not worth my time. I missed. Whose sub did I miss? I can't scroll up on this. I feel like I should be able to, but I can't. And I don't want to pull my phone out of my pocket right now because my hands are cold. They're not functioning very well. I'm pretty sure I could camp out in these woods pretty good. Like right now it's a bit on a slope, but the there isn't a ton of like underbrush.
Bridgewater raided my stream with 947 views.
Sarah Bridgewater. Sarah. I hope you had a good day on the bike. How far did Sarah go? Was she like killing it? Well, she has been killing on the bike. She's been so steady. She's been going 70 to 75 kilometers like every day. Like so specific. Sarah says, hi, smelly hitchhiker. I'm not smelly yet. That'll come in time. Anyway, welcome to the Arctic Circle of Norway. You can tell it's Arctic by the way it is. Why am I zoomed in so much? There we go. Snow in late May. 76. Hey, she has gone 70, 75 kilometers, I swear, like the past week in a row. 76 is more than 75. I'm kind of disappointed. Sarah says you're smelly, man. She doesn't even know. But I am smellier than her on average. Look a little wet. Yeah, it's also snowing. Okay, to be fair, it was supposed to snow today. So, I was gonna say, well, snow's kind of like comfier because it doesn't like soak into you as much. It kind of just brushes off you. But if it's snowing when it's like 3 or 4 degrees out, it's gonna be that really slushy snow. Also, snowing's really annoying for hitchhiking because it snows on the road, and the road is where I do my like hitchhiking stuff. It just makes interacting with cars and traffic much more annoying.
Grung's just resubscribed for 33 months. Big bomb.
Grungs with the 33-month resub, thank you. I appreciate it. Were you gonna shower tonight? It's raining. I'm gonna shower right now. How's the shower going for her though? Imagine that warm, nice shower. Okay, no warm shower. That would be so nice. I'm pretty cold. I'm warming up because I'm walking. But standing stationary, and it's like, I think it's like 2 degrees or something like that right now. There's a good little breeze in the rain, and I just broke my camera mount. I'm so the one piece that I don't have a replacement for. So now I don't have a monopod, like a stick to adjust the height of the thing. So now it's just on this like tripod, so the stream is always like this high off the ground. And I'm in the middle of nowhere. If there's any viewers in the middle of nowhere in the Arctic Circle of Norway, I have a hyper-specific like action camera to 1/4-inch threaded adapter thing that I need. That's weird focus level. I know with the hat it gets all weird.
Ozark Harper just resubscribed for 19 months. Below Hitch and check Sarab 48 wave Hitchhike Sarab 48 Eggy.
Ozark Harper, thanks for the 19 months. Okay. Middle of Tromsø, you can come by and pick it up. I was there today. If it broke as soon as I got there, it would have been so easy to find that piece in Tromsø. Like, not so easy, but like it would have been there. It's not that difficult to find a piece. I might have had to like buy a whole like tripod or something to find it. But whatever. Rather than just the single piece itself. And I have to hold the camera up so high. Because it's not a long enough stick. Like survival stream, not hitchhiking stream. Like, I'm not that far from towns-ish, although I'm walking away from town right now to go to a gas station. Because apparently all the stuff in town is closed. Because I waited too late. It's really easy to, like, hitchhike too late to go, like, get dinner or something like that when the sun doesn't set. Because it just looks like any other time in the middle of the day. But it's, whatever, 8:45. Right? Yeah. You're just bragging at your arm muscle. Shouldn't be a problem. I talked about this. It's a different kind of muscle, okay? There's like strength hypertrophy, and that's like your max strength for a short amount of time. Like you're not doing that for that long. And then there's endurance. And those are two very different types of muscles to build, okay? Like, someone that runs a marathon doesn't have like huge bulging muscles. They might have like defined muscle because their body fat percentage is like negative. It's not because you'd be dead, but it's very low. So any muscle they do have, and they do have muscle, it just isn't like really large hypertrophic muscles. Now it's like a windy Narrow road. No folding bike on this one? I wish. What are they doing? I slowed the way down. I'm going to show you what we're working with here.
Hitch was the race of you missed. It was for 48 months.
Oh, that's a big one too. I'm sorry, Greg. 48 months. 4 years. See, this is why this sucks. I got a bright red jacket on, but walking on roads in Norway, there isn't just much room. And then tomorrow when I walk in, I want to be on that side because I want to be facing traffic. Oh. My speaker decided to fall off. But then I've got the railing, which means I don't have room to bail if someone's squeezing me out. The road safe, cars driving quite nearby. Yes, this is the road I have, this is my option. Often when traveling, when you're biking or hitchhiking, something like that, you don't get to just be like, oh, let's take the nice, safe route. There is one route in these places, and you get what you get. Mikey's here, good to see you. I find streaming questions to Sarah's chat were unbearable. I know, I feel bad for Sarah because she just has to deal with people asking for information about me through her. Or someone from town, driving feeling tomorrow, just hitchhike from town. But from where I was before, I'll capture all traffic. Traffic from town and traffic that was already on this road that isn't from town. You kind of want to get all the traffic. And oh, where does that trail go? I can camp up there. That might be a good spot. You can see it's actually a little track trail. And it looks like it flattens up there. That might be good. Could be private property. But in Norway, that doesn't matter. As long as I'm over 150 meters away from any kind of residence, I have the right to camp. Even you got the questions? Everyone gets the questions. God, this road is narrow. But at least here, I'm facing traffic, and if someone's being stupid, it's not nice, but I can go in the ditch. Have bears in these forests? I was talking to the lady who picked me up last, and she was talking about bears here. So I'm guessing there's some around here. When I rode my bike up north, I feel like there's only one part that people said there's kind of some bears, but they were mostly, it was Norway was really narrow, and there were more bears on the Swedish side there than the Norwegian side. There are bears here. Okay. I'm from Canada, there's bears everywhere, so that doesn't really worry me. And I got no good food right now, so if a bear came for me, well, that would actually be really bad because they smell human and they're like, oh, that sounds like a snack. Usually when a bear comes up when you're camping or something like that, it's because they smell food and they want your food and you're not considered food. But anyway, chances of a bear causing an issue are very minimal. You're just not normally in a bear's sense of what they can eat for food. If a bear sees you as food, there's some shit going on. I feel like I'm going the wrong way because I'm going away from town. But it's Hannibal that said all the stuff in town's already closed and this gas station's open till 11, so I'll have something. Shower? What, bath? That'd be really cold. We do have a fine cub. They're really cute, so I think I'd go up and pet it and like try to play with it. I think that's the safe option. You deserve a drink. Maybe. So with my whole like time off and trying to like, you know, journey of existential self-discovery, or however you want to call it, I've been trying to not drink. Because, well, one, especially with Sarah not being there, I've been alone. And one of my rules is I really try not to drink if I'm alone. And then two, I've been trying to be healthy. I've been going to the gym a lot, going to spin classes, which are really fun. At the community center one I go to, because it's included with my gym membership, like, pretty much everyone that goes there is like...
Another 24 hours at a gas station?
No! Well, I might be here for a while. This road is so sparsely traveled, especially at the junction where I'm trying to go. It is a little bit questionable. Thank you for the 100 bits. What was I saying? Is it drinking? Did we move past drinking? I'm hungry, so now my brain is slower. Oh, spin classes. Oh yeah, the demographics there is like, in most classes I'm the only guy, and like the average age there is like a 50-year-old woman. And there's nothing absolutely wrong with that. I'm like, I stand out. I don't fit in. I don't blend in. And I don't want to. It's not something I desire. I just think it's kind of funny, like the demographics. And how, oh, this bridge is so narrow. Norway, why is your infrastructure so small? Oh, what's a spin class? Yeah, you ride on stationary bikes. And there's an instructor, and they tell you what to be doing. And it's kind of like themed to music. So like, a lot of times like the beat of a song is your cadence. Like if it's like, you're like pedal, 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 pedal. And then you set a resistance that makes that speed of pedaling difficult. Ah, I see it. We've made it once I get across this freaking bridge. Peloton, but live. Some people aren't gonna know what Peloton is. I know it was huge during COVID and stuff like that. Company took off. I think I would probably like Peloton too.
Nice to see you back online now. I have to choose WHO to watch.
Double. Just have both up and switch back and forth which audio you play. Whoever seems more interesting at that moment. I could camp under this bridge. ATV tracks up here. I assume that's mostly what people use that for, not for actual cars. Should probably not just like stand on this bridge. Should probably scurry across quickly. But I'm easily distracted. I have a bike trainer while I go outside. I do have my smart trainer at home, but it is fun to like join a class and like the social aspect of it. Also, like, I'm much better at going to something if it's like scheduled. If it's just like, oh, I've booked a class tomorrow at 5 p.m. It feels automatic to go because like I've been booked. I'm supposed to be there. So then I am there. If it's just like I was pretty good about going to the gym for the past few months. But for a lot of stuff like that where it's just like it's up to you whenever you feel like going and doing it, it feels harder to force the motivation.
Meow just resubscribed for 18 months. Good to see you back.
Hello, Meow. Thanks for the 18-month resub. Thank you very much. Okay, so we did just get Sarah raid. I feel like I should address that more. You just switch this around. So if you don't know Sarah, been dating for like over 4 years. I got her into this streaming thing. We went on a tandem bike tour 3 years ago. when we did that, Sarah, the reason we got tandem is because Sarah wanted to join on a trip. Like, not hitchhiking, because I wasn't back then. It was still COVID time. She wanted to join a biking trip, but she was too scared to ride a bike. Even locally around town, she just couldn't. She was, like, absolutely terrified. We borrowed a bike for her, and we rode on some, like, isolated bike trails, separate from cars. Like, it is just bikes and pedestrians. And she looked terrified the whole time. And look at her now. Like, I don't say that to, like, talk Sarah down or something like that. It's impressive, because you shouldn't compare yourself to everyone. You should compare yourself to yourself, like how much you've grown. And she's grown so much. Like, insane. So I'm very proud of everything she's done in the past few years. Two years later, climbed the Alps. I know. Yeah, no, she's biked. Like, yeah, last year she rode from Greece to Scotland, stopping over at Rotterdam for TwitchCon on the way, like from the southeast corner of Europe to northern Europe, over the Alps. She rode through Japan, Australia. I did another Portugal-Spain trip that I did. And now she's riding from Oslo, Norway, down to Rotterdam for TwitchCon this year. Which is funny to say, for her now, that's not even that big of a trip. It is still a huge trip. It's like, how many kilometers? It's under 2,000? A bit less than that? I don't know. Anyway, just compared to last year, it's like, oh, okay, just down the road. Sarah's afraid of bikes. She was scared to ride a bike. She, like, didn't have confidence to be able to do it. Oh my god, my hand is cold and not functioning very well. Like, so she wasn't afraid of bikes in that, like, if she sees a bike, she's afraid of it. She was just afraid to do the activity because she wasn't confident in her capability. I think she's always had the capability. It's just been like a fear response.
On. Battery high. Your device is connected.
Okay. All right. We are at, back. Circle K. Rightfully afraid of traffic? No, but it wasn't even that. She was just afraid of riding. Because, like I told you when we were in Victoria, where I lived, like, we had separated bike paths. Like, and there was a nice one that goes, like, through the woods and stuff like that. There is no cars. But she was still scared to ride the bike because she just wasn't confident. Okay. Hot dogs it is. Is there a place to sit in here? Oh, does this one not? Oh, it does, okay. No pizza? They got waffle. Oh, they do have pizza. Can I do that? Oh, it's 200 kroner? Ew. But like 2 hot dogs is. Hey. I should just get a pizza. Can I get a pizza? Yeah.
Stool.
They're big? How, like, what size?
40 centimeters.
40 what?
It's stool. I show you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Oh, that is big, and it's thick dough too. Maybe I shouldn't. Okay. Yeah. Is it really little? Oh, this is a little baby. Okay. Okay. Can you heat it up? Like,
yeah. I can make it warm.
Okay. Can I get a pepperoni and a hot dog too?
Pizza pepperoni.
No, like one pizza pepperoni and one ostepose.
What kind of?
The bacon one? Yeah.
So this is warm.
Actually, can I do the grilled pulse? Yeah.
So one grilled pulse, one pizza.
Yes. Maybe hot.
This is juice. You can, if you want.
Oh. I
TT
think I want a warm drink.
Studio just resubscribed for 47 months.
I'll just get the food for now. Might get a drink later.
Not drink.
Not right now. I'll think. Just the food. I can't get stuff out of my pocket right now. My hands are too cold. Feels to be the best part of the stream. In Norway, usually it isn't. I love Norway, and I don't love it particularly because of the food. They have good chocolate milk, though. Oh my god, my hands. Wallet. Okay. Yeah.
Okay, 120. A grill pulse, what kind of bread you want? White or brown?
White's good.
Yeah.
My fingers are so useless right now.
Yes.
Thank you.
Take ketchup, salt.
Ah, thank you. Okay. We feast tonight on a hot dog and a mini pizza. Where do we start today? Tromsø. We didn't get that far. But I almost didn't hitchhike at all today. Because it was supposed to snow today, and I'm like, I don't want my first day to be snowy. I almost took a whole day off just... And I was also like jet lagged and just exhausted in general, but I'm happy I streamed today. Okay.
Yeah, you can sit here.
Thank you. Okay, come here. Oh, that's great. That's fast.
Yeah.
Thank you. Hat. So I don't have a tripod anymore. Oh, I have a tripod. I don't have a stand for it, so it's awkward. Which bit, bro? Let me show you. I'll be in here a little while. Yeah, I can't find the other piece, but so this on here was a little circular platform with a 1/4-inch booper to screw in my like camera mount and stuff like that on here. and a truck came over, and it was pretty low, but it fell over and hitting it on the side, snapped it. Taper glue. Oh, I could check for like some super glue. I just don't trust it now because like maybe I'd glue it and it feels secure, but like I could just be walking around going like this, and then it falls from a high level, and I've got a phone on there. It's just gonna smash.
Akirax36 just resubscribed for 26 months. Hitchhike back up the west coast. The return of the sausage man.
Mm-hmm. Was it 26 month resub? Thank you, girl. This is 4 bites of dinner. I got this pizza too. There's a couple pieces of pepperoni on there and everything. I guess I might as well recharge some stuff here. I assume there's an outlet somewhere around here. Yeah, there's one down there. Let's get on it. Because I'm going to spend a little bit of time in here just warming up. I might get a hot drink or something like that. That's quite cold. I'm not acclimated to the cold right now. Like, I just did a winter in Edmonton, but I wasn't, like, living outside in it. Oh. There's a lot of outlets, too. Okay. Got some tape, though. And honestly, most things that break kind of mounty, the Y's, like strapping stuff onto things, I just tape, and it's enough. But that's like a critical part that is like, no, we need to be a bit more resilient than tape. Wait, I got a toque. Forgot about that. I can't find my normal toque. My normal toque I take on hitchhiking trips. Okay, but like super critical to this trip, like tonight camping, this dude. This is very comfy because he's got room, so I have like, it doesn't sit on my eyeballs. So, yeah. Oh yeah, it is nighttime now. Sorry, I'm going through trying to find my charging thing, and I'm just playing show and tell in the process.
Glad to see you back on the airwaves.
Wait, who's that? Weatherboy, thanks for the 3 month resub. It's good to be back. Okay, here we go. This is what we're looking for. Yeah. So Sarah lost her this thing today. Does Sarah have better cable management than me? Find that in a campsite today. Have I lost one of these while traveling before? I don't think so. I've lost a lot of things, and I've lost some very trip critical things. The worst one I had is like, I used to run the whole stream off of just like one of these dudes when I was on my first trip in America. That was the whole thing. And I was getting out of a truck in...
Kelly from has just subscribed with
Is it like
Twitch
Savannah,
Prime.
Georgia or something like that? Kelly from Mars, thanks for the 3 months. And as I pulled the bag out of the truck, because it's in the middle there, where it was in the bag was in like one of these little front bags, and it's usually zipped up pretty good and just a tiny bit open for some like cables to come out of. But I guess it was open a bit more, and as I pulled it out upside down, it fell out into the truck, and I got out, truck started driving away, saw my stream disconnect, and I'm like, oh, let me check my little hotspot, my internet box thing, and it was gone. And I'm like, oh, that sucks. Left it on the free stuff table for 12 hours. They actually had a free stuff table. That's a premium thing to leave on a free stuff table. These are expensive. don't think she meant to do it. Well, obviously not, but like, still, that's an interesting thing to leave. Like, I can't even visualize many campgrounds having a free stuffed table. Like maybe like a bin of lost and found that is just like, well, it's been here a while. You can probably take anything, because I don't think anyone is coming back for it. Oh yeah, this battery. All lights go dim when you plug it in. Like, for like a wall charger, this draws up to 200 watts of power, compared to like a lot of things that you might plug in. It's actually not that much power. Like laptops get up to that and stuff like that, or higher than that. Like it's a pretty powerful laptop if you're pulling 200 watts. But like that does exist. Where's Finland? Like southeast of here. There was a lot of Finland. I think we went straight east. Yeah, we went straight east. We go to Finland too.
Mikey Zero,
and well, actually, we're only like maybe 50 kilometers from Finland, maybe less. So whenever we get a ride from that junction, if we ever get a ride from that junction, will we ever get a ride from that junction? All valid questions. Mikey, thank you for the 43-month reset. Also, 43 months in a row? Dude, you stay subbed when I took my existential time off of self-discovery. That's impressive. Thank you. So there's such a thing as Finland? Like, to be honest, I've never been to Finland, and I've been trying to go for a long time, and somehow Finland avoids me somehow. So I'm even suspicious that it exists. Maybe we'll hitchhike 50 kilometers to the border, and there won't be Finland. It'll just be a continuation of Norway. Skiboten is the next Corning. Am I saying it anywhere close to correct? I don't know how to sound out Norwegian words. I need to continue plugging things in, and I'm being very bad about like staying on like focused on one thing at a time. I also haven't streamed in a long time, and even when I am like in streaming mode, like I'm not good at talking and doing stuff at the same time. I'm not efficient. Oh god. Might as well plug this in. What's this at? 75%. Might as well plug it in. I think I've mostly run off of this. I tried that, but that wasn't working. This one's only been plugged in for like a couple minutes. I might as well plug this in, I guess. Ooh. Yeah, okay. Because TwitchCon doesn't stream at something on the TwitchCon. So many people stream at TwitchCon. And it's not like I have to have a unique stream that no one else is doing, say at TwitchCon. But like, TwitchCon's really fun for me for like reconnecting with old friends. It feels like old friends now because I've been doing this for 7 years and I went to every TwitchCon that has existed since 2018. It just gives me the freedom to not feel like I have to like be running a stream, and I can just like meet up with friends. Like in my head, I wouldn't mind doing one. I wouldn't do like old school Jay Streezy who would. This might mess up the mic for a second. I think it's still on. Stream from like 5 or 6 a.m. all day long. But he because of that, he did really well at TwitchCon. Like I remember back, it was like 2019 TwitchCon San Diego. That was his thing. And back then, Jay Streezy was a bit smaller. I think he usually averaged like a few hundred viewers kind of thing. And at TwitchCon, he'd have like 3,000-4,000 viewers. And those are big numbers now, but those are even bigger numbers then. Red mic. Battery's probably getting low.
Norwegian Grasshopper just resubscribed for 2 months.
Yeah, I'll just let this thing.
Norway. So happy to see you again. Hitch snap.
Or I guess I can swap it. Can't wait for the streamer orgy there. Have you been streaming lately though? Your invite is reliant on whether you've been streaming. You can't go to a streamer order if you haven't been a streamer. That's why I always build a trip there. I might have taken time off, but at least I streamed a trip there, so I get included. He's been more live than you. Has he? I haven't been keeping up with Twitch. What have you been doing? Well, I think through Sarah. You film ships now? Are you retired from geocache streaming? Boomer content? Hey, I feel like I have a lot of like old man tendencies already. If I had a house with a yard, which isn't in my like price bracket in Canada, I think I'd be like, damn kids, get off my lawn. I could pull that. Can you say hello to you, maybe get a picture at TwitchCon? Yeah, of course. Like, that's like the best place to do it. Like, I always invite people to come over wherever I'm at, but like, it's a very convenient place to do it because everyone is all concentrated in one thing. So if you got a lot of streamers you like to see, well, you can find a lot of them there. So yeah, no, absolutely. That's what TwitchCon is for? Yeah. Let's do age poll. Yeah, Twitch doesn't give demographics on...
Revix_ just resubscribed for 13 months.
Who's that? Revix. Thanks for the 13 months resub. Wait, what was I about to answer? Oh, my brain. In my defense, I am quite tired because I'm in the wrong time zone and I only got here yesterday evening. Demographics. Twitch doesn't give them to me. They give country demographics, but that's it. So, I know which percentage of my viewers are watching from which country. That's it. They do now? Actually? I'll link yours in DM? Oh. That's really interesting. Because I want to know, purely from a curiosity, the vibe I've always got is like travel streams have an older demographic on average than gaming streams because of the content and how slow it is in comparison. A unit circle K. Yeah, I chose it here because I could blend in with the color scheme in case there's predators. I'm like a chameleon, but I can't change colors, so I just have to find environments that match my color. The internet went away. Seems to be coming back. Maybe. Nope. What is it doing? I think you're a kitten. You're so cute! Oh god. Okay. Guess it's like a 7-Eleven? Yeah. Gas station and convenience store. No more hitchhiking today? No. We'll be camping after this. I don't know where yet. No, it's actually pretty chill. Because usually, it's so much easier to find a place to camp when it's light out. So I have motivation to either before I eat dinner and charge batteries, just pre-scout out my camp spot. But for two reasons it's nice here. One, I'm allowed to camp. Like, translated, I think it translates to every man's right or all man's right. Essentially, it's your right as a human being to use undeveloped land for, like to just use it in a, like a leave no trace kind of way. You can't just be making a mess and having campfires and stuff like that. But just because you own property doesn't mean you can like block it off for public access for everything. So one, I'm allowed to camp wherever. So even if it did get dark, I could just post up kind of anywhere that's not within 150 meters of someone's residence. Like, there is stipulations, but
139,191,950.
wow, we actually read that number out.
295 just subscribed with Twitch Prime.
Thanks for the 41-month resub. Is it 139 billion? That's a lot of billion. Although, if you had that much dollars, you still wouldn't be the richest person, right? That's the second time today I quoted that, and it's not really a thing on my mind usually. It's just when I hear billion or I read billion, I immediately think billionaires. I guess I think of money because I feel like that's the only context in my day-to-day life where you see the word billion is people complaining about billionaires, which is a fair thing to complain about. It's fine. I don't personally like spend time complaining about them. It's just topic of conversation for a lot of people. Camera Wild in the Netherlands impossible almost. It's so stupid. my favorite story about that. Wait, before I answer Netherlands wild camping, there's two parts to the whole. It's easy to camp here right now. So one was I'm allowed to, and two, it doesn't get dark here. So like the whole like, it's hard for me to see if a place is good for camping when it's pitch black out because it's nighttime, and your headlamp like illuminates something, but doesn't give you like context. You don't see what's around very good. Like one spotlight in the woods doesn't show you very good. And then during daylight, it can look completely different. So it's easier to be assured or just be positive of like where you're actually camping when it's light out. But the sun doesn't set here this time of the year, so it will always be light out. Okay, and to Netherlands camping. When me and Sarah were doing the tandem bike tour, we actually found some like good woods that felt like thick and dense enough and far enough away from like a big trail that like no one would be stumbling through there. So I was super stoked because I'm going to camp in the woods in the Netherlands, and that's really hard to find.
So you never worry about your financial situation?
Yeah, I do. Especially, okay, like, we'll get back to the Netherlands thing, but like, I just took well over half a year off, and I spent a lot of money on things. Some things were like responsible, like an investment for me and my future and my happiness and stuff like that. And other things, like in theory, they were just like me making stupid decisions to try to be happy in a moment. And I was kind of happy for a moment, but then afterwards I'm like, was that really like worth the cost? As I very much do not have anything close to unlimited money. And yeah, it's tough to justify the price I paid for something. Notably that Taylor Swift concert in Vancouver. That was a lot of money. That was a lot of money. Netherlands. But yeah, we found this like good bit of woods, and I was super comfortable, super like happy with the woods. And then me and Sarah like getting settled in bed there for the night, and like we see like headlamps going through the bush, and there's like, I forget how many, like 3, 4 like Dutch guys just walking through the woods at night, and it's just like, really? It's full pitch blackout dark, and these dudes are just walking through the woods, and they come right up into our tent, and they're like speaking Dutch and stuff like that. I'm like, okay, I'll poke my head out and be like, what do these guys want? Because like they walked right up to us, so like they're at least checking out the tent. So if I have to like tell them to fuck off, I guess, I don't know. It's just an awkward thing when someone walks up to your tent when you're not supposed to be camping in the woods in some area. And I poke my head out, and they're just like, are you here for the fun? And I'm like, no, I don't know what that means, but they're really young, like teenagers, like, yeah. Anyway, they said something and left. And we're like, that was really weird. And we kind of figured it out the next morning. So when we were leaving, when we were coming in, we saw like a cooler bin, like an insulated cooler. Yeah, it's a cooler. Like unpowered, just insulation in the woods. And I was really curious. So I just like opened it and peeked, and there was Capri Suns in there, like the little drink cartridges thing. And I'm like, okay, that's weird. And then, yeah, I saw it better in the daytime. And I'm like, they were like kids at like summer camp that were doing a scavenger hunt. And I don't know why they're doing it at night. I guess it's just, I don't know, team building exercise or something like that. But like, they thought we were part of the scavenger hunt. Like, because you can interpret, are you here for the fun in like strange ways. But like, but they're just like on a fun scavenger hunt. And they're like, are you part of the scavenger hunt? Scavenger hunting is dark and fun. No, I would actually really like that. Of all the things I thought would happen in the middle of the woods that night, I didn't think I'd be part of some like teenage summer camp scavenger hunt. Call them droppings in Dutch, these scavenger hunts at night. Oh, so that's an actual common thing? Like, I'm sure it has existed in Canada, but I don't think it's like, oh, we do that here. I guess. How about you're still eating a wiener? That's my second hot dog today. As far as like easily accessible food, these gas stations always carry these, and they're not cheap. Like, this is 70 kroner, 60 kroner, 60, I think. So, for me in Canadian, was that like $7 Canadian? So you put on weight? I did. Like, maybe in a weird way, but like, me and my sister are both getting in shape, and we shared like progress photos. So I took like some like progress photos, and I showed them on stream today, and it felt weird to share because it's just like me shirtless going like, eh. But I have like some upper body muscle that I've never had before. It's been fun, kind of. I like seeing number go up, like progressive overload, like. At a specific weight, you start to be able to do more reps at said weight, and then you move up the weight to one that you couldn't do before, to a lower number, and then you move up through the reps on that, and then you go up to the next weight. It's fun. And then as soon as I could start seeing it like visually, I'm like, that's really cool. And then I started to build more of like a mind muscle connection, where like before, when I'm like pulling the weight, I'm like, am I doing this right? Because I feel like I'm not feeling the isolation of specific muscle that I feel like should be getting worked. And I just overall just feel exhausted, but not like the specific muscle thing. But as I actually grow like a certain amount of base muscle, like when I do the exercise, I feel that specific muscle. So it's like a mind to muscle connection that I didn't have before. I think it's been kind of fun. Oh, I really like the, I think in gym world, it's considered more of a, well, girls just love to work out their butt. And I get it, they all want big butts and stuff like that, but like, so do guys. But anyway, it's mostly girls using it. But we have like a glute drive machine. With the bar, it's like more set up and awkward and stuff like that. But with the glute drive machine, you got like a belt, and you load plates on the side. I like get a good glute burn. I like leg day, actually. I like being like all wobbly when I leave. That's fun. What do you do on your break from streaming? No, I didn't explain this, because I've explained this quite thoroughly. It's just like, in explaining what I was doing, like, like it's a certain amount of just like I've been doing some deeply personal things that I've been happy or like I've been comfortable sharing because I think I don't know, is something worth sharing. And probably not enough people talk about that kind of thing. But then talking about it repeatedly is just like, I guess, I don't know. If anything, it's just difficult. Because it's just a reminder that like things hadn't been that great. If that makes sense. I forgot about my pizza. Now it's probably cold. Anyway. I had a midlife crisis and I was trying to figure out how I could make my life fulfilling because it didn't feel fulfilling. How many liters does that backpack have? I think this backpack is advertised as a 48-liter bag, but you can stretch it a bit more because it's a roll top. So you can kind of like push the limits and just barely roll it over. And then if you use like the side pockets and the mesh and stuff like that, you can stretch it a little bit more. Sure you got a Costco job? No, but like I used to work at Costco, so I'm guessing that's what they're referencing. Midlife, are you 40? I kind of made a joke about that earlier. I feel like I'm getting, like I'm speed running midlife crisis. But anyway, I am. You feeling better now, dude? I feel different. And I feel like in some ways I feel better, in other ways I feel worse. And I feel like that is actually important for me to get better. Because one of the big things, and I talked about this earlier, is my historical emotional regulation is to not let my emotions... Well, in the pursuit of never feeling bad emotions, I also wouldn't feel great emotions, generally. So I'd hang out in the center zone. Because then I don't have to feel uncomfortable things. But hanging out in that zone means you miss out on the best things in life.
S1NGen0 just subscribed. Thank you.
Midlife crisis out of the way early and bought a sports car? Perfect. Yeah, I didn't buy a Corvette or anything like that. Singinor. No. 1L? No. Sing. I'm going to call you Sing. Thank you for this. You've been in therapy? A ton. I've spent a lot of money on therapy because I don't have insurance. I wonder if I can look up how many times I went. I'm not looking it up to share. I'm just like, for my own curiosity. Just sing? That was my conclusion, yeah. Therapy's good though. The therapy help? A lot. Like, no, it's really good for me. And very importantly, I really like my therapist. He hasn't been doing it long. Actually, technically he was still a student when he started. And I did that because I didn't have coverage. And I'm like, I want to like do this thoroughly. Like I'm taking time off. I want to work on myself. I'm not doing like once a month kind of thing. For a while I was going 3 times a week just because like there's a lot to talk about. And to get the baseline of like everything in my world ever, it's just a lot of talking. And it made it like slightly more economical to go to therapy 3 times a week. But still not very economical because I went a lot. But no, like, no, it's very helpful. Like kind of universal healthcare. Well, according to Canada, mental health isn't health. Just like your eyes aren't part of your health. And your teeth aren't part of your health. They arbitrarily draw a line on some things. But no, if you are in a mental health crisis, you can jump through like a ton of hoops and get support is very like annoying and complicated, and they're going to like make you really self-advocate to get that. But like if you're in severe mental distress, you can get help. The quality of that help depends on how lucky you are. Same thing for like dental. Optical definitely like switches from like, oh, like taking care of your eyes is a choice, you should pay for it, to medical, like that does cross over at some point. Dental though, like, you know, if you need like root canal or something like that, that is on your own, I think. Is there some like dental stuff that can pop up that is covered by? I feel like you gotta really like, I think it's gotta be really bad if a dental issue becomes a medical issue in Canada. Depression is mostly a biochemical imbalance. Good food is the best way to heal. I feel like you can't take something as broad as depression and narrow it down to like a chemical imbalance that food can fix. For some people, probably. I'm gonna say for a lot of people, there's gonna be more depth to it than like a chemical imbalance that some nutrients will fix. I need to drink something too. What time is it? I'm still like, it's still just so late. And like, I know it's not that late. It's 20 to 10. It's a weird way to say that time. It's 9:40. But yeah, it's not gonna get dark. Beer o'clock. I'm curious how much I will drink on this trip. I'm certainly gonna drink at TwitchCon. But like, the thing is, I really like ending my day with good food. I guess like my goal is good food, but my standard is like any food. I don't want to go to bed with an empty stomach. And when I'm streaming, it's fun to like have a drink or two like with the stream while I eat. Why didn't I see that alert on there? Let me get this phone. Oh, this phone should be getting charged too. I should be plugging this in. Yeah. Shakin, thanks for the 9-month resub. Alcohol's depressant. Like, so when I've been doing all this stuff, therapy, self-discovery stuff, it's been a pretty big thing on my mind. Like, I don't want to be drinking. Especially since like Sarah left and stuff like that. I don't be drinking alone. I've still gone out a few times, like meeting people and drinking. Ooh, I think it reset the power, so I think we got disconnected from the mic. Did we come back and back? Okay. I don't know why it does that. Whenever there's a power change on the USB hub that the mic is running through, it either fully disconnects and never comes back, or it disconnects and comes back itself. It'd be nice if it didn't do that. Anyway, when you hear that sound, that is what the internal mic would sound like. But it does seem like the internal mic is much louder or something like that, which is annoying because it'd be nice if they were balanced at the same level of audio, so the audio would change because it's a different mic, but it wouldn't be substantially different in volume. But yeah. Sound like a completely different person? You know, okay, when I hear a recording of my voice, I hate it. I hate it so much. I know it's a common thing. I'm sure plenty of you can like connect with that, but like how I hear my voice in my head when I'm speaking is very different than how I hear my voice in a recording. And I'm like, is that really what I sound like? Yeah, I don't like it. I should work on getting better at that. Because honestly, like, all of the most positive things I've worked on is, like, having a little bit of appreciation for myself. That I didn't have, and it's not like I, like, actively was, like, hateful of myself. I just, like, had a very, like, rigid, non-kind way of looking at myself, if that makes sense. I don't know how to describe it that well. What you eating? A mini pizza is not particularly good. It's calories though. I'm looking forward to camping tonight. It'll be nice. It's wet. It's cold. But my gear's good. Now, I haven't tested it. I should have. But I had many other things and I forgot to do it. Apparently, on Sarah's last trip, she took my sleeping pad instead of her sleeping pad. She punctured it, couldn't find the hole until she got home, asked me to find the hole. I found the hole in all of 3 seconds. And then we patched the hole. But that means, like, when was the last time she used the sleeping pad? And is it actually, like, in decent shape? Will it hold its air? I'm going to be really, really sad if I use it tonight and my sleeping pad can't hold air and it's like 0 degrees out and it's... Honestly, okay, they said it's going to snow today and it hasn't. And I'm happy about that. Accumulating snow is really annoying for hitchhiking. But, like, it is on the edge, and I've seen some slush in the air. You on about a sleeping bag? Yeah. It's, like, so important to sleep quality, especially because, like, that sleeping pad is also the thing insulating you from the ground. So, like, beyond being uncomfy to, like, lay directly on the ground, it's cold out, and I will wake up freezing if I lose the air in my sleeping pad. Pad is new and clean. She barely used it. Oh, okay. There you go. Why didn't she switch back to her pad after last trip? Because she got me to help fix her pad, which was apparently actually my pad. Wait, speaking about holes and finding them? Just immature? Yeah, I hadn't considered that. No, that makes sense. I probably would have if I was watching too. Simplify biking with camp using a hammock with a cover. Yeah, hammock camping has gotten pretty popular. I was talking to the first lady that picked me up today about hammock camping because she first tried it in French Guiana, like a big 2-person one with a cover. And she said in those tropical places, it's really nice to sleep above the ground. So for, I think, like the airflow kind of underneath, so it feels a bit cooler. And then she said for like wildlife, like snakes and stuff like that, like it's harder for them to potentially find that warm tent and seek out some cover. But beyond like warm temperature stuff, a lot of people like hammock tent and swear by it. I just have never done it, so I don't really have much to comment on it because I just don't have any experience. So, Trev, how did you get to Skiboten, my guy? I flew to Tromsø. Michael, good to see you. And I hitchhiked 2 rads today to get to Skiboten, however I say it. And then I've been stuck here for a few hours. How warm does it have to be for you to sleep outside without a sleeping bag? Without a sleeping bag. I kind of always like having something on me. Even when it's too warm, like I want... It doesn't have to be a sleeping bag, it is like something over my like legs and lower torso at least kind of thing. But like, I have like a summer weight sleeping quilt, which is like a very thin, down-filled blanket, pretty much. And if you hold it up to the light, you can like see through it, and it's like patchy with all the down, because there just isn't much insulation in there. But it's lightweight and it packs down small. I'd say you showed progress pics to the stream. Can't find the bot. I don't know how much I want to show that. Part of me is just like, still, they're like topless. Like I've been working out, so I see like some upper body physique that I've never had in my life. So I was.
Rated my stream with 344 views.
Vanguard, thanks for the raid. Appreciate it. And everyone, welcome to the Arctic Circle of Norway, where we're trying to hitchhike to the Netherlands. We haven't gotten very far today. We've had a lot of challenges. I've broken a bunch of stuff. A lot of stuff wasn't working. I haven't streamed in like 7 months or something like that. Anyway, channel's Hitch. Known for streaming hitchhiking, stream biking too. Norwegian raid. Does this Norwegian streamer like speak in Norwegian on his stream, or is he an English-speaking Norwegian? I feel like, honestly, I don't know. I was about to say, I feel like there's not that many Norwegians that stream in Norwegian. But for any like language-specific streams, I just don't know them very well. English for sure? Okay. Because, so, at the past few TwitchCons, I've learned German Twitch is huge. Also, German Twitch streamers do intense things. The German outdoor guys like go on hardcore adventures, more than the English people. I don't know. Germans go hard. But I didn't know about them because I don't know about German Twitch. And they collab with a ton of each other. Yeah, I'm guessing it's like a pretty tight-knit community. Because so like at TwitchCon, I feel like the IRL, the travel streamers, are kind of like their own little clique of people that like, we stream travel. It's grown so much that it feels less like a super close-knit community than it used to, but anyway. It feels like our little corner of Twitch, because it's so separated from the gaming and stuff like that, it's kind of like, we group together in a wholesome way. Like it's nice. I feel like even more so, like the German streamers would, because like the German community would stay together. Like they stream in their own language. I don't know. Is eating cheese the wrong way, Mr. Hitch? I haven't yet on this trip, but I'm not gonna buy a big block of cheese and freaking slice it. It's so inefficient. I'm gonna buy a chunk of meat, a chunk of cheese, and a thing of bread, and I'm going to just gnaw off pieces of all three of them. Or when you such hitchhiking Norway, is Norway the best for it? I'm going to do the best part, and then I'll talk about if I recommend it. The best for it? Potentially, but it depends on what you're looking for. Is it the best for average wait time? Probably not. Honestly, we don't actually have statistical analysis. We have done statistical analysis on a lot of countries hitchhiking. Like we log every wait time and then find the average. And it varies a lot depending on the country. I think it's interesting. We haven't done that for Norway. But in my anecdotal, like thinking through of my experience in Norway, average wait times have been pretty fast. I don't have to wait very long. I'd say it's like in the top like 20% of countries for average wait time. Like it's good. So is it the best in that category? No. There's countries that are faster. Is it good? Yeah, no, it's good. But what might make it the best is like what makes Norway unique in this category. And I'd say most likely what makes Norway unique is like the natural aspect of Norway. So if you want to hitchhike and you don't want to wait forever, and you want to do it in an absolutely beautiful place, Norway is probably pretty high. Like it might be the best place if those specific categories sound good to you. But like, I don't know, if you like hitchhiking in really warm places where you can like go swim at white sandy beaches when you get too warm. This ain't it. This ain't it. The other thing is, do you recommend it? I never recommend anyone hitchhikes. I think when I first started streaming hitchhiking, I was much more like starry-eyed, kind of just like, I really like hitchhiking and it's something important to me and I kind of want to promote it. But nothing happened, or there's no like weirdness with that, but there's my perspective has changed. Hitchhiking objectively takes on a risk that you can't 100% control. I'm getting in a car with strangers. To the best of my ability, I try to control it, but like, there's no way to swing it. Like, it's more dangerous than like doing a traditional form of traveling around a country. From all my experience doing it, for me personally, I think that elevated risk for the experience I get from it is worth it. But it's not something I promote to people saying you should also do this. Because you can watch me doing this, and I've been doing this for over 10 years. And I'm very comfortable doing it, and I have a system for doing it. And again, it doesn't mean it's safe. It just, I found my flow. I found my system and stuff like that to it. And someone could watch this and just see me like effing around the world, hitchhiking, having a good time, and seemingly just doing it without a thought, and recreate that themselves and get themselves into some trouble just through bad luck. And I like when people are like, I'm watching this, I think it looks fun, I'd like to do it, do you have any advice? I answer that question, I give my best advice, but I never recommend it. That's kind of how I address that specific genre of question. Driving's probably more dangerous than hitchhiking. I do think the most dangerous part of hitchhiking is driving itself. I do a lot of driving in the passenger seat. But like, you are just exposing yourself to a certain level of risk that no other type of traveling really does. Go see you back in Norway, Hitch. Can't wait to follow you along your journey. I'll be leaving Norway soon. I'm like 50 kilometers from Finland. And then I'll be coming back to Norway and riding my bike through Norway into Finland again. What did your therapist think about the hitchhiking thing? I don't know. Like, honestly, so I talked about this, and my therapist had started doing like actual in-person sessions of therapy not that long before I started. And I did that because it was substantially cheaper. In Canada, the going rate for a registered therapist is $200 to $250 Canadian an hour. That's a lot of fucking money. It's a lot of money. And by going with someone that isn't registered yet is like substantially cheaper. Like, he's graduated and moved up now and stuff, so his rates are now going up and stuff like that. But like, and I feel like I got really lucky because like someone inexperienced, or just even someone with experience, if they don't mesh with you, or some people in any career, there's gonna be people working in that career that just shouldn't be, like, it isn't the right match for them. But I feel like he's really good at what he does, and he's just started doing it. Now, that's not to say I have much experience comparing that to other people, but I'm like, I feel comfortable with you. And even from just like a talk therapy perspective, I've enjoyed it just from like having a conversation about, like, he's really good at like when I'm telling him, he asks me a question, and it's a question that I don't really know how to answer, like anything on like describing an emotional kind of thing. I don't know how to answer it very well, and I'll give him the best answer I can muster, and it's very like wishy-washy, unsure, meandering answer, and he'll be able to like take that meandering answer understand the core of my meaning, but like break it down and ask questions that like help me define that more, if that makes sense. Because it's something I really struggle with, like using words to describe feelings and emotions. So I think I got really lucky because it's kind of intimidating. Like, I'm just like, okay, I want to go see a therapist, but like, how do I find one? I can Google it, and say in the greater Edmonton area, there's hundreds. There's hundreds. Oh, hitchhiking, that's cool. To be honest, like he wasn't like super like, wow, that's so crazy when I'm saying that, but I think that's kind of their role is not to like have a super emotional response to you telling them what you do for work. So I think if I said I was an actuary or something like that, he'd have a similarly measured response to me saying what I do. Now, I think what I do does bring up a lot of questions, and from like a therapy perspective, like, the reason I'm so comfortable doing this, but not doing things that a lot of, like, most people would be much more comfortable doing, raises like certain like good conversations to have. So it wasn't like he had like this big response to it, but I think it like opened the door where there's probably a lot to talk about. Most feelings are not weighted much from a societal standpoint, so I've not learned how to describe them. I think this is especially a thing for like men in general. Like, in general, in society, women are seen as like more emotional and expected to have more emotions, so those are more accepted and something more talked about. And like, groups of girls quite often delve much deeper into emotional things than guys do. Guys grow up being told like that's weakness.
_just resubscribed for 15 months. #West.
FC War, thanks for the 15 months reset. Appreciate it. I'll stick with one therapist if it's not feeling right, find another if possible. I agree, and I know people that have gone through several before they find one that works for them. And that's kind of what I meant with like, I felt like I got lucky because like out of hundreds of options, I just read the bio of one and was like, let's give it a shot. And within like a couple, I'm just like, I like this guy, this is good. Okay. How do I twist it? No. Oh, no, that was not the system.
Statler Waldorf just subscribed with Twitch Prime.
I'm gonna get kicked out of Norway for not being able to open my... am I supposed to break this? Oh yeah, okay. I wasn't just weak, I just didn't know what I was doing.
Tissy21 just resubscribed for 47 months. Welcome back, Trevor.
Tizzy, good to see you. Thanks for the 47 months. And Statler and Waldorf, thanks for the Prime. Are we done hitching for the day? Yeah, it's 10. I'm done. Doesn't look like it's 10, but I am done. So after I leave here, which won't be in too long, I'll be finding a place to camp. Europe and stupid ball caps. I hate them so much, and I get it. You don't want to like have these coming off and like littering and stuff like that. But like, ugh. So when I boarded my flight, I flew KLM from Edmonton to Amsterdam for my first flight to go to Tromsø. It's actually the only direct connection Edmonton has to Europe. Almost always you have to connect through somewhere else in North America, but that's the one that exists. And it wasn't like I was dedicated to doing that. It just was the cheapest flight.
777 just resubscribed for 41
And Terry's
months.
here. So it's... When I come back from streaming for a while, one of my favorite things is seeing familiar names that, like, I know have been here a long time. Like, it's an interesting connection you have between, like broadcaster and viewers and stuff like that. But like, it's really comforting to just see the people that I have seen hanging out, enjoying the stream and chatting for years. I've been doing this over 7 years. Anyway, Terry, good to see you. Thanks for 41 months. Strategy for buying tickets when abroad, last minute? Like, concert tickets? Yeah, pretty much everything I do is last minute.
Mr. just gifted 1 subscription to the community.
Mr. Dona with the gifted sub. Thank you very much. Have you ever been called annoying? I'm sure I have, but I wouldn't say that's like a common insult I get. I'm not an especially loud person. Some people just have like a very boisterous personality that I could see that happening sometimes, and then they probably don't care because that's just who they are, kind of thing. But I've always been on the tamer side, so I would say annoying doesn't come up frequently. But I think no matter what your personality is, someone out there will find that annoying. Ravens, how's it going? Pretty strong personality, but you're exceptionally personable. Well, thank you. Yeah, I really didn't think I had... Again, this goes into like my whole like rather rigid, non-friendly way of looking at myself. It isn't like full hate or something. It's just like not... It's just generally positive. It's just so like rigid and neutral, usually, and with high expectations, stuff like that. So when I started streaming, I really thought people wouldn't be interested in my personality. They'd be interested in the act of hitchhiking and only that. And to be honest, it's quite surprising to me. There has been, like, my mentality is changing a lot, and it has a lot in the past X number of months, but from the get-go, it was very confusing to me that people liked this stream as much as they did, and quite often saying that's because of who I am, or like how I am. Like, and you'd think that feedback would be like reassuring to yourself to like look at yourself in a more positive way, but it wasn't. Yeah. I literally had to get like invited to do a psychedelic and assisted therapy retreat for 5 days, and under that state I could like, for the first time in my life, I could like, this is the first time I've ever looked at myself and I like thought truly purely positive thoughts, and not like an I'm so great, I'm amazing at everything I do kind of thing, but just like a wholesome like seeing yourself in a positive light kind of way.
Subscribed with Twitch Prime.
Redneck Punk with 2-month Prime, thank you.
Happy to see you back. Smile.
And Wonderfinger with the 100 bits, good to be back.
Terry 7777 cheered 100 bits.
Terry with the 100 bits, thank you very much. I'm procrastinating because it's cold out, but I will be, and I'm charging batteries, but I will be going camping soon.
For 5 months.
Rube with 5 months, thank you. Jeez.
Sugarman19 just subscribed with Twitch Prime.
Got a random hype train in there. Sugarman, thanks for the 5-month Prime. See the other thing, a walkie-talkie? It's my speaker, so it's a nice, conveniently small Bluetooth speaker that like clips on your clothing. So when I'm biking or hitchhiking, something like that, I don't have to have like one of those big ones hanging off somewhere.
Joe Darker cheered 100 bits. Hashtag North Smile.
Jodapo with 100 north bits. Actually, from here we'll be hitchhiking south. But to get here from where I was hitchhiked before, we were kind of going north. When I got to go really, really far south, from the Arctic Circle to the Netherlands. So we got a long way to go. And Charmy with the 4-month resub. Thank you very much. I mean, I took acid a time or two, and it's always a life-changing experience. I am never going to like say anyone should do it, like that class of drugs or something like that, but like in that state it's allowed me to look at things from just a completely different perspective, and of a lot of what I've been trying to look at, and it's been helpful in that perspective, is like a lot of personal things, like how I see myself. So many things have come up, and I'm just like, I didn't realize I could think about that in that way.
I'm off for the night. Have a nice evening and some good sleep. See you tomorrow morning. Hopefully not too early though, lol.
Hannibal, thanks for the 100 bits. Thank you for helping, like, logistically make this trip possible. You've been helping me with so much for, like, so many years now. I really do appreciate it. But thank you for the 100 bits. I'll see you tomorrow. And thank you. Triphead voting Slacky would send in the arms of polar bears with love. Probably. Slacky would find the worst place to try to send me and make that his life's mission to send me there. He'd just keep saying north till I ended up in Svalbard or something. Bring the folding bike with you this trip? I didn't, because I brought my full-size touring bike, because after TwitchCon I'm flying back up here and we're riding south. With my bike and my solar panel trailer and a Starlink satellite dish. Yeah. Oh, Slacky is here. Have you decided where you'd send me if I was doing like Twitch plays, hitchhiking, or biking as well? Because like technically on the landmass here, we're not that far from Nordkap, so we'd run out of north. Maybe you'd try to send me east into Russia, because Norway does share a border with Russia, although we're not limited by borders in most of Europe because it's open borders. But like in the class of these rules, like it'd be like how I told you guys you couldn't send me into Canada when I was doing my my Corning trip. Ever think your girlfriend would be doing the same thing you are? The bike touring streaming? Streaming, yes, I could see that. Before I met Sarah, she, years ago, like several years before I met her, had a YouTube channel that she grew from nothing to like, I think she had like 8,000 subs or something like that. Like that's a good amount. She actually got like some views and it was monetized and she made a little money from it and stuff like that. And then she moved to Australia for 2 years. And she just stopped doing that, and she never got back into it. But like once we were seeing each other, like I could tell she had an interest in content creation. but her impression, I thought was kind of funny. She always just be like, I don't like streams. I only like watching YouTube. Like she likes the created content that's been edited and stuff like that. But anyway, I think she got into streaming through osmosis. Like, she was seeing me, and she just wanted to come on that trip, and I was more than happy to bring her on a trip. It was going to be a bike trip, though. I wasn't going to bring her hitchhiking, on a big trip at least. Maybe something smaller in a certain place. But it was going to be biking. But the thing is, she wasn't comfortable on a bike at all. Like, riding a bike on a trail, like a paved trail separate from cars, was terrifying to Sarah. I know that because we did it. We borrowed a bike, so it's not like her bike or anything like that, but like, Victoria has the nicest bike paths for like a Canadian city. Like, no cars, just bikes and pedestrians, and most of the time it's not even that busy. And she looked absolutely terrified the whole time. She was not having a good time. So this was before we'd even pitched her potentially going on a bike tour with me. But we talked about it casually at home, and she's just like, you should get a tandem bike and we can go on a bike tour. And then I don't have to like control the bike. And I took that very seriously and spent an ungodly amount of money on a very neat touring bike, because I thought it would, one, be easier to travel with because the frame collapses inside itself. So when you fully collapse it as small as possible, it is approximately the same length as like a very large mountain bike in like length kind of thing. So you can actually get it in some like normal bike boxes when it's fully as much as possible compressed. And then two, on a normal tandem, Sarah would be what's called the stoker. Your job as the stoker, the second rider on a tandem, is purely to provide power as far as your like cycling role, because you're not steering and doing stuff. A lot of times the stoker takes on like important roles like DJ, passer of snacks, stuff like that. But you don't have to steer the bike, you don't have to change gears, you don't have to do any of that stuff. Yeah, you're just adding power, that's your whole thing. But the stoker is usually on the back of the bike, and you're usually both riding upright, and the seats are usually around the same height level, but Sarah's shorter, and I'm a skinny guy, but like, I'm broad enough, I got broad enough shoulders. She'd just be staring at my sweaty back all day. So I got a bike where she sat in front of me. She didn't steer or anything like that, but she was the front rider, and she was sitting recumbent, so she was leaned back with her feet straight out in front of her and pedaling with her legs out in front. I missed this sub. Wounded Farm, thank you for subscribing. Welcome to the TwitchHikers. I appreciate it. Let me find a picture. I think I gotta go to Sarah. I feel like I saved it at some point, because there's just a lot of Sarah posts a lot on Instagram, so I'd have to go really far back to find it. Okay, I don't know where it is. Tandem bike is Haspino Tour, yeah. Yeah, it's somewhere in her Instagram, but I don't really feel like finding it. But if you copy and paste the Haspino Tour, you can see the funky freshness of it. Remember the rodeo on the Corning trip? Yeah, my first ever rodeo.
Sellafield78 just resubscribed for 49 months.
A Sellafield with the 49 months. A lot of big resubs coming through today. I do appreciate it. It's good to see all these familiar names. I'm just procrastinating going out to the bush, so we're just bantering. I haven't been on stream for a while, so I don't mind just hanging out here, just chatting for a while. But yeah, the only interesting thing happening from here on for the rest of the stream is camping location, like the process of finding a place to camp. Oh yeah, I can do this. And does this show up on your screen, this little thumbs up thing? And two, I don't want to put my thumb up now because it's going to put a thumb up. Wait. That is the most interesting part. Yeah. Well, and the tent setup, I guess, if you're curious about that. Mud camping tonight? Yeah, well, honestly, like, camping location in inclement weather becomes a bit more important when it's, like, nice out and it's dry out and it's not windy and stuff like that. Like, you can set up in a lot of places and it's good enough, it's fine. As soon as you start adding variables that change that, like moisture, like for moisture, like it's pretty obvious when it's already been raining a lot, but like if it's dry and it's supposed to have like thunderstorms roll through at night, if you're like in a low point in like a little valley bit, like all the water's gonna like start at the high point and drain into the low point, and you're gonna end up in like a pool of mud throughout the night kind of thing. So like considering stuff like that becomes an actual factor when you know there's going to be variable conditions, or if they're already there. And then wind is another one. Like knowing the direction of prevailing winds and how much they're going to be, if they're expected to be much of anything, and then planning accordingly. Because getting like, I've done this many times. Like I set up my tent, the conditions are fine. My best one I've ever done is I camped at Land's End in England. So right in the southwest corner of England, like right on the coast of the Atlantic Ocean. And the weather was like fine in the evening, but overnight I didn't check the weather, and a named storm. So they only like give a storm a name once it's like a certain severity. It wasn't a hurricane. I think they just called it Storm Diana. Anyway, Storm Diana came up in the middle of the night and just rocked me. Rocked my world. It just folded my tent in on myself. I wasn't streaming when that was happening, but I did stream like walking out of there after my tent just disintegrated on me. If I just looked at the forecast and like read it, like I wouldn't have slept right on, because I was right on like some bluffs just overlooking the Atlantic pretty much. I'm like, this is nice. It was nice until the inevitable happened. If I just looked at the forecast. So there's an expert in puddle sleeping. She liked to sleep on those nice low points. Save your conversation enthusiasm for possible long wait to more of that really got quiet road. Oh yeah. Yeah. Like right now I'm kind of stressed because I'm just like, with very little traffic comes very little opportunities for rides. Like, I swear I went like 30 minutes there without a single car going past. That might be an exaggeration, but I don't think it really is. It was pretty sparse. And if there's like, even if traffic is like a little bit slow, but like, you know, every minute there's a car kind of thing. Every time a car goes past is an opportunity. If there's no cars driving past, there's no opportunity. Corning 2.0, Corning had cars. Every car is an opportunity. It's so depressing when you're in a spot with like no cars, because like, how does one catch a ride with no cars? Right enough, might get a good chance of getting a ride with people working in Finland that drive from here. At like the shopping center. Can't see the terrain slope when setting up tent. So she ends up in a low point. It's like one of those subtle slopes. It can be actually hard to see exactly what the slope is if it's subtle. Especially if it doesn't change. Like the whole thing is on just like a kind of a gradual slope and you don't have anything else at a different angle to like compare it to. Okay, once again, my phone says it's snowing, but it's not. It says the snow is ending around 10:30 p.m., so in 10 minutes, but it ain't snowing. It hasn't been snowing the whole time I've been here. Suspicious. It hasn't actually properly snowed today at all. It said it's supposed to be snowing all day today. Remember that kid who didn't think he'd get a ride? You showed him? That actually, that has happened less and less as I've streamed more and more. Maybe like people just know it's what I, or like who I am and what I do. But when I, like my first year of streaming hitchhiking, both in the United States and then my first Europe trip in 2018 through 2019, so many people would come and be like, no one's gonna pick you up. People don't pick up hitchhikers. And especially when I was in their country, especially in the United Kingdom, I think more than anywhere, people from the UK, they'd come in and say, you'll never get picked up hitchhiking. People don't pick up hitchhikers. And like, say I was in, I don't know, France at that point, I'd be like, oh, they pick me up all the time. Like, I've hitchhiked in France before. It works fine. And they'd be like, oh, well, maybe they'll pick you up there, but they won't pick you up in the UK. And I'm like, I've already hitchhiked in the UK several times. It works just fine. Technically, it's day 0, so you're 120 kilometers in surplus. Does this count as day 0? Honestly, but like, I was potentially going to have a 0 day today. I was going to take today off because the weather was bad. And it was cold and uncomfortable, but it wasn't as bad as I thought it would be. Oh, the one guy, he'd say he'd gift 100 subs if a truck stopped on the ramp. One did, and they basically went AWOL. The thing is, he didn't go AWOL. He started debating the technicalities of it. So, let me tell you. So, I was on an on-ramp in the US somewhere, and there was a shoulder. I wish I had shoulders as wide as I did there here. I don't. Norway has very narrow roads. Anyway, about as wide as this. Maybe a little narrower than this table. Enough so like a car could get 80% off of the road to pick me up. But a truck much wider would kind of have to stop and block half a lane of traffic kind of thing, which means you're blocking a lane of traffic. Half a lane is effectively a lane. But I couldn't walk all the way down the ramp because hitchhiking rules and stuff like that, where only once we got partway down, like the railing that blocked you from using the whole shoulder disappeared, and then lots of trucks would pull over. When I was hitchhiking there, trucks would pull over because trucks like to pull over on the on-ramp to like do stuff before they drive back out on the highway. But yeah, I was hitchhiking there. Yeah, someone made that bet saying a truck would not pull over on the on-ramp, and I'm like, is this the best spot, like physically right here, to have a truck pull over? No, but they could pull over further down the ramp. They could pull over right here because some people just do not care. They will block all the traffic in the world because they're like, I see a hitchhiker, I'm giving him a ride. So yeah, they bet 100 subs, and then I had a truck that pulled over down the ramp in the safe spot to pull over. And I didn't think it was for me. I thought they were just pulling for themselves, but then the window came down and he was like waving and stuff like that, so it was for me. And I went over there and I got some kind of good ride. I don't remember how long it was. But like, to them, they're just like, no, I meant they wouldn't pull over right next to you, like right there where it was a bit narrower. So he didn't disappear. Dude was like, he didn't have any specificity to his like saying no one will stop. I think he probably said no one will stop there. Which I guess is just like, for most people, when you say no one will stop there, that means no one's going to stop when you're hitchhiking at that spot. Like, regardless of where they pull over, no one's going to stop. But as soon as I got picked up by a truck, he's just like, no, I meant like immediately where you are. Like, he can't pull over 100 meters behind you because that is not there anymore. That is over there. Riken Mutt with the 20-month resub. Thank you very much. I've made this all over. Okay. Should I? Because I'm probably going to come here for like a coffee in the morning, so maybe I want to be close to this rather than walking all the way back. I saw this interesting looking trail that looked nice for well, there's that ATV track that goes under the bridge. I would never camp on an ATV track. That's really stupid. it would be like if the ATV track takes me somewhere with a bit of a clearing that's not where ATVs travel, that I could camp. Here Insane, thank you for the sub. Welcome to the Twitch Hikers. Myochi, hey, thanks for the raid. It's nice seeing all these familiar names through just raids and chat. I haven't streamed for 7 months, and I'm back. Anyway, thank you for the raid. Welcome to Hitch. Welcome to the Arctic Circle of Norway. It is currently 10:30, and it looks like that out, because the sun doesn't set here this time of the year. Anyway, what was Myochi up to?
Who are you kidding? You'll be getting dinner here tomorrow night too.
And everyone's saying I'm not going to get picked up hitchhiking here. And they have a certain point. So I've hitchhiked 2 rides today. But I'm in a very desolate area with not very much traffic. I was getting like a car on average, probably like 1 car every 10 minutes. That is really slow. That is not good. Anyway, she's in Moscow. She's not in Moscow. She is? She can go to Moscow? You can go to Russia? As a Canadian, I can't even get a tourist visa there right now. Huh. How's that going? Like, I went to Russia in 2015, and I honestly, like, I met really, like, I had a good time. Hitchhiking was easy. I saw other people hitchhiking. But they hitchhike like this. They put their arm further up than this. I just don't have room for it, and then I can go like this. My left hand just isn't my normal hitchhiking hand. I just used my thumb. I self-identify as a tourist everywhere I go, and I'm like, you probably know what this means, and they did, and I got around just fine. I drank a lot in Russia, too. On a Korean passport? I know she has a different passport than me. I just... Like, if she's there, she's clearly allowed to be there. I don't think she, like, smuggled herself across an international border or something like that, but, like, I just assumed a lot of countries were in the same situation. Had a good day, met cool Yakut people. Wait, is she in Central Russia? No, she was in Moscow. They're just with people from further regions of Russia in Moscow. Because I went through Yakutsk, I think. Yeah, I went right across Russia from the Latvian-Russian border to Vladivostok on the east coast. It was like 10,000 kilometers. The middle parts of Russia were like... I feel like the most interesting part of that was just like the mental thought of being like, man, I'm in Siberia right now. Because there wasn't much going on. Like Lake Baikal was cool to see, but like more than the lake being especially big, it's especially deep, which you can't visually see. And there's a lot of poverty in Central Russia. Like, there was not a lot of prosperity going on. What I thought was quite unique when I first crossed into Russia in the western parts, like between the Latvian-Russian border and Moscow, there was lots of people selling wares on the side of the highway, just randomly. And maybe some of them are just like cheap Chinese manufactured imports that aren't real or something like that. But there was like fur traders that were selling like pelts and like those like Russian hats that you see and stuff like that. I'm like, is that for tourists? Or is this like legit, like, are these actual, they just like hunt or raise animals and skin them for their pelts and tan the pelts into leather and make wares with them? Or is this just for, but anyway, I thought it was cool. So I'm like, oh, that's neat. Just on the side of the road. And they were selling lots of different stuff. There's lots of people selling like fruits and vegetables. And this was late summer, so there's still some produce coming in. Lots of preserves, lots of people selling like jams and stuff like that. Or like pickled things. And there's like a lot of variety and a lot of people doing it. Once I crossed the Ural Mountains into Asia, into central Russia, that's where like I saw people selling stuff on the side of the road, but it was more depressing than anything. Like it was October, but the snow was coming in the mountains, and then further east in like Siberia and stuff like that. So it was that really like slushy kind of start of the season snow. So like cars toss up a kind of like ton of dirty road slush into windshield, so you go through a lot of windshield wiper fluid. And I remember we're in the middle of fucking nowhere, and this dude is just sitting there on the side of the road, just by himself with like 3 jugs of windshield wiper fluid, hoping someone ran out of windshield wiper fluid and really needed it right there and couldn't drive another 100 kilometers to the next town. But like his entire day is sitting there trying to upsell 3 jugs of windshield wiper fluid. Or like, and I think what got me is just like how little their inventory is, but they're like sitting there occupying a spot trying to sell it. I saw a lot of people selling like preserves, like the canned goods and stuff like that, but they'd be sitting there with like 5 jars of pickles or like whatever they're preserving. And their entire day is just sitting there on the side of the road to sell 5 jars of whatever preserves they made at home. So I don't know. To me, it was just like you can tell there just isn't much going on. The towns are like, you could tell they hadn't invested anything in those towns, like infrastructure-wise, since the fall of the Soviet Union. Like they'd have partially built Soviet block housing, like those very generic apartment buildings that they make there, or used to make there, that just were never finished, and then they just left them alone. I ended up catching, through a variety of circumstances, this doctor that, let me tell the whole story because I'm procrastinating. I was in, I don't even know where. No, I was like 500 kilometers west of Chita, Chita. And I got picked up by these 2 young guys in a town, and they were going to drive me, I don't know where, I don't remember, somewhere. And then we drove for like 20 minutes and their car broke down. So then it's like, okay, well now we're all hitchhiking. And I saw lots of people having done this. It was just my first experience, like being on the receiving end. In Russia, you don't call a tow truck when you break down. That is not a thing. People just have like yellow rope in their car. It isn't even like a heavy gauge rope. It's like, it's like that thick. It's just like a cheap braided yellow rope in their car. It's almost a string. Anyway, you flag down a car, you wave your arm in a car, and someone will stop and they'll just drag you to the next town by attaching the yellow string between the vehicles. So when we did that, our yellow string provider, well no, we had the yellow string, they had the vehicle that dragged us to the next town, was like this very Soviet looking van with a red cross on the side. And it was like a driver and a doctor, and this guy's job, like the driver drives him, and the doctor services rural communities in central Russia. So when he's on shift, he just like hops between small towns providing medical services at each of these towns. And he spoke English. Dude spoke English. I hadn't met anyone on that trip. No, I met one other person on the trip, and he was also a doctor. And that was before that. So second person I met in English, or met in Russia that spoke English. And we got talking a bunch, and he was very excited that someone from Canada was in his part of Russia. And I was really excited to talk and have a conversation, like verbally speak it and not through a translator. So we had a great talk when we were driving, because he was getting dropped off to where he parked his car to like go on shift and drive with his driver to be a doctor. So we were going back to where he parked his car at a gas station for his shift. I don't know how long I assume he'd go for a few days. I don't actually know how long his trips were. Anyway, we get dropped off at his car, and he invites me to go to his family's house and like says I can spend the night there, and I'm super stoked for this because I want an experience. Like, for me, like those are like the most rewarding experiences hitchhiking, is when you go beyond like the basic small talk conversation you have with someone that picks you up, and you like get to delve into like how they live their life in this very far off place in the world. Like, you get to like experience something kind of that you can't pay for. You kind of have to like stumble into that situation by chance, and hitchhiking puts you in opportunities that you can find that. Anyway, I'm very excited for this. We get in his car to drive to his family's house, and it's just like it turns the ignition and it's just click, nothing, no power to start the crank on the car to start the car. Open up the hood. While he was working, someone somehow opened up the hood of his car and stole his car battery. So without a battery, we're not going anywhere. And it's quite cold. I have to leave soon because she's cleaning and they close at 11, and I want to leave before they fully close so she can like sweep and mop, and I'm not going to cause a mess here. So I'm going to start packing up while I'm doing this. So he calls a buddy, but everything's spread out because this is the middle of nowhere in Russia. So buddy comes after like an hour and a half with a car battery, and we put it in, and it's dead, so the car still won't start. So we jump start it, and unless he's like gunning the engine, it just dies as soon as he lets off. So like, I don't know, the alternator's not charging it or something. I don't know cars. So he's like, okay, well, we're not going home tonight, so we'll break out the yellow string. And this gas station is just down the road from one of the towns that he services as a doctor. And they have a hospital in town, and I can sleep on in like the recovery room, like where there's hospital beds. And I'm like, okay, that sounds good to me. Like, I was sad I didn't get to meet his family, because I was really looking forward to that. But like, this is still a unique experience, and like, I more just felt bad for him because like, that's financially annoying, logistically annoying. Feel empathy. But we drive there, and as soon as you get off the highway, it's just a dirt road to town. And you get to the town, and there isn't much in town. But we go to the hospital, and it's like a single floor, like small, single level, just kind of looks like a house from the outside. And we go in there, and their hospital is, it's like a half kitchen with like a hot plate and a fridge and a sink and stuff like that. A doctor's office, a nurse's office, and a recovery room, which is just some like old spring beds, like 4 of them in a room. And an outhouse outside because it didn't have a toilet. An outhouse for the hospital, which I thought was... Is the audio changing? Anyway, I slept there, and then when the nurses came in the morning, they were very excited that there was a Canadian there. They were very excited that there was a Canadian there. Because I don't think they'd ever met anyone not from there. Because I don't think they'd been very far from there. But anyway, that was interesting. And then we got a ride out in someone else's vehicle back out to the highway. And then the doctor just like came with me, went out, like stood in the lane of traffic on the highway, the one highway going across Russia, and just like flagged down a commercial truck in like a minute. Pulled over, went up, and he's just like explained my situation, and he got me a ride to Chita, which was like 500 kilometers east. It was a really good ride. Apparently I'm hitchhiking incorrectly. Which before that I was told by several people to not go to Chita. Like, get a ride from before Chita, past Chita, but don't stop there. But I got a 500 kilometer ride, so I went to Chita, got out in Chita, walked through Chita, hitchhiked out of Chita. No bandits. I didn't get mugged or anything. So that was nice.
Lena just subscribed for 14 months. Let's go. Another adventure.
Lena Luna, thanks for the 14 months. Thank you very much. I missed a raid from Dimitri. Thank you. No bandits, that's nice. So that's what Google Translate would translate. Like, people would be like, don't go here, and whatever they said in Russian, it translated to bandits, which is a very, like, Western movie word to me. It's just like, Like, I don't know, they're just roaming bands of bandits holding people up on stagecoaches or something. That's what my brain associates with the word bandits. But anyway, that's what Google would just translate. Essentially how they described it to me through a translator, so rough translation. Like, if they find a vulnerable person on the side of the road, like say you're driving across Russia and you pull over into like a little rest area to sleep in your car to continue on, and you're in like these bad parts with bandits, they'll like pull up in their vehicle, like sneak up on you, break into your car, pull you out of your car, take everything you have, pretty much like strip you down to nothing, and then leave you there on the side of the road in Siberia. So, yeah. That didn't happen. It's not to say that doesn't happen, but I was a little bit worried. Okay, my audio might change because I'm unplugging stuff and this does weird stuff to the power levels.
Lake Hauser just subscribed with Twitch Prime. Where is the nearest Corning?
Denmark, actually. With a K, but Corning, Denmark. Sarah was there like 5 days ago or something. I missed a few things. We got Dog the Hall Monitor, thanks for the 4 months reset. We got Magellan. We got this with the tier 3 too. Thank you for the 64-month tier 3 reset. I think we got 2 tier 3 subs. Thank you for being one of them. And yeah, thank you for all the support over all these years. You have been a big support of this stream, so I appreciate it. It is good to see that. Light the House with the 11-month Prime. Mic changing. Yeah. I think it's... Yeah, whenever the power surges or switches through this, like every time I plug stuff into this, it stops providing power to rebalance because it has 200 watts, but it has to split them between 6 ports. So in order to do that, it momentarily stops providing power to figure out how it should distribute them. And in that time, it somehow breaks the mic.
Resubscribed for 6 months.
Is it back? I think it's on the mic now. Get some charging? Yes. Yes, I did. Just reactivates the ports. I actually have to physically, a lot of the time, unplug it and plug it back in when it does that.
X tipped $100. Thank you.
Wow. Speaking of support for the stream, Magellan, thank you so much for the $100. Thank you very much. I do appreciate it. Very much my own decision, but taking 7+ months off work and spending a lot of money on something on like very, very important things, I think, to my life, and some things on irresponsible things, hasn't been good for my finances. That was a personal choice. I made that decision, but like, that was a lot of time to not have any income. So stuff like that really helps me. So thank you. Need a new tattoo, I guess. I was gonna say, it's free real estate. It's not free real estate, it's paid real estate. 10 grand a tattoo. Is the jacket zipped up inside? I should have taken it off so I could put it back on and feel warm. Anyway, it's fine. Okay. Could technically buy a house that way. Yeah. I saw this somewhere else, so it wouldn't be my own original idea. Not that everything needs to be original, but I kind of like the idea of it. So essentially, I've seen it on arms and on legs. They essentially do like a grid of like hexagons. I don't know how to with my fingers make a hexagon. that either are fully connected or just like with a small air gap around them, but like it looking geometrical. They do like a honeycomb of hexagons, and they just get that tattooed, like a good chunk of their arm or leg tattooed with a bunch of blank hexagon circles. And then as they travel, they just go to different tattoo shops and get either a planned thing or just whatever the tattoo artist wants to make. And it makes like a little collage of different tattoo artists from all over the world. And like something like that just feels like it tells a story. And you start with a blank slate, just geometry on your arm. And then as it fills in, it tells a story. And I thought that'd be cool because like I can just show up to random places and like on a random night out or something like that, get a tattoo. And like they're small enough that it's not like one weird tattoo is gonna screw up everything. It just tells a strange story. Or like if I get picked up by a tattoo artist, which I have several times, like if it's a small little 1.5-inch big square, hexagon rather, I'm probably convinced them to give me a tattoo. Anyway, now that I have one tattoo, I feel it's like breaking the seal, and I'm like, well, maybe I want more. Okay, I don't think there was a house out here. So there's like a little dirt trail that goes out towards where the ATV tracks were, and I don't think I see on satellite view a residence there. So I might be able to camp out there. It'd be by the river. I feel bad if I like walk up some like country driveway and it's just like some dude's house. I feel weird. Use your phone for streaming? For hitchhiking, yes. For biking, I use an action camera. For this stabilization, feels necessary. Hoping no hitchhiking after sunset. We're going 7 days straight. Maybe. Like, it won't take us that... Well, it hopefully won't take us too many days to hitchhike south enough where the sun will actually set. We should still have long days the entire time because it is still summer in northern Europe, just not eventually Arctic Europe. But eventually the sun will set on this trip as long as we get out of the Arctic. Because yeah, like the ongoing joke is my rule with hitchhiking is when the sun is up, we're fair game. As soon as the sun sets, I will no longer hitchhike. If I'm already in a car, like I got picked up while it was light out, and we're driving a long time into the night, that's fine. But I won't like try to find a new ride once it's nighttime, except in Corning. I made an exception because I was about to miss my award show, or the award show that I was supposed to be at. And that's why I have a tattoo of a Pepe with a corn on its head on my leg. It all started there. Okay. I don't even know it's raining right now. Anyway. Sunset today is 0:19. Here? Wait. Does the sun actually set here? We have moved a little bit south, so maybe the sun... Oh, it might... Yeah. No, you might be right. We might have gone just south enough that the sun is setting here. Been to Nordkapp in northern Norway? Yeah, I went there on a bike tour 2 years ago. I rode up from Belgium to Nordkapp on the west coast of Norway. I'm going to throw this out and then we're going to go. Is it raining? I can't tell. Cool Story said she got warmed up a bit. Like, the evening food and story time is one of the things that makes, I don't know, it feels very cozy. This is our routine. I've been doing this 7 years. Like, we finish the day with food, quite often a few drinks, like alcoholic beverages, and banter, storytelling, just Q&A, fun conversations. I love this part of the day. Beers tonight? No, I won't be drinking tonight. I'm sure I'll drink like some nights on this trip, but I've been pretty sober lately, and it's actually been good. Like, I'll be definitely drinking at TwitchCon. That's a given for me. There's plenty of people, like, you know, I always figured before I met him, he has like a very big personality. I like figured he'd be like a partier in that kind of way. But like Joey is Joey Chaotic. He doesn't drink ever. Like, respect. Okay. Is it raining? Barely. Good for you though, I get it. Yeah. My perspective on a lot of things has changed. That's not to say I'm sober. I just probably won't, and, well, who knows, we'll see where the trip goes. I was going to say, I probably won't, like, be pursuing, like, I need an alcoholic beverage at the end of the day, where, like, that is an important thing to my enjoyment of the evening. We'll see when I get back to biking, too, because, like, after a long, hard day of biking, a beer feels really good. And, again, it's really not for the purpose of getting drunk. It's just, like, I enjoy a beer. Also, I haven't been here all day, like, oh, I meant to spin it around first, I didn't do that. We are very much north, there's still plenty of snow. Okay. Okay. Teeth close up. I chipped a tooth recently. Can you see it? In the middle of my big teeth. Oh, I got some pizza on my face. Thanks. Just use my stream as a mirror to see if... And I'm like, again, in Canada, we don't have dental care. So I gotta pay for that. Like in the new camera work. Just randomly zooming in on my face. Nice. Get alcohol-free beer? Honestly, I probably would like that. But then part of me is just like, well, beer's so expensive a lot of time, most of the time, for like the alcohol taxes. But I feel like when I see alcohol-free beers, they're the same price as normal beers. And I'm like, the heck? They shouldn't be taxed the same, right? Because they don't have alcohol. Why is it the same price? That's another way they should promote people to not have alcohol. Have the alcohol-free version be representatively cheaper. This is a pub? I can't behind the pub. That crosses the line of like the all man's right, because I'd be within a certain distance of like a private psalm. Like, are they only open the weekends? But that building's pretty big. Maybe I did see a sign that said there's a hotel in some amount of distance. There's one car here. Maybe it's open. Costs more to make it alcohol free. But like, I don't know. Does anyone know, like in Canada, what percentage when you buy like, I guess like restaurants mark everything up like crazy anyway. Okay, now I feel like my reference is looking at restaurant prices, and of course they're incentivized to price them as much as the market can support, like capitalism. River. But now I can't think of if I've ever looked at prices of like de-alcoholized beer in a grocery store. Hope you know my mask. I do. I have a good one too. One that like. Ooh, I am zoomed in. I don't want to be zoomed in. I don't like walking on this bridge, so let's get through it. So there's an ATV track down there, and as long as like this doesn't go up to someone's house, like it also is over here. I bet I'll be able to find something out here. There's a little road that goes in up here on the right in a little bit, so I could probably hop up in there to get me out somewhere there. Or just 2 trailer trucks passing would be very scary. Yeah, it would be. It's very narrow and there isn't anywhere to jump out of the way, really. See, look, people have gone down there before. Go down there. The river's running quite high right now, which makes sense. It's spring. A lot of snow melt. I don't want to be that close to the water level.
Hitchhiking would be a lot easier if they invented some sort of wheeled vehicle that you could stow away when you didn't need it and then travel between hitchhiking.
Oh!
I think there's an opportunity there.
What the heck? If you're new here, my new favorite way of hitchhiking, I've hitchhiked for over a decade, I've discovered the best way of hitchhiking. Okay, the most annoying part of hitchhiking and hitchhiking related activities is this. There's so much walking, right? Walking's so slow. I rode a bike across Canada, like as my COVID activity. I know I love bike touring as well, but I put them together. I can't bring a full-size bike on a hitchhiking trip because that's just too big and cumbersome. But if you guys look up what a Brompton looks like, it's this bike and it folds up really small. Like much smaller than my backpack. And I hitchhiked across America last year, going all over the place because I let you guys choose which direction to hitchhike every time I'd catch a ride. And it was so amazing. Oh. So I'd like ride around town on my bike. And then I just ride to my hitchhiking spot and then just fold up the bike, hitchhike. And like it was a little awkward when the car pulled over it, but I'd just grab my backpack, pick up the bike in one hand in its folded state, chase down the car. And it was so small that like even like sedans and stuff like that can fit it no problem, plus my backpack. Like, oh, such a big quality of life improvement. Solo trip work as well as you planned? It did, yeah, and it was really good. The solar worked great. I had a goal of not plugging in to charge off of a wall for the entire trip from Belgium to Nordkapp, to the most northern part of Norway. And I did that. Never had to plug in. Pure solar. And the setup I was using was much more power intensive than this. I had 2 cameras running through. I was also using a live view for a lot of that trip. And I had to put the cameras through this broadcast switch, which actually used a good amount of power. So I'm probably going down this road. I'm just going to let this vehicle pass. Yeah, it's fine. 3.1k viewers, not bad at all. Oh, I'm getting like uplifted by a bunch of other streamers, a lot of friends. I haven't been streaming in a long time, so I'm getting some support from other live streamers that are ending the stream. I still can't believe Miyochi was in Moscow of all place. Okay, so I'm about to find out if this is like someone's house property. Oh, people definitely parked up here. There's a little fire pit there. People use this for sleep in the night. I guess I can show you actually what I'm talking about. So people like park their vans here, and then right there. So I think we're on the right track here. And then from here, this is when we get into ATV territory, it looks like. Yeah, this isn't someone's property, I don't think. Stupidest place to go ever would be on an ATV track, because people rip around here at night, drunk. And, for obvious reasons, bad idea. There's someone's house there. Does this loop to it? Maybe. You want to try to get on an ATV track? Just keep my ears open if I hear anything. Stay off trail till they pass. Nothing should sneak up on you out here. Anything coming down here right now will be loud. Because more than other woods, this is like quite bushy with these guys, which aren't particularly prickly, but I just don't want to like crush them if I have the chance. Is that game trail? Bears? Is this? Oh, it is. There's a stream flowing through this part of the trail. It's so nice being outside in nature. Oh, very happy right now. Let's see, out there doesn't seem that bad. Could sleep fairly next to this little part of the creek with a suspicious amount of foam. How sturdy is this? Pretty sturdy. But if this comes up much higher, this will get washed out, which would be bad. I'll probably camp on the other side of the stream with an overabundance of caution. Because it's been raining a lot, spring melt, water levels can actually change a little bit. I'm like, maybe out there. I like it out here. It's just nice. Laundry day, maybe. Oh, maybe I should go out there. That's tempting. I kind of like the sound of like a babbling brook. Like I've slept right next to like this waterfall in Andorra, crashing on rocks next to me because everything was hilly there. It was the only flat spot I could find, and that was like too much. I had to wear headphones and put music on because it was like penetratingly loud. WF, are we? Oh, I'm gonna sleep in a bush here. I'm just finding the right bush that excites me. This looks like there's a bit of clearing in here. I kind of want to like have a little jaunt out this way and see. Something is... No, they've cut those. Interesting. I'd rather be like just out of eye shot of the trail in case people are ripping through, especially if they're drunk. Just because if they see someone drunk, people on ATVs at night, sometimes, oh, it's so pretty. I love it. Like, in a few weeks when these trees start sprouting and stuff like that, it'll get so nice in here. Because it still very much looks like winter. They do say you shouldn't sleep right next to a body of water. And I'm in Europe, I'm used to it not being bear country. But here is bear country. I'll just go a little bit in these thicket of woods here. When I find a spot that is open enough for me and my tent. Oh, there's someone's house just over there. That's more than 150 meters away. That's a low point. This is a bit higher. By now, if it was like a dangerously low point. Is that a game trail, or is it just like people walk through here? This. Yeah. Let's go here. Sun never set here. See, where I started today in Tromsø, the sun didn't set at this time of the year. Only a few days back, it switched from sun still setting, just very late and coming out pretty much right after, to 24 hours. But, sorry, I'm talking and scouting at the same time. It's very like Mowgli here. So I'm just trying to find like the flattest kind of spot. Doesn't have to be perfectly flat, just ish. I'll just go here. I think that's flat enough. It's very squishy ground. As long as it's not prickly, it's gonna be quite comfy. All right, that's good enough. Why is scaring me? Yeah, it is. What time is it? 11. And here we are. All right. The first tent set up in a while. I should have peed before I left, so I'm gonna not pee over there and put the camera down. Feel tired of the sun being up. It's weird. It's gonna screw with my brain, but like I'm tired, but probably because I'm like switching between Canada time zone and European time zone. I only got into Norway yesterday at like 7 p.m. Daylight tent setup. Yeah, that's a rare one for me. Okay, you guys go very low on the ground over here because I broke my the thing that has my proper camera set up. So you guys are just pretty much have to sit on the floor on just a tripod without the stand. And I don't know when I'm going to be able to fix that, and it's very annoying. I'm mad. I don't know if mad's the right word. I am sad. Go on, Charlie. You've been working on identifying emotions. Which emotion is it? Okay, I'm gonna go pee. I'm gonna mute the mic here real quick. How does this work? This. Okay, back in business. Definitely. Okay. All my camping stuff is at the very bottom of my bag. They make a it's a version of this that like unzips around, so it opens up like a suitcase kind of thing. I feel like for that one reason that'd be convenient, you know? You don't have to unpack your bag every time.
I bet if you asked really nicely you could get 11 more subs today to get to 400 subs on day 1.
Am I really at that close to 400 subs on day 1?
Diz Dizzle just resubscribed for 18 months.
Alex, thanks for the 100 bits. Diz Dizzle, thanks for the 18-month resub. Well, that's 1 of 11, so 10 more and then 400 on day 1 is insane. That's super old. Alerts were paused. Oh yeah, it says 8 minutes ago. Maybe I had it in my pocket for a while and the alerts got delayed. I don't know. Anyway, I'll leave this out now while we figure out the tent stuff. Maybe these look prickly. I think we're okay. If I can, like, anything alive, I'm not trying to, like, break and move out of the way. Going on top of grass or moss or whatever for the night isn't... It'll look like there's a depression where you slept for the night, but by, like, a day or two past, it'll look exactly like you've never been there before. My goal is leave no trace.
Hashtag Hitch, the savior of Twitch.
Kevin Cuts, thanks for the 12-month reset, the 1 year. Thank you.
Alex Ulpride just resubscribed for 25 months. Turbo made me forget to sub. Whoops.
Oh. You were one of the 11? Alex with the 25-month resub. Turbo may forget to sub. Oh. I bit the bullet and bought Turbo too. I can't, like, now I've spent so long time with streaming and torrenting and stuff like that, like, I can't handle ads. So when I am on Twitch and stuff like that, I just can't do it. Even, like, at the end of my, what was I gonna say? Like, end of my stream when I'm trying to find someone to raid, I usually, like, click on the stream really quickly to see, like, the type of content first, real quickly. And if I get hit with a pre-roll ad, I just can't. I just can't do it.
Dr_Yellow just subscribed with Twitch Prime. Welcome back and safe travels, Hitch.
We got Dr. Yellow with the 17-month resub. We are still cranking through the subs. Dr. Yellow, good to see you. Is it showing my day count of how many subs today? And it's almost 400? That is crazy. That's got to be up there for some of my most amount of subs in a day. Did not expect that. Thank you, guys. Oh yeah, I'm still procrastinating. This is my mask. It's got like a little indent for my eyes. So I know the camera angles kind of sucks, but like I can't, usually you would be elevated, so we have like a normal scene here. But you guys have to be like 3 inches off the ground, because that's the only camera mount setup I have, because I broke the rest of it. But yeah, it's really comfy. Maybe I'll just set up my tent. Not like, this would be a good test at some point. Can I set up my tent? Not right now, I'm out of practice, but like, maybe we stay at an actual campground later on this trip or something like that. Nice grassy area. And see, because this is like, I'd feel pretty confident with my old like Marmot Tungsten tent, which like is a freestanding tent, and I think fairly simple. This one's non-freestanding, so it requires you to stake up the tent fairly decently to get it like actually working. So yeah, that might be hard blindfolded.
Ernie667 just subscribed with Twitch Prime. Welcome back.
Evil Ernie with the 11-month Prime reset. Thank you very much. Someone said make a points redeem identify emotion. It's kind of a good idea. I feel like, especially when I get back to cycling, that emotion is going to be hunger. Does that count as an emotion? Maybe not, but it's the main thing I'm feeling. Oh yeah, because I haven't gone through all my stuff. I'm just like literally being like show and tell. I'm like, ooh, look what I brought. I brought my, does anyone remember these gloves? I love these things. Oh, that is the wrong glove, or wrong hand. Well, both work actually. Okay. Okay, so we got free fingering mode, nice. But like, it is so cozy and warm, and also windproof. It's a waterproof breathable membrane on the outside there, into mitt mode when it was actually cold. I use this for winter cycling in Korea, and these were super nice.
Rune_01_ just resubscribed for 6 months. Welcome back to Norway. Victory hand emoji.
Oh, Rune, thank you for the 6 months. Good to be back in Norway. One of my favorite countries in the world. Happy to be here in like 24 hours of daylight time, because it's just kind of fun. Since it's kind of late out, or late? Yeah, it is late. Switching from Spam. I picked up a toque. I couldn't find my normal toque that I traveled with. I should have brought one anyway. Actually, I didn't have a good one that like still kind of packed up small. The only other toques we had were Sarah's toques, and they all had pom-poms on them, or whatever you call them, little poofy balls. Okay, cozy. It's only acrylic, but like it'll do. Same kind of daylight Edmonton at the moment. At 11 p.m., no, it should be dark by 11. You might have a tiny twinkle of twilight left, but Edmonton is not in the Arctic Circle, so the sun will set all year long there. We'll have some very short nights, but it will always eventually become night. Got to be much further north for 24 hours. Oh, I dumped out something that I didn't want to. Okay, so this is the biggest luxury item. If I can find it here. Still playing show and tell, don't worry. Where's the important bit? I'm missing a piece of this. Of my luxury item. I packed this in a very weird way. I think I packed it in a pretty specific way this morning, but then everything went downhill as the day progressed and I'm ripping things out as per usual. There it is. Okay. So, I like sleeping outside. Like, I just really enjoy it. But if I take like a day off, for just one night, maybe not, but especially if I take a day off and I want to relax and take like a proper rest day, and I'm in like a hotel, and they have like, they got a smart TV. It's a smart TV, and then if they hooked it up to the internet, they could have some kind of streaming capabilities on it or something, but they just don't. And it's not hooked up to anything fancy where like you can connect to the Wi-Fi and cast from your phone to it. It sucks. You're like in a country and they have no good television, or if they do, you still have to watch ads, and it sucks. I brought a Fire TV stick because it's pretty small, and it's logged into all my streaming stuff, and I can plug it into the TV for my very few days off. And I thought about it for a while, and I'm like, let's just bring this on a trip and see if it becomes worth it. I have a Chromecast at home, but I ended up with this too, so I brought this as a spare. Amazon sale. I am not particular. It was just on sale. Okay, I've barely used it. I have a Chromecast at home, which is also promoting Google, I guess. Everything is part of some big freaking corporation. Although Jeff Bezos is technically my boss because he owns Twitch. So you can play Xbox games on it? Can you? Wow, so many things. Okay, we're getting actually into the camping gear. Sleeping bag, well, sleeping quilt. I retreated the bottom of my tent and this ground sheet with a silicone waterproofing spray, and it still smells like that silicone spray. Now that I'm at my camping gear, it just smells, it's like a sweet chemically smell. It's probably not good for you. I didn't look up if that's bad for Dyneema fabric, but I'm hoping for the best. The tent's almost completely disintegrated on its own, so if I break it more, I'm not that upset. Okay, that was the slowest backpack unpacking I think I've ever done in my life. Okay, you're fine. What's this? So that is an old branch. Do I want to move that? Maybe. Well, that's longer than I thought it was. Okay. Any like big things I might move, but for the most part, I don't really need it to be flat. The sleeping pad covers that. This way, that way? Sure. That's gonna be in the way. I unpacked my stuff in a not the great way. But, okay. It's not dark over there. Arctic Circle in the near summer. How far are you from Kuma? Probably about 3,000 kilometers. Because that's how far it is to TwitchCon. And he's walking there, so with like, whatever, 10 days to go, he's probably not that far. Because what does he average in distance per day? Do you guys know? Anyway, this is my Z-Packs Plexamid one-person non-freestanding Dyneema tent. Non-freestanding means it needs to be staked to stand up, which is a minor inconvenience. And sometimes a major inconvenience, depending on what kind of ground you're on. Here it should be fine because this ground looks pretty stakeable. And by that it means it shouldn't be that hard to drive a stake into the ground and have it be secure. Wait, ground sheet. Trevor, you forget how to set up your own tent. You live in a tent. Like I guess it's been a long time. Ground sheet just protects the bottom of the tent from abrasion. It more or less so like extends the life of your tent. And for the most part, I'm a proponent of like everything will break. What's the point of trying to protect it? But a little ground sheet action, because I sleep in the woods and like it's never like perfectly smooth or anything out here. Doesn't get dark over there during like a few months in the summer, and in the winter it's the opposite. The sun literally never comes up. You have 24 hours of darkness. Ouch. It doesn't sound that, I feel like seasonal depression would be like huge here. Okay. This mound is going to be kind of... no, that's okay. Is that correct? Yeah. Stakes. Come to Finland, are you, rude man? Gonna snipe you when you come. Oh, that's a sub message. Hey, like, a big proponent of part 2 of this trip is Finland. Actually, I should go to Finland tomorrow, but I'm just doing a little nibble of Finland on this hitchhiking section. We're like 50 kilometers from the border to Finland, or give or take. I don't know, something like that. We'll be riding right on the, or hitchhiking, right down the Norwegian-Finnish border, and then it becomes the Swedish-Finnish border, and then right into into Sweden, and sail through there. But when I come back, I have a bike here, my bike trailer here, and we're gonna ride straight through Finland for a long time. Because I really want to go to Finland. Who is that? Zag the Bus Daddy, the 613 sub. You're gonna snipe like in Helsinki, or like are you somewhere else? The plan is to like finish my Finnish part of the tour in Helsinki, and then take the ferry to Estonia. That's my current thought. That can change. Nothing's set in stone, but that's what I'm currently looking at. Do you have any Finnish words? Sauna? What's the actual Finnish word? I don't know much about Finnish culture outside of that. We were talking about saunas and how they hit you with a birch branch. Wow. Even forgot how to like drive a stake into the ground.
Oh, thank God, I thought you got a normal job.
Not yet. Thank God I got a normal job. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm still figuring it out. That's been the goal of the past 7 months. Ooh, that's real thick of just poofy ground. If that pops out, I'm losing that stake. So this one's really squishy, like fluffy ground, and you have to like dig your boot heel in pretty far to get the stake far enough in to actually find solid ground so it stays put. Like, if it gets a little too loose, it'll still pop off the little ridge on here. The guy line will pop off. You'll never find that steak again. It's fine, they're cheap. It's just like, it's good to have a spare or two in case that does happen. Ooh, I thought it just happened. It didn't. Not yet, at least. So this ground is so squishy. I think it's going to be important to put something... Where is my pole? Is this down here? Yeah. Carbon fiber pole. So quite a bit of pressure, how this tent stands up. So you stake out 4 corners, eventually 6, and then you have one central pole. You can use a hiking pole in lieu of this carbon fiber pole, but I don't hitchhike with a hiking pole, so I use this instead. But it's quite narrow, and you have like fair amount of pressure pushing down on this into the ground, and when the ground's soft, throughout the night it will slowly sink in, and then you wake up in the morning with your tent being quite loose, quite slack, which isn't ideal. Yeah, well, especially in inclement weather, especially with wind, a little bit with rain. So you can put something like kind of flatter underneath there. Maybe you have something kind of flat that'll stop it from sinking in as much. Sometimes I just bundle up the cover for this. It isn't particularly like rigid and flat to spread out the weight, but if I just fold it up a few times, it kind of distributes it a little bit without getting anything dirty that I don't want to get dirty. Right. Is this end door? Maybe. So 4 stakes, now we just need 2 more, one on the front, that's the front side, the vestibule side, one out the back, then you just pull it taut a little bit, and that's the tent. So a bit more complicated than a freestanding tent with just like a basic X cross pole design, but it weighs only a pound, 450 grams. Pretty nifty. So I got this, okay, ooh, I think I hit a rock. All right, we've got to adjust. Okay, whole lot of rock here. This one's annoying because I don't have that much adjustability on how far this thing sticks out. All the other sides I can adjust the guy lines, and I can adjust the guy line here, but I kind of have it dialed in for how I like this tent setup. Could potentially use a rock if it doesn't want to go. Come on. Give me an angle where you actually drive into the ground. Some angle. Something. Yeah, that sounds like a rock. These boots have a pretty thin sole on them. They're not that great for driving tent stakes, I've learned right now. I thrifted these boots because I didn't feel like bringing my proper hitchhiking boots on this trip. When is there not a rock? If I go much closer, is there? Jesus, how big is this dude? Downside of non-freestanding tents, if you can't find like, there isn't many rocks here. You can find something, or I can like tie off to a tree and something like that. Well, this one would probably be weird to tie off to a tree. Could tie it around that. Anyway, I think this will work. I just need to tighten this. Okay. That might pop out at some point, but
Just gifted 100 subs to the community.
what? Who? Loots? With the 100 gifted subs? That's crazy. Did we have Slacky in here doing that earlier? So we're at like almost 500 subs for the day. That's got to be a record for me. That is great. Thank you so much, Loots TV. Can we get some Hitch hearts for Loots? For like, I really appreciate it. I almost didn't stream today because it was supposed to snow, and I'm like, I don't want my first day to be snow. I'm really happy I did. It's been a really good day. I got 2 like awesome rides. And those 2 rides came quickly, and like, just reminding me how much I like doing this. A lot of the past 7 months I haven't been in a great state. So anyway, it means a lot to me to come back and have everyone be so positive on my first day back in 7-8 months. Anyway, thank you for being here, everyone. And Loots TV, I really appreciate the 100 gifted subs. That's very kind of you. Thank you. Let's finish setting up this tent so I can get cozy inside. Oh, I'm going to sleep so good, I think. Love camping. Claire. Oh, it froze my app. Oh no.
Patia Quackenbush just subscribed with Twitch Prime.
Oh, my chat cannot keep up. And my alerts aren't showing. Loots broke all my alerts. I'm trying to read them, but Stream Buddy just can't handle 100 gifted subs. He's never done this before. He said, I know the developer. We're kind of like friends. Said when Android switched to iOS 15, it screwed up a lot of stuff. No, I really appreciate it, guys. Did you ever hear it was going to be dark soon? No! Not darkness. I can't handle that. I'm afraid of the dark. Imagine if I was, though. I was the wrong profession. Alright. It's kind of a soft pitch, but that's okay. I don't think we're going to get much wind tonight. Soft pitch is just like, the more like you hit that and it goes ping, like it has like force to it. You can't really squish it that much. The tighter the setup, and generally the better it is, as long as like the angles are good and stuff like that, but it's fine. It's gonna be dark soon, then light again after that. Not here. It's not gonna get dark until like August or September, when the sun actually sets for the first time in several months.
Just resubscribed for 12 months. You're growing up. Welcome back.
Oh, here we go. Now I'm seeing these. Miss Mouse with the 1-year resub. Thank you very much. You're growing up. Welcome back. It's good to be back. I feel like I have done a lot of personal growth in the months I've been off. So I do think like a lot of, historically, my time off has been a whole lot of really not doing much. Like legitimately not doing much. But this time, there's a fair amount of not doing much, but also a fair lot of doing some like very valuable work on myself. So I'm quite happy with that. Yeah, but I'm happy to be back. This is my happy place. Quickie Quackenbush, thanks for the 2-month resub. I missed a few things after the huge 100 gifted subs because it broke my thing. Claire with the 100 bits as well. I think I missed Nordlight Senpai with a big 74-month resub. Glad I scrolled back for that. That's way up there. Do appreciate it. All right, let's set up the sleeping pad. I'll inflate it out here so you guys can see. They're pretty nifty. I'm happy the rain like mostly stopped for this part of the day too. It makes it so much more chill where I don't feel like I'm trying to rush to set up real quickly so I don't get things wet. And Come on, Zipper. And I can just like take my time and set up my tent and enjoy it, because I like this part of the day. Oh, that's quite the lean I've got going on. As long as this doesn't come out, we're fine. But I don't trust this steak. My tent could just... Ooh, it looks... looks a little close to coming out. Ooh. Dong. I don't trust you. Yeah, well, I'll just have to get out and fix it if it comes out. Bears only come out at night? Is this a dogging spot? Do it here. How dark is it inside the tent? Not very dark, but I got a nice eye shade cover that will make it so for me it's dark. And then when it's sunny out, like, even if it's not that warm out, when you're in a tent, low bit rate. Is that just a momentary low bit rate or a perpetual low bit rate? I think it's recovering. Even if it's only like 10 degrees out and it's sunny in the morning and the sun shines in your tent, you get like a greenhouse effect where it just gets really freaking hot as soon as the sun is shining in your tent. Like, impossibly hot. With it being overcast, though, I'm not going to have that. That's the one nice thing about camping in this weather, when it's 24 hours of sun. Like, I'm not going to be rudely awoken. Because covering my eyes is one thing. I don't sleep well when it's light out. Like, I'm on a sun cycle. I need darkness to sleep. But beyond that, just like the greenhouse of a tent in the sun is not pleasant. Okay. Where is it? There. No, that's not it. Where is it? There it is.
Dreamcrypt just subscribed with Twitch Prime.
Dreamcrypt with the 7-month Prime resub. Oh, this is such a cozy part of the day, going in the tent, doing some like chill Q&A. Oh yeah. So cozy. And it's not buggy yet because it's still cold out. Oh, this is hitting all the marks. Yeah, usually I prefer to set this up inside my tent so I don't get it wet because it's been wet all day, kind of thing. But we're gonna do it here. I'm just gonna try and throw it on my backpack. That kind of didn't work, but okay. Okay. So this is actually Sarah's sleeping pad because she stole mine, which is a weird choice because mine was well used and dirty and hitchified, and she decided to bring or leave her almost brand new sleeping pad and take my well-worn one. Maybe she just likes my scent. One of the two, I don't know. Is this on inflate or deflate? I don't know what Sarah left it on. I think it's on inflate. Oh, wow. It's weird. This new one, like how this clips on here, the schnozzle bag, well, they call it a pump sack, but that's a boring name. I call it a schnozzle. So much more rigid, like to get it onto the valve. Not used to it. Anyway, this is how you inflate. Most brands have switched to this method for their nicer sleeping pads. It's really efficient. And this pump sack, schnozzle bag, better name, can also be double purpose as like a waterproof stuff sack. So, really nice. I remember when I was selling outdoor gear back in like 2016, 2017 when I lived in Calgary, we got like given some from a brand, Xbed at the time. Nitroxicated, it's a fun name to say. Thank you for the 3-month resub. A few people at the store got invited to go like for a hike camp out thing with some of the brand ambassadors and stuff like that. It was really cool. And I got chosen, so that was really nice. And they gave us like a free backpack, free sleeping pad, free stove. That's where I got my Jetboil Minimo that Sarah brings on all her trips and I don't ever get to use. But yeah, I got an Xbed down mat on that trip. And they had this like, it's like, it had foam inside. And then you cover your hand on it and you push it. And it pushes the air in there. And then you take your hand off. and the foam and the air just automatically self-inflates, and you cover it and push down. It took so long. And like the pumpy sack thing didn't even compress that small, so it's like way bigger than this bag, way more than this bag. Didn't really work. I just gave up and, well, no, because they sold separately. You could buy, that's where I got the schnozzle bag. That's Exped's name for these. They call these bags to inflate them schnozzles, which is a so much better name. It's so much fun to say. I can tell it's Sarah's because of the stain on it. There's a specific stain it has. This right here. This is a display model at the store, and we were looking for one, and this is the last one they had in stock. And we asked if we could buy the display model for a discount because it's got a stain on it and it's been technically used. And they didn't give us much off. I don't know what it was, but we got something. Anyway, this is my Thermarest Neo Air X-Lite. I really like the sleeping pads. There's some good loft on it. Keeps you off the ground. Any like small rocks and roots underneath you, you don't feel it. And it packs up really small. I don't know if you saw it when I was taking it out of the case, but it's like the size of like a Nalgene bottle, if anyone, maybe some people that are outdoorsy might know that. That's a weird thing to compare it to. What's an item that would be comparable to, like, that more people would know? That was super light and comfy. Yeah, I think it's like 340 grams or something like that, so like less than a pound. I might have got the wrong model. There's like a super light version of them called, is it called the Uber Light? I think so. And then there's the X-Lite, and then there's the X-Therm, which is their winter insulated rated one. And that's the one I used. I was telling a story to one of the ladies that picked me up today, and I said how I hitchhiked to the Canadian Arctic in winter, and she asked about my sleeping system. And I said I had a good insulated sleeping pad. It was that. Niera X-Therm. I slept directly on top of the snow in like minus 40 conditions, and it was great. They're really fucking expensive though, but like, if you use it a lot like I do, like, oh, I've gotten my money's worth. Many times over. Because like, compared to a lot of people's trips, I'm sleeping in here for free in lieu of spending money for like hotels, hostels, Airbnbs, even paid campgrounds. I'm here instead. And it's free and I love it. Said the F word. I think there is a 18 plus disclaimer when you click on the stream. I've sworn quite a bit today. Honestly, today's had a lot of like adult content matter from pure conversation, not from hitchhiking, just from like having adult conversations, and that's fine. Like a lot of people have told me that they feel more comfortable watching the stream with their kids because usually I keep it fairly family friendly in my conversation, just because a lot of the time I don't feel like just swearing all the time adds much. Like, it's kind of like you use it just as a word to add emotion and meaning, like you really mean something, so you swear in it. But like, if I was smarter, then I could just use a different word that expressed that without just swearing. Does that make sense? I don't know. So historically, I try to not swear all the time, because I feel like it's just like, I can do better than that. But today, I was digging deep into some stuff, and I'm just like, nah. I'm gonna dig deep mentally on some stuff, and if I'm just going for meaning with swearing, we can swear. Swearing loses potency. Have you done it all the time? Yeah, I think that's a good way to describe it. Okay, let's load up the tent with all this knickknacks. I should have some more bags filled with stuff so I don't have to like have all these small bags like this. It's kind of just annoying for tent pack up, take down reasons, especially when the weather's bad. Then I'll have to brush my teeth, and then we'll be good to go. Stream's always been marked as adults. Yeah, as far as I can remember, it's been marked as adults. Specifically because I know with hitchhiking, it's unpredictable. I can't guarantee the topic of conversation will stay family friendly or anywhere even close to being family friendly. Like, sometimes things go off the rails pretty hard. And like most of the time they don't. But when they do, sometimes they go way off. Welcome to hitchhiking. Oh my god, so many random knickknacks. One glove? Where's my other glove? It's probably already in there. Okay. Here's my broken... Okay. Well, I'm still playing show and tell. It feels substantially warmer right now. Maybe it's because I ate a little bit and I've been walking and moving, so... It's standing stationary in the cold that gets me. Okay, so this broke when a truck blew over the camera earlier. This part right here. So, this was on top of the tripod you're on, and then camera stuff is like mounted on top of here. Like, this one's so versatile, like it's quite small and compact, and then if I can go like this, I can extend it. And I got like this much room to play with, plus the height of the tripod. Really like it. And I broke the mount. And I have spares for a lot of things, but I don't have a spare for this specific attachment. Well, I do, it's just in my bag box that was meant for my biking stream, which happens later. Because space and weight and stuff like that is much more of a premium when I'm hitchhiking compared to biking. Carrying weight on a bike is easier than on your back. Okay. I'll leave this part of this in the vestibule. Let's close this a little bit. Doesn't have to be super exact. It's essentially empty. Put my water by the door. I always found the one of the things I liked the least about this tent is how they did the vestibule here. They use this like cinching system, and I just think for like a slight weight penalty, having just a normal zipper would be a huge quality. Like, it'd be worth the couple grams that it is. But I think when they made this tent, they made it with the specific intent of it being the lightest weight manufactured tent in the world. So, they did what they could. They cut the weight. And they did a good job at that. But it's probably like, I'd rather have like 50 more grams of weight for like minor things like that. Okay, I'm gonna brush my teeth out here, and then we go inside the tent, and then I sleep, even though it does not feel like it is sleep time. I don't know why I picked it up. I gotta still brush my teeth. 350 grams? It's 450 grams. That would be even more impressive. 450 is already kind of crazy. See, that's a new tent with a zipper now. Not sure if it's too pure. Yeah, I saw that. They have changed that. I think that's from like people like me being like, I appreciate how light it is, but like a little bit of quality life. Are you sleepy? I don't feel sleepy. We'll see once I like settle into my tent. Low bit rate. I don't trust Moblin as much as I trust IRL Pro. Albeit, IRL Pro wasn't really working today, was it? That's why I switched to iPhone. but also for alerts. It's nice to have it like this. Okay, brushing teeth, so I won't be talking very much. Okay. I was really anti every water bottle at the store. I don't buy bottled water for the water inside. I buy it at the start of a trip because I don't like bringing reusable waters. I just use disposable ones until they like disintegrate. Some people are opinionated about that, but I would always lose my nice Nalgene bottles and stuff like that. I know they're not that much, but still, like, yeah. So I just pick one up on a third trip. I like getting 1 liter bottles. 1 liter. Nice round number. Good size. They only had 500 mils or 1.5 liters. One is too small. One is way too big. Yeah. Where's my Goldilocks? Is that right? Is Goldilocks the just right one? I said that and now it... Why does that feel wrong? Oh yeah. Since today is an entire day of vulnerability, might as well share everything. Like, I've been like slowly balding for a while. Age is, you know, being cruel to my hairline, especially my crown. I'm really thinning back here. And I'm like, do I let that happen or do I try to fight it? So, like, a month or two ago, I'm just like, let's try to keep it for a while. I really like having hair, okay? So I'm on like the classic guy Fin Min combo.
Tech Meal tip $5. Thank you. Dream of your world.
Done blood work? I haven't. I just assumed it's male pattern baldness. And to get, you have to get a prescription, but they have all these online ones, and you show them pictures, and you're just like, and they're like, yep, you're balding, and I'm like, thanks. Well, that'd be natural better. The thing is, like, even if you get a hair transplant, you should be taking finasteride, because that is the big thing that stops you from continuing to lose your hair. If you get a hair transplant, like, they can like fill the hair in here, but if you don't take something to stop the DHT or whatever it is that makes you continue to bald, these hairs won't fall out, but the hairs behind it will continue to naturally regress. And like, that ain't the vibe. Old? Yeah, I am getting older. Tech Neil with the $5. Dream of your Goldilocks. Thank you very much. Wait, was the song relevant to something going on? Someone lulled with the song, and I was just digging like the 50s kind of doo-wop vibes, but maybe it had meaning beyond what I noticed. Watch the trip. Wait, I want to read this because it. Watch the entire Japan hitchhike. Was really amazing. Question is, have you smoked a crack pipe on one of your tours? What was the experience like? No, I haven't done crack. Okay. But okay. We have talked about drugs a bit today because I did like a psychedelic therapy retreat thing. No crack involved, not a psychedelic drug. Now what is a psychedelic drug? DMT. That stuff is crazy. The reason that came up in my mind is because like smoking freebase DMT is essentially you want to heat it up, but you don't want to put a flame directly on it. Notably, like the most common device for heating up something with heat in that degree without putting flame directly on it so it vaporizes is something very much like that. Okay. Buy minoxidil. Oh yeah, minoxidil is just like Rogaine. You can get that off the shelf anywhere. It's the finasteride. Rogaine sponsorship. Maybe I'll get sponsored by one of those like Turkish hair places, and they'll give me a free hair transplant. I do like having hair. Although, once I put on a little bit of weight, I'm like, I already think I'd look a lot better bald now that I put on a bit of weight. When you're really skinny and bald, it's just like, it's harder to pull that off well. I'm gonna leave the door open for now. Or the vestibule. This will be closed, so bugs can get in. Hitchhiking to hair transplants in Istanbul. Nice. Okay. Anyway, so this is about as dark as it'll get. What time is it? It's midnight. No way. I took a long time to do this. I wasn't in a rush, and I'm also out of practice. Show shades? Yeah, I got you. What bugs? Yeah, I did see like a couple floating around because I actually left the door, like I didn't close the screen between like trips bringing stuff in. Usually I close it as soon as I'm not actively putting something in or out because I don't want bugs to fly in. But on tonight I didn't feel the need, but there might be a bug or two in here, but it should be fine. Anyway, these are my ad shades. These ones are quite nice because you see how much like room I got in here, so my eyes aren't getting, it's not pushing in on my eyelids and stuff like that. It takes a bit more space in my bag, but I figure on this whole trip I'll actually have quite a few days with like pretty much no night. A few hitchhiking, but when I come back here biking, it'll be even longer, or it'll even be more bright, if that makes sense, because we'll be closer to the summer solstice. So I had ones on this other trip which were more just like a very subtle, it looked like a bra, but it didn't like poof out that much. And those are fine. And these might do it too. But throughout the trip, they just got compressed, and eventually they just turned into like those flat eye shades. And I still got by with them, but I really don't like the pushing on my eyelids when I'm trying to sleep. So I've used these a few times and they're nice. Bye, brah. Sup, brah. It's midnight here in Norway. The midnight sun. Yes, it is midnight, and it looks like 5 o'clock. Just pull the hat down on your eyes. I used to do that, but again, like, it still pushes on my eyes, and then it doesn't block out all the light. I just find it rather uncomfortable. Old me would do this, or I'd put my my buff over my eyes, like fold it over a couple times so it doesn't let through too much light. Because, yeah, it's just like, why would I carry something that I rarely need? On this trip, I will actually need it, like, every night for a long time. So, it feels like a nice addition to my kit. Ask Kigset with the 10 months. I think I missed that. Thank you for the 10 months.
Glickman just resubscribed for 5 months.
Ooh.
Welcome back, Hitch. Thanks for giving life a meaning again. Hitch love, Hitch heart, Hitch thumbs up.
Do we discuss this, if it's M. Glickman or if it's MG Lickman? I'm going to call you Lickman. Thanks for the 5 months. Welcome back. Thanks for giving life a meaning again. Well, thanks for being back. Thanks for the 5 month resub. Brandon with the 5 months. And Poetron with the 15-month prime coming through any second here. I'm going to get inside my sleeping quilt, get cozy. We'll do just like a little bit of just like hanging out in the tent Q&A because I'm nostalgic for it. Quite often I get into the tent and I immediately turn off the stream. But I haven't done it in a long time. And it's been an enjoyable day. I've been cold a lot of the day. I broke a lot of things. A lot of things weren't working. But like, it's been a good day. I'm happy to be back. Definitely enjoyed this stream today. I enjoyed the hitchhiking today. Oh, the hitchhiking was so nice. Oh, it's so nice being outside. Oh, I'm excited to camp. I am camping, but like I'm excited to like sleep when I'm in the stream and like, yeah. Gonna hike from Skiboten to the spot south. To that junction, but I'm already not in town. I'm just outside town. Wow. And Poetron with the 10 gifted subs. So many subs today. 500 and something. But Poetron, thank you for gifting 10 subs. If you're gifted a sub, welcome to the Twitch Hikers. When I'm hitchhiking, call it Twitch Hikers. When I'm biking, call it Twitch Bikers. I have a name. I think it's cute. I need my sleeping quilt. This is a -8 rated sleeping quilt. So, with a quilt, it's very much like a sleeping bag, you'll see in a sec. But it doesn't zip up. It's like your feet come into like an enclosed space. On most quilts, this one included, not all of them, but yeah. So it looks like a mommy sleeping bag where the feet is. But once it comes up to your like mid-calf, it essentially is just a blanket. And you just like tuck it underneath you. So if you toss and turn a lot, that can be bad. Some of them, this one included, comes with straps, and you can strap them underneath the sleeping pad to kind of hold it around you so it doesn't let air drafts in. But regardless, however you do it, the concept there is when you're sleeping on top of a sleeping bag, when you're laying, like the sleeping bag that's underneath you, that you're laying on top of, you're compressing with your body, and down doesn't insulate when it's compressed like that, or synthetic fill, whatever it is insulated with. Doesn't insulate unless it's poofy. That poof is the insulation. So whatever you're laying on is actually just dead weight. It's not doing anything. It is compressed and kind of useless. What insulates you and keeps you warm underneath is your sleeping pad. So you want a good sleeping pad that insulates you appropriately from the ground underneath, and then you want your insulation on top of you. So you're insulated underneath you from pad, insulate on top of you and beside you from sleeping bag, or this case sleeping quilt. What have I done? How did I close this last time? It's all stuck. There we go. Whew. Well, maybe I won't be using my sleeping quilt. All these are like seized on here. I'm gonna have to fix this at some point. Come on. Okay, we're slowly making this work. I've never had issues with this. This isn't the stuff sack it came with. This is a third-party one. This one didn't actually come with a compression bag. It only came with a loose storage stack for when you're not traveling. You're actually supposed to store these loosely packed so they keep their loft. Which notably I didn't do, which means this has not been opened in over half a year. which means it might take a little bit to loft up, but that's okay. Oh yeah, so let's see this. This is gonna be hard to show, especially with the limited camera angle. So this is the footbox here, and then it comes to a, like, this goes underneath me, and then the whole rest of this is all just blanket, so there's no zip on this. But we've got these straps here, and they can strap underneath here if you want. Which on colder nights, and I might use it tonight, is actually quite helpful. Okay. There we go. Just getting cozy. Low battery. Oh, it's at 5%. Turn off any second. Go catch it. Something. Any battery. My coziness is ruined. Going back to the foldable foam pad. I was talking about those today, and like the big benefit I see with foam pads is zero stress about chucking it down on anything. Is it charging? Yeah. Hopefully we're still in light. I've punctured many inflatable sleeping pads. Yeah, okay. You sit on it for your knees? Yeah, no, like, you don't have to wait till you're at camp to, like, use it. Like, you stop for lunch, just rip out your, like, some are rollable, other ones are, like, accordion. You just don't have to think about it. It's fine. But, like, they're quite thin, and, like, when the ground isn't, like, super even, because I sleep in the woods, just not, like, proper campgrounds that are flat and stuff like that. You've got, like, rocks and roots and, like, uneven things underneath you. And something like this smooths it out so much. And those, from my memories of having that on my, like, around the world hitchhiking trip back in 2015, this is pre-streaming, I used that for the vast majority of the trip, and, like, I got by, but I was like, what was I? Like, I had my 21st birthday on that trip, so I was 21, and I didn't mind that, like, my body being, like, contorted over rocks and roots. I'm like, perfect, love it. And honestly, at that time, I'm just like, this is fine. I don't think I can do it anymore. Sleeping bag handle freezing temperatures. This is rated to -8. But sleeping bag ratings are very, like, non-precise. It's super subjective. Really depends on the person. Like, a sleeping bag that would keep me comfortable to 0 degrees Celsius, like 32 Fahrenheit, freezing, could have a lot less insulation than what Sarah would need to be comfortable at 0 degrees Celsius. She's naturally colder, and for a lot of, like, biologically, that's just a more common thing for women, from what I've heard, kind of thing. So it's not surprising. There's nothing wrong with her for being naturally cooler. It just is how it works. And when they make women-specific sleeping pads, usually for their specific rating, there is more insulation for a given rating than a men's pad. But then they're also, like, shorter, so, like, proportionally there's more insulation. But yeah, so historically, I don't know if Allbeck still uses this. When I used to sell them, they used a scale rating for sleeping pads. Sorry, for sleeping bags. There was 3 limits. There's a comfort rating, a limit rating, and an extreme rating. I think that's what they were. The comfort rating is essentially no matter what the conditions are, because there's a few things that matter about like how comfortable you'll be. Like, if you're really well fed before you go to bed in cool conditions, you will be a lot warmer in general. I am. And I'm just saying that in case someone's just like, sometimes I eat before dinner and I'm still really cold. I don't know. That's generally how it works. That's how it works for me. Like, if you just finished a day of hiking and you kind of, like, have a layer of, like, a bit of sweat on you, so, like, that is detrimental to your ability to warm up and stuff like that. Anyway, like that comfort rating means like regardless of the situation, you should be comfortable down to this rating, even if things are a bit messy. That doesn't include like soaking out your sleeping bag or something like that. But like in non-ideal situations, you still should be comfortable down to this level. The limit rating is in ideal situations, so you're well fed and everything's good, everything's fine and dandy. You should be comfortable down to this rating. That's usually what they advertise as the rating for the sleeping bag, is the limit rating. And there's an extreme rating, which is pretty much like you shouldn't die down to this temperature. Like, you will not have a good time. But you shouldn't die of hypothermia, which is good. Yeah, so there's like a scale to it. Because like it is really hard for them to develop a system for that. Like, what like what does 0 degree Celsius bag mean? I'm guaranteed to be warm. So if I get cold, the bag is wrong. False advertisement. Brian? Brian got scared. It's because you sung in your message, isn't it? Yak Wheeled with the 5-month prime. Thank you very much. That's me in the corning. That's me in the corning. Like, wait. Oh, I thought you were gonna do the all the lyrics to the original one. You made your own custom one. I want Brian to read this. Why is he not reading this? Be a good electronic sleeping bag, keeps you warm. However, I would guess that would use so much power. Yeah, the issue is if you're going to use electricity to generate warmth, it uses a lot of power. Like when you're streaming and using all these things and you're like, oh, okay, like my Bella box uses like 7 watts of power. And you're like, okay, that's like about as much as a cell phone. You add like a couple cell phones, all this stuff. Add up a bunch of different things at the same time, you got like 20 watts of power. You're like, that's quite a bit of power. I'm going to go through one of these big batteries in theory 5 hours, but you never get 100 watt hours out of a 100 watt hour battery. You'll get like 70, 80 watt hours out of it. So it's going to die in 4 hours. All my gear, if I'm just running off of one of these batteries. That's quite a bit of power. And then you look at how much like an electric heater of any kind uses. A couple minutes. It really depends on the level of it. But pretty much anything that uses electric heating like that is... Oh! It's broken. It's not reading them out because I thought I fixed it. I used the sound thing that's supposed to fix this on Samsung. Because we got no, but I'm pretty sure it worked after that. We had the issue where if I got media share, it would stop all my alerts from working after. You added the apps? Yeah, I chose all apps. Because we also got a raid from Jock. I feel like that's within the limit where it would actually read it out, but maybe I'm wrong. Recommend a good solar panel charger. There's so many manufacturers of solar panels now. Solar panel technology has advanced a lot, but it depends for your use. Like, to mount onto the trailer of a bike, like, the efficiency of the solar panel is pretty important because you have very little real estate, so you want the best, like, power draw for a given, like, square footage of real estate that you have for solar panel. So for the ones I use, because they use it for, like, solar-powered e-bike racing, because that's the thing. I think it's quite cool, actually. They're, like, high-end solar panels. They're custom-made for this guy to put on these specific trailers. He initially custom-made them specifically for him to race on, but now he, like, manufactures a few a year. Because they're really good. But, anyway, because I think those were, like, custom SunPower, like the higher-end SunPower one. I think that was the brand or something like that. They were or still are made in France, I think. SunPower Maxion, something. Anyway, they're one of the higher, like, percent efficiency panels. At least they were. But solar panels in general are getting a lot better. My app crashed. StreamBuddy's been struggling. This happened before to you. Alerts didn't play for 8 minutes. You did something like move the phone, all the alerts played at once. Or did my, is this off? Oh, there we go.
Alexel Predate cheered 100 bits. Testing. Is this thing on?
I don't know if it was going to play, but I pressed replay and then it played. I got them in power banks. They're great. Yeah, so this one is actually, like, compared to, like, the Anker ones and stuff like that, like, pretty cheap. But it's up to 140 watts output, 140 watts in, or is it 140 watts in? I don't have a charger capable of 140 watts input. But anyway, 99 point something watt hours. And I really like having this screen, which tells me exactly what's going on. So currently, we are charging my broadcast phone at 16.2 watts. It just lets me know if, like, things are charging or discharging at the rates I expect them to be. I got saved a few times with batteries like this when I was on the tandem bike tour with Sarah. We'd stay at campgrounds more often than I usually do because they're convenient with the tandem and all that crap. And to charge. Yeah, a lot of time we just wanted to charge. But usually, like, there isn't an outlet at our campground, but there is outlets in the bathroom. So we'd get there, and I'd go into the bathroom, immediately plug in all my batteries, and, like, do our evening. And then usually in the middle, like, before I go to bed, I'd pick up my batteries because they're mostly charged by then. Or I'd just leave them through the night and hope for the best, and I didn't have anything happen. But some of those outlets in the camping bathrooms, you'd plug them in, and you plug it into your the battery, and the battery would, like, flash on like it's charging. But these ones will show you that it, like, gives a second of some kind of wattage, and then it cycles back to 0. And that just flashes on to some amount of wattage, and then it cycles back to 0. It's got, like, no power to it. I don't know why it shows that it's trying. I don't actually know what they're good for. I don't know. But it seemed like a semi-common thing. So at several places, like, I was trying all these different outlets, and I finally found, like, one in the handicap bathroom that had a working outlet. I'm like, okay, I guess I'm leaving my batteries in the handicap bathroom. That's a lot. I got a 60 watt charger for my phone. Like, a charger that can do 60 watts. Charging, like, battery stuff is really, there isn't good continuity. So, like, usually they don't advertise these batteries in watt hours, which is how, like, most things as far as, like, capacity is displayed. They like to show them because number is bigger and that makes people think better. They like to show them in milliamp hours, which is, like, not the best unit. Watt hours makes sense. Milliamp hours is, I don't know. I wish everything was just in amp hours. But anyway, it gets all complicated. And then, like, because, like, people sometimes say, like, this is a 60 watt battery when they mean it's a 60 watt hour battery, which is usually like a, I don't know what that would be, just under 20,000 milliamp hour battery. 15,000? I don't know, something like that. Or maybe they mean that it can output 60 watts maximum from USB-C to C charging. Or maybe they mean that it can be charged by 60 watts. There's a lot of things that can mean. They're floatable solar panels? Yeah, I bought one for when I did the uninhabited island survival stream on, the English name for the island was Harwood Island, but there's a First Nations name because it's First Nations land. I got explicit permission from the person in charge of lands and something, a couple roles. Anyway, from the Slataman First Nation people. She was super nice. They let me just, like, roll up to their island and live stream myself trying to survive for a week. I could have gone longer, but I was just starving slowly. Stinging nettles and oysters. What was the point? Oh, yeah, and I brought a solar panel because, uninhabited. There isn't electrical grid there. Angersville, no. Inu. I don't know how to say it. Power banks, found amazing. Even rate Inu ones over the Anker ones. Honestly, I found these, like, I only have one of them. I think me and Sarah each have one of them or something like that. I've had issues with a lot of my Anker ones. What Anker's good for is, like, when you have a problem, it's not very much hassle to get them to, like, do right by you. You're like, this battery isn't working correctly. I haven't done that because I am lazy. But apparently they just like send you replacements, and they're like, just keep the old one or recycle it. But they don't like verify that. Like they're not sticklers on and all that. Which probably means the margins are great. They make a lot of money probably per unit. So Anchor is expensive because of the name. They do put like their higher end stuff is like top of the line as far as features. But I've found a lot of them to like start getting finicky really quickly. Like ports start not acting correctly. Power output unreliable. Capacity degrades quickly. Use Ugreen for much? My 200 watt charger, like wall charger where I plug my batteries off of, is Ugreen, and it's been great. It's been really good. I've had that for a long time now. How many power banks do you have? 7 or 8. Like this size on the strip. There's too many. But I didn't trust any of them. They're all quite old. I didn't buy any new ones on the strip. There's a good chance a few of them are like duds. They're pretty much useless at this point. But I didn't know which ones were because I haven't streamed in a while. So I just brought more than I usually would. And I'm going to like go through them and see which ones are duds and which one are still good. Earbuds from Anchor, they wanted me to mail it back when I broke after a couple months ago. Oh, okay. I totally believe you. I haven't ever done this. I think this is just when I was reading about stuff like, why should I pay more for Anchor batteries outside of like them having good specs? Like, has good specs, but so do other batteries. Have similar specs at a lower price point. What's the point? And people are like, good customer service. Maybe that's paid post. I don't know. Sure, you're only allowed 27 milliamp hour on plane. Some countries are outside of this, but the FAA maximum for batteries is 100 watt hours, which roughly translates to 27,000 milliamp hours. And technically, you can carry as many I think it's up to 100 watt hours. So it can be 100 even, but it can't be like 100.1. 100 watt hours or less, you can carry as many of those batteries as you want. And in theory, your limit would probably be like weight limits for most airlines. But yeah, so I had all these batteries in like my small like North Face. It's a little rectangular bag. It's a perfect personal item size bag to fit under my seat. And then I had my bigger backpack as my carry-on. There we go, words. And when I went through security, I always ask them, like, I have several mobile batteries, like big batteries in here. Do you want me to leave them in or take them out? And they're like, batteries? Oh, that's fine, leave them in. Okay. Every time I get pulled into secondary, like, what's in this bag? I'm like, batteries? And they're like, why didn't you take them out? Because I asked. And they get mad at you if you start taking stuff out, and they're like, did I tell you to take that out? I'm like, no. But, this happens every time. Anyway, this little tiny backpack is essentially just pure batteries. It is full of batteries. And batteries are super dense, so it's just like this really dense backpack. And she like went to pick it up thinking it would be light to like open it up, and she's like, oh. It's deceivingly heavy. It's a small bag, but it is pure battery. Travel to certain countries because certain countries don't allow you to take more than one phone. Such places like India due to customer regulations. Yeah, so I haven't flown through India, but Jay Streezy has. He had several batteries taken in India. I had batteries taken in Malaysia.
Subscribed for 41 months. Nice to see you on another trip.
Guys are uplinks to the 41-month resub. I appreciate it. Now, when I had batteries taken in Malaysia, did they deserve to be taken? This is when I was like using first generation streamer backpack stuff, like the original LiveU Solo that ran off of 12-volt batteries. And the recommended batteries for those were these big, is a brand called Max Oak batteries, and they're 50,000 milliampere batteries, so like 150, 160 watt hours, like way more than you're allowed. And people would just chance it for a while, but they're like kind of expensive. I forget how much they were per battery, like $200, $150 US, something. They were pricey. And sometimes they get taken, but you just hope they don't check. But they're big. Like they look like they're too big. But they're a really good battery, I guess, like for running the LiveU because it lasts a long time. Anyway, the company selling them that was working in like, you know, live streaming stuff back then had the brilliant and I'm quite certain illegal idea of custom printing consumer spec labels the same size as the ones that are come manufactured on the Max Oak batteries that had lower specs on them. So that they'd look at the specs and be like, that's fine. Even though this battery looks really big, it's actually not that big. And then they'd let you through. The issue is they didn't actually check what the limit was. And it's so easy to find what the limit actually is. Essentially, they put specs on there that put it at like 30-something thousand milliamp hours, like still like over 100 hours. And that was just like what they sold. They're just like you buy this through them. They don't exist anymore, but like, and they're just like, oh yeah, no, we'll take your stuff. And I'm like, that sounds really shady, but whatever, I'm getting all this stuff. But like, they're like breaking the law and they're cheating the system, but they don't even do it competently enough to skirt the system. Their legal consumer information label is still out of spec. Anyway, I got 3 of those batteries taken in Malaysia, and I had 4 with me. The only reason one didn't get through is because they didn't notice that there was a 4th one in there. They just saw these 3 big batteries together, and the one was separately in a different bag, or like just somewhere else in the bag, somewhere else. And they just were so focused on these 3, they forgot there was another one there. And then I went to New Zealand, and I just had 1 battery. So I mostly switched back to a cell phone stream. That's also why I got this lightweight stuff, because I did that trip and I had like 60 to 70 pounds of gear on my backpack, and I was in Malaysia and it was really hot and really humid, and I had this really overweight backpack, and I hated walking. I hated existing outside. I hated picking up my backpack. I didn't want to go anywhere. That was when I changed my entire perspective on streaming, and I'm like, fast and light. And then I got this lightweight backpack, lightweight tent, and I got my base weight down, including all my batteries, to like 25 pounds or something like that, including all my streaming gear, and I'm like, yeah, that's it. That sounds like a lot for base weight when you're like through hiking, but when you have like 6 big 100 watt hour batteries that each weigh like 500 grams, it's not bad. My trip was something you bail on. Yeah. Yeah, so that trip was, I started in Singapore, and I just like took transit and stuff like that to walk across the border into Malaysia, and then once I got into Malaysia, I started hitchhiking. And I made it to Kuala Lumpur, like the capital city, and then I bailed. I was supposed to, the plan was to continue to Thailand, and continue towards Vietnam, I think was what I wanted to do. But like, it wasn't the peak season. I forget what time of the year, but it was wet, and we had thunderstorms every evening. I almost got struck by lightning once. That was cool. There's a clip of like you seeing lightning flash down through this gazebo. I liked hitchhiking. The people were really nice. The food was good. It was cheap. It's the only place I couldn't sleep outside in. It was way too hot and humid. I know like humans are adaptable, but I was like thinking about being outside in that sick, because with the evening thunderstorms too, it felt more humid after that, because like a ton of rain just got dumped in a short amount of time, and like you sleep on the ground next to where all that fresh wetness is, and it's already 100% humidity, and you can feel it's like trying to evaporate more, but there just isn't space in the air for more moisture, so you just kind of feel like you're drowning. I don't know like how people sleep out like that. Like, they just get used to it. I know acclimation is fine, but like, I'm Canadian. Anyway, I made it to Kuala Lumpur, and I'm like, screw this, I want to go somewhere cold. I look at the weather in New Zealand, and it was like 7 degrees and raining, 7 degrees Celsius and raining, and I'm like, this is, yeah, I want it. Drink it in. So I did, and I went there, and I drunk it in, and I loved it. Okay. It's really late. I should go to bed. It's 12:30. It doesn't look like it. Welcome to 12:30 in the morning now. But this is also me just being like, it can't be late, like mentally. I know physically in me that it's late, but like brain does not associate this with late. Epic Sheep, thanks for the 19 months. And Jonas, Thanks for the sub.
Just subscribed. Thank you.
You got 24 hours still, but you're no hitching after dark rule. I could. I know that's cool, actually. I'm not in a mental state to do that right now. Maybe when I get back to biking, because I'll be back here in June, and it'll be even more bright. The sun will just stay higher, because right now it's going to get like right down to the horizon and then come up. I don't know if it's going to change it that much. But anyway, 24 hours of sun up is probably 20 hours of sun up. But anyway, it was kind of, I did that once, but it wasn't full 24 hours of daylight. It was like a few hours of twilight. It never got fully dark, but it wasn't like this where the sun doesn't set. It got fairly dark. That was my birthday 2 years ago. I decided as a birthday present for myself, I'd do my first, wait.
Marley rated my stream with 129 viewers.
Was my first 24-hour stream? Oh yeah, because that, I did that, but then I did a 24-hour stream to finish Korea with with Miyochi and Jay, and I cut it off at like 23 hours, 59 minutes, and like 45 seconds because I thought it'd be funny to go just short of a 24-hour stream. Because not everyone. A lot of people do 24-hour streams, but who does a 23-hour, 59-minute, and 45-second stream? I tried to cut it off as close to beforehand without crossing over. Anyway, Jane Marley. Hey, fellow Canadian, thank you for the raid, and everyone welcome to Hitch. I'm about to end my stream, so you're getting, like, just passed around. Hopefully you're okay with that. Passed around on Twitch. Try Jules with the 3-month resub as well. First day back after not streaming in, I was going to say a million years, but it's been like 7 or 8 months, which is a long time. It was a very long time. I'm happy to be back. It was a lot of fun hitchhiking today. We only got 2 rides, 100-something kilometers, 120 kilometers. Oh, we have a hype train right now. Should I let the hype train run out? There's 3 minutes left. About 3 minutes and 26 seconds left. I'll look for someone to raid in the meantime, but we'll try and have that go. If you did just come here with the raid, I'm Hitch. I stream hitchhiking and bike touring. This is the hitchhiking part of a trip. It's 2-parter. I'm hitchhiking from the Arctic Circle of Norway. It's 12:30 p.m. No, a.m. It's morning. Anyway, it's the middle of the night, and it is light out. Because Arctic Circle in the few months around summer where it is lightest out. So that's kind of fun. Oh yeah, so I'm hitchhiking to Rotterdam for TwitchCon. Going to TwitchCon for the weekend. We'll see. Maybe there's a few things after. And then I'm flying back up to Tromsø because I have a bike here and a bike trailer and a bunch of stuff here. Ready to go on a long bike tour. I have not spent time in Finland before, so I would like to ride down south from Tromsø into Finland and down to Helsinki, potentially ferry to Estonia and do some Eastern Europe. That's my current thought now. It could change. I'm a little bit sad because, like, I kind of just want to ride back south on the west coast of Norway again because I loved it. Oh, so nice. Because Finland, like, won't have the fjords and stuff like that. So I was so spoiled in Norway, like, as long as you like climbing. Oh, so nice. And I got really lucky with the weather. Oh. Stay safe, bro. We'll be taking along the Lone Wolf method. Hopefully I get to TwitchCon on time. So I've been hitchhiking to every TwitchCon. Well, I biked to one of them on the tandem because it was still like kind of post-COVID era. I think it was just one I biked to. But I've done a trip to TwitchCon, every TwitchCon since San Jose 2018, and I've always made it on time. It can be hard to like logistically plan this out for hitchhiking because I try to make it so it's hard to do, but not impossible to do. But if it's too easy, then it's also like not very exciting. So I got like 10 days to do 3,000 kilometers. 300 kilometers a day, I think, is like an appropriate enough challenge. Finland has 187,888 lakes. It's a lot of 8s. Slippy Lake Lakes. That kind of reminds me of like the Canadian Shield. It's like this geographic area of Canada. It's very like small hill, rocky, and lots of lakes. If you go into Google Maps and you like keep it on map view or go to satellite view and you zoom in to like eastern Manitoba, like northwestern Ontario, it's just pure lakes. What that means is that's a really buggy area in Canada. There's a lot of small lakes and ponds and stuff like that, and not all of them are like fed with like have fish and things that eat the mosquitoes. So it is really buggy, and I feel like Finland would be like that as well, which is less than ideal. Oh, we made it to the next level of hype train. I might be here a while if we keep going up levels of hype trains. KS Mopar, hey, good to see you. Thanks for the 10-month resub. Came by in America, I remember. Brandon
Extra strong
with 100 bits.
Subscribed for 6 months. Wow.
Wow. He says,
Great
wow,
to
in
see
such
you,
like a
Hitch.
sassy
Need
way.
to check the VOD just got back home. Have a good night.
It's been a good first day back. We talked about some real deep stuff, but like, as long as that's fine, it's a good day. Extra strong mint, thanks for the 6-month resub. Good to be back. Found a Corning Scientific Center in Helsinki. It's a company, does it count? Like, there's an actual town called Corning in Denmark, which is close to, like, in theory, I'm going through Denmark, but I wouldn't be going through Corning, because I think is it a bit off the highway that I'd be taking? If it is, it's not that far, I don't think. Maybe, if I get ahead of schedule, maybe we can stop in Corning. Take it in. Sarah stopped in Corning on her bike trip to TwitchCon. She's riding from Oslo, Norway to Rotterdam for TwitchCon, and she's, well, getting close. As we're getting closer, time-wise, she's been getting closer distance-wise. Chugging out like 70, 80 kilometers a day. Seen this in our conspiracies on Discord during the break? Most of the time, like, especially this time, the last thing I've been thinking about is, like, social media. I've been, like, dealing so much with my own shit. So, but when I'd talk to someone that's, like, still up with it, or even Sarah would bring it up sometimes because she checks Discord, because she's good like that, she'd tell me about the drama going on, and, like, people get really mad about my going missing thing. Most people just, especially if you've been around for a while, like, it's just been what I've done for 7 years. I stream a ton when I'm on a trip, and when the trip ends, I'm gone. You will not hear from me until I'm somewhere else in the world on a new trip, and that could be like a couple weeks, or it could be several months. You don't know. But with that, people started playing this game where they, every day in my Discord, will be like, today is the day, and it never is the day until it is, and then it is the day. And usually there is someone that has said today is the day on the day it actually starts. And that's a huge flex. And I think it's dedication, or getting really lucky. Either saying that every day and it working out, or having to just take a chance on a day and being strangely correct. Okay. Someone big. And the thing is, like, everything about winning on the stream, whether like channel point stuff, because people gamble to channel points to win channel points based on, like, guessing my hitchhiking wait times and stuff like that. Maybe you gamble big and win big, but, like, what do we have to use the points on? Officially, my channel points are used to flex on people. It is used, so when someone says, wow, I have a lot of channel points, what do I have to spend them on? And then we're like, lol, nothing. Then everyone else in chat says what their channel points number is. If they have a bigger number, of course, you don't advertise if you have a smaller number, because, like, that's not how you flex. Until we find the person with the highest channel point number. It's all just big pissing contests. It's not many points you have, how many you lost, yeah. Some of you guys are degenerate gamblers.
Confetti Biscuits just resubscribed for 7 months. Glad to see you on a new adventure. Hitch thumbs up.
Confetti Biscuits, thank you for the 7-month resub at the end of that hype train. Hype train is over, which means I'm going to find someone to, I was going to, while it was on, look for someone to raid. But I got distracted talking, which is very consistent. I consistently do. Okay, following. Anyone outside? What is Kuma's concept? So he's walking, but he just leaves the stream on playing clips when he's ends his stream thing? Because he doesn't actually turn the stream off. He just, like, keeps it going. His stream is always on? But, like, I see the corner of it. It just looks black, though. Does he, like, actually film himself sleeping like he does a sleep stream, or he just plays VODs? So bright, no right? Yeah, we're in the Arctic Circle. The sun does not set where we are at this time of the year. Why is no one outside? Third monitor is outside. That's Jay Streezy's offline channel. Plays VODs. I guess... Well, if there was, like, North American streamers, could be streaming right now, but it is late for Europe. This film himself sleeping, but it's really dark. Okay, yeah. He's in that dark corner. Okay. Okay. No, he doesn't camp. Because that would also be annoying for batteries, because, like, keeping your stream going overnight would be kind of annoying for that reason. Storm Chaser Reed Timmer? Isn't he, like, the guy that's more popular on YouTube? Is there a good storm? Usually, when I've taken a long break, I'm really excited to, Oh, this guy. He's cool. Wow, he's gotten big. He's the guy that, like, goes around New York City DJing. 2,500 viewers. That's awesome. Actually, I don't know what he had, like, because I saw him at TwitchCon. Jay appeared again suddenly by staying on the second path on the strip. Well, I'm hitchhiking, so it's not the right place to catch me hitchhiking. But no, Jay just shows up. He did that when I was on the tandem with Sarah. He just showed up on the side of the bike path when I was in Korea, biking through there. I believe on other platforms. Yeah, me as someone that doesn't really watch Twitch when I'm gone, like, I saw clips of his being posted on, like, Reddit and random places on the internet. And they're all great clips. Because usually they're, like, when he finds someone, like, really impressive at rapping. Because he just, like, gets people to rap for him. Like, street. I don't know how to describe it. I don't know. I don't understand the culture. I think it's really cool. I just, like, I don't understand the intricacies of the words and how to describe it. Jay Premium Arctic Circle will be something. Okay. So, like, this guy, Jay, he, like, I feel like every year since, with TwitchCon that happened, like, after COVID, he's been like, nah, man, it's not worth it for me to go to TwitchCon. I don't want to go. I'm not going this year. And he says that, but every year, guess who's there? Like, reliably, without fail. Guy, he's got, like, his own cameraman and stuff like that. That's cool. Might be different for Jay. I don't know. Maybe he has plans. I don't actually know. Because he hasn't streamed much lately either. More than me, less than me. Because I haven't streamed at all for like 7+ months. Okay, I'm being indecisive. I need to go to bed. Also, I don't remember how to end a stream. Okay, we can do that. He seems cool. Dashboard. Do I do that? Because I never got it to work very well through StreamBuddy to use a prompt, so I usually go through my dashboard. Again, it's been a long time, don't judge me. I think Jay streamed less than you. I haven't streamed a single time since like last fall. No, remind me later. Stream together. Okay, no, I don't want to. Okay. Okay, that. Wait, where the heck am I? Why am I down here? Okay. That. I forget how to stream. Like, it's been that long. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna start the raid, and we're gonna end day 1 of our hitchhiking to TwitchCon. It's been a really good day. I really enjoyed today. I don't know how many people are rating because it says not a number. NAN viewers rating in 1 minute 15 seconds. Nice. But yeah, no, this guy's cool. I saw him at TwitchCon, and he'll just go around doing. And I've seen some cool clips where he'll just like go along the street and he's like DJing a beat, and he'll get people to freestyle to it. And sometimes in New York City, like of all the cities, you can run into some amazingly talented people. Didn't he like run into like what's the music one? Grammy-winning artist, like a producer. Very cool stuff. Anyway, day 1 back. Haven't streamed in 7-8 months. Caught 2 rides and like really cool people, really good conversations. Like I am reminded about why I like this so much. Getting away from this traveling, like sometimes I feel like I forget. As soon as I come back, I get reminded. Lovely. It's great to hang out with all you guys. It's nice to catch up and just talk. Yeah, I like streaming with you. It's good. I feel good. I'm really happy right now. Thank you for being with me on this first day back. Let's see if we can get to TwitchCon. We got 9 days left and almost 3,000 kilometers, so hopefully it works out. Anyway, see you tomorrow. Thanks for watching. Bye, guys.